dreamers and other dreamers. Welcome to another well-tuned afternoon in paradise. Stay with us for the next 3 hours as Triple M runs you home to that little nook where your key fits a friendly hole. Reach out and touch a familiar knob on the shortcut to that wedge of wonder you call home. This is the life.
So I gotta get back, girl, on the love train.
With the big two up front in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slavin, and riding shotgun, the ace up the sleeve, H.G. Nelson. H.G.?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim has dedicated today's reads to Miranda Kerr, who's back on the planks for DJs and looking sensational with it. And whispers reaching me suggest Miranda may become a Bond girl. Now, I thought all the Bond movies have been made into films. Should I say all the Bond novels and stories have been made into films? But apparently not. Somebody's writing more Bond stuff, and Miranda Kerr could be stepping up to the plate. And, of course, he also dedicates his reads today to the MasterChef contestants who have had a wonderful 2011 season. Can I say they've been let down? The contestants have been let down by appalling judging and appalling challenges set for them by Fat Matt. I still like his work with a fork, though. George, Gary, and the other ringing Matt. Now, having said that, I raised this in a week when I realised that a Swedish man was arrested after trying to split the atom in his kitchen. Now, that's the sort of challenge I could get behind. OK, who are the finalists? The finalists, I forget who the finalists are. Oh,
Kate and Michael.
Oh, that's right, Kate and Michael. Your challenge tonight is to split the atom. That is a MasterChef challenge, my very good friends. That is what we want to see in a final. That will separate the wheat from the chaff, if you know what to mean. Not only the electrons from the, the atoms. Now, we might come back to that later. Can I point out, midweek, I think there were 4 left at this point, they were asked or tasked by, one of the Matts or Gary or George or all together to make dishes that created a life story. Spare me days, pass the sick bag. It doesn't work like that. You can't tell a story of, say, growing up in Whyalla and going to school in Port Augusta, then climbing Mount Remarkable at the age of, say, 8, and then going to Port Broughton Jetty before you got a job on Crystal Brook Radio, before playing a game with, say, the North Adelaide Roosters. You can't do that in mushroom and tripe. You just can't. It's meaningless. However, these plucky Australians, they made the tomato sandwich the hero of Australian cuisine simply because the ingredients told a story and they allowed passion to spurt onto the plate. More on this and the MasterChef challenges ahead. I'm hoping Roy might have an appropriate challenge for them. We'll go through this wheeze that knocked them down to 2 last night of creating a gingerbread house. Oh. All of a sudden, backyard, door open, flapping, hope he's passing by. And also, of course, Jim has dedicated his reads to the unveiling of the statue of Ray Raviswaran in Junee tomorrow. The excitement is building. And the sheets off Ray at, 12 noon tomorrow. I think we're sending a fairly big contingent. That is, Triple M is sending a fairly big presence to Junee. We're not sure exactly when the other 2 statues that'll make the what I'm calling the Walk of Fame in Junee. It's Laurie Daly and the bloke who used to run the Reserve Bank, whose name escapes me briefly, Bernie Fraser. When the other 2 prongs of this Walk of Fame will be erected, but the first one's in place and the sheet's off tomorrow. For God's sake, if you're in the area, and I know a lot of people travel from Sydney to that area, the Wagga Wagga, Junee, sometimes Albury, get along for the unveiling. It'll be a terrific moment. I think there might be a sausage sizzle and a few free beers and a couple of cheeky bets as well. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Life with Roy and HG on a Friday afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And what a week. What an incredible week. How about this? Try these on for size. Don't rush to judgment. Don't rush to judgment. Wait till I lay out the facts. Rugby League and Rusty's Rabbits, spring surprise. Nailing the Dragons in this week's Boil Over in League. Post-Hooter, the Enigma, Big Dave Coltrane, the Incredible Hulk Taylor, gave the Saints a real bake, saying they were a team of pillows who powder when the opposition got it up them. Or words to that effect. Still with Dragons, Gaz, that is the Fubster, that is Fubby, that is, dare I say, fire-up bitch Mark Gaz Shimmy Whoosh Gaznia, in a beautiful think piece says the Saints have not hit the panic button yet. His words, not mine. Panic button yet not pressed at St George Cogra Jubilee. Rugby Union, and the big one, the Bledisloe Cup, erupts tomorrow night at the home of the home of the Hoodoo, Eden Park. Wallabies winless at the park for over 25 years, but I suspect this tired old, altar boy, dunces, All Blacks outfit will powder and pillow like the Saints once our nuggety boys get it up 'em. And London Olympics and our swimmers on track for a clean sweep in the event after a tremendous hit out at Shanghai concluded this week. Just sensational swimming. Sure, we got a lot of seconds, but I changed my mind. This time last week I was incredibly critical of our seconds, and I thought no one knew what was going on. Now I think it's a genius by the people in charge, Lee Nugent, and others step forward and take a bow. It's just been right on track, and I can see us bringing it all home. Converting up, I think is the term. We're converting up. That's how I'm seeing it, to gold, 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 gold. Cricket, and Stewie Broad's hat-trick gives the old enemy the second test at Trent Bridge, and India now believe they have no right to be number one. Quite right, too. Australia's number one. AFL and Eddie, as in Collingwood's Eddie Maguire, bags the Giants, that is Kevin Sheedy tuned Skoda-powered GWS Giants, saying the large ones, that is the Giants ones, are cheats. That's Eddie's thoughts. They're cheats. No surprises here. Anything that Kevin Sheedy has touched in the last 40 years has been cheating. That's what he's known. That's his go. That's his long suit. This battle of the takeaway foods, that is the battle between Hot Pie Town and Falafel Land, is a real tonic with the season 2012 just around the corner. It's an exciting development in the war of words. I just hope it turns hot before the season gets going. I can see a couple of pies being hurled in the Skoda Giants' directions, and I'd love to see a couple of falafels fired back. F1 and Mark Webber and just what is going on with Tim Rosso Toro. The wheels have fallen off, and I'm out in the backyard hoping that he's still up there and he's got a space for me on board. This is The Life, the home of the Plumber Smile. And now it's time to lock horns with rampaging Roy Slavin, and we can get the large man on the gargle by simply asking what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp during the past set of 7. Ryan?
Yes, thanks very much, Gaz. And that's the second time I've called you Gaz.
I know. I'm enjoying it.
Are people calling you Gaz in the streets now?
They are.
Yeah.
They're saying, howdy, Gaz, where's Roy? That's what they're saying. HG's forgotten here at Life Central.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, Roger's turned 30, and he's very happy to be the world's number 3. He feels it's taken a lot of pressure off him. He enjoyed his time at world number 1, he's enjoyed his 16 slams, and he thinks he might have 1 or 2 slams left in him, but is quite comfortable and sanguine about being number 3 at the age of 30.
Uh-huh.
Now, the man they call, that is the man they call Tiger Woods, is to make a return to golf very shortly. His knee is apparently on the mend. Now, he's being paid by the O'Farrell government. The O'Farrell government to play in New South Wales, to play in Sydney.
I know.
I mean, shouldn't he be paying us? I mean, who wants to go and see the man they call Tiger now that he's lost his mojo? Bung knee, no chicks. Eh?
I want to see the old Tiger.
I want to see the old Tiger back too, the old roaring Tiger.
I want to see the bloke who knew which club to select.
Yeah, I want to see the bloke who knew his way around the bedroom.
I know. You could get that par 1 from, the bathroom into the bed.
Got it. That's what I want. I mean, if O'Farrell was promising, a lot of roots and the old Tiger back, I'd be more than happy to go and pay to watch him. Mm-hmm. I would. Mm-hmm. But if we're going to get this old bloody
dunce,
limp, bloody duncey dud knee Tiger, well. Now, apparently the man they call, that is the man they call Tiger Woods, and the man they call Roger are no longer friends. They were best friends. Yeah, they were best friends. Well, like us, the man they call Roger really liked the old Tiger. The old rip-roaring, Hang on,
are you talking about the bloke who just turned 30?
Yeah.
Is that right? They were friends?
Yeah.
What did they have in common?
Oh,
I suppose.
Well.
Sport?
Sport, I guess. I guess. And a stick.
Well, yeah, true.
You know what I mean?
Stick work.
They could talk stick work.
Yeah.
You should,
coming out, Tiger?
Yeah, you should try this Wilson. Yeah, very good. They must have had a whale of a time, those two. There'd come a time in the night, though, where the man they called Tiger Woods would have said to the man they called Roger, listen, I've got to go to bed now. And Roger would have said, I understand. Not understanding at all.
No, well, the trouble was
There was that mystery of what the Tiger got up to in the hotel room.
Well, the dead giveaway was the attractive lass in the underwear.
Yeah.
That was your elephant in the room.
Yeah, I know. Answering the door every time. Whenever the man they call Roger. Oh, Lord. Oh, hello. He's in the shower.
Yeah, come on in, mate.
You can come in, Roger.
Have a seat. Would you like a Swiss chocolate, Roger?
Now, Melbourne is to host the Ironman Asia Pacific Challenge for the next 3 years. What is O'Farrell doing? How did this one get away?
Asleep at the wheel. What is it exactly, though?
The Ironman Asia Pacific Challenge?
Yeah, what do we do? Lift up big, heavy loads?
Oh, yeah, you
drag trucks?
Run 20 miles, you swim 20 miles, and you ride a bike 20 miles. That sort of thing. That sort of thing. People love it.
Right.
Especially here in Sydney. People love it, and we're not going to get it anymore. We've got to go to Melbourne to see it. Thank you very much, O'Farrell government. Sleep at the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ryan Stig has re-signed with the Newcastle Knights. The reason I raise this is because every now and again you come across names that are perfect for rugby league, like Scott Tronk.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Cooper
just
Cronk.
and Cooper Cronk. You know, it's a onk feature of the name that makes it perfect for rugby league. Well, I'm going to put and Tunks, yeah, absolutely. I'm putting Stig in this category. Ryan Stig is in there, I think, with Tronk and Cronk and Tunks as perfect names for rugby league. So congratulations, Stig. Norma Plummer resigns as coach of Australia's netball team after 8 years at the helm. Had you said to me she'd been there 80 years, I wouldn't have batted an eyelid. Only 8. It's as if she's been around, you know, it's as if my great-great-grandfather watched her coaching.
Would this be a second stint, though, she's retiring from? It'd have to be, wouldn't it? She did 50 years on the trot and then had a break
for a couple of weeks and then came back. Yeah, that's right. That makes sense. Sav Rocker, remember him?
I do.
He's unable to play for the Washington Redskins because he can't get a green card.
What's the word?
No, he's been with the Philadelphia Eagles for the past 4 years, but the green card, it's expired and they're not renewing it. Isn't that sad?
Is that part of the problem with the debt?
Yeah.
You know, that raising the $1 trillion barrier and all that sort of stuff? Sav Rocker couldn't get underneath it?
He's the first victim. He's the first victim. Now, the Big O, and we haven't been able to spend enough time talking about the Big O, Nick O'Hearn, of late. And isn't it great to be able to talk about Nick O'Hearn, the Big O, who's on top in the Reno Tahoe Open?
Hey!
He's there at the leaderboard, leading by 1 shot, 1 stroke.
Now, is the man they call playing in that?
Don't think so.
Oh, right, okay.
Don't think so. I don't think anyone else is playing it. I think it's just O'Hearn.
Right.
But a lot of people are turning up. I don't know how much they paid him to play there, you know, in Reno. Don't know.
Just going back to the Woods coming to Sydney and all that, have you heard any whispers of what he's being offered loot-wise to the...
No, it's the O'Farrell government is not saying. They're saying it's commercial in confidence.
Oh.
It wasn't for the Victorian government. We paid him, what was it, $1.5 million?
Yeah. Money well spent.
Money well spent.
Look at the stories we got.
Because that was the old Tiger, not the new limpy bung knee guy that nobody recognises. You know, if he knocked at the door and came in and said, "Hello, I'm Tiger," we'd tell him to get out.
Yeah, we would.
Eh?
We would.
Where are the chicks, dude? Hansby! 688.
In 1804, Governor King determined that it was a citizen's duty by law to clap vigorously whenever a person with a sexually transmitted disease approached. This was to alert others to avoid the carrier. Thereafter, victims with STDs were referred to as having the clap. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Yes, now, coming back to the MasterChef problem, let me just refresh where we're up to. Michael Weldon plays, if I can use that term, Kate Brax in the final to become MasterChef 2011.
Yes.
But last night, they had to build a gingerbread house to get rid of Alana.
Was an Adriano Zumbo.
It was, the patissier of pain, so dubbed. Now, one thing that worries me about this is, you know, when was the last time you served a gingerbread house at your place, Roy?
I've never done it.
No.
In fact, it was done once. Someone brought a gingerbread house out and I left when I was somewhere for dinner.
Exactly. You saw them come in and you thought, hello, this triad dunce.
Yep.
You know, I'm not staying here.
No, I'm not staying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. It's, the gingerbread house included, this is last night, walls, chimney, roof, all of gingerbread covered with praline,
Yes.
roof tiles of salted caramel,
Yep.
isomalt windows,
Yeah.
and a garden of magic gum mushrooms and jellies.
Yes.
And, you know, I just thought, hello, this has gone completely stupid.
Yes.
I mean, go back to your basics.
Yes, exactly.
Go back
meat,
to things-
meat and 3 veg.
Exactly. Thanks very much.
Something that people can relate to.
Don't tell stories with the ingredients. I mean, all that rubbish about the trip from Whyalla to, you know, I don't know, the MasterChef kitchen that they had to serve up midweek.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just dreadful. Dreadful.
Yes, they've lost their way. They've got to get back to simple ingredients that people have got to be what I'd call creative with. To explore their creativity. Now, if, for example, you gave them, say, half a dozen slices of Devon, some chicory, some Triple X mints,
Yes.
lemon essence, and a straw,
Excellent.
and said, all right,
Off you shoot.
grubs up in half an hour, your time starts now.
Now,
Now, there's a show.
exactly. There's a challenge. And I tell you what, serving it up with the Devon in the vertical position, I'd give that high points.
Yes.
Because there's
sure.
creativity.
Look, if they want to fry their Devon to make it hard, you know, remove some of the moisture from it, and use that as walls to make a little house, and use the straw as the chimney, with the mints visiting, if you know what I mean.
You're talking my language, Roy.
Well, there's a story there.
Exactly. And can I point out, there's also passion on the plates.
Yes.
And you've certainly made the Devon the hero of the dish. Because I tell you what, for this, you know, Fat Matt, the other Matt who, I don't know what he's doing there, George and Gary.
Oh, yeah, the
ringing Matt.
stupid big bloke, the Moran.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
what's he doing there anyway? It's not his show.
get him off. Now, then what happens is, to see that house with a garden and the people inside eating their grub, that would have just blown my mind. And it would have blown their minds too. And they wouldn't have eaten it. They would have said it's too good to destroy.
Yes.
Now, Alana last night...
Yes. Well, she burnt a roof.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. Oh, no, that roof. I mean, it held up, sure, but it was inedible. It was just burnt. Now, when was the last time you ate burnt gingerbread? I'm telling you, you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it. You know, what she lost, I mean, she's a bit of an idiot, really. What she forgot was that you were actually making food. You know, it wasn't a carpentry course. You know, it wasn't the semi-final of Builders, Australia, let's build. You know? You weren't literally building a bloody gingerbread house that people could live in. It was food. Something to eat. Something you go, oh, yum. Yes, more of that, please. You know, not let's climb the roof.
No.
You know, clean the gutters out. Wonder what the plumbing's like. I mean, not that she just didn't get it. She lost touch with reason at the wrong moment.
Oh, of course, and you know, under the pressure of the weight of the impost, of the stupidity of the challenge from Fat Matt, the other Matt, and bloody George and Gary.
And that clown Zumbo.
Well, clown.
Well, what was he doing
indeed.
there anyway? I mean, just don't have him there. Just this is it. You know, here we bought this from
Down the road.
Zumbo's. This is it. Make it. You don't need the clown to bring in his bloody idiocy.
Well, the thing is, you know, soon general members of the public will be turning up with a dish, you know, baked beans on toast, saying,
it.
make that.
Exactly.
I mean, it's just... Now, can I put all that to one side and come to this story I broke in a few minutes ago? A Swedish man was arrested after trying to split the atom in his kitchen. He was doing it as a hobby. This was on yesterday, Thursday. Richard Handel said he had the radioactive elements, radium americium, I don't know that one, and uranium in his flat in southern Sweden when the police showed up and arrested him on charge of unauthorised possession of nuclear material.
Sure.
Handel said he had tried for months to set up a nuclear reactor at home and kept a blog about his experiments describing how he created a small meltdown on his stove
Oh, yes.
as he was trying to cook a gingerbread house. Only later did he realise he might not have the legal rights. He sent off a question to the Sweden's Radiation Authority, which answered by sending the police.
Oh, dear.
I've always been interested in physics and chemistry, Handel said.
Yeah.
He see if it's possible to split the atom at home. If convicted, Handel could obviously face fines a couple of years behind the bars. Although he says the police didn't detect dangerous levels of radiation in his apartment, he now acknowledges that the home science project wasn't a good idea. From now on, I'll stick to gingerbread houses. Now, Roy, that would be a challenge, wouldn't it? If Zumbo came in, I haven't got anything, but we're going to split the atom. Off you shoot.
Yes.
Now, I reckon that would be, if somebody could come up with that on MasterChef on Sunday night, that would win. That would get my vote.
Yeah, well, I don't know if Kate and Michael will be asked to split the atom. Was his idea to split the atom to generate power so that he could cook something? Was that it? Was he having trouble with his power bills?
Well, I think he was just trying to have the reactor at home to save on power.
Yeah.
Because obviously he'd cracked it and shoved it in a blender.
Sure. Do you know what he was using to split it, HG,
Well,
these atoms? Was he? Did he have a sort of like a collider of sorts, or was it more, like a really fine chisel?
Not bad in a hammer. Look, I've got the idea that he was just trying to throw lumps of radium and lumps of uranium and hoping for the best. And then maybe helping with a hammer, putting a bit of...
Yeah. He wasn't worried that a bit of fallout, if, for example, he succeeded. I mean, he would have taken out the whole town, one imagines.
Yeah. I don't think...
Had he thought it through?
No, I don't think he'd thought it through. No, I don't think so. And I just hope this doesn't lead to, Bright Sparks, having some sort of scientific show, Master Science or something like that, where they set them challenges like the drama of the inclined plane or Hooke's Law or Split the Atom.
Yeah.
I mean, I just hope it doesn't kick on and that we can snuff this one out right now, because that is dangerous.
Where did he get his radioactive matter, HG?
Good question.
Well, I suppose the police would be following that up, wouldn't they? Because you don't want every Tom, Dick and Harry out there with a bit of bloody uranium in the pocket, just on the off chance that you might be able to get a bit of a split happening.
You certainly don't, Roy, on the off chance that the mood takes you. Oh, I might have split an atom. Nothing on TV. Watched Game of Thrones for the 4th time. Bang.
Yeah. Might give it a go. Might have a bit of a... I don't know.
I think that's the Swedish way, though, isn't it? Giving it a go.
Yeah. Was he... was he part of a club? Was it a splitters club or something? When whoever wins gets blown up first, that sort of thing.
Well, and a big prize. It's like maybe $4 or $5. They had a round robin. They passed the hat around and got up $5. No, all these questions to be revealed in the court case.
Yeah. What was his name? Not Torstein or something, was
No, Richard Handel.
Richard Handel? Any relation to Handel, the songwriter of many years ago?
No, spelled slightly differently. I'm assuming...
It's L-E, is it?
No. Handel as in H-A-N-D-L.
Oh.
Swedish.
Yeah. Right, so they could split his name, but not an atom.
In 1805, the Flynn family of Parramatta made history by all dying of gastric on the one night. The moving funeral saw Fabian Flynn, Mary Flynn, and their children, William, Finbar, John, Fat Michael, Peter, William, and Lawrence, and Uncle Brian Flynn, buried in the one grave. The house they died in was burnt to the ground by government order. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
It was a tragedy. A lot of people never got over it. Talk about Flynn of the Inland. Now, look, what I'm interested in briefly, Roy, is the problem that Shane Warne set himself.
Yes.
I don't know if you've seen the pictures. I don't recognise the bloke anymore.
No, I don't either. It's sad, isn't it?
It is. Now, Warne recently declared, I assume this is to the tweet world, he was trying to get down to 78 kilograms.
Oh, he's much lower than that.
Yeah,
now.
that's what I was going to say.
Does he have anorexia? I mean, I don't want to make light of the malady, but it looks as if something's troubling him.
Well, could he get down to 50? Would that be possible?
Well, at the rate he's going, he could get down to 3. But I don't know what that's going to serve. He's just going to be... He'll just have to be on a drip in hospital somewhere, won't he?
Well, he said recently declared he was trying to get a 78, as mentioned, but he appears to have gone much further, as you point out.
Well, maybe that's a mystery. Maybe it's 7.8.
7.8? That's more like it. And then his shoes and his belt and his jeans would weigh more than him.
Yes. Yes. But he looks so weird, doesn't he? I mean, his head looks too big now. The thing about his hair, that seems to be losing the body, if that's the term, in his hair. Yeah.
Now, he apparently, and I didn't realise this, he had huge hands and fingers which now look unbelievably big.
Well, yeah.
You know, they look like a madman's hands. I don't mean to be unkind.
They do, don't they? I mean, he could do, in the old days, he could have been part of a touring circus act. Come and see Big Hand Bigfoot. Big Head.
Right. Well, now sadly, he looks as though he can only join the circus as big hands. The rest of it's shrunk.
That's true, but the head's still holding up.
Yeah,
In
but the
terms of
head's getting
size.
weirder and weirder and weirder.
Oh, I know, but it's still a head.
Yeah, true. I accept that. Now,
But it is disturbing, and you'd have to think something's playing on his mind.
well, I don't quite understand why he's done it.
No,
He-
he can't be happy.
Well, I was going to say the belt. He looks as though he needs a smaller belt.
He does.
'Cause
He does, but they don't make one small enough now.
No,
He'd have to go to baby belts, wouldn't he?
true.
And I don't know the last time you saw a baby belt shop, but I don't know if they even have one in London.
No. Do you think this will become a trend? You know, a lot of, I mean, Merv Hughes, a retired bowler as well, is quite a size.
Yes.
But, he could slim off quite alarmingly and, somehow try and keep up with Shane.
Yes. Well, he could become a role model for retired spinners or retired bowlers.
Yeah, and then I was thinking, well, maybe what would happen if Baby Boof, I want to say his name's Cosgrove, is it?
Oh, yes.
You know,
Mark Cosgrove.
Yeah, the South Australian.
The South Australian
might be
heavy hitter.
Tasmania. Heavy hitter, that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
What would happen if he decided? He'd obviously a batter.
Yeah.
He could slim right down. But
Yeah.
it's alarming. And, is it a good body image question, Roy?
Well, isn't this an interesting thing? Because, you and I have been very concerned about our fat kids, how many fat kids we've got. Mm-hmm. And putting a role model up like Shane, the way he's looking, it's not such a great role model for fat kiddies to aim at, is it? Suddenly they look at their little fat selves and think, God, I look normal.
That's right. And what
Pass me another pie. Mum, how about one of them bloody gingerbread houses?
Yeah, could you do one tonight?
Could you do me 4 for tonight?
That's right. I reckon I might be able to put them all away.
And don't burn the roof?
And what I find weird is he can't have much. I think when you lose that sort of weight, you lose strength. Isn't quite the right word, but stamina might be a better word.
Ah, yes.
Hasn't got any stamina.
Yeah. Well, he's got that. I tell you what he's getting. He's getting that prisoner of war look, isn't he?
He is. Or
I wonder if he's been offered a role in a movie that we don't know about yet.
I'm pretty sure that would be the case.
That might be it. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's set, say, I don't
In
know.
Somalia.
Yeah. Bloke who's not allowed, they wouldn't let him eat for 1,000 days.
Wow, what a story. Got any other elements to the plot?
Not really. He's just sort of chained in a dark room. Not much light. Well, none really.
And a great soundtrack goes with it?
Not really, no. It's largely silent with a few crickets in the distance.
But it could win Cannes, couldn't it?
Well, yeah, I suppose so. Well, your art house sort of
Yeah, no, I understand.
thing, because I don't know why Shane's bloody do. I mean, he's got the role for sure.
Yeah.
But you're not going to see him because he's just in the dark. I suppose there's that scene, though, where he's rescued. They kick the door in and horrified by what they see. And they pick this bloke up. He's got big hands, bit of a head and nothing else.
And
Put a belt on him and...
away you go. Look, is he allowed to tweet while he's in the dark?
No.
No. Right.
No, he's just got to sit there because he's got no energy. I don't know if last time you went for 1,000 days without food. But you don't have
You
much
slow up,
energy.
don't you?
You slow right up.
Now, the other thing is, his hands are so big they would have to build a special phone for him, wouldn't they? Because he wouldn't be able to make the whatever you call it, to press the keys on the phone, the numbers.
Yeah.
Because
look, he's a great texter. He's
I know,
he's
but
done
it's a
more for
special-
texting than anyone
I know.
on the planet. But are you suggesting that
it's a special phone.
his hands are getting bigger as he's losing weight elsewhere?
Correct.
There's some weird thing happening here that doctors are yet to investigate.
Well,
Hand expansion.
Yet to understand. I mean,
Well, maybe he's on some sort of really weird diet that Elizabeth Hurley's put him on.
yeah, I hope not.
She's got big hands too, hasn't she?
Oh, has
Her
she?
hands have been getting big. I don't know if you know. You don't see her hands anymore. She
No,
has
you
them
don't.
hidden in pockets and...
Yeah. If we Google Elizabeth Hurley's hands, will it come up something spectacular size or, often applauded on the catwalk? Great hands, Liz. All that sort of stuff. Now, While we leave all that there, a good news story here is concerning our number one swimmer of the moment, James Magnussen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, his coach, Brant Best, B-R-A-N-T, Best. Now, I only know two people with the Christian name Brant.
Yeah.
Todd and Brant.
Yeah.
You know, our mining,
that's right. That was your mining disaster in Tasmania.
Tasmania. And all of a sudden, this bloke, Brant Best.
Right.
I mean, I'm sort of weird. It's come up twice. Yeah. Anyway, he's often uses rugby league analogies to help James swim well. Apparently, James is a huge supporter of the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs.
Right.
And here Brant has told James not to be the guy, this is when he goes for a big swim, not to be the guy who drops the ball in the grand final, but the guy who steps up another level. Best said the swimmer 47.49 swim, which eclipsed the US superstar Michael Phelps in the opening leg of Australia's relay, that was a week or so ago, would change the way 100-metre freestyle competitors swim. Magnussen has the fastest back end of 50-metre in history, which I think has been well observed. But do you think that's a good, thing to, tap the bloke on the shoulder just as he's about to dive off? Hey, buddy, don't be the bloke who drops the ball, butcher a try, but step up and,
take it to another level.
Yeah.
Well, I do like it because it clarifies things, doesn't it? I mean, it simplifies things. It really makes you think, all right, what's he telling me? Okay, don't drop the ball. Okay. Don't drop the ball. Don't swim slowly. Step up to another level. Swim quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want to swim quickly. And that's what you want to have in your mind when you get on the blocks, isn't it? Because that's the sort of, often it's the obvious things that you forget.
Yeah.
It's like Alana with the gingerbread house. She dropped the ball. She dropped the ball. The instruction wasn't to burn the roof. No. She
stepped up.
She should have stepped up to the next level. And had an edible roof.
Sir Michael Marr was the first man to import domestic cats. It is said that Marr bred more than 190,000 cats over a 10-year period and released them on the outskirts of the colony. He was granted a knighthood in 1811 for outstanding service to the environment. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
This is the life on an afternoon in paradise. Reach out and fondle that familiar knob with the two picture cards, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, Jim. Now, I was able to update during the news some Woods news, that is the man they call Tiger Woods. The man they call says he feels as physically fit as he has been in years as he prepares to return from an 11-week layoff, injury layoff, at the WGC Bridgestone Invitational today.
Right.
So he started, I'm ready to go, he said. Obviously, doctors gave me a clearance after the knee and Achilles injuries.
Yes.
So here I am. Woods has not won a title in 22 months and slid to 28th in the world rankings. He's a seven-time winner at this week's venue, the Firestone Country Club, although he posted his worst 72-hole pro score the last time he played the course, so it doesn't augur well. But that is a bit of an update. If you had, I mean, this is a bit hard, really, isn't it? But surely those Irish guys are the guys to get if you want to draw a crowd. I mean, sure, they don't do what I call a cot work, the club selection the bedroom club selection that Tiger goes in for, but they're great players by the looks.
Yeah, this is the Northern Ireland. There's a
Northern Ireland
revolution happening in Northern Irish golf, isn't there?
And no one's noticing.
No one's noticed at all.
Yeah.
No.
McIlroy,
the
lad who won, I think, the British Open. I want to say his name's Clark, but I might be wrong about that.
Yeah. Darren Clark might be.
Darren Clark, yes. He thrills the crowd with his grasp of the fundamentals of the game.
Well, they just play honest golf, don't they?
Honest
golf. There's nothing fancy about it. I mean, it's just get out the driver, straight down the fairway, and then chip onto the green, and then putt in. I mean, they've reduced the game to those elements, haven't they?
They have.
This Irish revolution. I mean, we try to complicate it far too much, don't we?
Well, we look for vicarious thrills in our golfers. We want to know, we want to see the movement in the trouser when he addresses the ball, and then think of what might be happening at 7 o'clock tonight.
Yes.
When he's addressing another ball.
Well, that's right. See, this is the problem with Australian golf, I think, actually. They're not in the moment. They're either thinking what happened yesterday, a minute ago, an hour ago, or what's going to happen in an hour's time or tonight, when, yeah, come on in. That sort of work. And they're not in the moment.
They're not.
Whereas your Northern Irish golfers, they're able to clear their mind of everything and just be in that moment. Driver, ball, fairway. Once they've negotiated that, then they, can talk about other things. But as soon as they get near that ball again, it's, 4-iron, ball, green.
Pin high.
That's it.
If it's not up, it's not in.
That's it.
Is it in the schools, Roy? Is that what we've got to go back to with Australian golf? I mean, I've seen a lot of people, I don't want to name names, bring along a Playboy magazine to schools, high school students and say, this is how you play golf.
Yes.
I mean, it just doesn't work like that, does it?
It doesn't work like that anymore. No, it doesn't. No, I think we've got to see that as a distraction now. It's no good just coming along with a big box of prophylactics and say, come on, everyone, let's play golf. Oh, no.
No.
It doesn't work that way.
No.
It doesn't. Mm-hmm. Sure. Golf players, male golf players, are great chick pullers. There's no two ways about it.
Absolutely.
Look at Nick O'Hearn.
Yeah. He's got to brush him off with a broomstick.
Exactly. Look at the great white shark.
Oh, yeah, I know, shark. 3 times married,
Yes, I know.
And hundreds on the side.
Absolutely. And millions who wanted to marry.
Oh, of course, that's it. Because you're absolutely right. People see a bloke fondling a club like that and they can only dream.
Yes. Yes. Well, it appeals to certain sick people in the community, doesn't it?
Well, it certainly does. Certainly does. There appears to be plenty of them.
Yes. Sickos will have to speak to the man they call Tugga Tugga Woods.
Now, putting that to one side.
Anyway, have we established what the O'Farrell government is paying?
No, surely this will leak out. Because I'm told these things leak like a sieve, these commercial agreements in confidence, that somebody will spill the beans. Right. And I just hope, he's on a performance contract. And when I'm in performance...
I know what you mean.
Yeah, thanks.
I know what you mean. We want a queue outside the bedroom.
We do.
Now, because we assume he can't play golf anymore.
No, he's here for other reasons.
Yes, exactly.
Now, what I wanted to ask about was the appearance, and this shocked me, midweek, of Michael Clarke on our televisions. Now, I hadn't thought really much about this tour to Sri Lanka.
Are we talking pup?
We are, pup. That Michael Clarke, not the golfer,
not
Darren
the North.
Clarke. Michael Clarke.
No relation.
No relation, that's right. Now, I hadn't thought much about the Sri Lankan tour. I understand a lot of ground staff and Neville nobodies were picked, which is great. But then Michael Pup Clarke appeared on our television screens, and, he's learnt 2 things. He's learnt the art of saying bugger all and taking some time to do it, and he's learnt at the same time the art of stating the bleeding obvious. These are 2 great skills that are going to stand him in great stead as our skipper, aren't they?
Oh, isn't that good? Well, he's been quiet, hasn't he? I assume he's been tutored by Cricket Australia.
He would have been.
Yeah.
He would have been. And this telling picture of the two, this is our current skipper and our former skipper, that's Punter Ponting, at the airport. Punter, no tie, no cares, no worries. Michael Clarke, he's got a green tie on and an ill-fitting jacket, and he looks as though he's got the weight of the world on him.
Yeah. And was it my imagination, or did Punter look as if he hadn't had a shave?
Correct. He hadn't had a shave, because he doesn't have to do the press conferences anymore.
No, that's right.
Was
he sitting near Pup at one stage?
He probably was.
Right.
And what's happening is they seem to... It's a bit hard to know how often they talk.
Yes.
They obviously climbed on a plane bound for Sri Lanka.
Yeah. I wonder who Punter was sitting with in the plane.
Well, I'm pretty sure he would have been sitting with Pup and Punter. It'll give me a few more hours of talking to him, according to Pup. We've caught up a few times over the last months, spent a lot of time up in Brisbane during the training camp chatting about the team and a few of my ideas.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm thinking, hang on, what could they be? Get a score, big score, first innings.
Get some wickets. Yeah. Do you think we should... Punter, do you think we should open with the quick bowlers, or... What about if we open with a medium pacer and a... I'm just thinking, I'm just trying to see what your thoughts are. Is that the sort of thing they'd talk about? I suppose it is.
I reckon it'd go further than that. We've got that bloke who mows the lawns in Adelaide. I think his name might be Lyon, or might be the Lyon.
He's from Young on the southwest slopes.
Get out, he's not.
He is.
Wow.
Yeah.
And is he a mower man over at Adelaide Oval?
Well, I assume so, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, no one in Young knew that he played cricket. They just knew he was a reasonably good gardener who was good with lawns.
Is that what we're reduced to now? Picking blokes who are good with lawn. Anyway, I was trying to get a bit of guidance from him. This is Pup about punter. For Ponting, there was no second thoughts about handing over the leadership. He said, I'm just a player in a team now, and if Michael or any of the boys want advice, I'm just going to be there to give it to them when asked. So is that, Pup, should we open with that kid, from the
That
South
kid
West
from
Club?
Young, from the South West Clubs, he's good with lawns.
Yeah.
Should we give him the ball, Pup? What would you do with him?
Anyway,
Well.
my time of being this punter, my time of being in charge of the team, those days are over, and I just sit over there in the corner and make sure I prepare well for every game. Out on the field, if there is advice, I'm happy to be asked, and I'll be more than happy to give it. I'm sure he will. But it doesn't sound.
Doesn't sound like a happy team, does it?
No, it doesn't sound as though it's going somewhere.
No, it doesn't.
I mean,
where are they going to put punter fielding? Are they going to put him at square leg or somewhere, or
Hide him.
hide him? Yeah.
Well, I don't know how they're going to deal with this. Obviously,
What about carrying the drinks? Hey, punter, carry the drinks.
Yeah,
Don't
your
mind?
12th man, punter.
Yeah, new box thanks, punt.
Now, that'd be a way to break him in and just, let him know where he stood.
Exactly.
My team now, punter. Thanks very much for all you've done. But the trouble is that the worrying thing is the chatting to him, a few of my ideas. This is Pup.
Yeah.
As you point out, you don't need ideas to play cricket, do
No,
you?
you don't. Well, you don't. Ideas are your enemy.
Yeah, indeed. Thinking.
Absolutely enemy. I mean, for that, go to James Magnuson. I mean, surely we've got to have that Brandt bloke who's been firing up Magnuson to have a word to Pup and say, look, we don't want this team to be the team that chops the ball.
No.
We want this team to go to the next level.
Exactly, Roy.
Sydney's first restaurant was opened on the 5th of April 1804. Governor King attended the opening and is said to have enjoyed the limited menu of boiled mutton shanks served with a large tankard of rum. The restaurant was closed in May due to a lack of patronage. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Yes, what a menu. A tankard of rum. Now, tomorrow night, the Bledisloe Cup, match one, erupts at Eden Park, the home of the Hoodoo. I don't think Australia or the Wallabies have won there in 25 years, so it'll be interesting to see how this new look, Robbie Dean's coach outfit goes. And as part of the festivities of Bledisloe in 2011, Dan Ganane, Adam Fryer and myself will be calling the match live from Eden Park. Now, two or three things about it, Roy. I know you're a very, very big fan of Brad Thorne.
I am a big fan of Brad Thorne. He must be the oldest
Player
in the world playing in rugby at the moment. He was a Bronco for many years.
He's a durable player.
Durable, yes.
He doesn't seem to ever want to stop.
No. I
And-
wonder what he'd do with his life if he didn't have football.
Well, he's just had a couple of weeks off. I don't think he's played in the South African All Black matches.
Right.
And he obviously got fairly bored pretty quickly because he's come back for this one.
Yeah.
Now,
He could be a handful around the house if he didn't have his football, couldn't he, Brad Thorne?
well, I think he wants to be a bit worn out. He gets his best work done at home when he's a little bit worn out. When he's got a bit of head of steam up, he bumps into things a lot and smashes things.
He's clumsy, isn't he?
Clumsy, yeah.
Yeah.
See, in rugby, you can be clumsy and get away with it.
That's true.
Now, look, there's a question of respect, Roy.
Oh, yes, I heard this. I heard this, that the Wallabies were accused of not respecting the All Blacks.
It goes back to that match in Hong Kong last year where, for the first time, the Wallabies, the Nuggety men in gold, beat the All Blacks, and Quade Cooper pushed Richie McCaw in, obviously when I think they got that try that won them the match.
Oh, yes.
So it was a bit of up yours, buddy. What are you doing here? We own this park. And the second one is Digby Ioane's post-try dance in the Queensland Super Rugby final triumph over the Crusaders. These were not well received in New Zealand, Roy. You may not have seen this. It was a real old-fashioned, it wasn't a shimmy whoosh. It was a shimmy.
Oh, I know, I can see it.
The hips,
The hips swivelling.
the ludi work,
Yes.
the girls I'm available, all that sort of stuff was
Yes.
writ large.
And I'm a winner and you're not.
Correct. Now, are these things that the All Blacks will remember tomorrow night?
I don't think so, HG. I just think they love their rugby so much. don't they?
They do.
They appear to have a love of rugby that very few other people in the world can share their passion.
That's right. But
Because it just makes them, to my mind, seem an immensely stupid people.
because they've
These
got
New
nothing else
Zealanders.
going
Well,
on.
they've got nothing else going on, have they?
No. Look,
I mean, they've got to put things in perspective, haven't they?
yeah,
You know,
they-
why don't they embrace, I don't know, golf or something like that?
Well, what an interesting idea. Or why don't they applaud Standard? They do the haka at the start, and any contribution from the other side, vis-a-vis Dibiuani, should be applauded.
Yes.
That's great, buddy. Love your work.
Yeah,
Keep it up.
keep it
More
up.
hips next time.
Yes.
And make it a bit longer. And there should be some sort of moment. This would give their players a chance to rest. Now, what I want to say is that there's been a lot of comment about this game,
Yes.
ranging from one avid punter who might be tempted to have a dabble on Australia in the match tomorrow night is the World Cup winning forward Totai Kefu.
Oh, Totai Kefu's back in the news.
Yeah, Mr.
good.
Silent.
Yes.
I don't think he's ever
He
spoken.
played for 100 years and never said one word.
He did, that's right. Even when they trod on his fingers, he stayed quiet.
Well, he did.
Now, who yesterday said New Zealand were vulnerable.
Did
and
he
a
use the
fading-
word vulnerable?
Yeah, he did, about New Zealand All Blacks.
Kefu said this.
Yeah, Kefu opened up. Opened up.
He opened up all right.
And he went on. You know, I could understand.
Right.
Vulnerable.
Was this from Guantanamo Bay? Where did they have him?
I don't know. On Saibai. Now, they got him and they opened him up and he got the word vulnerable out before he lapsed into consciousness again, lapsed into unconsciousness again, and a fading force who had peaked well before October's World Cup.
Wow.
Talk about words that'll be a red rag to the All Blacks.
Well, knowing the All Blacks, they'll tattoo those words on their... Well, they'd need a fair bit of skin, I suppose, for all those words to get on there.
Yeah, but they'll tattoo them on, and when the shorts come down in a scrum, there they'll be all in front of them. Vulnerable,
Yes.
fading force
Well-
across the front row.
Well, if Dean's had half a brain, and I don't think he has, he'd be getting those words tattooed on the foreheads of the Wallabies, wouldn't he?
Oh, so it's when they lock horns, that's what they looked up
That's
the
what they
front
look
row.
at. Yes.
look-
Fading force.
Yeah, that's right. Vulnerable.
Vulnerable.
God, you need a big head to get that on.
Well,
It
I know,
doesn't
but they've got
matter.
big heads.
Now, how about this? Once he got vulnerable out, he just went mad, Toto Kefu. It pent up inside of him. At first, I didn't think it'd be a problem. But some of the key players, their stars, are starting to wane a bit. Then he kept on going. I don't know how...
God
I
almighty.
know. The thing with them is they've been there and done that.
Now, this is a man who hasn't spoken for 40 years.
Exactly.
Born without a tongue, they thought.
Well, that's right. Until they x-rayed him.
Yes, and found there was a tongue there.
Yeah.
But they weren't too sure. Weren't absolutely certain that he understood what a tongue was.
People think he still doesn't.
Hmm.
Now, the thing with them is they've been there and done that, and they've been consistent for too long. I mean, that is a trap for a team, isn't it, to be consistent for too long?
Yeah.
If there's a time for us to challenge for the mantle, then I think this year is the time. That's Totai Kefu.
God almighty. And what words
I know.
to open up with for your first utterance.
I know. Not like something past me at Gingerbread House. I'm feeling peggish.
Yeah, no, that's good, Todd. I just keep going. Oh, no. He came out with vulnerable and fading force.
Yeah, that's right.
Extraordinary.
Oh, no, it's fantastic.
Were
Now-
there scientists there, HG? Linguists studying?
Yes, they were there all in. They got it down and they've looked at it a number of times. They find it a miracle. Now, psychology, as much as brawn and athletic skills, is the key armament for successful sports
Hang on,
teams.
this isn't Kefu's
No,
skill,
no,
is
I
it?
moved on from Kefu. I mean, I'd be wrong if I
thought now he'd
suggested...
done a degree in psychiatry.
No, it'd be wrong for me to attribute those words to Kefu. No, they're not. They're just a Wyn Gray, a bright new name on the journalistic scene and writing in the
right.
Telegraph,
How's that spelled? Win.
as in Winnie, like W-Y-N-N-E.
Oh, as in Peter Wynn.
Peter Wynn,
No,
yeah.
not quite. Yeah, but I'm with you. Yeah, Wyn Gray. Good name.
Psychology, as much as brawn and athletic skill, is the key armament for successful sports teams. It takes on added impact for Saturday's Bledisloe Cup test at the, obviously the home of the Hoodoo, where victory will boost the All Blacks or Wallabies as they enter the final month's countdown. ... Now, notable coaches, including World Cup Wallaby Supremo, former World Cup Wallaby Supremo, Rod McQueen, have applied the art of war. That's the thinking of Chinese General Sun Tzu to rugby.
Yeah.
All Blacks assistant coach Steve Hansen yesterday pondered the start of the annual Trans-Tasman Duels. He said, every ground we play at matters. It's a test match and we want to win it. Auckland is the home here in New Zealand where most of the big games are played because of the size of the venue. So the importance of those matches is usually right up there. We want to stay tight in the fortress, for want of a better term. In terms of the World Cup, it's important too. We want to be in the final and win. There's ... a connection. Now, that's his reply to Kefu saying vulnerable and fading force. You know, there's not much grunt and poke there, is there?
No, there's not. I mean, I'd say these words of Kefu's have stung them.
Well, I'd say so too.
They're gone. I mean, if you look at Sun Tzu,
the art of
he
words.
he would often use words like fading force and vulnerable.
Yeah. One of his...
in the language of the opponent, so you'd be camped, when getting ready for tomorrow's fight. Suddenly, from up in the hills, would come these words coming at you in words that you understood. You're a fading force. You're vulnerable. Yes.
And then
and people would start thinking, what's that? What do you say? What's fading force mean? What's vulnerable?
Yeah.
What's vulnerable mean?
And occasionally there'd be a cryptic comment. The man with no shoes weeps for the man with no feet.
That's right.
Something like
That's
that.
right. That's right. The man with the big belt dreams of the man with the big feet.
That's right.
The man with the Swiss skin.
Yes, him. We've forgotten about him. You mean Mr. Cheese?
Yes.
He's back. Can I say Sun Tzu is the most overrated reference in all rugby? I mean, he knew nothing about the game.
No, he didn't.
The game hadn't been invented.
Well, Haas-Spartan was there, but it was more like rugby league.
Yeah, of course it was like rugby league.
Sun Tzu and rugby league.
A natural fit.
Natural fit.
A natural tight fit.
Yes.
Now, just before we leave this topic, and we'll be exploring these issues and others tomorrow night while the match is on, the former Waratahs captain, Phil Wall, believes Dan Vickerman has lost none of his trademark aggression or competitive drive during a 3-year break from rugby. This is terrific news. He's been away studying, I think, at Cambridge.
Oh, no. What's he been doing? Trying to split the atom? Something like that?
No, he's been translating Sun Tzu.
Right.
No, look, what I'm hoping is that he's been studying psychology and has worked out how to go mad.
Yes.
So tomorrow night, we'll see the new Vickerman off the bench. It would be Vickerman's first Tri-Nations test since 2008, after which he left Australia to study madness at Cambridge University.
Study madness. Well, all we can do is hope that he's come back a pathological killer.
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on pole, HG?
Oh, well, it's a terrific prize, gentlemen, Jim, as you might expect on the Hot Lap handout on a Friday night. Now, I do worry about this because, again, we're flagging Tool Week. And people who are familiar with Tool Week, which comes up later in the year, in the second week of October, I think, from memory.
Tool Week's not far away at all.
No, it's loomed up quickly.
I know.
And people do know that in Hot Lap Handout in Tool Week, we do give away some wonderful tools. And I just hope the cupboard's still got something in it, because today we're giving away a Hart 21-ounce or 0.6 kilogram hammer. Now, this is the weight Warnie hopes to get to.
That's right.
That's
right, because he dreams of being used as a hammer.
A Hart 21-ounce or 0.6 kilogram hammer. And I've been told here reliably nothing hits harder. I've not seen this hammer.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure nothing hits harder. Now, then we've got the popular one, the barbecue branding iron with changeable letters. You can personalise your steak or, write fading force and vulnerable on your steaks and eat them and pretend you're eating the All Blacks.
You could brand yourself or a mate, though, couldn't you?
You can.
You could put fading force on your buttocks or on a mate's buttock, getting down sometime, and as a lark.
Well, you certainly could. This might hurt a bit, but sometimes people don't mind that.
As long as it looks good.
The bandaging, and remember you can use Savlon cream to take away some of the heat. So that's the barbecue branding iron. And we do stress not to be left in reach of children. And we've got the Living Ends new CD. The ending is just the beginning repeating. 11 rockin' tracks featuring Chris, Scott and Andy from the end. So it's a hard 21-ounce hammer. It's a barbecue branding iron with changeable letters. It's a very, very funny item. And let's face it, barbecues have needed livening up. Because just, frying up meat, I've done that, and I want something else to do with me time, and branding my meat is just a really good idea. And imagine when we get this live export trade to Indonesia up and running, and you dash over there and start branding the meat. They'll be thrilled to bits.
Wouldn't they be? I mean, has the Australian Meat and Livestock Corporation been over there giving out branding irons, HG? Why aren't they?
Well, exactly.
What are they doing?
We pay $5 a head to a fund to help promote and, get
to promote beef in Indonesia.
Exactly, promote beef. What better way than tagging it with everybody's name? Every single piece of beef as you buy it is tagged with the people who are going to eat its name. I mean, I think that's a brilliant, what a great hands across the water gesture.
Yeah.
Sure, we've had problems in the past. Sure, the cattle haven't been coming. But wait a minute, we've got a little added bonus. When you cut that steak, we'll brand it for you with whoever's name it is. If it's Bang Bang Udiono, I haven't got the right bloke's name, of course, or SBY, on it goes.
Fantastic.
See it.
And why it wouldn't hurt to have every beast that goes could have a little branding iron strapped around its neck.
Exactly, with a box of lettuce.
Yes. And a barbecue attached to the tail.
What, a 4-burner?
4-burner.
Talk about getting your export industries up and running. Isn't that what we're talking about now? Manufacturing industry. That's what we need here. More barbecues. OK, for some lucky listener, all comers who can answer the following question, Roy.
The question is, what do we hope Dan Vickerman will return as?
Roy, who are we talking to?
Yeah, we're joined by John, who's joining us from Belrose. How are you there, John?
Fantastic.
Yeah, good, mate. Now, listen, I notice you're selling hair care products. Now, would you have any advice to give Warnie? Because I don't know if you've seen the image of Warnie recently, but his hair is looking really challenged.
I think Warnie needs a good hairdresser that can work with artificial hair, because it's obvious that he's got a little bit of artificiality coming through there. He needs a bit of ash tone into his colour, and I'd part it on the other side if I was Warnie.
Well, that's very good advice. Now, do you sell these products, John?
As a matter of fact, we do, and they're very popular.
Very popular. What about cleaning products? Do you sell hair cleaning products?
Absolutely. We sell all sorts of, we call them cleansers in the trade.
Ah, yes. Well, you don't call them shampoo anymore.
Well, it's gone a little bit past the shampoo, because shampoo is a very generic term. You can shampoo your dog,
Oh, that's true. That's true. Could you use any of your products on your dog?
No. We've got some clippers for dogs.
Do you often look at people, John, and think, bloody hell, if only they bothered with themselves a bit better, they'd be able to, I don't know, spruce themselves up and, go to the head of the queue. I mean, we're not necessarily Warnie here, because Warnie's a special case. A lot going on in Warnie's, the weight loss and the belt and all that sort of stuff. But, like, for instance, Ian Thorpe. Do you ever think, if only he came in and talked to me, we'd be able to straighten him out?
Unfortunately, when I look at people, that's all I ever do. I just think, you need work.
Oh, so you take your work with you wherever you go?
I just can't help it, even when I look at the traffic lights.
You mean you're with the traffic lights, you're going to turn around and see someone in the car next door to you and think that bloke's got his hair parted on the wrong side?
That's it. Or the women, oh, gee whiz.
Gee whiz, yeah.
How many people are parting their hair on the wrong side at the moment, John? Is it a problem you've noticed?
Well, I think it's probably about 17% of the population, actually.
Oh, bug it.
17% of the population.
Where does it start? In the home or at schools, John? Where do you think the problem begins?
Starts with their mother.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I know guys that are 50 and they still wear their hair the same way their mother did it when they went to school the first day.
That's true, some blokes will go their whole lives parting their hair the same way.
Absolutely.
Does that depress you, John? Do you think, oh, Lord?
Absolutely. I mean, what happens when they go bald? They've got nothing.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes I see punks wandering around, or, what I call punks, old school, people with their bondage trousers and a red mohawk. How do you approach somebody like that, John, vis-a-vis the hair care problem?
Well, in that situation, we're looking at the individuality of the person, and generally their clothes will match their hair, and so when we're trying to fix it, we're thinking the whole wardrobe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get the earbuds out of their ears.
Right. Right.
Okay. So, John, with your work, do you try, I mean, it starts with the hair, but do you move on? Do you move down the neck a bit? And have you got advice for their ties and the shirt they've got, and maybe the belt and the trouser and the shoe, the sock, the underpants, the whole lot?
I don't quite go that far.
No.
I'm a bit of I like thongs myself, you know.
Yeah.
So I stick to the hair and leave the rest to the wardrobe assistant.
No, fair enough. And sorry, I notice you're a Broncos fan, John. Now, there's talk this week, or certainly in Brisbane, people are concerned that some people in New South Wales are suggesting that Lockie isn't worth being an immortal. Now, do you think Lockie's an immortal?
Absolutely.
Yeah, right.
And what have you got planned for the weekend, John? Obviously, watch the Broncos go round at some point, but, what else are you up to?
Well, I'm going to a ball tonight, a charity ball for Pamper the Parents of the kids at Westmead Hospital. So that's up at Terry Hills. That's a big do.
Yep.
I'm going to watch as much football as possible, particularly tomorrow. Going to have a game of golf on Sunday. Do a little bit of a barbecue on Sunday night, and just kick back and make a weekend of it.
Excellent. Now, to start the weekend off in a great way, let Roy set out the question for you. Roy.
Now, John, what do we hope Dan Vickerman will return as?
Pathological killer.
Excellent answer, John. Beautifully done. And, of course, you get the Hart 21-ounce 0.6 of a kilogram hammer. You get the barbecue branding iron to tag the meat. Sadly, it probably won't be there by Sunday, but certainly by your next barbecue it'll be there. Hours of fun. And the Living End CD with tunes from Chris, Scott and Andy. Thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
Governor King opened the batting in the first game of cricket played in the colony. He scored 3 runs in 9.5 hours. The match was drawn. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
This is the life. Laying rubber all the way to that nook where your key fits a friendly hole. With the King of Diamonds and the ace up the sleeve, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, Jim. And chisel off, Jim. No more till tomorrow. Now, the NRL is preparing to go space age next season, Roy, to eliminate the biggest problem in the game, refereeing blunders on forward passes, according to Phil Rothfield, the sports editor at large. I don't know whether that refers to his bulk, but at large with the Daily Telegraph. Now, there's several questions about this that I've got. Let me just run through the cutting-edge innovation.
Yep.
To put a satellite navigation microchip into footballs has been developed by one of Australia's leading sports technology companies and has been welcomed by referees boss Bill Hollywood Harrigan. Under the plan, the NRL's ball supply, Steeden, would include a microchip and battery in the layering of the football to relay the exact position to a computer grid in the video referee's box. Harrigan said last night, if this sort of technology is available, it takes pressure off referees. I'd be all for it. Okay. Here's a few things. Do we need it? Isn't one of the glorious features of rugby league is the problems of referees making mistakes? We come to a match the other night, which I enjoyed, when the Rabbits beat, I think, the St George Dragons, and the problem wasn't forward passes so much, it was knock-ons that were let go. Yeah. Are we going to then judge knock-ons by the eye in the sky? Secondly, the game plays. You make a forward pass, say, on the second tackle. Yeah. All of a sudden, by the time the signal goes up to Bill relays it back to, let's say, Tony Harris. 5 tackles later, Tony Harris blows his whistle, tweet, back on the second tackle, there was a forward pass. Or is the game going to stop every time a pass is thrown now to see if it's forward? Do you know what I mean? I mean, these things are okay in theory, like Hawkeye, snickometer, Hawkeye in the tennis, but there's plenty of time to work out whether it's in or out. Yeah. The game doesn't go on. It stops at that particular point.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Snickermeter.
I do actually, but I assume it works like a GPS, like at the speed of light. You remember, it's the speed of light we're talking here. So a message goes from the rugby league ball up to the satellite in less than a split second.
And instantly it tells Tony
it's comes down into Bill Harrigan's booth, and he can follow the track of the ball on his screen, and he can immediately assess whether that ball has gone forward or not.
Okay,
because you would program the machine once in space. The space machine would determine if the ball is forward. Then the line on Bill Harrigan's screen would go from red to blue, or from blue to red, or whatever colours Bill wanted. As soon as a green light, as soon as say the line goes red, Bill would then, using the speed of light, using the sports ears to the umpire out there, saying red line, and he'd know that immediately was forward pass. So, pass is thrown, toot, 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 red line, tweet, forward pass. How did you know so quickly?
Look,
see, that's how I imagine it happening, because I think the speed of light is going to come to this. See, the speed of light and rugby league have been together for so long, but we've never known it really.
No, we've never exploited it.
No. We've never exploited the possibilities that the speed of light offers.
Yeah. Now, are you worried about that? This technology. Do you think there's other things that it should be looking at as well? Like if you said to me, the greatest play on the game is scrums.
No, I want to see the same technology put in the shoe and the boot of every player.
Excellent.
For offside. For offside.
Or going into touch.
Yes.
You run Hawkeye down the sideline, touch line, and when the boot comes in, all hell breaks loose.
All hell breaks loose, absolutely.
Knock-ons, Roy?
Yeah, knock-ons, absolutely. Was the ball propelled forward?
Are you worried that I noticed Barry O'Farrell came out and said 31,000 jobs are going to be lost in New South Wales. Are you worried that the referees are going to be out of a job as part of those 31,000?
No, I see a blue sky future. So many kids will want to get into this speed of light rugby league technology. That's going to be your growth industry.
Right.
Kids saying, quite proudly at parties, I'm a rugby league scientist. Oh, are you? Suddenly everyone's interested.
Mm-hmm. Leaning forward.
Tell us your stories.
Yeah.
Well, it starts with half past them. Oh, and the speed of light. Mm-hmm. Ooh.
And the forward pass. Suddenly everybody's nude in front of him. Couldn't take his pick.
Suddenly they're reaching for golf clubs.
That's right. And there's not a kit inside now, or a bag inside.
Yeah.
Now, look, I just think that this. Look, can I just say, you and I love the video referee.
We do.
But people do complain it does take some time. And then this gets to the point of what things the video referee can rule on.
Yeah.
So now we've got, I remember a famous, I think it was in the Four Nations last year, Australia v New Zealand. There was a final pass that I think Benji Marshall might have thrown, which was way forward, but the video ref couldn't adjudicate on that bit. No. Would you like to see the video ref, the eye in the sky, the rugby league scientist, able to adjudicate on every rule?
I do, I would. Not only that, HG, I would like to see retrospectivity.
What, back to
1908? If it was possible, using this state-of-the-art speed of light rugby league technology. So your rugby league scientists will be able to work it out, I feel sure. They'll be able to apply. They could look at a match that was filmed or recorded, say, back in the 50s, and they'll be able to determine whether a pass thrown then was forward or not. If it was, they can then computer calculate what that knock-on effect would be to the final result of the game.
And the latter that year.
Yes, and then publish the actual results. And you might find that, Australia's won every test match. Or you might find, conversely and controversially, that Australia's never really won a test match.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just don't know where this is going to go. It's up to the rugby league scientists to tell us.
Now, the next problem is training. Are you
training the scientists?
Yeah. Are you entirely convinced that Bill Harrigan is ticketed to do this work?
No, he's not.
No.
Suddenly Bill is he's Stone Age, isn't he?
Yeah, he's Stone Age. He's
Stone Age.
Force.
I mean, he's chipping a bit of flint, hoping to get something sharp happening in his world.
Well, trying to strike a spark. I think.
Yeah. Or napping. He's napping flint.
You know.
Whereas rugby league now, we're in space. When I first saw that story, I thought, oh, hello, they're going to take a rugby league ball into space. About time, I thought. Why didn't it go up with the last bloody
Shuttle.
space shuttle? You know, it would have been perfect. I'm sure they would have had room. But oh no. But it's far more exciting than that, HG. It's far more exciting. I mean, this is the future, running at rugby league at the speed with which rugby league has been running at the future
Yeah.
for all these thousands of years.
It's beautifully put, Roy. Now, the other thing is, when we see this, when we want to, sell this message of the space coming to, now the shuttle's collapsed, they're not going anymore, all that energy is coming to rugby league.
Yes.
It's a hell of a future.
It is.
But what I'm just stuck on is the problem of the forward pass.
Yes.
Are we putting the energy at the right pivot point in the science of rugby league?
Right.
But
Well, would you rather the scientists look at the scrum?
Look,
I don't know how space technology helps us there, though, HG. I mean, you can look at all you like at scrums. You can look at scrums from the moon, but they're still going to be rubbish unless there's some sort of fight for hooking the ball.
they are.
You
They
know,
are.
until rugby league addresses this, and they've been very head in the sand about this. I mean, the scrum was perfect up until about 1972.
Yeah. That was a golden era before
That was
then, wasn't it?
when rakes were rakes.
Yeah.
You know, a hooker could walk into a room and, hello, you know, who is this guy? Look at his feet. Look how quick they are.
I know. Oh, they were the magic men, no doubt about it.
They were the magic men.
You only have to remember that wonderful name, Backdoor Benny Elias.
Well, exactly. Well, Benny had flying feet. Benny could hook. Benny could hook, you know. But you look at your current number 9s, they wouldn't have a bloody clue.
No, they don't have to do anything. Stand up there and hold the two bookends apart.
Right.
Well, I just hope it works for the sake of, the game.
Yes.
And I just hope that we're not talking in a year's time with space age technology about the blight on the game of forward passes.
No. Well, it should become a thing of the past. I
understand
the forward pass. And the players will get the message, actually. You know, once the scientists have redlined them time and time again.
I think you're
right. And the culprits are out there. They know who they are.
Yeah, cheating mongrels.
Cheating mongrel dogs.
Yeah.
They know who they are, your forward pass merchants.
Every team's got one, pushing the rules to the limit. It just gets on my wick. It's fantastic that we can rub them out at last.
Oh, at last. Now, actually, I don't know if this is the time, but it is a rugby league issue, and
Yes.
we've got a terrific email here from Steve Kerr.
Oh, yes.
And you may recall last week we were talking about the relationship between poker machines and rugby league. Mm-hmm. This is brought so much more into focus now with rugby league going into space. Now, he says, let's make the link between pokies and rugby league clearer for the average punter. Instead of winning back part of your money when the lucky sevens line up, how about rewarding the player with a quick video of great rugby league moments? For example, 3 sevens, you might get a highlight of last week's match of the round. 4 sevens, you might get some great grand final moments. Get all 5 sevens and you win the jackpot. Second half of a State of Origin game featuring the Nuzwil of the week. Dare I say, he adds, in a very cunning use of that term, dare I say, winning back your money is only temporary. The rugby league memories will stay with you for life.
Isn't that a beautiful email?
Hey, isn't that the future?
Do you think that's, I love the idea, but do you think the public are going to buy it? That they put tonight, they'd put 250 through on the off chance of getting a highlight, a view of a highlight of last week's match of the round?
Oh, well, I tell you what, this is a fact. If you have some reference to rugby league on a poker machine, it takes 25% more than any other poker machine in the building.
In 1805, the Flynn family of Parramatta made history by all dying of gastric on the one night. The moving funeral saw Fabian Flynn, Mary Flynn, and their children, William, Finbar, John, Fat Michael, Peter, William, and Lawrence, and Uncle Brian Flynn, buried in the one grave. The house they died in was burnt to the ground by government order. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy.
Yes, Brian from Green Valley just got in touch with us, HG, and he's suggesting, he says here, with regards the speed of light and space technology coming to rugby league, he says, will Rabs say that it's one small step for man and one giant leap for rugby league?
Well, I certainly hope so. And a quick reminder again of the unveiling of the statue. I understand that part of the fundraising with the statue is you'll be able to wipe your credit card between Rabs's cheeks and get him to say that line in the immortal dulcet tones.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's something new in statues and rugby league and space age speed of light technology.
Right. Is there a microchip in the head of the statue so it keeps it in constant contact with space?
I think so, and forward passes. And I think Dan...
Maybe it's all passes are measured relative to
Rabs's
head.
And in Junee. And they're unveiling the statue. They're ripping the sheets off at 12 noon tomorrow, so anybody who might be heading in that way, stuck in traffic, wondering what they're going to do with the weekend, it'll be a real highlight to get down to Junee and see them rip the sheets off Rabs.
Well, I'd love to see that. And I tell you, in the same way Greenwich, time is measured from Greenwich in England. There's no reason why every forward pass couldn't be measured in terms of Rabs's head in Junee.
Well, quite easily now. And Pingu, the artist, has a lot of interesting things that he's built into the statue of Rabs.
Oh, really? What, apart from the wipe in the cheeks?
The wipe in the cheeks, the phrase, one small leap for mankind, one giant step for rugby league, in the immortal words, popped up out of the ground like molten lava. That's another one you can get.
Yep.
And stepped away from the abyss. That's another one.
Yes.
And, of course, he calls, I mean, obviously it's recorded tape, but it appears he calls some of the great grand final...
Well, that's brilliant. My understanding was you could ask the Rabs statue to say anything. Like you say to it, hey, Rabs, say tronk. Tronk. You know what I mean?
Have a phrase or two of Song Tzu, if you don't mind, Rabs. No, it's a hell of a thing.
It's a hell of a thing, isn't it?
And, you know, disappointingly, and I had hoped that it would be visible from Albury, the Rabs statue, but they, for reasons of budget, they can only
make... tall enough.
No, it can only be seen from Wagga Wagga now.
Right.
But still, that's a hell of a size.
It is.
I mean, you can stand in Rabs's head and see Wagga. It's not bad. Alongside with all the modern technology.
You can see it from space.
Oh, you can see it from space because of obviously the satellite in the head, or the satellite technology in the head immediately pinpoints it. And so even if you're, say, a couple of billion light years away, you'll know exactly where it is, even though you can't see the beautiful... Well,
the details missing, I assume.
The details are
a couple of billion miles away or kilometres away.
They're a bit blurry.
It's a bit blurry, yeah.
I'm talking about light years away here. You can't see individual hair that Pingu has sculptured onto that tremendous head. But it's going to be a day for Junee. I don't think they'll ever get over it.
Yeah. But you could maintain a laser link no matter how far you went away. Let's say you're Mariner 4 or one of those bloody silly things we sent out there years ago that's still going. Mm-hmm. I mean, it could latch on to Rabs laser-like if the... You know, if the chip's there.
Well, the chip provides you with a hologram of the head wherever you are. That's part of the genius of the Pingus.
Isn't that magnificent?
Yeah.
So when we're going to leave this planet and move on, when we've run out of resources, and we've got to start exploring, and we do go billions of light years away, we can still have Rabs's hologram with us from Junee.
We can. Well, hopefully Junee won't be underwater, but I think...
Well, even if it was.
Yeah, I know.
So
it works
what?
okay. Yeah, it works okay. That's fine.
In 1804, Governor King determined that it was a citizen's duty by law to clap vigorously whenever a person with a sexually transmitted disease approached. This was to alert others to avoid the carrier. Thereafter, victims with STDs were referred to as having the clap. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, tomorrow night, obviously, the rugby union from Eden Park, the home of the Hoodoo, Australia hasn't won there in 25 years. And I'm going for a first scoring option at the TAB, and I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest Brad Thorne. I think I can see them putting him through a gap and surprising the Wallabies defence, big burly Brad Thorne lumbering up and planting one down over the stripe.
Wow.
So that's a bit...
What odds can you get on that, Ash?
I assume about 140,000 to 1.
Oh, okay.
But what was weird was I championed Brad Thorne in the match the other night against the Crusaders and the Reds, and he almost opened the scoring in the second half. That's as close as I got. But I'm interested.
Can you get one on him almost scoring?
I think you can.
Okay,
I
good.
think you can, but that's you have to go what I call offshore for that sort of stuff.
Yeah, okay. Good.
But speaking of this neatly introduces this topic which alarmed me. James Phelps got this for the telly. Despite promises to crack down on exotic betting, the telly yesterday placed a bet on North Queensland to open the scoring with a penalty goal against the Bulldogs tonight. Now, regular listeners to this session and followers of rugby league all know this is what the bet that got everybody into trouble the last time it was placed.
I thought that bet was illegal.
Exactly. That's why I think the point of his article, he says it's the same bet with the same odds, $13 to 1 or 13 to 1, that got everybody into trouble. A number of bet types were removed, but this one wasn't, said NRL spokesman John Brady. Now, I thought they did. I thought they made a big song and dance about getting rid of this sort of one.
Yeah.
One of the lessons out of the police investigation is anomalies like this are easily detected on a bet like this. This bet is a very common one that has been in the market a long time, and while we referred a number of banned a number of exotic bets, this is such a common bet that we decided not to remove it. Now, that's all well and good. So we go to the money, the weight of money, this incredibly popular option of picking a first score by a penalty, and we look at the numbers the TAB are holding on it, and admittedly this went to bed last night. Despite the crackdown betting scandal alleged to have taken place last year, it's still attempted tonight, obviously. It's a very popular option and has been around since 1988. It's a bet that people like to study and use the statistic to help them, and we're happy to have markets on it. The TAB last night was holding, wait for it, $22.
Wow.
It's an unimaginable amount of money, isn't it? If you said to me maybe 50 cents,
Yeah.
I would have thought, okay, $22.
Well, where are these people getting this amount of money? Hey?
You know, I've got a feeling they saw the, whatever you call it, the collapse of the stock market, got their money out and have moved into safe havens, i.e. punting on rugby league.
Yeah. And poker machines, that's a safe haven.
It's a real safe haven.
You know, especially those 1 cent machines. They're the ones I love.
And the one that
$10 you can play for about 8
6
hours.
weeks. Yeah. Now, the other one, of course, is the one where you get the vision of rugby league highlights. I like that one.
Yeah, I love that one.
Now, the TAB...
But you can never get it because someone's on it all
so
the
popular.
time.
Yeah. Now, 22 on the first scoring option, $5 of which was from the Daily Telegraph. So the general public who weren't interested
$17.
$17.
Well, who's got that $17?
Well, at the moment, the TAB's got it. But,
Yeah, right.
I don't know anybody who would have $17.
Not to put on a bet like that. That's
No.
crazy.
No. I mean, if you can afford to lose $17, you can afford to buy BHP shares.
Well, exactly. Well, who's complaining about the carbon tax then?
I don't know. I don't think the TAB is.
No.
I don't want to make, obviously,
Now, has anyone looked at the knock-on effect of the carbon tax on the TAB?
Well, I think it loses 31,000 jobs.
That's what I heard.
Now, we come then to Fubby, that is Shimmy Walsh, dare I say, and in his column of a week ago, he said he read with interest this week in a Rugby League Week player poll that 1 in 5 players know of other players betting on rugby league games.
Wow.
Fubby then, well, that is news to me. In all my years in the NRL, which, let's face it, are now add up to 2 centuries, I can assure fans no one I know has ever plunged on a game. Well, you can see the amounts of money.
Who does he mix with?
Well, mainly goalposts, as I can tell. But listen, the enormous amounts of money, $17 has been put on. Now, back in 2001, 1 or 2 fringe players, I recall, outlaid a couple of bucks on our team to win, but that has been the extent of it. And I can tell you, I would be filthy if I knew my teammates were betting on the opposition team to win. We at the Dragons know the rules, and we know the game doesn't allow it. It's that simple. I just find it hard to agree that 20% of players are aware of rival players betting on rugby league.
Right.
It's not good, is it? 20%.
Well, someone's out of touch.
Exactly. Well put.
Someone's out of touch.
Someone's definitely out of touch.
I hope it's not Fubs. I hope it's not S. Whoosh.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, gentlemen, Jim, it's exactly the same as the earlier Hot Lap handout. We've got another hammer. I just don't want to oversell this hammer, but nothing hits harder. You can have your other sorts of hammers. I mean, I'm sure Stanley and all of them make hammers, but they're...
Is this known as the smart hammer?
The smart hammer, that's right. It can find the head of a nail.
Yeah.
And
It's got that head-finding technology.
that they adapted from rugby league.
Yes, that's
and
right.
what happens is it never hits your thumb.
No.
Because there's nothing coming off your thumb to tell it to hit it.
Yeah.
I know people have done tests with these, and they say the accuracy with people who are blindfolded is amazing. That's
It's more accurate with blindfold than not.
Indeed, because the mind
Gets in the way.
Yeah, exactly. When you're looking at something, you think, oh, is it really there? Bash, oh, no, missed it. Whereas in your mind, you just don't have to worry about that. Sorry, when you're blindfolded, you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Now, so that's your 21 ounce, 0.6 of a kilogram hammer. And the barbecue branding iron with the changeable letters. This has revolutionised my fun in barbecuing. I used to be a bit bored by barbecuing, but this stamping your meat with funny phrases, you know, in or out, it's worth a shout, win the stink, win the match, that sort of stuff. You can really personalise and have a lot of fun.
And a lot of the thoughts of, say, Song Tzu.
Song Tzu, that's right. That's right.
Put that on your meat.
That's fantastic. And
the
often,
dead cow cries for the one about to die.
yeah, that's right. The unstunned.
Yeah.
Now, what happens there is that you often eat around the phrase and leave that to last before you slice into it. And we've got the Living End CD. So a hammer, a branding iron and a Living End CD for some lucky listener or comers who can answer the following question. Roy.
Yes, the question is as follows, says she. How much more popular is a poker machine if it has a reference to rugby league? If we've got a series of poker machines, say, in a room, how much more popular is the machine that has a reference to rugby league?
Who are we talking to?
Oh, yeah, we're joined by Greg, who's joining us from Cronulla. How are you there, Greg?
Hello, Roy. How are you, mate?
Yeah, very well, mate. Now, Greg, you're living in Cronulla, yet you're a Broncos fan. What's the story?
Well, we're from Queensland, so you know we love Wayne Bennett and how they play their game, and we go for Queensland state of origin stuff. So you know, it just follows on, doesn't it?
No, it does make sense. And how long would you have to be living in Cronulla before you became a Sharks fan?
Well, there's a bit of pressure to join the posse of about 2,000 followers. You just got to you got to do your local stuff, haven't you? So
Yeah.
the kids are into it. Yeah. So
Okay, so the Sharks are your second team?
second team, mate.
Yeah, fair enough.
And if the Broncos keep getting players back, they're going to be hard to beat.
Very hard, mate. Yeah, they're having a good run with their new coach, and fingers crossed they'll be there at the end.
Does this surprise you a bit?
No, not really.
That's all right.
No, they've got a good culture, the Broncos. They've maintained their standard for a long time, haven't they?
Yeah, they work hard, and they get a good following, of course.
Yeah. Now, is Hodges going to get fit, do you reckon?
Oh, not that sure.
Because if he comes back to full fitness, they're going to be a real threat.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Well, with Lockie, his last big hurrah. Hopefully the momentum keeps going.
Now, what would you like to see? Say Brisbane v Melbourne in Sydney as a grand final?
I'd love it up in Brisbane. But,
well, that's not going to happen.
I know.
It'll be in Sydney.
Yeah, no, it'll be great if those two can come together.
Is that the one you'd like to see, or would you rather say Broncos St George?
No, Storm would be the ones. I think Dragons have done their. They've played their grand final now, so it's Storm and Broncos.
And you don't think Townsville could get between you?
Townsville?
No, just as a wild card.
Wild card, yeah. If Jonathan can come back, but I think they'll aim up on him pretty early. Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Now, what renovations are you doing at home? And are you a big fan of these renovation shows, or are they a turn-off for you, Greg?
No, we love them.
Do you watch them all? Do you watch renovation?
Yeah, we're locked into renovation now. There's a few kids in the family, so they follow on from MasterChef, and the wife's involved in it now. So, we sort of watch. That seems to be your entertainment now, doesn't it? Cooking and bloody renovating.
Bloody cooking or renovating, yeah.
And you get up the following morning and have a bash that you're in the way that you've seen the people the night before?
Oh, Oh, I think I don't know. Not really, but
No.
not really.
Now, Greg, you're happy to have a go at anything. Will you have a go at anything?
Most things.
Yeah,
Most
good.
things.
Yeah, good.
Fair enough. Well, you're certainly going to... It sounds as though you're going to get a hammer that'll get you started.
Yeah.
Tell you what, that branding iron sounds good too.
Yeah. Oh,
I know, the branding line's great. Now, who are you going for, say, with the MasterChef final? Who do you think is going to win, Kate or Michael?
MasterChef final. I like Kate.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think Mike might choke up a little bit at the end, and gets a bit fumbly, and he's cut most of his fingers now. So.
Well, that's true. That's true. And I think Kate's from Orange.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Oh, she's a country girl.
Yeah, and Michael's from Adelaide, I think.
Yes, indeed.
And what would you like to see the judges, what sort of challenge would you like them set?
Well, we don't want any Zumba stuff.
No, we certainly don't. I think we've talked about that. That's well
cakes and
observed.
stuff like that, so you can keep that out of it.
What about Devon? We were discussing Devon earlier in the show, Greg.
Devon's good.
Devon, lemon essence, and some chicory. See what you can come up with.
See what you can come up with. Yeah, that'd be okay. Not real big on the Devon, but I think if we can get that steak, the steak and the fish and that sort of thing going. Yeah.
Or some sort of steak fish dish, putting the two together.
Yeah, the reef and
A
beef.
sort of horn and prawn sort of
Horn
thing.
and prawn, the surf and turf and those sorts of things.
Well, it'd be excellent with a bit of... I'd love to see lemon meringue pie somehow incorporated with your fish and your steak as well.
Yeah, beautiful finisher.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Now, Greg, time's getting away from us here tonight, so let Roy set out the question, have a swing at it.
Okay.
Now, Greg, how much more popular is a poker machine if it has a reference to rugby league?
25%.
Beautifully done. And so, Greg, you get the hammer, you get the barbecue branding iron, and you get the Living End CD. Thanks very much for being part of The Life on Triple M.
Stay on this channel. The Life says thanks to all hard-working battlers with cars
Collisions are almost sure to follow.
who are making Australia great while taking it between the ears. From Triple M.
Well, sadly, Roy, that takes us away from The Life for another week.
It's just got away from us. It's got away from us.
I know.
Today,
I know. Too many big issues.
I know, and we've got a lot more emails to get through, and keep those emails coming in. We will next week might be just email.
An email special.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, we'll be talking about the RAB statue and the launch.
Yes.
And then, of course, the Bledisloe Cup match.
Yes.
Bledisloe won.
Yep.
And, look, I've just got to say, that reminds me, a quick plug tomorrow night. Triple M will be covering the Bledisloe Cup live from the home of the Hoodoo, Eden Park. Myself, Dan Ganane, and Adam Freyer will be the panel calling. Simple message, turn down the sound, turn up Triple M on the television that's covering it at your end of the swamp. Roy, let's thank the team again. Anna, she brought in some lovely cracker biscuits.
She did.
Which would have, next time I'll bring the cheese.
But I don't think the late night last night affected her too much.
No, look, she was a bit wobbly early on, but I think after a while she remembered what she was meant to do.
That's right.
Garfield, of course, he's buggered his leg again.
I know. Fell downstairs. Fell down a staircase.
Well, between him and Anna, it's walking wounded in there, isn't it?
I know.
Now, also, obviously, Skip, incredibly...
Well, he's still having trouble in the toilet.
Oh, is that right? Look, for a minute there, I thought there's been no boat talk for a couple of weeks.
Well, I think that might be part of it.
You mean he's land-bound?
Yeah.
Because he's sick of hanging the back door over the side?
Got it.
Right. Okay.
Got it.
Well, look, I think it might be good weather tomorrow for sailing too, so I don't want to get him out there with a gastric problem, because the harbour can't take it. He just can't take it. There's just not enough room. Anyway, been terrific to lock horns with you, and we'll do it all again next Friday. And thanks to the audience for hanging in there on Triple M. Bye now.
There it is, Lifers. Home again in paradise.
Get back, girl, on the love train.
Switch off the motor. Don't leave any valuables in the car. And keep the dial glued to Triple M. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people with cars, tyre fitters and other dreamers. Welcome to another well-tuned afternoon in paradise. Stay with us for the next 3 hours as Triple M runs you home to that little nook where your key fits a friendly hole. Reach out and touch a familiar knob on the shortcut to that wedge of wonder you call home. This is the life.
Gotta get back, girl, on the love train.
In the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and riding shotgun, the ace up the sleeve, H.G. Nelson. HG?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Jim Daniels in the Triple M Soundproof booth. And Jim has dedicated today's read to no real surprise he is to the Kardashian sisters, who this week it was announced are coming to the Melbourne Cup in November. It's great get for the VRC. The Kardashian sisters, I think there's about 5 of them. I don't know all their names. There's Kourtney, Khloe, Claire and Kasabian Kardashian.
Kim? What about Kim?
Kim?
Yeah.
She's coming?
I hope so.
Wow. The whole lot, they're coming. And I'm not quite sure...
She's the talented one.
Right. Now,
She's immensely talented.
You'll have to help me out here, Roy. What does she do? Does she do the fashion designing?
No, a lot of facial surgery, I think, is her go.
That's right. Okay,
Brilliant.
So the Kardashians are on their way. It's going to be great. I understand the VRC had hoped to get the Real Housewives of New Jersey, but sadly they'll have to be postponed until next year due to commitments. Still with TV, look, I was delighted when, obviously the big two faced off in MasterChef Chef over Frosty the Snowman. I felt, I suddenly went to the people of Somalia, and wouldn't it be great if they could get a Frosty the Snowman each? Just a little something from Australia to keep them going over all the, obviously the hard days ahead. I thought there was some beautiful connection between Frosty the Snowman and the Horn of Africa, which only MasterChef could really make that connection for you. Elsewhere on TV, is Kyle Sandilands being groomed to fill a hole as a beast in a remake of Beauty and the Beast? Now, for people who are obviously never encountered this program or this format, there's one bloke. In the past, I think Roy might have to help me out there. Darren Hinch and Clive Robertson have been the beasts. Yeah. And there's a bevy of beauties who sit around with the beast, and people write in with questions. Is Kim the best Kardashian? That sort of thing. And the beast asks the beauties the question, and then he has some cryptic comment saying, no, I like Khloe better at the end of the discussion about whether Kim's the best, the best Kardashian. That's roughly how it works. In other words, it's a way of people, and they'd obviously have Twitter and Facebook and all that sort of stuff, interactivity with the show in the modern version. But that's a great, terrific little left-hand turn for Kyle. Obviously, his work as a judge has prepared him, ideally, I think, for the beast in Beauty and the Beast. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on a Friday afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And what a week, what an incredible week. I've watched rugby league for a long time, but now I believe we've arrived at that moment where I can declare crime of the century. Obviously, 1908's a long time ago, and it's just over 100 years since the rugby league's been going. But the crime of the century is who stole Gus's notes from the Coogee Plaza, if I've got the right venue down there, hotel where the rugby league was in session. I mean, the case is yet to be cracked. It's just out there, criminals running amok, stealing everything they can of Gus's and running off with it. And once again, Roy and I are calling today for a dedicated rugby league police force who can get to the bottom of cases like Doodlegate, as it's now been called, the Cheeky Bets fiasco, which is still lingering like a bad smell over the game in its entirety, and the big one, what time did Todd Carney get to bed last Monday night? I mean, these are all cases that are, they're not cold cases, they're scalding hot cases. And we need to get people who know rugby league, the way rugby league players think, who know rugby league habitats, who can go out and... Look, rugby league crime won't catch itself. That's what I'm trying to stress here today. We need people who are in blue 24/7, 365 days a year on the job. I mean, look, it's easy. You don't have to need me to dot the I's and cross the T's. There are plenty of people connected with the New South Wales Police Force who could be seconded to a special crack unit who can get on the job and crack these things. I mean, it's an embarrassment, not only to us as rugby league commentators, but to the Ray Warren statue in Junee, to all the people who make a living out of doing great work with rugby league, often unpaid. I mean, obviously, they're not making much of a living if they're unpaid. Lines people, touchies, people at car park attendants, people who are boot studders if they need them these days, people who wash the jumpers and stuff like that right across this great state. Oh, they're the ones who got the red faces today, and criminals still at large, still needing to be put away. Anyway, enough of me. Look, obviously, Doodlegate has already been slated as Underbelly 9. It's simply called A Tale of Waste. And I think it's going to be a terrific... Wait till you see what they've done with it. Obviously, there's a lot of women involved in rugby league in Underbelly 9. But it's just fantastic, and you've never seen rugby league played like it before. Still with Gus, and the GWS Giants scare the tripe out of the big bloke. Panther Phil wants a coordinated strategy to see off the Southern Menace. Before, in the past, I can remember when the Swans, that is the Sydney Swans, worked with rugby league so as they didn't clog up the areas round, say, the SCG and the FSS with too many cars. They worked together, hand in hand, to maximise the entertainment dollar. It was great. Now they're at war. They're at war. And Panther Phil, he sees a coordinated strategy between all the clubs getting together. Look, can I favour what was done in the Vietnam War as a strategic hamlet approach? You see, we isolate Blacktown, we isolate Bankstown, Croydon, Five Dock. They're all strategic hamlets, just playing rugby league. Nothing else allowed in. No inside footy, that sort of stuff allowed in. No television coverage allowed in. No, just strategic hamlet, pure and simple for rugby league. Now, look, can I also point out there may be a role for Healthy Harold and Sick Cyril at the sharp end of this campaign for hearts and minds of the youth of the West. Healthy Harold and Sick Cyril have been far too QT for my liking in this. It seems to be left to Gus Gould to lead the way, and Gus obviously has got his hands full with Doodlegate and writing emails, blunt emails to NRL Supremos. As well as running the Panthers, obviously. But I'm just wondering if, we could see a little bit more of Healthy Harold and Sick Cyril doing what they do best, and that is gets kids thinking about rugby league in the most attractive manner. Still with league, the Bulldogs have returned to their spiritual home at Belmore. New beauty. I mean, the AFL won't like that. I'm saying that here and now. They don't like it when teams like the Bulldogs return to their spiritual home. Talk about your strategic hamlet approach. Belmore. Just put some fencing wire around it. I mean, it's a win right there for rugby league. Rugby union, and just what happened at the home of the Hoodoo, Eden Park, last Saturday night. Wallabies, poised on the cusp of greatness as they are, still winless at, can I coin a phrase, E-Park, for 25 years. Golf. The man they call pathetic, wasn't he? I hope he's on a whole bonus when he comes to Sydney. If he makes par on anyone, he gets an extra $1. I don't care where he wins, where he gets a hole, courtside or cotside, it doesn't worry me, but the bloke has to score, otherwise New South Wales big events will look like a laughing stock. Not a term I like, a laughing stock. Cricket and pups people put away easily in the 2020s. Could have been in trouble if not for a wait for it, a 6-for spell from Spearhead Johnson. I mean, we would have been stuffed if we hadn't had Spearhead Johnson on the side. And now it's time to lock horns with rampaging Royce Flavin, who'll get the large man on the gargle simply by asking what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp during the past set of 7. Tiger.
Yes, thanks very much, Rabs. And now, that's the first time I've ever called you Rabs, and Rabs is in my mind. And I'll tell you why Rabs is in my mind. This could be our talkback topic for today, I'm not sure. Who is the Ray Rabbits Warren statue of? Who is the Ray Rabbits Warren statue of?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm here to tell you, it's not Rabs. I wish it was,
right,
but it's not. And I'm wondering if the wrong one was delivered. I'm wondering.
Wow!
And no one's going to put their hand up and say, yeah, we made a mistake. And so the statue's unveiled and we've all got to accept that's Rabs. That's not Rabs.
Right.
I don't know who it is. Could be a lovely bloke. I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah.
I want Rabs.
Yeah. Can I just ask this, Roy, though? Are you suggesting collusion here? Is this another rugby league crime?
Look, I'm using Occam's razor here.
Uh-huh.
And Occam's razor, if it's a simple, someone's done something simply stupid, that's the most likely solution. 2 statues arrived from China. One marked Ray Rabbits Warren and one marked this other bloke, and they were,
exchanged
at birth. You know how it is.
I do.
It sounds like could be a comedy of manners, but it's not.
No.
It's a tragedy.
A tragedy.
You can't fool the people who know Rabs.
No.
It's all right for those who've never met the bloke and they think, oh, well, yeah,
quite a likeness.
What a handsome man.
Junie's finest.
Junie's finest. Now, if anyone thinks they know who it is, please let us know so we can send it to the right spot, because obviously there's some town somewhere or other where they're celebrating, the statue of...
local dignitary.
Eric Campbell or whoever it might be.
Graham Birch.
And they're thinking, it's not quite Graham, is it? He looks strangely familiar, but I don't know. Anyway, we've got to sort this out because it's just stupid. It's laughable. If it wasn't serious, it'd be laughable.
Would you like the Rugby League crime unit to have a look at it?
Yes.
Just for this, get their hand
In case there is a crime. I'm not suggesting this. I don't want to say there's a crime involved.
No, I understand it.
There may not be a crime
You're not
involved.
accusing
It could be
anyone.
someone at customs.
True.
Just made a mistake.
True. I tell you what would be embarrassing if it turns up on that border security program. You know, somebody bringing it in.
Lord,
What have you got here? Well,
What have you got here? The sexual road rubbers? No, it's not.
But what worries me is that's on 7. See, I wouldn't
Oh,
put it
they won't
past
cover it.
7.
They won't cover it.
Well, what worries me
They'll
is...
pixelate out the face of the... So you won't
Exactly.
know.
Yeah, and
People will be screaming out, I bet that's Rabs!
and embarrassing rugby league at the same time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past
I
7.
wouldn't put it past 7.
You know what Boxhead Lexi's like?
Yeah, I do know what he's... I tell you what,
Exactly.
that statue looks like Boxhead Lecky.
Indeed it does.
Much more like Boxhead Lecky than our Rabs.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's Boxhead.
It's Boxhead.
Is he a junior
Now, that'd
boy?
be right, because he's leaving 7 soon, isn't he?
He'd be up for a statue.
And so they put a statue of him in the car park. I bet they got the statue of Rabs there and a bit embarrassed to show it to Lecky.
Oh, I bet they are. They've got it under a sheet.
They would have.
Or a
Wait for the
shroud.
unveiling. There it is. Boxhead steam coming out of the ears. It's not me. It's Rabs. I've never called a bloody game of football in my life. What are they getting at?
Does he talk like that?
I don't
buddy?
know. Now, to issues de jour. Now, should Lockie be made an immortal while he's still playing and not have to wait the mandatory 5 years? I mean, wouldn't that be a lovely gesture on behalf of Rugby League and the Immortals Association, whoever decides these things, the committee? And I'm not on the committee, so I don't know how they're thinking, but I think it'd be a lovely gesture just to say, say next weekend or even tonight. It's not too late. Just, ladies and gentlemen, Lockie's been made an immortal.
355 games.
Yeah.
Oh, 50 games tonight.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yes,
Incredible.
the record.
The record, yeah. And who is on that committee, do you know?
I don't know. Faceless men. Mm-hmm. Faceless men. Probably all look like that bloody statue up there. It was unveiled last week. That doesn't look like Rabs.
Well, now we know it's Boxhead.
It's Boxhead Lecky. Now, Adam Scott. Now, how good is Steve Williams? You know, how much... This has brought into sharp focus what a lot of us have been wondering for a hell of a long time. How much does a caddy actually do? Well, it looks like a caddy does the bloody lot.
He does.
The bloody lot. Now,
Were you offended by his comments after the win, though, the other...
well, no, because I knew Scott wouldn't have won.
No.
I mean, fair go.
Yeah.
It had to be Williams.
Imagine Williams with Hinsby.
Well, I'd love to see that.
I know.
I'd love to see that. And I'd love to see a Hensby Tiger playoff. Eh? A race to the bottom. Now, and I think Shane Joel, Aussie Shane Joel, is the bloke who's set to haul the bag long-term for the man they call Takata Woods.
Correct.
Now, are our Hockeyroos now 7th in the world? 7th? That's right. I'm not, I haven't developed a lisp. I'm not trying to say first, and only 7th coming out. 7th in the world, missing out on an invitation to the Champions Trophy. Now, is this what we'd call a wake-up call for our Hockeyroos? 7th.
I know. I know. It's terrible, isn't it?
Now, Michael Clark, that is Pup. He tells the team that they're now the best team in the world with the big one-day win over Sri Lanka. Isn't that extraordinary?
What did he say after the two 2020 losses?
He didn't say a word.
No, I get it.
Didn't say a word. But the big win, I mean, that's the one they wanted.
Yeah.
The big win in the one day, the 50-hour, the real game.
The real game.
God, we stood up. And you're right, Spearhead Johnson. Oh, that's 6 for.
He had a day that'll keep him in the team for about another 10 years.
At least. At least now they were coming out so sweetly, weren't they?
Out. That's right.
Now, is the Royal Commission needed into the Parramatta Rugby League Club? Now, I think the time is right. I mean, it's just been going on for too
long.
Just too long.
The stench.
I know, and there's talk of wooden spoon. Hey,
and I thought the Titans had a mortgage on the Woods.
No, I think they're being challenged.
Para?
Yeah, I think it's possible for Para. Yeah. I don't know who'd head this Royal Commission, someone with a bit of rugby league compliance, someone with a little rugby league know-how, someone who's been on the inside.
Poke and grunt man.
Yes.
You thinking the same name?
I am.
Marcus
Marcus Einfeld. Thank you very much. Step forward. He knows what it's all about. Now, Tarek Sims. Now, if you've got a black book, put this name in, because I've seen him described this week as follows, quote, "He is the mysterious cowboy enforcer who's been touted as both a Kangaroo Tour bolter and a future saviour for the New South Wales State of Origin team." Touted.
Wow.
Touted.
Wow.
Tarek Sims.
Who's that? Lee Sales on the 7:30 report saying that?
No, this was quoted in the newspaper. This was real. This is real news. Now, I had idly just a question here, will Michael Jennings succeed at fullback? Well, we're not going to find out tonight. We're not going to find out this weekend. Oh, no, it's all gone pear-shaped ever since they put the one on his back. I'd be putting him back at 3 and hoping the bloke sees a little bit of sense. Hensby, this might be his last week with a 6. 696.
In 1804, Governor King banned Lieutenant Clifford O'Riordan from shouting at his troops. It is said that on one occasion, O'Riordan's commands made at Government House could be clearly heard in Parramatta. 8 of his immediate command were made permanently deaf. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, a story that's been on the desk for a while but has prompted an email from Andrew Brown. He addresses us well. Spearheads. I'm wondering if you've heard about the recent stink at between Orange Hawks and Orange Sims in Group 10 a few weeks ago.
Oh, yeah.
We certainly did, Andrew, and your email prompts a discussion. He goes on, the Hawks have been banned for playing for the rest of the season while Sims got a $5,000 fine. It has provoked a lot of opinion, stating the Sims have once again been given favourable treatment. Did the Sims, he asked Roy, did the Sims get special treatment when you played them?
Always.
And were they difficult
I tell
sides?
you, they might hold the record, I think, the Orange Sims, for... I think they went for nearly 20 years without ever being defeated at their home ground.
Right, a sort of Geelong record.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Because whistleblowers were... And I think the... I'd have to look at the records here, but I think they went for 8 years without incurring a penalty
What?
on the home ground.
The message got out fairly early. You don't blow against the...
You don't blow against the Sims, no. No, and they get away with, mad plays.
Yes.
Crazy offside.
Like
plays.
throwing the ball forward deliberately.
Yes.
Of about 20 metres.
Honestly, yes. Yeah.
Head highs.
Head highs. You know, but sometimes they had, I know for a fact, because I was playing against them, that they had metal bars that they were using. And I think we lost 2 or 3 blokes in that particular in that particular game. One bloke never recovered. Another bloke died about 2 weeks later. There were no charges.
No.
Cops didn't even look at it.
No.
No, the Sims got away with blue murder, to be honest.
And I'll tell you what, that lowering of the bar at the end that they were running towards, the black dot was often, head high.
Yeah.
Look, the other thing is that there seems to be a bit of turmoil in country rugby league.
This is Group 10 HC, or just country in general?
Just country. I mean, Group 10. What was the role of the Hawk? Hang on, the
Well, the Hawks weren't around then.
Oh, okay.
Hawks are a new team.
Uh-huh.
To me, I mean, there might be 20 years, be 20 or 30 years, but certainly they weren't there in my day. Never heard of the Hawks. If someone turned up calling themselves an Orange Hawk, you'd have taken them out and,
You kicked them.
Well, you do what we normally did.
Burnt their car.
Burn their car, remove all their clothes, buy a one-way ticket to buggery, and put them on the plane, put them on the train.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
They certainly got the message, didn't they?
Did.
Now, finishing off Brownie's email, he says, isn't it great when there's civil unrest in the UK and financial markets are in turmoil that in Australia we're focused on Doodlegate. Rugby league gets top priorities, as it always should. It is a terrific story, Doodlegate, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's fascinating.
It's a bit hard to explain all the detail, but some doodles done by Phil Gould at a CEO's meeting were nicked and then released to the paper.
Yes.
And then one thing led to another, where a brutal exchange of emails between Phil Gould and the boss of the NRL, David Gallum.
Yes.
Involving, and then another wrinkle was involving handwriting experts to work out what Gouldy's mental state was.
Yes.
Which you can tell exactly from doodles, can't you?
You can. Doodles reveal everything, don't they?
They do.
I mean, what was the first lesson you were ever taught? Well, the first lesson I was always taught is never leave a doodle behind.
No.
Take your doodles with you.
Well, it was a big mistake to leave
it
it
was.
there. Because, and who, you know, like, I mean, I know generally we're talking about bringing back or establishing a police force dedicated to rugby league crime. I'm just wondering if you think that's the way to go, and would you make the Doodlegate, the theft of Phil's doodles, the first case that the new crime force would have to crack?
Well, I think people want to know. I think it's in the public interest. It's in the public interest to know who, A, stole that doodle, and B, whether it's the same person who released that doodle to the Murdoch press.
And do you think money changed hands for that doodle? Like somebody rang up, say,
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Because and hard to put a figure on those doodles. I mean, what would it be worth? Thousands.
Well, and
thousands.
Do you see that being acquired by the New South Wales Art Gallery as to begin a collection?
Well, no, I'd rather see it in, you know, say the Rugby League house.
Yeah, sure, fair enough.
Rugby League house. Or remember the Rugby League train that was going around a few years ago, HG, that was marvellous.
Yes.
Might have had Dally M Messages underpants in it, among other things, for people of rural and regional Australia to get a bit of a sniff on what rugby league was all about.
I tell you what, the stains on those underpants, didn't they reveal a lot about Dally's?
Story.
They did.
Yeah.
A lot about Dally's mindset.
They did, absolutely. Well, they reveal the same sort of information as a doodle does.
I know, that's what I was trying to get to.
Yes. I mean, Gus is lucky he left with his underpants.
New Year's Eve 1805 saw a trouserless Governor King chase convict Mole Drury, alias Mole Driscoll, alias Mole Hereford, alias Mole, along a track that would be later called King Street. For a period of 1 hour and 15 minutes, he was relieved of his command. The scandal rocked the colony, and for 3 nights, random looting and burning of horses was rampant. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, just going on to the problems of country rugby league, and are you seeing some of this as the fallout now with the announcement that there won't be the country?
Yes, it all goes back to city country, yeah.
People are, you know, protesting as best as they can.
It's the last straw.
The last straw. Okay, here we go. Referees in Canberra's local league competition have gone on strike, declaring they are fed up with copping abuse both on and off the park. The referees voted on Tuesday night to boycott the final round matches in Canberra's Raiders Cup, threatening to throw the competition into disarray. Canberra and District Rugby League Referees Association Chairman David Adams said referees were very concerned about the club coaches making unsavoury public comments about whistleblowers. One thing we won't tolerate is the questioning of the integrity of our officials. Have you had any intelligence of how bad these unsavoury comments are getting in the nation's capital?
Look, I think the onus of responsibility comes down, I think, to club coaches. They've got to moderate their language, I think, and not use inflammatory language in public.
Right.
It's all well and good. You know, I know myself, you know, when I was a player, if you didn't like often at the end of a match, say, against the Sims at Orange, you'd have a quiet word with the referee after the game. And certainly unsavoury language was used and abusive language was used, and I think 100% justified and warranted. But you wouldn't do that in public because of the fallout. You know, the game relies on someone being prepared to turn up, look a bit stupid, wear the white gear and blow a whistle. You need these idiots. You need someone.
Clown.
You need a clown, let's face it. And so to satisfy the clowns, you agree not to bag them in public and keep all your opprobrium until you've got them alone.
2 things about that. Often when you played The Sims, the comments were completely justified with a penalty count, 60-0 against you guys, the Shamrocks.
That's right.
And at other times, this didn't mean that you didn't get on like a house on fire with the referees.
No.
I mean, that's where people are making the mistake, is they think these comments are taken seriously and should be carried on outside the context of rugby league.
Oh, yeah.
Well, obviously they shouldn't.
No.
Calling somebody a goose, a dunce, an altar boy,
right.
that sort of stuff, in the context of rugby league is perfectly acceptable.
Absolutely,
but you can often get on as best of mates with them at other times.
Without doubt. You know, some of my very, very best friends, and friends I've had for the best part of 50 years, were total idiots when they were wearing shorts, blowing a whistle.
Lifers with communication skills. You want to get involved?
I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
Now, there's a very big day for Cadell Evans today, and Dottie emailed us saying that Cadell was rightly elevated in the pantheon of Australian sporting greats at Federation Square today.
Yeah.
There was a lot of talk about him being in select company with, obviously, Don, Herb, Don Bradman, Herb Elliott, Kieran, as in Kieran Perkins, Kathy Freeman, Shane, as in Shane, the thin guy with the funny hair, and the likes. But sadly, the list was lacking. No mention of him joining the ranks of the Shark, Bozo, Kenny Rosewall, Kel Nagel, Handbrake Harry Ian, Redpath, Lenny Pascoe, Tronk, or Stig for that matter, John Stefferson, Webber or Hensby. Who put this list together, and who else should have been named? Now, wouldn't that make a great talkback topic?
Yes.
Who should Cadell be compared with, or in terms of in the same company as?
Yeah.
You don't have to argue a case, just a name, and then move on, let others have a go.
Yeah, well, there's one missing there already that I can see, and that is the big-footed Swiss bloke.
Mr. Cheese.
Cheesy. Cheese skin man.
I know.
That bloke.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I can see that, and it does make you think, well, maybe he out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Mr. Cheese. Look, can I just say, I think Australians are terrific at claiming other people from overseas as their own when they're doing something here. But once they go off, I think they turn pretty quickly.
You think so?
And I think this is what Mr. Cheese has overlooked. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
He's
exactly
gone Swiss. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
we don't mind. You go wherever you bloody well like.
Whereas Handler Mandlikova, we still regard as one of the Aussie greats.
Or Kimmy Clijsters, the girl from Frankston.
Yes.
She'd never been to Frankston in her life.
That's right.
Made her one of her own because she got on with Little.
That's true. That's true. So, well, that'd be a very sad thing if, for Australians, just the mention of Swiss cheese, you don't automatically think of the big-footed.
No, I think that's an incredible indictment.
Yeah, isn't it?
On what he's done.
What he's done, yeah. Because years ago, you just say Swiss cheese to someone, they say, oh, Thorpe. Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
These days you say Swiss cheese and they say, oh, no thanks, mate, I'm full.
Exactly. Because he's misread Australia.
Yeah, he's misread Australia.
He misread Australia with his soy milk, his Pearl gear, his organic water.
Yes.
Misread Australia totally. That's why he had to go to
China, wasn't it?
China. And had to get.
Is he selling that stuff in China? Are they still buying that stuff?
I think their whatever you call it, standards. Authorities come down pretty hard on him. Right. Remember with the lead in the paint, lead in the toys paint. I haven't got that right. The lead paint on the toys fiasco.
Yes.
I think they picked up Thorpe in that sweep.
Wow.
Skier in that sweep.
Okay.
Yeah. Nothing to do with lead in the. Obviously, the paint.
No.
Except the body paint he was experimenting with. Now he's moved.
Well, he wore that funny sort of paint. He must have had that paint that gave him that cheese skin for Harry's. Sorry, for the wedding of
for the wedding for the big one.
Prince. What's his name?
Yeah,
and her.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I can only remember the sister.
Yeah, I know. God, she's great. The sister.
Yeah, she is great. But listen, I tell you what, I think
I always thought she and Ian might get together. She and Swiss cheese.
Wow, they were on.
Well, I don't know if they were on or not.
No,
I don't know.
We went to the reception afterwards.
Yes.
And, I said, I've nubbed you a couple of times.
I know, it pointed, and there was the bloke with the paint on his face, i.e. Captain Cheese, Mr. Swiss, the big-footed bloke, and she was standing on his feet.
That's right.
And he didn't know.
This is The Life. Laying rubber all the way to that nook where your key fits a friendly hole. With the King of Diamonds and the ace up the sleeve, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, gentleman Jim. Now, just before the news, we were talking about Mr. Cheese.
Oh, yes.
And
the bloke that used to be known commonly
as the big-footed one.
As the big-footed Swiss cheese bloke. Now, what I was going to say with the paint, I assumed he'd put that paint on his face for the wedding.
Oh, yeah, I did.
That gave him the cheese skin.
And remember, well, I'm not going to go cause and effect here.
No.
But I just love the look because then he turned out with Steve Hooker at a couple of promotional shots, Olympics London, 1 year to go.
Yep.
He had the cheese paint all over him.
Yeah, good.
Now, world champion James Magnussen will add the 200 metres freestyle to his Olympic program if he feels he can be competitive despite Australian coach Lee Nugent advising him otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he advise him otherwise, Roy?
Because of Captain Cheese.
Thanks. Exactly. Captain Cheese. They've got to have some event for the cheese man so we can have a cheese off in London. Now, this is news to delight. London, this separate issue, new topic.
Why couldn't they both swim it? I mean,
wait a minute.
One bloody lane in a pool.
Yeah. This is Michael Cowley got this for the Fairfax people. This is news to delight. This is that Magnussen's going 200 metres. This is news to delight London Games officials, and we'll have sports fans salivating over the prospect of an Olympic 200-metre clash between Magnussen, Mr. Cheese, Michael Phelps and world champion Ryan Lochte. But it's not what Nugent wanted to hear. In last Saturday's Herald, Nugent said he would implore the world 100-metre freestyle champion to resist adding the 200 metres to his schedule for the Olympics for fear he could, quote, mess up everything, meaning Mr. Cheese.
Mess up everything.
Sounds like a sort of...
But Cheesy wouldn't care. Who else was swimming against him? I mean, he's got those big bloody feet.
No.
He knows if he gets them working...
he could win.
Yes.
Well, I just worry that Mr. Cheese may not be as good as we think he is at the moment.
Yeah. Well, we know that's a fact. We know it's a fact.
But arriving home from a family holiday in China, Magnussen was adamant he and his coach, Brandt Best, would decide which events he would swim. Nugent said before he had met Magnussen and Best, that's his coach, before he left for Shanghai, and warned them of the temptation of being greedy and going after gold in another event. He really hasn't had a lot of experience at and messing up others, i.e. Mr. Cheese.
Yeah.
I've spoken with James and Brandt. I can tell you the plan is for this bloke to prepare for the 100 metres, and that's where it's going to stay. We won't be going down the 200 metres track as far as I'm concerned, but it's a different story from the 20-year-old who says he will swim the 200 metres domestically and internationally this year before making a decision. That's Banton Moy's decision, and we're not going to let external factors influence our decision whether we do it or not. I was pretty happy with how I went in the 200 metres at the Australian Short Course Championship in June. I think if I did it at the Olympic trials, I'd be a pretty decent chance of winning, but it's just whether I can back up at the Olympics. It remains to be seen. I think we'll go over to Berlin, Stockholm for World Cup events and maybe race a few 200 metres over there. If it's all going well, then I'll have a crack.
Well, good for him. I mean, Nugent's calling it greedy. Wouldn't we call it ambitious? And isn't that what we want?
We do. We want people to convert up.
Yes, exactly. Isn't that the message?
Exactly.
Didn't that come from up top? Above Nugent, that came from Coates.
We've got to convert up. And what I like is the spirit of the bloke who's got a gold, almost certainly in the 100 metres, converting up in the 200 metres.
Exactly.
And let's face it, Mr. Cheese is old. I'm going to say that here, and I'm going to stand by that call right now.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Cheese is old.
Yeah. He may not be as hungry.
Exactly.
As young Magnussen.
Well, I don't think James Magnussen's eaten cheese in his life.
No.
A slice of cheese in his life.
No.
He's got that delight awaits him.
That's right. Nor has he spent much time in Switzerland. And that's a fact. That's a fact. Nor has he got a foundation. Nor has he been hawking water around the place. Nor does he spend a lot of time, in the smallest room painting himself.
In 1805, the Flynn family of Parramatta made history by all dying of gastric on the one night. The moving funeral saw Fabian Flynn, Mary Flynn, and their children, William, Finbar, John, Fat Michael, Peter, William, and Lawrence, and Uncle Brian Flynn, buried in the one grave. The house they died in was burnt to the ground by government order. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, we come back to Doodlegate. I think we've got the crime fairly well locked down now. Gus had been drawing on his notepad and then, sort of wandered off to Newcastle, I think it was.
Yeah.
Another CEO came along and took it. And
well, not necessarily.
No, true.
It could have been the cleaning staff.
True. Or people who delivered drinks, like a coffee, a waiter.
Yes.
Might bring a jug of water.
Yes. I mean, let's leave this to the police. I mean, they'll know who to ask, and they'll broaden the inquiry as needs be. But certainly you're right. The CEOs, the relevant CEOs, need to be, I think, taken to the police station to assist with inquiries.
That's right. Now it says then there was it appeared in the papers, and then there was an exchange of emails. Which really did pour petrol onto the bonfire of Doodlegate. Gouldy writes, David, this is to Mr. David Gallup, CEO, National Rugby League. It's been drawn to my attention that a Sydney newspaper yesterday published a copy of some notepaper I apparently scribbled on during the CEO conference at Coogee on July 21st. Whilst the doodle on the notepaper was neither significant nor embarrassing to me, and I can laugh at the pettiness of the article, I believe there's a far greater issue at stake. Now, I suppose that's my question.
What is the bigger issue at stake? The future of rugby league? I assume that's what he means.
Right. That had eluded me in this matter. The idea that he'd written, I'm off to Newcastle, see you tonight at the Panthers, meant that the future of rugby league. He says, then he goes on, and let me set out Gould's case here as best as I can. I mean, I can't speak for the bloke, he can speak for himself.
Yeah.
But he says, the fact is that someone in the meeting room on that day collected the piece of paper and handed it to the media, reporting to the recipient that the scribble on the page was mine. What motivates a person to do this, David, and for what purpose? It seems to me there's to be no coincidence that the newspaper and the news article suddenly appeared 2 days after my Fairfax newspaper column on Sunday the 7th, in which I raised concerns about the increase of AFL activity in the Western Sydney, some 3 weeks after the CEO conference in question. Do you know who did this, David? Have you commenced an investigation into these events? Such behaviour I regard as highly suspicious, totally unethical, and a serious breach of trust and in the integrity of that important meeting room. The fact that such a serious breach can take place makes you wonder what could happen if highly sensitive documents such as meetings could also find their way into the hands of the media. Mind you, I'm not surprised at such behaviour given the environment that has existed in the NRL under your leadership. Any chairman of any major organisation in the world where such a breach of security of the boardroom has been perpetrated in this matter would launch an inquiry into the breach, how the breach occurred, and the person or persons responsible immediately sacked. I now wait to see if such decisive leadership is forthcoming on this matter. David, I have copied the email to other NRL chairman and the CEO. It is my recommendation that no one attend any future NRL meetings of this nature until such times as either a new independent commission takes control of the game or until you have put appropriate protocols into place to guarantee the security and integrity of these meeting rooms. David, quite seriously, this behaviour is appalling. Now, I know you taped the entire proceedings.
Yeah,
it was
that
very
was
easy
just
to do.
a bit. I wasn't going to sell it to anyone. That was just for my personal files. Yes. Look, I think it is serious. Just imagine, HG. Now, you and I have been to Churchill's War Rooms in London.
We have.
Now, you saw some of those sensitive doodles that Winston Churchill had done. Now, imagine if they got into the hands
Of the enemy.
of Nazis and the Fuhrer.
Imagine what they would have made of them.
Exactly.
They would have said this bloke's self-obsessed,
Exactly.
egotist,
Egotistical.
doesn't react well to pressure.
No.
Smokes,
Yes.
unable to discipline
Yeah,
people.
drinks a little bit too much, has very little self-discipline, uses many words when a few will do.
And imagine if those comments had been sold back to the News of the World.
Yes.
I'm not sure if News of the World was operating in Melbourne.
Well, yes, 168 years, actually, so would have
the
been.
oldest newspaper in the world.
Yes. Yes. Now, for sure, wouldn't be beneath Hitler or Goebbels to phone up the News of the World and say, yeah, you want doodle of Winston Churchill? And they'd have said, yeah, sure, yeah, here you go, yeah.
Send it over.
Send
in
it
the mail.
over. Yeah, how much do you want for it?
Yeah. Now, I think those V2s were called doodlebugs.
They
weren't
were doodlebugs.
See what we're drawing here?
Yeah, I know. I don't know what it means for today or for rugby league. That's my only worry.
No. Well, I see where you're coming from, though.
Well, you do see where I'm coming from. Because the question I asked was Hitler's body ever found?
Yeah. Look, that is a fascinating question. Are you suggesting that,
He's still with us.
yeah, in rugby league circles?
Well, he could be the puppet master.
True. Just on Gallup, though, we should let Gallup have a bit of a burst here.
Yes.
His reply was, it should not be surprising, given the extent, this is a response to Gould's comments,
Yes.
it should not be surprising, the idea, the crime, Doodlegate, given the extent to which you have set yourself up as an unceasing critic of the NRL over many years, that there may be clubs and or club representatives who could want to embarrass you. Is that fair? On Gus?
What's Gallup saying to Gus? Don't attend the meetings? Don't doodle?
I think he's saying don't doodle.
Don't doodle.
That's all.
Well, not allowed to doodle anymore in rugby league.
No, you can't doodle.
You can't doodle anymore in rugby league. I mean, what sort of fascist state are we living in?
Nanny state, if you don't mind. Careful of reducing everything and including Hitler in all your arguments, Roy. People think that means you've lost. I don't mind it myself, personally. I love talking
Well, of
about
course
the
we've
cinema.
lost.
In 1804, Governor King determined that it was a citizen's duty by law to clap vigorously whenever a person with a sexually transmitted disease approached. This was to alert others to avoid the carrier. Thereafter, victims with STDs were referred to as having the clap. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, you know the problem with Doodlegate is there something that I think is underlying this, and this is the concern I think that, well, Gus has alerted Rugby League 2 about the problem of the Greater Western Sydney, the AFL side, moving in on Rugby League territory. Mm-hmm. Now, he seems to be getting quite a head of steam up about it, and using his columns in the Sun Herald on a weekend to indicate there's a problem. Mm-hmm. Now, as I said at the top of the show, in the past, the AFL and the Rugby League have tried to work hand in hand, you know, in terms of crowds and scheduling and so on, and trying to make it easy for footy lovers to get to the football without being too inconvenienced by rival codes. Mm. Now what's happening seems to be happening in the Golden West is exactly the opposite, where Gus in particular is trying to beat up a huge head of steam about how everybody's going to somehow start playing the AFL and then no one's going to come and watch rugby league. I'm just wondering if the four clubs out in the area,
Western Sydney,
like obviously the West Tigers, the Penrith Panthers, the Parramatta Eels, and the Dogs, the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs. Yeah. What could be done? And some suggestions have come along the lines of scheduling double headers at the same time as the GWS have their home games in the area and so on.
Yes.
However, before I continue that, there was a nice little button bobbed up, I think, in today's Fairfax paper, saying here's an item that'll give hope. Kevin Sheedy turned up at a Dresser school near Parramatta. None of the kids knew who he was, and they just wanted to know which NRL team he supported. So I think that gives you an idea of the hill the GWS still has to climb.
Yeah, in certain schools,
In certain schools. Now, as I understand it, some schools have taken this to heart and they won't have AFL in them and have become very pro-rugby league.
Right, yeah. Well, I think you would expect that.
You would?
Yeah. But Gus is right, though. We must be, I think, ever vigilant and mindful if we want the rugby league to maintain its local ascendancy. Now, we've all got to assume that that's what everyone wants. Everyone wants rugby league to be number one in Western Sydney. I don't think there's any argument there. No. That's what everyone wants. Now, I'm amazed that the O'Farrell government, you know, what have they been doing? Sitting on their hands. They've done nothing. Why couldn't they just ban AFL in New South Wales? In New South Wales schools.
I'm worried it would drive it underground.
I know you've got to run that risk, but if we're vigilant, the other thing I would do is if O'Farrell is not going to move because he's in stasis, you know, he might as well be in Neptune for all he knows about what's happening in New South Wales. I mean, he just hasn't got a clue. Now, I would, if, say, GWS were playing, say, the Suns or something like that, as soon as that game is announced, that's fine. But using BlackBerry Network, tell people, well, actually, Tigers are playing Panthers, and you only let them know a couple of hours before the event, the same venue. So
excellent. They get very disappointed.
Yeah, so your GW, your Suns and your Western Sydney AFL team, they turn up to have their game. Hello, what's happening here? Rugby league being played. Oh, we better go somewhere else. Thing is, there's nowhere else to go, though.
No, this is excellent idea.
Yeah.
How about things
this is Gus's thinking. You know, this isn't me here.
No.
These are the thoughts of ideas that Doodley is bringing to...
Doodlehead.
Yeah, to the table. But of course, Gallup, like O'Farrell, head in the sand.
Yeah, head in the
doesn't
sand.
want to know.
No, don't
no, there's no problem. I know there's no... Of course there's a bloody problem.
Now, could you see that we could get even better than that? Let's say we could imagine, with the BlackBerry Messenger, suggesting that people who go along to watch the rugby league play at the same venue as the GWS for the Suns take their baseball bats along, take their cans of petrol along. I'm not suggesting anything here.
Just as a show of force. That's what you mean.
That's right.
Not with the idea of actually using the stuff.
No.
Yeah, okay.
How about, on the other hand, proactive?
Or maybe rugby league could put out, little baseball bats with your favourite club on them.
Excellent idea, Roy. In
Your
the
club's
Western
club sort of thing. I mean, you'd call it something funny.
That's
You'd
great.
make it innocuous.
And what'd be great also is if some of the scheduling of rugby league could be proactive. I mean, really show business. Like, how about nude night?
Yes.
It's an oldie but a goodie, but, I think the public of New South Wales are ready for nude rugby league.
Oh, right.
And so one of the fixtures, especially in the Western suburbs, we'd have to trial this.
You wouldn't expect the players to be nude. It's just the spectators, I assume.
I think the spectators are nude.
Yes, full. Good.
Because I think the spectators, and we have to involve the spectators. Like, I like your idea, the club's club, cans of petrol, all that sort of stuff. Available. The fans have to do it. The fans have to take this match forward.
Well,
Gus has done enough.
Absolutely.
Gus has done enough.
Yeah, Gus has dragged the boulder to the edge of the precipice. It's just up to the people of New South Wales to push it over the edge. And O'Farrell's not going to do it.
No.
It's got to be the people.
Now,
It's got to be the people. What if those shopper dockets that Coles and Woolies pull out?
Yeah.
What if that's fine? You can use your shopper docket, get your 4 cents or your 8 cents off petrol. Only if you're buying it in a little can.
Excellent.
Little thing like that.
Yeah, that's why. Can demonstrate a paid-up member of these following clubs.
Yes.
Penrith Panthers.
That's right.
Parramatta Eels.
Yes.
West Tigers.
Yes.
Or Dogs.
Dogs, yeah, that's right. And each of those clubs could put out their little petrol can, the little jerry cans, with the club colours on.
Oh, brilliant. And the little, like an electric eel, a growling bulldog, a panther on the snail.
All of that, not a problem. The other thing I would suggest is if it was possible if O'Farrell is listening, and let's face it, the bloke never has, so why would today be different? Why not parents who allow their children to play AFL pay a lot more tax?
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on pole, HG?
Well, it's a terrific prize anchored by this magnificent Ryobi 18-volt lithium-powered cordless drill driver. I hope I've got that correct. It's just terrific. It's got a grip zone. It's got a sort of second battery pack. It's just a complete works if you want to do any sort of drilling. You might have to bring the bits yourself. But apart from that, you get everything you could possibly... if you think, you've done everything that you can do possibly on the weekend and you just want to settle back and drill for 2 whole days, this is the one you need.
Has it got a hammer drive on it, HG?
I think so, yeah. I mean, if you're doing demolition, this is the one. If you're building, this is the one.
Okay.
Now we've got the Tough Truck Challenge Snake Racing. Now, we've had this before. It's a DVD.
Yeah.
I think it's
Trucks versus snakes.
Yeah.
The trucks win all the time, don't they?
They do.
Yeah.
After about 20 hours of this, you get the idea that snakes are never going to win.
Yeah, that's right.
Occasionally, over a very short amount of distances, largely due to luck, a snake is in front. But then
the truck comes and runs over him. Funny as.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
It's funny how they wheel for a while, even though they're dead, isn't it?
Even though they've been run over.
Yeah.
It's just, you can tell in our voices.
Yeah.
We really enjoy
It's
this.
a minute, yeah.
And Tough Truck Snake Racing. And we've got a watch. I think this one's a Rooster's watch, if I read the cartoon figure correctly.
Yeah. Would that have been designed by Braithen Astor?
It would. I think he was going to give this to Jody as part of his, William Marry Me package.
Oh, okay.
So we've got that. That's great.
That's great.
And it's approximately telling the right time, which is often rare in these things.
Yeah.
It's only an hour out.
Daylight saving actually, or the other way?
So. Well, yes, it's spring ahead. It's in the daylight saving period.
Daylight saving.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
if you get this, it won't be long before it's
And
actually...
let me guess, it's got no winder, you can change it.
Oh, no. What are you talking about?
So you'd have to smash the dial and actually manipulate that thing, which is fine.
Yeah.
It'll work.
So but this is official merchandise.
What, official rugby league merchandise?
Official rugby league merchandise. So this goes with your petrol can
Yeah.
and your baseball bat.
Yep. It's high qual. Question is, who would Hitler have... That's Adolf Hitler. Just in case you're thinking of someone else.
If you're thinking of Freddie.
Freddie Fiddler. Who? That didn't stick, did it? Because he got the hump. Being called, Adolf. He didn't like it.
I think secretly he did.
Yeah, he might.
Because he thought, hello, they've thought about a nickname for me. We didn't have to think very hard, but we did.
Yeah.
And other people liked it too. They thought it was funny.
No, they did. They thought
In
it
the
was very
pub.
funny.
What are you drinking, Adolf?
Yeah.
That sort of
I'll
thing.
get you another one, Adolf.
Yeah, don't shake it about. You'll lose the war.
You had enough, Adolf? Now, who would Hitler, the real one, not the former captain of the eastern suburbs, Roosters, who would Hitler have sold Churchill's doodles to?
And who are we talking to, Roy?
You're joined by Rowena, who's joining us from Beecroft. How are you, Rowena?
Oh, hello. Hi, Roy and HG. How are you?
Yes, we're very well indeed. Now, Rowena, I believe you're driving up to Bathurst this weekend. Any particular reason?
Well, I'm from Bathurst originally. Yep. My son is playing rugby in Orange tomorrow against Kinross Wallaroi.
Now, this is rugby, not rugby league.
No, rugby union.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as he's not coming up against the Sims, because you know there'd be no hope for him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's
right.
all right.
Yeah.
Now, what sort of weather are you expecting in Orange? Can get it pretty cold, you know.
That's right. It's very cold. We're bringing our woolies with us.
Yeah.
So we're going to be all rugged up.
Yes. And are you going to try and get to see Kate, who won MasterChef, because she might be home by now, and get her autograph or something, or get her to cook some scones or something?
No, I'm not really a MasterChef person.
Oh.
As long as we have meat and 3 veg on the table, we're pretty happy with that.
Fair enough.
Did you take the skis? Because there is a chance over the weekend it might snow, say Mount Cannibals.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure there'll be snow on it.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, we could do a bit of snowboarding on a piece of cardboard or something if we don't.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. And how's the team going? And why the travelling to Bathurst from Beecroft? I mean, surely there's a team closer. Rather Orange.
Well, I'm living in Beecroft.
Mm-hmm.
My son plays rugby for Oak Hill College. Mm-hmm. He's in the second 15s.
Yes. Yes.
And
that's run by the De La Salle brothers there at Pennant Hills. Or Castle
correct.
Hill, might be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
But you can't find a team closer than Orange to play?
Well, they play all the local schools, and Orange is in their
area.
Oh, well,
I tell you what disappoints me here, Rowena, and that is that Oak Hill College has been producing rugby league players for a hell of a long time. I didn't know they were playing rugby there. This disappoints me, Rowena.
Oh, it disappoints you that you didn't know?
No, it disappoints me that they're playing rugby there now and not just rugby league.
Oh, right. Yes.
Huh.
No, not rugby league. No,
fair enough.
The brothers don't like it.
Don't they?
Oh.
No.
They've turned.
Well, that's all changed.
They've turned, yes.
Fair enough.
Well, we're going to have an inquiry here. I suppose
Yes.
George Pell would be the bloke to talk to.
It was
I think
He'd be
so.
excellent
I think
choice.
go straight to the Pell.
Yes, because he's a well-known AFL supporter.
I know. That'll be the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at Oak Hill College there, they'll be playing AFL. And that's where O'Farrell's got to step in.
Well, it's a worry.
Rowena, let Roy set out the question, have a swing at it.
Now, Rowena, who would Hitler have sold Churchill's doodles to?
News of the World.
Excellent answer, Rowena. And look, you get the Rugby League watch. That's in the East colours. You get the Tough Truck Challenge. That's Trucks v Snakes. And you get the 18-volt Ryobi lithium cordless drill driver. So it's a terrific prize. And look, that'll be waiting for you when you get back from your trip to Orange over the weekend. In the meantime, good luck with the weekend. Hope you win. And thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
Sir Michael Marr was the first man to import domestic cats. It is said that Marr bred more than 190,000 cats over a 10-year period and released them on the outskirts of the colony. He was granted a knighthood in 1811 for outstanding service to the environment. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
This is the life, with familiar heads up front, holding a perfect flush. And home is just around the corner.
Gotta get that girl on the love train.
It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, gentlemen. Jim, into the final hour again on a Friday of the Life. And a number of people have got in touch with me since we've been working the Doodlegate story and suggesting a statue for Gus. I'm not ruling it out of hand. And, I am mindful that these things do cost money.
Yes. I always had a dream, HG, of having a statue of everyone who's ever played rugby league lining our freeways and our motorways. Perhaps every 2 or 3 metres. Imagine how reassuring it would be as you're driving, knowing that all these sentinels, these great rugby league representatives, are standing there looking at you. And it's not as if you have to make them look like whoever they really were. No. Just get whoever did Rabs's, just to use his imagination. Just say, we want 50,000, thanks.
Now, can I just put you on pause there for a minute and suggest, are you suggesting the Entombed Warriors for rugby league? The Chinese, the bloke who...
Not bad.
Who was worried about what happened when he died, so he built this terracotta army to defend himself.
Yes.
Now, each one's got an individual face, but I bet you they don't have any resemblance to real people who lived then.
No, I'm sure they don't.
That bloke, or, his descendants, would be still able to work the terracotta.
Yeah. Well, the person who did Rabs.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Because obviously he was just following a brief. He'd never actually seen Rabs.
No.
And I think he did an incredible job. I think it might have been you suggested that he was described over the phone to the Chinese sculptor.
In English.
In English. Well, I think...
somebody at the other end translated into Chinese for that.
It's amazing.
I know, that he got that much so close.
Yes.
So close. If you squint and you turn your head on the side, I see it as Rabs. I mean, people obviously go up and stare at it and want it to talk and, do all that. They want to be silly with it.
Sure.
It's an artwork. It's meant to throw attention to what Rabs has done, not to somehow necessarily, it's art. It's meant to be symbolic of something.
Oh, okay.
Of a bloke who's spent his life calling rugby league.
What, dressed in a suit, wearing binoculars?
Well, yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, you want that, don't you?
Yeah. Well, that's all there. I'm not saying that's not there. That is all there. Mm-hmm. But it's the bit that sits above the collar that we're worried about. That's that's planting the seeds of doubt in a lot of people. Mm-hmm. A lot of people are thinking, well, who is this?
Who is this? Coming back to your Entombed Warriors idea, I've always enjoyed the fact that this nation celebrates our VC winners with that tremendous run of toilets from Sydney to Canberra.
Yeah.
You can go and piss on a digger every couple of 100 metres. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a lie, every several kilometres.
Yes.
Because let's face it, it's a long drive. It gives you the shits every time you have to do it.
Yes.
And so you need a VC resting stop along the way. Mm-hmm. Are you suggesting something similar for rugby league? Like, for instance, I know this would be a bit of a get.
Yeah, but that's functional, isn't it? I mean, it's part of the...
charm.
Well, it's part of the charm of that drive that no matter where you stop... You get a very sobering tale about one of our heroes. Yes. Yeah. No, I just mean if you're sitting in the car, in traffic. And
millions of people will be tonight.
Yes. And you just got to look out across the driver's window and there's some rugby league
But he's seen Cliffy Lyons, followed by Des Hasler, followed by...
Exactly.
Are you?
Yeah.
And a kid's going to say, look, there's Cliffy Lyons and Des Hasler.
Yes.
And they go so slowly, you'll be able to think, it's nothing like
that. And maybe their records are there as well.
Oh, did you know, Dad, that... Or you could have questions. Dad,
who's this? Yeah. Played 217 games for the Bulldogs. Was a bit of an idiot. Yeah. Oh, that'd be Bar Lamb.
Yeah. Or he played on August the 12th, 2011, he played his 350th game for the Brisbane Broncos.
Yes. Oh, that'd be the immortal, the living immortal.
Darren Lockyer.
The only living immortal.
Now,
the only playing immortal. Yeah. There are plenty of immortals.
So I got away there from Gus Gould. Now, Gus did play for, I think...
he played for Penrith, I think, for a while.
And he certainly played for Souths.
Yeah.
Souths.
Yeah.
Now, would he,
He'd be there. What would represented... If you represent more than one club,
you're a bit bigger.
You get more club. You get more...
Oh, statues.
Yeah, you can appear
He's
more
a young Gould, followed by an older Gould.
Yep.
Representing, that'll be a trick for Pingu and his Chinese mates.
Well, it'll be a very long conversation on the phone, won't it?
Lifers with communication skills. You want to get involved?
I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
With these statues, HG, Shane has phoned in. He was from Quakers Hill. He suggests you're asking, can the statues be used, the rugby league statues on the motorways, as target practice? Well, I'm not sure about this.
Well, wouldn't that be slightly disrespectful to the memory of the players? Like, let's say Mick Pobgy,
yes,
a player you don't often think of.
No, but he'd be there.
He'd be there somewhere.
Yeah.
And what are people going to say? We shot Mick Pobgy, meaning they shot the statue.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's going to be good.
No.
I mean, I haven't got a fixed position one way or the other about it. I mean, why don't they shoot feral pigs?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do something for the
Do
positive
something
for the
useful.
environment.
Yeah, sure.
We're trying to help the arts on this program.
I know.
We don't want people to go out there and imagine the Mick
But it could be good for the economy, HG, if, say...
bullets.
Well, 50 or 60, well, let's face it, a few hundred statues have got to be replaced every week or every day.
Because they're shot.
Yeah.
And bullets, guns, all that sort of stuff, sales, are you using it like that?
Yeah.
And art, creating work for artists.
Indeed, yeah. So the order would come in, oh, cool, we've got another 8 Terry Lambs to do this week.
Well, hang on a minute, that boy 8.
Well, 8 have been shot.
Oh, yeah, no, I got that bit.
Yeah.
But Terry Lamb played for Wests.
Yeah.
And for, Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Now,
But I'm suggesting that it was a statue for every game they play.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah.
Terry played a few hundred games.
Yeah.
Hundreds of bloody lambs around. I don't know if that offers you much comfort, HG.
No, I just sort of thought I balked at the actual numbers of Terry Lambs. I mean, that's my idea of a nightmare. Now, look, I think you had a suggestion off air that we're going to have to start naming and shaming people who support other codes.
Oh, yes.
Can I suggest we start with soccer?
Yes.
And we start naming and shaming people?
Who support the code? Well, like Fozzie.
Fozzie. Yeah, that'll be enough for this week.
Yeah.
Then next week, another
Next week
name.
we'll name someone else.
Les.
And I suppose the campaigns could be, if ever you see them, it's just up to the general public, whenever they see them, just to say, with your earshot near them, poo, what stinks? Oh, poo, something stinks around here. What could it be? It's subtle. But it does a job.
Are you seeing that as part of the strategic plan
Yeah.
for Western Sydney put together by Phil Gould?
Yes.
Pooh, what stinks?
Yeah, whenever you see someone who supports another code, you're allowed to say, you're allowed to insult them like that.
Now, look, I don't mean to get offside with you straight away, but I'm going to talk a little bit about cricket.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
And now, obviously, there's T20 coming, and we've had 2 T20 matches this week, which Australia was terrible in, to be quite blunt. And I did notice Peter Fitzsimons gathered together the thoughts of people who want to make some changes to the T20 format, as in scoring, basically.
All right.
Now, we've often addressed this because, let's face it, T20 does need to be jazzed up. Now, Here we go. Make the last ball of each over a double scoring ball. So if you've got a 6, it'll be 12.
Beautiful.
If there is a run-out...
Why not every ball a double ball? Double points ball. Every ball. So every ball's exciting.
Yeah.
God, watch this double points. Oh, this was double point. You know what I mean? It'd build up the excitement.
Could you have a quadruple points, Paul, at the end of the over?
But then you think, well, why not have them all quadruple points? So you get some really astronomical scores. That's what kids love.
Yeah, they do.
The Speed Bits Blues got 28,000 runs, Dad.
Yeah. Only off 17 overs. Now, if there's a run out, the batting team chooses who's out. So if you have one of the big hitters like, I want to say, Watson.
Yeah, Watto.
If he runs, I don't know.
Well, Watto's always running people.
I know, that's the trouble.
Yeah. So Watto runs someone out, and the crowd decides, or the batting team?
No, the batting team.
Oh.
It could take a long time.
So Pup would say, stay out there, Watto.
Yeah, but then you got to involve the skip on the sideline and drag him out there. And in one day as they're up in the rooms, how does he green light, red light? There's a green end and a red end.
Okay.
Anyway, just think about that.
Yeah, not bad.
If you run after hitting a ball and the ball crosses the boundary, you count the runs you ran well before the ball hits the fence. Mm-hmm. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
You can tickle the ball down to fine leg. No one's there, especially in a one-dayer.
Yep.
And so you run 2.
5.
Yeah, run 5, and it's a 4 and 9.
It's 9. But if it's quadruple points...
36.
Yep. That's not bad.
Doesn't look good. Would you see the quadruple...
But don't we want more exciting? I mean, we're trying to encourage entertainment here. Wouldn't it be better if you tickle one down to the leg side and manage to get the autograph of the umpire that has been requested by someone in the crowd? So... You drivel it away. You run down to the person in the crowd, grab their autograph book and their pen, run to the umpire. He signs it. Back to the person. Then you run back and you're in. Whoa! Yeah. What's that worth?
Oh, that's worth 1,000.
1,000 points.
Now, look, can I just suggest that you tickle it to fine leg, the other batter, the non-striker, runs the runs while you run and try and get the ball before the fielder does, as it crosses after it's crossed the boundary line.
That's not bad.
And run yourself out.
Yeah. What's that worth? Well, it's got to be worth something.
It's got to be worth something. I can't do the maths quickly enough.
What if, okay, you tickle it down the leg side, the portaloo comes out, you go in,
you take a dump. You back out.
You wipe, you clean up, you come out,
Portaloo
fresh
off.
gloves, portaloo off. What's that worth?
Oh, that's worth. Well, you've won the match. Now, a fielder who makes a catch becomes hot, and if he catches a second time in the match, the batting team loses additional runs. Oh, that's pretty weak, I think, compared with the portaloo. Yeah. Trip to the portaloo. But how do you flag it's coming on? You tickle, on it comes. You got to gesture to get it on because you couldn't have the portaloo coming on and off.
I think you've got to indicate before the ball's bowled.
That's your portaloo.
You've got to give a P sign or something, or point to your butt with both fingers.
On it comes.
And the portaloo's then ready. It comes down to the fence and the whole crowd lean forward. He's going for a portaloo. Where's he going to tickle it to? Oh, down to the leg side. Oh, look at him go.
God, it's going to be placement will be all.
Placement's never been more important.
True. After hitting a 6, each subsequent shot over the boundary and the over scores 10. Oh, well, that's a bit lame now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So in other words, if you hit a 6, then you get another 6. It becomes 10. But these are arbitrary things, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, as you point out, why not 50?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, Watto, I think the other night got sixes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, but no, I don't know if he got a number in the same over. It's a bit technical there. But I agree. I think we've got to jazz it up because I think people are starting to drop off, and we've got this competition, the T20 Bash, coming up with teams and franchises all over the place.
Well, the expectation's so high. This is what people want to see. They want to see portaloos at both ends. And you think, oh, hello.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, Jim, it's exactly the same as the first Hot Lap handout. We've got the truck v Snake racing. That's fantastic. Mad trucks, mad snakes going at it for the best part of 15 hours. Then we've got, by the way, that's the 2011 version of that. In other years, we've given away, other versions of it, but that's as modern as you can get now. I don't know, they're going to make another series. They may not. We've got the East's Watch. That's the official NRL mascot watch. It doesn't matter who you support. You'll be welcomed wherever you go wearing that. And we've got the Ryobi Lithium 18-volt cordless drill driver set in a carry bag and box. For some lucky listener, all comers who can answer the following question. Roy!
Yes, the question is, HG, what should rugby league supporters say when they find themselves near a known supporter of another code?
Roy, who are we talking to?
Yeah, we're talking about Graham of Carringbar. How are you there, Graham?
Very well, thanks, boys.
Now, Graham, you must be happy with the turnaround that's happened with Souths in the last couple of weeks.
Oh, absolutely. What a thumping of Parramatta. I mean, you were talking about the stench, but the perfume that's coming from the South Sydney area is absolutely superb at the moment.
Yeah, what do you put it down to, Graham? What's caused this tremendous turnaround?
Well, South Sydney are a confidence team, I think, sometimes, and Dave Taylor's presence coming back. And I think, too, Mr. Crocker is a good leader.
Yes.
But I also think that Johnny Sutton's running to the line a lot more.
Yes.
And I think he's better with the ball in his hand, running rather than being a ball player.
Yes. Well, so a lot of ducks have lined up, is what you're suggesting, Graham.
Yes, the planets have aligned, I think. Yeah. And it's unfortunate Sando's going next year, but nevertheless, I think, they've got over $1 million worth of players sitting on the sideline. They've had terrible injuries this year. But apart from that, I think that, the backs are playing good football. That young Dylan Farrell's really come on. And I think Nathan Merritt, I live down Cronulla way, and I saw Sticky Stewart some time back down at the rock pools at North Cronulla last summer, and I said to him, I think Merritt is best position is at fullback, and he agreed with me.
Excellent. That's great to get Sticky's thoughts on the positioning of Merritt. Yeah. Look, can I just point out, though, that they tend to be, I take your point entirely about the injuries, but they tend to be very hot and very cold, and some of those matches earlier in the year they should have won.
Yeah, I think it comes down to, yes, confidence, but also concentration. I think there's I think the mental toughness, and maybe Mr. Maguire will knock that into him next year. But look, Johnny Lang's a great coach. I think he's a man for the time, and he's someone the boys can look up to. But I really think that they need some mental toughness out there. You've seen Melbourne this year with a lot of second string players come through and they're leading the competition.
Yeah. Would you like the idea of Big Coltrane, Incredible Hulk, Taylor at halfback?
That'd be a beautiful marriage of form and function.
It would, wouldn't it? Because he's got the brain of a halfback, you know that.
He has. He absolutely has. And, I'd like to test his long kicking game. That's what I'd like to do. His short kicking game's quite good, but his long kicking game would have to be tested before we slotted him in there.
Sure.
Now, Graham, let Roy sit out the question, have a swing at it.
Now, Graham, what should rugby league supporters say when they find themselves near a known supporter of another code?
Pooh, that stinks.
Are you at all worried about rugby league in the western suburbs of Sydney, Graham?
Well, I am a little bit, actually. Look, there was a young man out doing an intern with us from the University of Boston, and he was talking about the fact that over in the US they have, the guys in the NFL have got to go through college to play. And I was thinking we really need the establishment of a rugby league university or an adjunct thing with the University of Western Sydney out there or something.
Yes.
And with the moral and the spiritual decline of rugby league, maybe even a theological college out there as well, with, say, Peter Peters teaching Old Testament Greek and Tommy Rodonicus teaching Old Testament history or something like that, Narco, and Quayle, those blokes teaching apostolic history, or apostolic
lovely idea.
faith.
What
I mean?
about rugby league ethics classes? Can you see any room for that, Graham?
Well, I do. I think so, but it's you just can't teach the ethics in a vacuum.
No, you can't.
True.
No, you're absolutely right there. You're absolutely right there. And what about, the traditions of Huspartum going right back to Neolithic times? Would you like to see, anthropologists come and talk about the role, I suppose, of what I'm saying, the role of rugby league in what I'm describing as the Neolithic Revolution, where we learnt to farm and plant seeds, etc.
Yeah, well, I think Craig Young would be good at that.
Oh,
yes.
He was the precursor to modern man, Australopithecus robustus.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
but also, what I'd like to see also is, someone like Peter Peters out there talking about Sparta and Athens and,
really
the
laying a
strategies,
foundation.
the tactics, the hard men.
Yes.
It needs that basis.
Well, maybe he could be the principal of the school.
Could be. What about the art of war? Zong
Certainly
Zu.
the
Oh, no.
driving
Let's
force.
keep Zongzu out of it.
Do you want to do? What about? You don't want Zong Zu?
No, I don't want Zong
Well, I'm
Zu
asking
in.
Graham. Graham, do you want Zong Zu there? The art of war.
I'd love to see him there. He's
Can I
out
say
all around the place.
He's completely bankrupt, and if I ever stand next to him, I'm going to say, "Ooh, what's that smell?" Graham, you've got the drill, you've got the watch. Sadly, it's in East colours, but you might be able to colour them differently with a texture colour or something like that. And you've got the Truck v Snake Racing, a DVD. So it's quite a prize. And thanks for those excellent comments on the life here on Triple M.
In 1804, Governor King banned Lieutenant Clifford O'Riordan from shouting at his troops. It is said that on one occasion, O'Riordan's commands made at Government House could be clearly heard in Parramatta. 8 of his immediate command were made permanently deaf. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
And that, sadly, Roy, takes us away for another afternoon here at Triple M and the Life. Anna did a tremendous job on the phones and surrounded by a lot of bump too. Normally she works in a fairly clean, sort of easy to get to environment,
Very difficult
workstation.
circumstances.
Very difficult, extremely difficult circumstance. Trying. With a lot of technical people coming and,
Yes.
pointing out what she's doing wrong.
Yep.
Because they're setting up for an event on Monday morning.
Yep.
But she just did incredibly well. And, of course, Skip,
Yep.
he's...
He turned up and he stayed.
Do you know what worried me was he wore a hoodie today?
I know.
I thought, hello, we're in trouble here.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to start nicking things.
Yeah.
And then I didn't know what my responsibility as an employee would be because he's superior to me in the scheme of things.
I know.
I felt as though I'd have to alert management.
Yeah.
But you know Friday, what it's like trying to get management to do anything on a Friday. They can't.
They're not here.
Mercifully, Garfield's here, but he's hampered by his moon boot problems.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I can't rely on him anymore.
No.
And I don't want to put you in a difficult position.
No.
Vis-a-vis management.
No, it's amazing we got a show out at all today, given those circumstances.
Now, Living End, live on the Triple M roof, coming up. That's it for The Life. We'll see you next Friday. Thanks. Bye now.
There it is, lifers. Home again in paradise.
Gotta get back, girl, on the love train.
Switch off the motor. Don't leave any valuables in the car. And keep the dial glued to Triple M. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people with cars, tyre fitters and other dreamers. Welcome to another well-tuned afternoon in paradise. Stay with us for the next 3 hours as Triple M runs you home to that little nook where your key fits a friendly hole. Reach out and touch a familiar knob on the shortcut to that wedge of wonder you call home. This is the life.
Gotta get back, girl, on the love train.
With the big two up front in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slavin, and riding shotgun, the ace up the sleeve, H.G. Nelson. H.G.?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim has, I think, wisely dedicated today's reads to former tennis, or Semis, if you like. Semis, it's a new sport, just invented then. Tennis superstar Anna Kournikova. Look, I haven't thought of Anna Kournikova in many, many years now, but she's been inked and is the latest superstar. I'm not quite sure what sort, but latest superstar now signed for Melbourne for that one day in November. I think last week we broke the story that the Kardashians were coming, Kim, Khloe, Kourtney, etc., and they were bringing their great fashion ideas to the Melbourne Cup. And somebody else whose name escapes me briefly, but I know who it was. It was the Housewives of New Jersey. They're on their way. And Anna Kournikova is also now inked. And I just hope there's no, and I shouldn't flag this really, you know, what would I call it, rivalry between the Kardashians and Anna. Because I don't know how these two worlds collide at, in the mounting enclosure at Flemington. I just hope nothing untoward happens. And look, sadly, Anna was not in town this week when the Melbourne Cup visited Sydney midweek. I don't know if you got a chance to get out and see it. I did. I got my photo taken with it and was able to hold it and touch it. And there were very few racing people from what I call the A-list who are signed. No Kardashians, no news, Housewives of New Jersey, no Anna Kournikova. And our Hawko, that is Jennifer Hawkins, our Miss Universe, and a couple of hoops, I think it might have been Karen McAvoy and Corey Brown, had to lug the load for the tennis great, who didn't even send a message of, hope you to see you in November and hope the roses are good and I want us to have a picture taken in front of the Bart Cummins statue. How is Bart, by the way? That sort of message. There was no video message. There was nothing read out by the MC. There was nothing, really, from Anna Kournikova, and I thought it just spoke poorly of her interest in racing. She
couldn't give a bugger about racing, and that's a fact.
That, sadly, I think, was the conclusion I walked away from the do with.
Yeah.
I'm worried now that
what a snub! How rude is that?
I know, it's incredibly rude, and I'm now worried the Kardashians don't know anything about racing as well. I've seen nothing in their show. I must say that I'm a close watcher of their show. It bores me shitless, I'm afraid. But on the other hand, having said that,
Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
I think that's what it's called.
Great.
Yeah. No. Oh, it's a great show, right?
It's very hard to keep up with them.
They go
so much going on.
Exactly, so much going on.
Got to find my lipstick episode. I didn't think they'd ever find it.
Now, but look, Roy, what I was trying to get to was I don't see any pictures of them, say, I don't know, the Kentucky Derby at Agua Caliente where the surf meets the turf. Any of that. I didn't see him. Remember last year we broke a story, I think, that Farlap had been buried in a school, and I want to say a Palo Alto school, and had been overgrown, the gravesite, with paint tins and supplies connected with the sporting department of a school. Which is great. Great for the school, but sad for Farlap. Now, I didn't see them involved in that. No. Like Kardashians unearth Farlap, it'd be great. Just a lovely little button for a cup trip.
Yeah, a rescue mission. Anna Kournikova's rescue mission.
For Farlap.
Do it for Farlap.
Exactly. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Live with Roy and HG on a Friday afternoon when too much body's bellied up. What a week. What an incredible week. Just 2011, I think we might be about, 30 weeks in and 30 of the best. And last week was the strawberry on top of the icing, on top of the Ian Hewitson baked cake, apple cake. It was just great. Sure, a few currants in there. I think it might have been a maple syrup frosting too on that cake if my taste buds are still working. Rugby League and Jonathan Thurston is as good as Joey Johns. That was the call this week. It's certainly a big call. And could the Dally M winner in 05 and 07 be about to bag his third in 2011? I mean, they're the rumours that are reaching my ears vis-a-vis the Dally M's, and I haven't been thinking Dally M's until this week. AFL and the GWS Giants are in line now to snap up the Corns brothers. And that's Chad and Kane. Look, I just worry about this a little bit because I think it was Chad who said there's no way he's going to play for the GWS Giants. But Kevin and Mark Williams, that's Kevin Sheedy and Mark Williams, former Port Power coach, may have other things in mind. It would be a Sheedy masterstroke. And I believe now with Corns, the two Corns in place, come on down, super boot, Brendan Favola. Yes, that's the male reaching the life this week. Brendan is in for the Giants. And once you put the two Corns, Chad and Kane, and Brendan Favola in a team, it's got some real grunt and poke. Meanwhile, the voice of sanity in the AFL, Mick Malthouse, is declared mad. That's right, declared mad by critics in fallout from the Milnes a rapist crowd chant last weekend. Now, for those who follow these things closely, there was a section of the crowd that started up the usual chant when Stephen Milne plays the Collingwood Magpies, the Stephen Milne being the saint, and the Collingwood Magpies obviously being who they are. And it went on last week, and now there's calls for silence, all games to be played in silence. So I don't think it's going too far myself, but maybe just Collingwood St Kilda matches played in complete silence. If you talk, you're thrown out by the cops. I mean, they've got nothing to do with their time. They're just standing around there trying to keep people from running on the ground. We'll give them something to do, throw people out who talk, and no whispering either. Wasn't that a good kick? Out you go, Sonny Jim. Did I hear you talking? Oh, don't talk back at me, boy. Okay, that's 6 months in the slammer. Did you swear? 12 months. Anyway, that's how it'll work. Silence. Draconian, sure, but in the importance of bringing families back to the game. Rugby Union, after a tremendous come-from-behind win in South Africa against the Bok. Remember them? They left all their players at home when they came to Australia. Then they put them all in when they got back to South Africa. Same result. Australia wins. Anyway, in fallout from that great match last weekend, Wallaby super coach Robbie Deans inks an extension to his contract until the end of, wait for it, 2013. SC Deans will be there when the Nuggety Ones finally achieve, that is the golden Nuggety Ones, finally achieve greatness. Our men in gold are now certain to bag the Tri-Nations in 2011 with the final clash in Brisbane against the All Blacks next Saturday night. And from there, what a platform to push on and win the 2011 World Cup. I mean, sure, call me an idiot. Many have, but I believe it's now possible within our grasp. We are in control of our own destiny in these matters. We don't have to wait for results to go our way. We keep winning. We win the World Cup. Golf, and Keegan Bradley snares the USPGA after a 3-hole playoff with Jason Dufner. Just before I come back to Dufner, I must note that Tiger, that is the man they call, that is Tiger Woods, turns in a Hensby-like performance that has the New South Wales big events people licking their lips in anticipation. Look, I'm not sure when Tiger Touchdown's going to be in Sydney. It won't be far away, though. And I'd say big events are just, they can't wait. Now, back to Jason Dufner. Dudes, is there anyone on the planet cooler than Jason Dufner? He has the name, the swing, the look and the head. And that's our talkback topic today. Just a yes or no will do. That's the topic. Is there anyone cooler than Jason Dufner? Don't bother. We know the arguments for and against. Well, we certainly know the arguments for. Just chime in and come right in behind us on the Dufner Matter when we throw open the phone lines in a few hours' time. Cricket and pups people go down in ODI 3 by 78 runs. I mean, it was complete shellacking. I don't know what happened to S. Ed Johnson. Remember, he was our secret weapon in the first couple, took a lot of wickets. We'd left to Doug Bollinger to take the wickets this time. He got a 4 for, don't know quite how many, 4, I think it might have been 4 for 44. Anyway, with our S-Head Johnson turning up, the Lucky Lankins Demolish Pups crew. Now, racing, and as mentioned already, big names inked for the Birdcage. It's very sad to report here that one of my favourite horses, the Personality Conveyance, and when he came to the stables, he lit the place up. Now, I'm talking about Cedarburg. He won't be there on that one day in November. The horse suffered a heart attack after a hit out midweek. And now they'll just have a shoot there, say, round about, well, depending on what draw he got, let's say shoot number 18 in the barriers. It'll be a homage to the hole that Cedarburg would have filled on that one day in November, but sadly he won't be there. And now it's time to lock horns with a man who's always up and about. I don't know if people have been following the football this year. That's the AFL football at all this year, but up and about seems to be the term that everyone's using. Up and about, the crowd's up and about. Police are up and about. People are talking up and about. They're being thrown in jail up and about. This man's up and about. He's always up and about. God, he's always up and about. That man is rampaging. Roy Slaven will get him on the gargle simply by asking, what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp during the past set of 7? Big Mick?
Yes, thank you very much. Gaz. I think that's the third time you've been Gaz in a lifetime of wanting to be Gaz. Mm-hmm. You've snared it for the third time.
A trifecta.
Yeah. And I bet you never thought all those years ago that one day you'd be called Gaz 3 times.
I've had $5 on at the TAB that had happened before September this year.
Is that right?
I'm going down to collect tonight.
When you took that in 1988, I hope.
I did.
Good.
I did.
Good. Well, I didn't know about that. So
you kept it quiet.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't want
but there's no collusion.
Well, I didn't want to put any pressure on you.
Yeah, right.
To do it.
Fair enough.
By September 2011.
Now, I was upset by Cedarburg. I tell you what upset me more. We heard nothing from Anna Kournikova and nothing from the Cardassians. About it. No, sorry, or Varley, or Cedarburg meant so much. Would it hurt?
No.
So Anna Kournikova said, yes, Cedarburg means so much to me.
Yeah.
Well, we know he didn't.
Yeah, I never heard of those.
Not a thing.
Yeah. You know when they come, will you get them on the show? Do you think we'll make an effort to get them on the show and explain what their interest in racing is?
Yeah, what does Cedarburg mean to you, Anna?
Yeah.
Hey, Kim!
Yeah.
Love the look! What about Cedarburg?
Yeah. Exactly, that's how I thought you might go.
Yeah, right.
Because you do handle international celebrities well. You're known as a person who handles international celebrities with a kid glove.
That's true. That's true. We do have form in this regard. And I just can't wait.
Till the Hilton sisters come back.
Yeah. Well, nothing from them.
No, well, they're not coming. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't
but they've been before.
Yeah, I know.
You think they keep an eye on it?
Yeah, true.
Just in passing.
And, gee, jealous that the Kardashians are going. That sort of comment.
Yeah, probably. Now, I know we don't often talk about the AFI Award. Well, we do, but when we do, we talk about the AFI Awards with pride. Mm-hmm. I've always loved the AFI. We're big fans, big raps there. Why change them?
What are they called now?
They're going to be called something else.
What, the Something Else Awards?
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's going to be on at the same time as Oscar.
Get out! Yes. The same night as Oscar?
No, not the same. Oh, well, it might be the same night. I don't know. Well, it seems stupid to me. Stupid to me. Because the thing about the AFI is they're at a different time of year.
They used to be round about now, between now and the end of the year.
Got it.
That's a perfect time to have.
I know. People love the... I mean, if it ain't broke, ... Mm-hmm. It gets up my nose. I mean, what would they be doing? It's that idiot Rush.
Oh, that bloke.
Yeah.
Under pressure from Gillard,
Probably.
I suppose.
Probably. I bet it's got something to do with the carbon tax. That'd be it.
Right.
That'd be it. It's even mucking up the bloody AFI Awards. What used to be called the AFI Awards.
It's amazing they're going on.
Now, Petero to stay committed to Western Sydney Rugby League, even when he returns to Brisbane, according to Petero. I don't know how. I don't know whether he's going to blow down every week and just make an appearance. Hello, everyone. Remember me? I'm Petero. Isn't Rugby League great? Sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what to make of that. And when I say Petero, I mean Petero Sevaseva. Just in case you got confused until I was talking about someone else. Like Petero Green.
Oh, yeah, him.
Petero Snodgrass. God, they were hopeless players.
They were.
And who cares? I couldn't give a bugger whether Snodgrass or Green are bloody supporting the rugby league in Western Sydney. Because I don't think for a moment they are. Ever since they went to Brisbane, never heard a thing about them. Now, is Austin Tront... Now, there's a name.
Austin Tront.
I don't know if Tronty... I'd love to see Tronty playing rugby league.
Yeah, that's a perfect name for rugby league.
Just sitting outside Tronk.
And Stig. Stig. passes the ball.
Yeah, and Cronk.
Well, Cronk.
Yeah.
And
Cronk to Tront.
Try.
Then to Croc. Okay. Now, is Tront avoiding Mundine?
Oh, yes.
Or does he just not care?
Yeah.
I suspect he doesn't care.
I do too.
I mean, we got a name like Austin Tront. You can be your own man.
The world's your oyster.
The world is your oyster. You go where you just barge in wherever you like.
Tront's my name.
Yep, Tront's my name. I'll come in, sir. Come on in. Do you know Scott Tronk? What? Do you know Scott Tronk? Yes. Should there be a Matt Gitto rally in Canberra? Maybe next week, maybe Monday. All Matt Gitto fans, let's drive to Canberra and give them a message.
Yeah, but stay on message, though, Roy.
Oh, yeah.
This rubbish that happened during the week, all sorts of bloody red herring.
I know.
Dudes.
I know.
It's Gitto only.
Yeah, Gitto only.
Yeah.
Yeah, give us back Gitto.
Yeah.
Mongrels.
That's it.
Parliament. Mm-hmm. Bloody bitch. Got rid of Gitto.
Excellent.
The best to do with the carbon tax.
If you want to get involved, go to our site and make a donation.
Yes.
We'll see it gets to Matt.
That's right. We'll see it gets to Parliament.
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Doesn't matter what sort of car you got either. Doesn't matter. Just turn up and yell. Yeah. Has the St George playing group... I love that term, playing group.
Yeah, playing group.
You know, in the old days, I mean, we used to call it a team.
Yeah, last week.
You know, how old is that? I mean, one team, what? Who? Say team, well, you know, do you like the team kids? I don't know what you're talking about. But mention playing group. Everyone leans forward. Oh, yes, we're interested in that. Anyway, has the St George playing group stopped listening to Wayne? I think they probably have. And I'll tell you why. Because Wayne has never had anything to say to anyone about anything. And it's about time we, pointed out that the king has got no clothes. I mean, we've had this weirdo nudist traipsing around rugby league, swanning, dare I say it, around rugby league, receiving all these plaudits for doing nothing. Well, the chickens have come home to roost, haven't they? At St George, at St George Leagues Club, the Taj Mahal,
the
stink capital of Australia at the moment, Pongsville,
with holes in the roof.
So
the rain gets in.
That's it. Well, just as well it does. Yeah. It sort of dampens the pong just a little bit.
Well, and it lets the steam out. Yeah. Otherwise, the place would blow up.
Methane capital of Australia.
Exactly.
I blame the Gillard government to do with carbon tax.
And Matt Gitto.
Short Appleby adopts the broomstick putter. Oh, why do they do it?
I know.
It's admission. It's a white flag, isn't it? It's just saying, I'm a total idiot and goose.
I've gone mad.
Yes, I've gone mad. Call me Adam Scott. That's what it's saying. Call me... Well, we will. Adam Scott adopts the broomstick putter. Gaz, that is, shimmy, whoosh. That's the fire-up bitch man. Fubby. That one. He says people are entitled to their own opinions about the Dragons. Ah, are they? I don't know if you've read any of the trite put out by Gaz this week.
Oh, it's horrible.
But he's one bloke who's not entitled to an opinion.
Yeah, he's just got to play better.
He's just got, yes, play better.
In fact, I don't think
You're rubbish. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's fact. It's not opinion. We don't deal with opinion here. We deal with facts. St George, Poosville, Stinkville.
Mm-hmm.
The big V leads where? I tell you what, to an unwiped date. Hensby. Thank God, 701.
When popular public house, The Happy Fat, was forced to change its name to The Limp Grub by order of Governor King, it lost 97% of its trade and closed within a fortnight of the order. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, there was a very big do this week to launch the new lineup at Channel 10.
I missed this completely.
I know, it was
Matt and Gary and George there?
Matt and Gary and George certainly were there.
Good.
And it was a terrific sort of knees up in the old-fashioned style. And two programs that have been announced, which I didn't get a chance to.
This for the young Murdoch kiddie who was doing
Lachlan
the launch?
Murdoch. Yeah, Lachlan Murdoch, very involved.
Yes.
And I should have mentioned this in the launch, in the opening comments, but the launch indicated that two programs are going to return. Two great programs. It's a Knockout.
Oh, yes.
And I think it's
Why did that ever go away?
I know.
It's a Knockout. I love that show.
I've got no idea
I got
why.
no idea. It's like Supermarket Sweep. I love that show. Why'd that go?
Well, could you remember a show called It Could Be You?
Yes.
Could we bring that
With Tommy
back?
Hanlon Jr.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
It was the first show I hated on television.
Yeah. They kept it on for so long.
They did. Often I thought just to give me the shits.
Yeah.
I had no idea that other people were involved in making the decision.
Well, I used it as a marker of boredom. If I sat right through to the first ad break, I knew I was incredibly bored. If I went to the second ad break,
Yeah, you
unbelievably
catatonic.
boredom, yeah. And then third break, you
were
come up and
comatose.
shoot me and put me out of my misery.
A great way to gauge your television.
Yeah.
Now, It's a Knockout. We maybe should explain this for part of the audience who may not have come across it. As I recall, it was a program that was often filmed in the Queensland area. Might have been at one of the showgrounds outside Brisbane, and often had a great frontman called Billy J. Smith. Is that right? Well, Billy Smith.
Yeah, Billy J. Smith.
Billy J. Smith, who used to be a rugby league caller, so
Yes,
he's had
he
a
did.
natural approach to it.
Yep.
And what it did involve was teams, often state-based teams,
Yep.
and often state-based teams from a firm in the state. So let's say it might have been the Lahoud Motors team from New South Wales up against Telstra employees in Queensland.
Yeah, yeah.
And they would do zany things, often involving getting wet,
falling in mud,
climbing things that weren't very stable.
Yes.
So a lot of falling over and tagging each other to keep the thing going, and then the next one.
Yeah.
It never
It was
had
very
that-
funny, wasn't it?
It was very funny.
Very funny, and you never felt as if you were getting bored.
No.
Yeah.
No. The thing is that I think it got run over a bit by Gladiator,
Oh,
which had
that's
tickets
right.
on itself
Well,
fitness-wise.
why did they get rid of that show? That was a great show, Gladiator. Remember that?
I do.
John Alexander, now the Minister for Tennis.
Was the
Well, the
official-
opposition spokesperson for tennis, at least. He was an umpire, remember?
He was.
Remember the mad eyes?
And he got
looked a bit
things
like
going.
Lord Monkton.
He did. Well, it's an odd combination.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Ah.
Could Lord Monkton come back? I mean, he's a show
Did he ever
business-
go away? I'd love to Monkton have his own show. Call
What?
me Monkton. Call me mad with Lord Monkton.
Yeah, give us a ring now. Now, look.
How mad am I? Just phone me. G'day, Lord Monkton, with you. You're real mad. Oh, great. Next caller. Yeah, you're mad, mate. Okay. Ad break.
Now, coming back to the Gladiator, it seemed to be a serious version of It's a Knockout. And I don't mean that to be misunderstood. It demanded so much more from the contestants.
Yeah.
The great thing about It's a Knockout is it demanded nothing of the contestants except the willingness to turn up on a Friday night
And get covered in paint.
That's right. At 7:30, anybody could do it. The sad thing was, at one point, the Royals got involved. Don't know if you can remember this. It's a Knockout Royal, or It's a Royal
Yes.
Knockout, I think it was called.
Yes, I
and
think
the
you're
Palace
right.
put it on, and people like Fergie and Prince Andrew and maybe Prince Edward and mates
Yes.
did a version of it, and that was the end of it, really,
Yeah.
because you couldn't come back from there. That sort of madness. It'd be like, I don't know, getting Barack Obama to do it, or... You know, or
Yes.
who's that bloke? Sarkozy and Mrs. Sarkozy. up
Vladimir
against-
Putin.
Yeah, that's right.
Forming a team.
Yeah, it was just impossible.
Yeah.
But it is a great show, and that can come back. And one thing I like about it is you seem to be able to make about 20 of it in a day. So the
Yeah,
production
that's
costs
right.
are right down. All you need is...
Now, Rhiannon of Eastwood actually is suggesting It's a Knockout was filmed in Dural.
Oh, it could easily be.
Yeah.
And is there a...
Did they fly Billy J. Smith down?
Would have. And would they have had a... Is there a showgrounds at Dural? Rhiannon may know this. Where they filmed it. They seem to film it in quite a large area.
Large area, yeah. Well, Dural's got everything.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, that's right.
You know?
Okay, so it's...
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
Now, the next thing was, the other show that's coming back is Young Talent Time.
why did that ever go?
Yeah, I know. I thought you might say that.
Yeah.
Look, one thing...
Because Australia's got talent, hasn't it? I mean, has it what?
Yeah, I know. It's got too much talent.
Too
for
much talent.
Australia's Got Talent.
Yeah.
That show on 7.
Yep.
Young
I
Talent
wonder how
Time.
the 4 or 5 people in Australia feel who haven't been invited onto a talent show. Because there can't be many left that haven't
Had a go.
Got up and belted out a tune
Or juggled.
in front of some judges,
No, that's true.
you know.
No, you haven't been, though, Roy. How do you feel? Could you...
Oh, well, I feel left out.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah.
Do you feel a bit sort of less of
What
a
about
human
a talent show for people with definitely no talent, a sort of no-talent show?
Well,
And
unfortunately,
if you can do anything, you lose.
don't give Boxhead Lecky at 7 Ideas. That's exactly the show that should go into the hole.
Yeah.
Left when young
And look
talent...
for Australia's most talentless person.
Famous platypus denier Governor King had a free settler flogged to death by the Stevenson twins for daring to present him with a live specimen. The record shows the free settler to be Gordon Hereford, husband of Mole Driscoll, alias Mole Hereford, alias Mole. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Look, Young Talent Time, before we go to the break,
Yes.
Young Talent Time produced a great array of stars, and I know I do a disservice to the hundreds of thousands of young kids who came and performed before Johnny Young and got voted by that great panel of judges. But two that stand out, Danny Minogue, who kicked on to obviously become a judge herself on a talent show, and Tina Arena, who...
Star of France.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, enormous in
Now,
France.
didn't she sing when Cadell won
She
the
did.
Tour of France? She
She
sang
did.
the Australian
She
national
did,
anthem, a
yeah.
rather sort of ambient version
Yeah,
of
it
it,
was.
which drew attention to it.
Yeah, don't forget Jamie Redfern.
Oh, Jamie Redfern was, I was trying to remember Jamie
Yeah,
Redfern,
yeah.
These are great stars, aren't they? Have exerted enormous pressure on the culture.
Yeah. And all went on to be enormous stars.
And if we had a musical, like, there's, I think there might be a musical at the moment.
Dennis
called Rock-
Walter, I want to say.
Could easily be. Dennis Walter would be an
Walter.
early cab off the rank, though, Roy.
Yeah.
There's a musical, I think it's called Rock of Ages, where they put songs of the 80s together, like,
Oh, yeah.
I think it might be playing in Melbourne at the moment and soon for Sydney. I might be wrong about that. Anyway, it's a great musical, with, people singing songs by people like Foreigner and, Boston and all those sort of great
fantastic.
80s bands.
Yeah.
Could we have a Young Talent Time musical, do you think, with songs by Jamie Redfern and Danny Minogue? And
Well, I'm more excited, and Debbie Byrne might have
Debbie
come through.
Byrne, yes, of course.
That's
what I meant.
I'm looking looking forward to seeing the new Debbie Byrne and the new
Tina Arena.
The
new Danny, of course.
The new Danny.
Big shoes for
the new Jamie Redfern. I mean, they're out there, HG. They are. They're everywhere. I mean, there's probably 20 or 30 Jamie Redferns out there just waiting to be discovered.
Yeah, are you worried you might have seen them on another show and not recognised them, though?
What, like Australia's Got Talent? Look, I think we've got enough talent to go around. You can't have enough. I mean, I think by law, I would suggest by law, every channel should have its own young talent show. Just to give kids a chance, a bit of a leg up.
In the business.
I mean, I won't be satisfied till every child in Australia is a star.
The Sydney term, cracking the fat, harkens back to the butcher's picnics, when in order to prove meat was fresh, a butcher would literally tear a strip of fat off a carcass and crack it like a whip. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Just a quick thing on, as we were talking about, obviously, the Melbourne Cup earlier.
Yeah.
And obviously, Glenn Boss has been a terrific rider in the Melbourne Cup, and I think won maybe 3 of the cups on Maccabi Diva.
Oh yes.
Now he had hopes of making his jumps riding debut this winter. They've sadly hit a hurdle, and he's run out of time to get his ticket. Boss was in line to make a temporary transition from flat jockey to the jumps rider so he could partner Superhorse Black and Bent in the JJJ Houlihan Hurdle at Sandown on Sunday week. So it would be, this Sunday coming. He needed to ride in 10 jumps trials, but will fall short of his target. Now, Roy, do you think this is a unfair impost on a senior jockey?
I think it is. And you've got to ask yourself, is it in the public interest for Bossy to have a jump? And I think it is. People would love to see him jumping.
They would.
If you had some of the glamour of Glenn Boss at the jumps, there's no reason why Anna Kournikova and the Cardassians would go. They'd love to be seen there in the company of someone like Glenn Boss.
In the Houlihan Hurdle, do you think that could pull him?
Yeah.
It's a $100,000 race.
Yeah,
at Sandown.
you are.
I suppose you only have to promote it right.
Yes.
And, would you play up the danger angle? Glenn Boss, sort of never performed before at this level.
Death-defying.
Death-defying, exactly the term I'm looking for.
Yes. Yeah, why not?
And why not Boss no previous experience over the jumps?
Yeah, that's
that
right.
would be the qualification.
Exactly.
Obviously, you have to jump against
Come and watch Glenn Boss dice with death. Isn't that the way you'd market it?
You certainly would.
And you'd have someone like Anna Kournikova. She wouldn't mind shooting a commercial for it. Hello, everyone. I'm Anna Kournikova. Sometimes I can say my name. Bit of a joke. No, honestly, Glenn Boss, he's going to be dancing with death.
Dancing with death?
He's going to be dicing with death. I guess he'll
dancing with death. Don't leave that alone. It's an accident, but well worth putting in.
We'll see.
It writes itself.
Yeah, it does write itself. Doesn't it? Doesn't matter how silly she sounds. People are going to go.
The term cracking the fat was also called whipping the white, or later, curdling the cock. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Hey, AC/DC winemakers. Who made who? Look, just on the winemaking of AC/DC, I know this isn't really our topic, but or an area we cover. I was a bit disappointed with that.
Oh, I see. I thought you were disappointed with winemaking in general. At the moment.
Just, well, I could be, but especially the AC/DC idea of getting into wine. It's a bit like next they're going to tell me they're playing golf.
Oh, right.
And then,
I see
what jig's up.
Oh, I see what you know. It'd be a bit like you two building a car.
A hybrid car, too. That you used a credit card to start. Or something like that. Yeah, I know, exactly right. They'll be playing golf. They'll be putting out their own range of AC/DC slippers and, rugby union wear and all that sort of stuff.
Yes.
And,
pyjamas.
Yeah.
A dressing gown.
Exactly.
Sheets.
Mm-hmm. Sheets. Yeah. What happened to a long way to the top and a whole lot of roads.
Yeah. What about where's the anger?
Thanks very much. That's exactly.
If they were angry about winemaking, Australian wine is crap.
Exactly.
Something like that, you'd think, well, hang on. It gives you, they've got an attitude towards it.
Yeah. No, they just want you to get in the bottle shop and buy it. Look, I mean,
I hope that's not the thin edge of the wedge. We're going to get a cold chisel bloody Chardonnay next.
I hadn't thought of that. Are they going to go?
That's how it starts.
One does it, and so they...
Yes.
What, reformed hunters and collectors, Shiraz.
Shiraz, thank you. Hey?
Can I say I'm out in the backyard?
Yeah, I know, I'm with you.
That meat sounds fresh. Eh? The meat is cracking the fat. Jeff.
This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
This is the life on an afternoon in paradise. Reach out and fondle that familiar knob with the two picture cards, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, welcome to the second hour of the life today. Now, during the week there was an ODI, a one-day international, and there was a little bit of disappointment for the Australians.
Yeah.
It appeared that their main, their main success in the earlier matches was with the bowlers.
Yeah.
In other words, the bowlers obviously were very dominating and were able to, plough through the...
Didn't Superhead Johnson get 6 for with the first ODI?
Yeah, and then there seemed to be a combined effort in the second one. Speaking of Superhead Johnson, there was an email this week before we go on to this story.
Yes, because we mistakenly called him Spearhead last week.
Yes. I noticed you've corrected that already.
And not Superhead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look, it's...
I'm sorry to offend... all Superhead freaks.
We thought we got it wrong.
Yeah.
Now, look, this week the match was at Hambantota.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting thing here is that Hambantota is the site, or the nominated site, for the Sri Lankan Commonwealth Games bid. And their main rival is, of course, the Gold Coast in Australia.
Yeah, right.
There was obviously, Ed Jackson got this for the telly. Mm-hmm. He says, obviously, there's 3 main cities in, Sri Lanka, Colombo, Kandy and Galle, or I think that's how you say it, Galle. And they describe as Hambantota as a dusty little workday fishing town, which offers few reasons to stop.
So it's a bit like the Gold Coast.
Exactly. Well... I'd worry about fishing at the Gold Coast.
Well, I wouldn't need anything to pull out of the water at the Gold Coast. You'd have to be mad.
You'd be better
Whereas
off.
at Hambantota, some of those fish, it's beautiful eating fish.
They're fabulous eating fish.
Yeah.
It's a pity we don't import more from Hambantota to Australia.
Yeah.
This was in the Lonely Planet coverage.
Yes.
The book was published, this was a 2009 edition, before the game's bid was announced, and it does concede a harbour and proposed international airport was set to transform the area. The harbour is open, but a bedrock discovered at a depth of 7 metres at the entrance will require a further $138 million for removal. So there's a lot of work to be done there, which will generate jobs and obviously build the infrastructure to carry the games.
To carry the games, yeah.
So this may explain why, it gets the nod and could be transformed from the dusty little workaday fishing town into a booming metropolis keen to welcome the world, as Ed Jackson puts it so neatly in his article.
Yeah.
Now, Roy, I know you've reluctant to, bag bids because you love the bid process and you think it brings people together and it's part of the, never mind how corrupt the recent games in Delhi were.
Yeah. Well, new slate.
New slate, that's exactly right. And let's face it.
You draw a line under it, you move on.
Indeed. And a lot of people have made friendships in Delhi which will last a long time, and that's worth looking at in context of the corruption that produced the games in the first place.
Yes.
You've
got to be pragmatic, haven't you?
Pragmatic, exactly. That's right. You've just got to see the good where it is.
Yes, that's right.
Hambantota, are you thinking now differently about it after this ODI fixture went off? So, never mind the loss to Australia, but it went off without a hitch.
Well, no, it did, but I do worry a little bit about the Hambantotan soils. I mean, that it suited their batsmen and not ours. It suited their bowlers and not ours. But then again, I think, hometown advantage, why not?
Are you worried that, say, in the 100 metres, that the soil may produce a local result,
local winner,
which would be hard for our, let's say John Stephenson. I know he doesn't run the 100 metres, but to come good in the 400 metres?
Yeah, well, their sand's different too for your triple jumpers, or your jumpers in general.
So
it's much harder to jump in Hambantota than it is in Australian conditions.
Right, so you see, say, Steve Hooker on the pole, should he be still around?
I think their pole standards are pretty similar, but it's the sand that's different and the soil that's different. So anything on track and field that involves, being in contact, but I suppose your pole vaulting is, but it's only one principal point of contact in a box, isn't it? And you can quarantine that box
from the sand.
Yeah.
Now, how do you see the village, say the game's village being?
Well, I've only seen the drawings. Well, it wasn't really a drawings. It was just a series of
crosses on the map.
Well, matchboxes stacked up together. It looked pretty convincing. You push one end and the other end comes out, and you can look inside and see
a bed.
What you imagine be about 50 people lying together. So I could visualise that pretty readily.
And are you sensing that Australian athletes
are quite happy to share a small box with 49 others?
I wasn't going to put them on. I wasn't going to pour on that acid test because that'll come later.
Yeah.
But what I meant was, do you sense that in the athletics community, Steve Hooker, say Mr. Cheese, should he still be swimming? And I'm using here in the athletics in the broadest, in the sporting community in general, that there's a buzz about Hambantota. Are you?
Well, I'm not hearing it yet.
No,
I'm not. That's not to say. These things go in dolly steps, don't they?
They do.
Look at us, we're here too. Now, who would have said, 5, 6, 7 or 8 years ago that you'd be talking about Hambantota? I would have said you're mad.
In 1804, Governor King banned Lieutenant Clifford O'Riordan from shouting at his troops. It is said that on one occasion, O'Riordan's commands made at Government House could be clearly heard in Parramatta. 8 of his immediate command were made permanently deaf. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Oh, yes, Led Zeppelin.
Is that from 3 or 4?
Good question.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Look,
3. Yeah.
3, okay. Look, what worries, they'll never put out wine, will they? They'll never stoop to that
Led
sort
Zeppelin, no, they didn't do a vintage port, did they, Led Zeppelin?
No, look, honestly, if they put out a dessert wine, that's it.
That's it.
I'm never coming to work again.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what I'm going to do with my time, but that's it. I give up.
Yeah, right.
If Led Zeppelin, the people who made...
Reformed, just to promote their port.
You've got no idea of how that would give me the...
I know.
People just have to have standards. That's the problem with society today. There's not enough standards. I'll be saying more on this later. But the standards of a great act like...
Well, there are no standards anymore,
No,
are there?
exactly, no standards.
Remember when there were standards, and you had great shows like Tommy Hanlon's It's a Knockout? Not that Tommy Hanlon had it, but you could imagine what Tommy would be like.
Tommy Hanlon's It's a Knockout! What a great show.
Followed by,
Young Talent Time.
well, the National Panasonic Cup.
Oh, indeed.
Hey, how's that? That's a night's entertainment with values and moral standards.
You could show...
You knew where you were.
I tell you what, if you showed those programs in England, there'd be no riots.
No, you did right.
I know it's a big call.
Yes.
They haven't tried it.
No.
But show Young Talent Time, It's a Knockout in the National Panasonic Cup, and people will be inside glued to the sets and forgetting all about...
Yeah, but that covers one night of the week.
Yeah, I know.
But
well,
you just got to,
extrapolate.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Now, look,
what about Homicide? God, that was a show. I mean, you can have your bloody, special ops, rescue special ops. I think crap. Homicide did it all.
It was excellent.
It was excellent. Mm-hmm. And I used to love it when, you'd have scenes done in studios where there was talking, and when you went outside, there was no talking because they didn't have any sound equipment.
No. That's lost.
That's totally lost on kids these days. When you sit them around, tell us the stories. Yeah, all right. Well, let me tell you about Homicide with no sound. Suddenly they sort of glaze over. What do you mean, no sound? Well, I said, well, look, have you ever watched Rescue Special Ops with the sound off? Yeah. That was Homicide.
New Year's Eve 1805 saw a trouserless Governor King chase convict Moll Drury, alias Moll Driscoll, alias Moll Hereford, alias Moll, along a track that would be later called King Street. For a period of 1 hour and 15 minutes, he was relieved of his command. The scandal rocked the colony, and for 3 nights, random looting and burning of horses was rampant. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
And, of course, Roy, you could get an idea of what you're talking about by watching Crownies with the sound off, because that really gives you a whole insight and your new insight.
Well, to watch with the sound off, it looks like a show called Consider Your Verdict. You may not remember this, of course, but that was a very riveting show.
Look, can I say Consider Your Verdict? I can dimly remember it as one to swerve past.
Oh, my word.
It came on, because it was incredibly boring. And just like watching Crownies with the sound off. Now, big news as we're getting some information that Greg Inglis is out of the Battle of the Eight tonight. I think I'm right in saying...
That's a big blow for the bunnies, isn't it?
It is. The bunnies are on fire, of course, having knocked over selling-dwelling sides over the last couple of weeks.
Does this coincide with GI having his own article for the first time?
I think he's gone way too hard with his writing, which we might get to in a little while.
Yeah, right.
But look, one thing that
I hope it doesn't rob the game as a spectacle. Is Big Dave, Incredible Hulk, Enigma, Coltrane, Taylor in the team?
Oh, he's got to be. I can check that fairly easily.
Because if they haven't got Inglis and the train's not there, the Coltrane,
the Enigma,
the Incredible Hulk, the Enigma.
Okay, let's have a look here. Dave Taylor is named in the 12.
Oh, good.
And I'm not sure who they'd bring in on the wing in the centres. If
GI's out.
Yeah, GI's out. Look, they're big.
Probably have to bring someone up from flag.
Yeah. Now look, their big strike weapon though is Nathan Merritt.
Yeah, I know.
They've been winning without GI. GI just puts a bit of cream on the cake.
Yeah. But they wouldn't put Merritt back into the centres, would they, or put him on the wing?
I don't think so. No, you wouldn't strengthen a weakness to weaken a strength, because he is a powerhouse at one. Yeah. No, they'd bring somebody in. The trouble is, I think the Cowboys may attack through that.
Oh, through the gap left by GI.
Inglis Hole, as it's called. We'll attack the Inglis Hole. Now, look, just something on crowds.
Oh, yeah.
The AFL story does have a curious resonance in rugby league.
Yes.
Obviously, Todd Ballum got this for the telly. AFL's crusade to become family-friendly game is in disarray.
Oh, yeah.
After a couple of incidents last weekend. Firstly, West Coast midfielder Patrick McGinnity, I think is how you say his name.
Mm-hmm.
He became the first player in AFL history to be suspended for vilifying an opponent's mother.
Oh, dear. What did he say? Does he know the opponent's mother?
That wasn't brought out.
Not that that's a mitigating circumstance.
No. Now, the opponent was petted a Melbourne opponent. This is in the West Coast v Melbourne match last week. Pettard's mum. Obviously, the AFL has clearly strong views, with McGinnity suspended for 1 week and fined $2,500 for his comments overheard by field umpires about Melbourne's opponent Ricky Pettard's mother during the game last Sunday. That's the sort of details, the facts in the case.
Did the crowd hear it at all?
No. As nearly as I can tell, but umpires.
What happened to what happens on the field stays on the field? What happened to that idea?
That's all gone.
Was that gone?
Yeah.
Gone. That left with our morals, didn't it?
It did. You see, maybe those two things...
Yeah, I think there's a relationship between whether it's causal or not. I don't know. It's up to the scientist. Well, you wouldn't leave anything to the scientists.
Well, university-based scientists, at least.
Well, you wouldn't let them touch it.
No. Now, can I point out, are you just suggesting here, if I get you right, if we'd watched Crownies this week with the sound off, none of this would have happened? Pettard and McGinnity and stuff like that? Is that what you... No,
I'm suggesting if you allow players to... just do what they do out in the middle, and what happens in the middle stays in the middle.
Oh, that's all gone now.
Then, crowds will be a lot happier and a lot more settled. And
I think
they'll talk to each other a lot more, and families will get together, and dads will reunite with
sons and daughters.
Yeah,
and they'll have a kick on the field afterwards and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
But if this, if the players aren't allowed to be themselves, then who are they going to be?
I know.
Who are they going to become?
They're going to be pretend people.
Pretend people. Mm-hmm. And people know it. I mean, people know it when
they can smell it, can't
they? They smell it, mate. They don't like the smell, and it makes them angry, and they lose their morals.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what's happened at St George, isn't it?
Well, that's the thesis, isn't it?
It is a thesis, yes. Yes. I think the English government are going to put it to the test next week. Now, the other issue this week concerning crowds was Collingwood coach Mick Malthouse came under fire for claiming it's very hard to stop crowds being crowds. This is exactly your point.
Yeah, it is hard. It is hard. Well, why would you want to stop a crowd being a crowd? The only way you can stop a crowd being a crowd is with water cannon, rubber bullets, and other dispersal agents, and arrest a few of them, and take a leaf out of the bloody Syrian book and start shooting a few. That stops crowds being crowds.
Can I point out, look at the benefit a couple of stray shots had on Jared the Plane Train Hayne recently, last year.
Turned him right around, didn't it?
Settled him right down. Until he got up in the cross a couple of years later, but it settled him right down. Yeah. It works for rugby league players. It can work for rugby league crowds. Now, it's very hard.
Now, sorry, Malthouse wants the AFL to stop crowds?
No.
He wants crowds to stop being crowds.
No, he wants them to be crowds.
Oh, good. Phew. Yeah, very rarely do I agree with Mick Malthouse.
I know, it's a voice of sanity.
He's mad.
Yeah, obviously he's mad. Voice of sanity, though. He came under fire for claiming it's very hard to stop crowds being crowds, quote unquote. His club moved into damage control about rapist taunt directed by the supporters at Stephen Milne from St Kilda last Friday night. Malthouse was heavily fined by the AFL 18 months ago for making similar comments towards Milne, heard at quarter time, I think, and he insisted the two were not related. I don't think by any means that this is an isolated incident, and it's very hard to stop crowds being crowds. If you were talking about the issue with myself and Stephen Milne, to me it's dead and forgotten. The simple fact is that as far as I'm concerned, that issue was finished 18 months ago. As far as the crowd is concerned, I have no control over the crowd. I am the coach, and I sit in the coach's box and wouldn't know what goes on, quite frankly, and anything that can be positive from a point of view of the club having advertisements or campaigns on TV, I'm all for it. So if the club wants to spend money saying, when you come to the Magpies matches, you sit in silence and shut up and don't talk to anybody, least of all your children. Because that's where it starts. It breaks down there.
Yeah.
Malthouse said he was unlikely to personally figure in the club's campaign, but Collingwood president Eddie Maguire said the club would push ahead with the plans as they determined to help generate change. We believe that football is a place for families to go. Eddie, I'll have a chat with him about it. We've got a senior coach who has opinions on things and might, think you're never going to stamp this out. So, therefore, don't get too excited about it because it happens every week. Whereas what we're trying, this is the club, what we're trying to do is mitigate against it and try and get people to change their attitude. Right. We have to work with personal perceptions, and maybe Mick has just been around football too long and believes that there's too many knuckleheads in the world and you can't save them all. Whereas Eddie, on the other hand, thinks everybody is savable and can improve.
Yeah.
Now, just let that sit there and you can have a go in a minute. Now, how about this? Rugby league.
Yep.
Monday night. I think it's a big match between the Broncos and the Knights, both playing for important positions in the 8. Rick Stone stopped short of yesterday of calling for Broncos legend Darren Lockyer to be booed on Monday night. But the Newcastle coach said he'd love to see the club's lunatic fans reclaim Osgrig Stadium and return it to its intimidating best. While he's in no way advocating violence, Stone told the telly he wants a ruder, cruder home crowd to pack the stadium like they used to in the old days to make it uncomfortable as possible for Brisbane. We understand the importance of Monday night to our season. It's the most important game of the year. I'm just hoping our fans really turn up and get in their numbers and help us get across the line. I like to think we'll have a hostile full house there prepared to really give it to the opposition. Stone says the new stadium was not as intimidating place to play as it once was for opposition teams. Facilities are good, nothing like it used to be in the old days. Teams actually like playing here now. They enjoy it. That's why where the fans come in, I reckon we can become too nice. I think we're a bit ruder and cruder towards the opposition. I want to see the lunatics back in the asylum like it was in the old days. Stone says his rally cry is not a sign of disrespect for Brisbane.
No.
Asked should fans boo Lockie, Stone said, I'm not advocating that at all. Everyone at this club has the utmost respect for them.
Then it falls away. Yeah, right.
What a fascinating...
It is a juggling act, isn't it?
What a fascinating dilemma for sport.
Isn't it?
On one hand, you've got Mick Malthouse, the voice of sanity. Everybody... Yeah, that's right. Or Eddie and his campaign on television. Hello, everyone. I'm Eddie Maguire. When you come to see the Collingwood play in the finals, we want you to keep quiet.
Yep.
We don't want any chants. We don't want any cheering. We don't want any clapping. We don't want clapping good play. We don't want anything. If anything, silence would speak volumes. And if you see anybody, especially a Collingwood supporter, I know the ad's going on a bit long here. We might have to make two ads. Hello, everyone. I'm Eddie Maguire. If you come to this finals and you see Collingwood play and you see somebody talking, punch them. You have my personal permission to punch them.
Or shoot them.
Yeah. If you've got a gun.
It's tricky,
I tell you what, bring a spear gun along.
Yeah. Well, you know...
And then on the other hand, you've got the Ruder Cruder appeal from Rick Stone for Monday night. Come on down, burn the joint down, as long as those bastards don't win.
Yeah. Well, I prefer the honesty of the latter position, obviously. It's, I think you'll let crowds be crowds. You can't stop crowds being crowds, that's for sure. You know, Grassy used to, from the pulpit during Mass, on the weekend of a match, he'd let the congregation know what was acceptable in terms, say, the Bathurst and Pats or someone like that were coming to play in
or the Orange Sims,
or the Orange Sims in particular. Those bastards. He would say, "Well, this afternoon, feel free to come down, and I don't mind if you call them pigs. The Sims, you can call them pigs or pig dog or pig dog heads. You can call them Dumbos, because let's face it, most of them are." You can call them dickheads, that's all right. Prawn heads, that's all right. Now, you can call them bum sniffers if you like, as far as I'm concerned, because Sims are absolute rubbish. And if you think there's a God, if you believe in God, you'll get down there this afternoon and give it, John, because I tell you what, there's a perfect match. My bum and your head. Understand?
Cocky Colin and his Crazy Cocks opened at the Tivoli Theatre on the 5th of September 1904, but closed down 3 days later when it was discovered that Colin had been administering hallucinogens into his Rhode Island Reds, causing them to behave erratically. He opened a follow-up show in Windsor the following year called Cocky Colin and his Cod Ordinary Cocks, which failed to strike a chord with the community. This is The Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
Can't stop the spirits when they need you. This life is more than just a read-through.
And how about that? Red Hot Chili Peppers. Earlier in the hour, we played Led Zeppelin, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and not quite next up, but the Foo Fighters are on their way.
Have you tried that Red Hot Chili Peppers? I want to say it's a Shiraz with a Grenache. Additive. It's
good.
Oh, it's a very toppy sort of, very fresh sort of outdoorsy summer afternoon, watching the cricket or night in cold, rescue special ops with the sound down.
By the fire?
Yeah.
And any time of day?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And are you surprised they've gone into winemaking?
I am.
Right.
Yeah.
Look, who else do you think could launch into it? I mean, I've certainly suggested that I wouldn't like to see something from Led Zeppelin with a label on it.
Oh. Well, you've got to look at the pioneer. I think the first person in showbiz to do it was Ozzy Joe Bugner.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's going back.
The St.
Meridian range.
That's it.
There was a fantastic.
Yeah, I think you've still got a bottle in a box.
I have. Yeah, I have. I don't dare open it.
No. Well, it's probably past its drinking date by now. I mean, it was nearly 100 years ago you got it.
Yeah, I got it about 100 years ago, and also that it had passed by its drinking date before it was bottled. Now, look, I'm not sure whether it's time for Hot Lap Hand. It is. Well, let's have Hot Lap Hand out.
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap Handout. And action. What's on poll, HG?
Well, look, we've been giving away the drill for a while, and we've got another one, the 18-volt Ryobi. This is a drill. Let's face it, if you want to do teeth, this is the one to get.
It's the drill's drill, isn't it?
It's the drill's drill. And I tell you what, fine work on your teeth, especially if you're doing it yourself, is very, very tricky. Oh. But this drill makes it easy. They've got that special mouth brace that's you strap on, and then you can mount the drill in front of it, and you just move the teeth around close to it and get the drilling done. We've also got Politically Incorrect, Volume 1. This is 20 tracks featuring people like Robbie Williams, or Robin Williams. Oh, for a minute there.
The Science Man. The Science Man, Robin Williams, is he singing now?
Yeah, he's doing his own CDs.
Okay.
Eddie Murphy. Let's see, who else is on it? I should have looked beforehand. Andrew Dice Clay, Steady Eddie, Stephen Lee. They're all here, in other words.
Okay.
Plus a coaster, a beer coaster, and a T-shirt, a Triple M Dr. Dan T-shirt. So the drill, Politically Incorrect CD, and the Dr. Dan T-shirt is the prize. Lucky listeners who can answer the following question. Take it away. All right.
Yes, name 3 acceptable terms for visiting teams to Lithgow. 3 acceptable terms that crowds could legitimately use.
Yes. As dictated by
Grassy, yes, from the pulpit. From the pulpit.
On the Sunday morning of the match.
Yes.
Who are we talking to?
We're joined by Aaron, who's joining us from Double Bay. How are you there, Aaron?
Very well, Ray.
Yeah, now you're a St George supporter. You'll be watching the match tonight, obviously.
I'm very excited about the game tonight, yeah. Hopefully we can get a win, break the momentum.
Now, what's been going wrong with the team? You know, from an insider's perspective, because I know you're pretty close to the team, or I sense you are, what do you think's gone wrong?
I really don't know. I don't know what's going on. We've had a few injuries. So, I mean, Benny Hornby was out for, 4 or 5 weeks with a broken hand. Shimmy Bush has been injured, which hasn't helped us.
No. And Jamie Soward's had a buggered back.
And he's had a sore back, so, yeah, I don't know. We just need to do something. Hopefully tonight we can get the Storm without Cooper Cronk.
Yeah. And State of Origin. Aaron, do you put any store in the suggestion that State of Origin's been a problem, or the hangover from State of Origin?
I guess it's got to be, right? Like 10 guys. They had 10 guys in State of Origin this year. I mean, you look at Wayne Bennett teams in the past.
Yeah.
It's been pretty mixed. Sometimes, some years they've seemed to get through it okay, and some years they've just been really flat pretty much for the whole second half of the year. So,
do you think the feud between Shimmy Woosh and Wayne Bennett has helped?
I didn't know there was a feud, Roy.
Right.
No, I
thought they were good friends.
Roy's the only one who's heard of the feud. In fact,
I'm not familiar with that feud.
No, that's all right. We think Roy started it.
Oh, okay.
And he's prepared to pour petrol on the embers here. Now, look, one thing that worried me about the team selection in today's paper, at least, was I see Darius Boyd at 1, at 2 TBA, at 3 TBA, 4 Matt Cooper, and so on. Does that worry you, Aaron? That I've never seen that before in a players' list in the paper.
On the Friday, when they're playing on Friday night?
Correct.
It's deeply worrying for me, Roy. So, HG, it's deeply worrying.
It would be. It would be. And I notice your bench at the moment, as listed, not that this matters, is Green, Merrin, Cuthbertson, Young, and Stanley. And at least one of those couldn't play in 2 or 3 in a blue fit, really. Who do you think's going to go into 2 and 3 here?
Well, hopefully Brett Morris will be all right. I don't know. I haven't heard.
He's out. No, he's out.
I'm sure he's out.
Is he?
I'm pretty sure he's out.
Right. Oh, in that case, well, Stanley can play in the centres, I believe.
Fair enough.
Can you see the Storm directing their attack towards 2 and 3?
With what I'd call the right side or the left side hole?
I definitely would be.
Yeah. You wouldn't have to be a genius, would you?
No, not at all.
No. Now, you're not going to the game?
A little bit difficult to get to the game.
Oh, sorry, yes, sorry. What am I talking about? I had the other one in my mind, of course, there, the Rabbits and the I don't know why I did that, jump from venue
that
to venue.
happens.
Yeah, it does happen.
Yeah.
Look, okay, what happens if they lose tonight and the worst happens? Where do you think you're going to end up?
Well, if I don't beat Melbourne tonight, I mean, it's going to be, they've got to play the Warriors next week, which, I mean, is a very losable game, and then they've got to play Penrith, which is a tricky game. I mean...
They may miss the 8.
They could easily miss out. they could easily miss out, especially if the Bunnies are on a roll and Canterbury have, they could win their games. I mean.
Well, see, if they miss the 8, I feel sorry. Poor old Benny, then. Poor old Wayne has got to go to Newcastle.
As a loser.
I mean, surely the boys have got to realise that, haven't they?
That's right. They need to understand that.
Yeah.
But they've got to do it for themselves as well. I mean, it's no good.
Yeah, but it'd be better
to... You can't do it for yourself.
They should be doing it for Newcastle.
I suppose if that helps them, that's the motivation they need.
What an excellent thought. Wayne comes into the room tonight at about, 20 past 7 for the rev up.
Yes.
Goes through reasons why, it's a tricky ground. Obviously, what's that, 2 and 3? You kids playing 2 and 3.
Oh. Yeah.
Is that a car going by?
Bomb going off near you?
That was an ambulance. Just
all right.
zipping by.
Like one of those doodle bombs.
Now, 2 and 3. And remember, I don't want to be a loser going to Newcastle. That'd be final
yeah. Or even
message.
if he just wore a Newcastle Guernsey, Benny, when he comes in to address the players.
And left at half-time.
Yeah.
That'd give him something to think about. Aaron, let Roy sit out the question and have a swing at it.
Okay, Name 3 acceptable terms, Aaron, for visiting teams to Lithgow, as adjudicated or judged or suggested by Grassy.
Pig.
Yeah.
Pig doghead.
Yeah.
And Dumbo. Or Dumbos.
I'll tell you this for a fact, Aaron, and I'm telling you for absolutely nothing. Teams do not like being called Dumbos.
I'm sure they don't. I wouldn't want to be called on.
I tell you what, if you've seen Wayne Bennett, or if you can get a text to Wayne Bennett or tweet Wayne Bennett, just suggest the word Dumbo.
That's a good idea. I might do that when I get home.
Okay, good on you. Well,
do you ever shout when you go to the ground at all, Aaron?
A little too much.
Yeah, good. And what do you say? What do you shout out at them?
Anything. I went the other week to watch them when they played the Tigers, and I got a little carried away there at the end, especially the referees wouldn't give them a free kick right in front of the post.
Yeah, right. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
So,
referees, anyone can do that. Don't you pick out individual players?
I try not to. That's unfair. They're all doing their best.
Excellent. Perfect.
Okay,
yeah,
beautiful.
Just blame the referees. Okay, you get the drill, the T-shirt, and the politically incorrect CD. Aaron, good luck with them Saints in 2011, and thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
Edward and Edmund Evans were Sydney rowing's first coxless pair. They later, ironically, sang in the choir of the Castrati at the Vatican in 1807. This is the life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
This is the life, with familiar heads up front, holding a perfect flush, and home is just around the corner. It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Oh, yes, thanks very much, Gentleman Jim. Now, the plane train, Jared Hayne, settled down by a couple of shots in the, cross area a couple of years ago. Look, Joshi Masood got this for the Telegraph. He's been criticised for lacking impact at 5'8". Now, those who follow rugby league will know he historically, has played at fullback.
Yes.
Or sometimes he's played on the wing in State of Origin.
Now he's first receiver.
Yes, now he's lacking impact at 5'8". He's vowed to overcome Parramatta's heavy demons. Ooh.
Heavy demons?
His words, not mine. Heavy
Where are these
demons.
demons coming from?
Well, and recapture his lost running game in Saturday's date with Destiny and the Tigers ace Benji Marshall. Look, openly discussing the difficulties he endured since switching from fullback to first receiver a month ago, Hayne admitted it, that is the plane train, Hayne, admitted he needed to take on the line more and eliminate individual errors that cost the Eels against Manly last week. Now, for those who remember that match, the Eels, I think, got out to a fair lead.
Yeah.
And were swamped by the Seagulls.
Well, it was a silly plain pass that was intercepted, I think, or picked up by Manly, and they scored and it turned the game around.
I know, it was one of those Campese-like moments for those who know their rugby union fullbacks.
It was. Yeah, but he was at 5'8".
Yeah, I know, I understand that.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Now, it's probably something that I've lacked a little bit at the 5'8" role. That's obviously running. He did much more as fullback. I've addressed that and seen that. It's something I wanted to work on and take note of each week and trying to get more into my game. Do you think that's the thinking or the sort of the thought processes that will allow him to do this? I'm often better impressed if these players shut up and just get out there and do it. Because it's all of a sudden people are going to be looking at him thinking, oh, is he going to run here or is he going to pass it? Or we want to see the plane train or the train Hayne plane move like it did in the old days.
Because he says he's worked it out there as if it's past tense. Like, that's all right. I've solved all those problems.
I'll be running. It's been a bit tough. I probably see myself as a fullback as much as I do a 5'8". The main thing is my composure. Oh, this is
There's
so
the
true.
word, isn't it?
Yeah, I know.
Composure.
Composure.
Yeah.
Do you think he panics a bit at 5'8"?
He must be panicking at... see, he's out of his comfort zone.
Thanks very much, Roy. Perfect. I'm just wondering if you could draw some comfort from the words of Sun Tzu here. The art
When
of
you're
war.
out of your comfort zone, does he have advice, HG?
Well, he's...
Recognise your problems, that'd be the first thing. Address your problems.
Yeah,
Solve your problems.
I often, when I'm taking a clinic and people come up with a composure problem, I often say, Sun Tzu says, the man with no shoes weeps for the man with no feet. And that seems to settle kids down and they are able to work on their problems as they see fit. The main thing is my composure, actually, to maintain under pressure. That's probably why I was real negative to go there at the start. Now, of course, Carney agreed that Haynes' last performance was below par, but he felt the heavy criticism was premature. But the Eels fans don't feel that.
Yeah.
A number of people have been quite critical of his game recently. I know he wasn't happy with his game Saturday night against Manly.
Yeah.
I think he's certainly more suited to carrying the footy and running the footy. But he's got a wonderful pass on him. He recognises that what he's got to do, and that's what he's got to do, and we'll see more of it this weekend. It's a totally different set of skills. To judge him on a 5'8" performance now is a bit premature of us. Hayne admitted the dreadful streak was taking a mental toll. Now, I should point out for people who don't know, the Parramatta team have had some shocking losses over the last 5 or 6 weeks, meaning that they were in the game up until the final moments, and for some reason they just couldn't hang on. And not once, not twice, not 3, but maybe 5 or 6 losses in a row has robbed their season of any forward rabbit-style momentum.
That's true. Yeah. Is it just that they've been stupid?
Oh, it's just, look, if I look
I
back...
think they've been a bit jumbo.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say it. I hate to, have... when was the last time we had the word Dumbo appearing in a sentence that included Parramatta Eels? I can't remember it.
No.
I can't remember.
Would you like to see, say, if they lose this weekend, Dumbo's at it again as the headline?
Yeah.
Because I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think
or Eels Unleashed their inner Dumbo.
Yeah. Unable to shut up. Dumbo's unable to shut up shop.
Yes.
After ruining a 20-point lead.
Dumbos do it again.
Exactly. It was taking a terrible mental toll.
Yes.
But said the team remained upbeat about claiming a double over the top 8 dark horses. This means the Tigers, because they beat them earlier this year.
Oh, okay.
That's a bit of a big call, isn't it? A double. So I suppose they're playing for small.
Well, that's something you can take out of the season, can't you? Oh, well, at least we got the double. Did you, Jared?
The Tigers double.
Yeah, the Tigers double, yeah. Did you really? Yeah. Tell his grandkids.
2011.
Hey, Granddad, tell us about the time we got the Tigers double.
2011, what sort of year was it, Granddad? It's probably one of the hardest.
Who was the biggest Dumbo in your team? Pop! You! Because I've read the match reports.
Or Luke Burt. Now, it's probably one of the hardest.
Wasn't Hindy.
No, it wasn't Hindy.
Wasn't Hindy.
Oh, it wasn't Hindy.
How must Hindy feel playing with Dumbo there?
Well,
could know it every time. Oh, the poor bloody useless bloody halfback. Every time he feeds the scrum, he thinks, I've got to pass it to Dumbo.
Well, the only saving grace is that Nathan has changed his name by deed poll to Nathan Dumbo.
Famous platypus denier Governor King had a free settler flogged to death by the Stevenson twins for daring to present him with a live specimen. The record shows the free settler to be Gordon Hereford, husband of Mole Driscoll, alias Mole Hereford, alias Mole. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
More wine. Screaming Jets. Better.
Yep.
I wonder if they'll ever put out a range.
They should,
I think they're from the Hunter too, aren't they?
They are.
Jets?
Yeah, they are.
They're close to the source.
Yes, they could go up to, I don't know, Wyndham Estate.
And just pick a couple of duds.
Yes.
Badge them up.
Put their name to them. Beautiful.
Now, coming back to the problems at Parramatta, the train, formerly known as the plane, it might be the other way around.
Well, I think he wanted to be a plane, and they called him a train.
And he was disappointed.
And there was poor old Dave, Incredible Hulk, Coltrane.
Had the train.
Had the train sewn up.
Yeah. All of a sudden.
Suddenly a coal plane doesn't seem right, does it? You can't call him the coal plane.
No.
Makes no sense.
Now, Jared says it's probably one of the hardest times of my career. It's been very difficult.
Well, of course, the mental toll, I suppose.
Yeah.
You forget the mental toll, don't you?
Exactly. Well, he says here you do get some heavy demons. I'm not sure whether you find them, but anyway, be that as may. It's tough a couple of nights after the game thinking how close you come. To not get the result really plays on your mind. The boys are really training hard, and to not get the result, that's probably the hardest thing.
Yeah. Well, I guess it is, because he means a loss, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah, I
The
guess
points.
that is the hardest thing. Yeah.
The points. Well, they haven't had the points for a long time.
No.
In fact, I could be persuaded they haven't won for about 7 weeks. It's a long time
I can't remember the last time they won.
in such an even competition.
No.
To know that they're the Dumbos. Wonder if they could. And tonight, playing West Tigers, please welcome the Parramatta Dumbos, you beauty Dumbos.
Go, you Dumbos!
Yeah. Come on, you lovable Dumbos.
Yep.
Now, look.
Pass it, train. Pass it, that's it. That's it, pass it to them again. Good man. Go, you Dumbos!
Well, we're ahead on the scoreboard at halftime. What do we do, coach? Dumbo's room. Uncharted territory. Look, there's a number of.
Maybe they're just scared to win.
Yeah, I think.
You know
they're
how
scared.
sometimes you get, you know, this is the demons he must be talking about. He's scared to win.
20 points up after 20 minutes.
Yeah, and you think, oh, God, we're going to win here. Oh, God.
I know,
what
exactly.
do I do? Help! Throw the ball.
That's right. 40-0 in the second half.
That's it.
40-20 result. Now, look, a couple of people have emailed us today, Andrew Brown and Robert Ashton.
Oh, yeah.
Concerning the problems of Gerard Depardieu.
Depardieu.
Getting ahead of himself.
What if he knows Manu? He would. He and Manu would get on, wouldn't they?
Like a house on fire. Yeah, with a couple of AC/DC Shirazes between them.
Yeah.
Why they'd go. Oh, yes, it'd be TNT dynamite. Andrew writes, Spearheads, I'm just wondering if you know if Gerard Depardieu will be signing for the Roosters for next season. And he's the one who alerted us to the fact that last week you mentioned Spearhead Johnson. When did his name change from being Superhead?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Quite right.
And then Robert writes, just in case you missed it, The Age reported today on an incident where GD was caught urinating in the aisle of an aeroplane. So French, so Depardieu. Sounds like he's rugby league material.
Yeah. It's so cruel, isn't it? It's unfair. I mean, why do you automatically think of rugby league when someone wheezes on a plane? I don't get it. I just don't get it. And rugby league must be scratching its head.
Look, you've been on a plane a lot.
Yeah.
How often do you get people, pissing in the aisle?
Well, for a start, you don't piss in the aisle.
No.
You just do it in your seat.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
That's the rugby league one.
Well, that's the Donny
That's
McKinnon.
what the French don't get.
When popular public house, The Happy Fat, was forced to change its name to The Limp Grub by order of Governor King, it lost 97% of its trade and closed within a fortnight of the order. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Closer to the edge.
Look, I hate to say this, but this track's starting to give me the shine downs.
Yeah.
Closer to the edge.
Yeah.
30 seconds to Mars. Look, it was okay when we played it once every 9 months.
What was
now-
Shinedown's message? Sorry, something like
Goodbye, just a second
Goodbye,
chance.
Just a second chance. God, I wish you couldn't have remembered.
Well, I didn't want to
Brought it
involve
all
you.
back.
I know. I'm sorry I lured you into my quagmire, my shine down quagmire. Look, well, we'll just have to hope Barry sees some sense with it.
Yeah.
Look, just go
Well,
back
maybe
to
the Parramatta Dumbos could have that as their theme when they run on.
Closer to the edge.
No. Shinedown.
Shine down. Goodbye's just a second chance.
Yeah.
How does that
Might
work?
have an ironic
Ah.
tweak.
Well, I don't think the Parramatta are saying goodbye to rugby league, are they? The Eels, the Dumbos. Are they saying goodbye to...
They're saying goodbye to the Eels. They're now the Dumbos.
Oh, fair enough. Oh, okay. Okay. Now, look, still with a few emails. There's some excellent emails this week. Evan, he's got a man versus horse race.
Oh, yes. I always love that.
I
They
think
do.
it's French cyclist Thomas Vogler. Now, he's a big hitter in the Tour, the Cadel one. Pits his cycling skills against a horse and jockey in a match race. French Tour de France hero Thomas Vogler. Now, I think Thomas Vogler might have held the maillot jaune for several days. I mean, might have even been 10 days in the Tour. I could be wrong about that, but he was a very solid contender. Well, 7, we think. 7 days, a whole week.
Oh.
Now, he's set to pit his cycling skills against a horse and jockey race at the racecourse of Saint-Lazare next week. Vogler, who rides for Eurocar, and hosts the world premier cycling event, dreaming of his first home, dreaming of Bernardino. Spent 10 days in the Maillot Jaune last month, so I was right, not 7. In the end, the former French champion finished a commendable 4th overall. Nearly 3 weeks after, he's still riding a wave of popular support that'll see him take on top French jockey Eric Raffin on August the 17th. Now, what are we up to today? I think we're up to the 19th today, so this was midweek.
Do we know who won?
No, I've got no intelligence. I'm just hoping the listeners will.
Yeah, okay.
Now, such challenges between horse and cyclists are not uncommon, although Vogler will have the benefit of racing on an asphalt track which has been purposely built parallel to the grass course. Now, Vogler's success of the Tour de France proved a huge commercial boost to the team sponsor, but ... The Frenchman learned his trade, obviously powders away a bit there. So we come to the nub of it. Do you think it's right that the horse and cyclist race on separate tracks? And I'll say this, I know if the cyclist rode on the grass, unless it was heavily mown and rolled and all that sort of stuff, would be at a severe disadvantage. Because that SDO track is very long.
Yeah.
They leave the grass deliberately long on it. Then, of course, if the horse had to run on asphalt, it's a lot of slippy-slidey stuff.
It does, yeah.
How do you see the race panning out? Do you think there's no suggestion of how far he's got to run or ride? Would the cyclist get away pretty quickly and get up to speed quickly? And a horse runs at, am I right in thinking about 50 kilometres an hour?
Yeah.
Top speed, and a cyclist can do 50 kilometres an hour and sustain 50 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They
So
can
it'd be
average
fascinating.
easily 50.
Would you like to see horses involved in the Tour de France?
I think there should be a Tour de Hoof. I can see that. I've been, screaming for that for a hell of a long time. In fact, I've been the ambassador for the Australian Tour de Hoof for many years now.
And what's the plan? 21 stages?
Yes.
And several kilometres a day?
Yes. Yeah.
Up and down hills?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now, the idea was to start at Lithgow and ride, say, day one, you might ride to Orange.
That's a hell of a ride.
Yeah, sure. I mean, no one's saying it's easy.
And then day two up Mount Canobolas?
Yeah, up and down Mount Canobolas, just to amuse the locals, and then maybe a day off for the kids just to ride the horses for fun.
Then out to Forbes?
Then out to Forbes, Ningen, Wellington.
And bring him back through the Blue Mountains?
Come back via Mount Victoria. I always wanted to gallop a horse down Mount Victoria into the Hartley Valley. It's a dream of mine to do that. I just think it'd be great.
It'd certainly pull a crowd.
Yeah.
Now, Ironfest. Can you see it hooking up with the spin-off from Ironfest? Ironfest maybe the last weekend or the first weekend?
Yeah, why not?
And then the Tour de Hoof sets off.
Or the Tour de Hoof concludes.
Yes, with
the
Ironfest.
champion rides in to Ironfest just as Ironfest is that could be the final event, and people are waiting,
to see who wins.
Yeah.
And do you see a Maillot Jaune, Mountain, King of the Mountain, Best New Rider?
Yeah, and Best New, and gallops. You could have obstacles, actually. There's no reason why you could have obstacles. Then cross-country.
Yeah, well, now the Quilty, I think, is a big, long horse race that takes several days to complete.
Yeah, but it's only several days. I mean, this is going to take...
a month?
Weeks, at least.
Would you see live television coverage of it?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, you build a show around it easily. Easily. You'd shoot it all day and then go quickly into the edit suite and get a smart writer to come in and put a voice narration over it, and you get someone famous to narrate it. Like Jack Thompson or someone like that who really knows what they're doing.
Excellent idea. Excellent idea.
You'd have stage winners, stage champions, and at the end of each day you get a different jersey to wear. Well, so you'd have yellow, or you'd have your own colours.
Of course you would. Yeah, orange, tangerine, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Now, and then sponsors would get on board. You'd
have teams.
Teams. You had Telstra team versus Esso. Let's say Esso was to reform. Hello everyone, we're Esso and we're back. What are you selling? Nothing.
Well, that would be a shock for kids. Now, back to Evans' suggestion, apropos of this, should we expect to see Black Caviar versus Cadell Evans at Royal Randwick or Flemington? And can Roy elaborate on what happened when Handbrake Harry Wright and Rooting King took on Miguel Indurain back in the heyday?
Yeah.
Did you ever allow that to go ahead? I know there was a lot of pressure on you.
Oh, look, there was a race. Rooting King was up against, from memory, it was a Holden Bellina, one of the early ones, and a Bell Jet Ranger. I think the helicopter got there first, understandably, but took some great shots on the way. And I think the King came second.
But it was a photo finish, wasn't it?
Oh, well, no, the Ballina broke down.
Oh, right.
You know, and there's not much you could do about that. I mean, the crowd were disappointed.
Yeah, glorious uncertainty of racing.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
What, a flooded carburettor?
Yeah, well, I think it was. Look, I don't know. I think it was... I don't know. I don't know what it was in the end. It was spark plugs were involved, I know that, and a blown head gasket. I mean, any of these things can happen. Could happen to anyone at any time, but it was just disappointing that it happened on that day. You know, when Festival of the Valley, big day, everyone was there, town band competition, all of that. You know, everyone happy, sunshine, a lot of cheese, and what have you. And then, your big blue ribbon event, you know, off goes the helicopter, you know, King, and off they go, and clunk. Yeah. Very disappointing. Lots of boos and shouts of, Dumbo!
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Look, thanks very much, Jim. I don't have to beat around the bush. It's exactly the same price as before. Politically incorrect, the CD. The Ryobi 18-volt, this drill that you can do your own teeth with. It's got everything you need to have a weekend drilling. If you want to drill all weekend, you can, because it's got that fantastic double battery system. It's just great. It weighs 1.66 kilograms, so kids can use it. It's not heavy at all. It's child-friendly. If kids want to do their own teeth, they can. If they just want to drill holes in bits of wood, they can as well. So it's just great. It's all-round fun. And did I mention the Dr. Dan T-shirt? I probably didn't. So it's a hell of a prize. And for anybody who can answer the following question, Roy.
Yes, the question is, HG, what's the first leg of the Tour du Hoof? What's the first stage, perhaps? Might make it clearer. What's the first stage of the Tour du Hoof?
Roy, who are we talking to?
Oh, we're joined by James, who's joining us from Manly. How are you there, James?
I'm very well. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, James, I notice here in the notes, the extensive notes we've received on you, is that you're a vet.
Indeed, that's correct.
Now, is it mainly dogs and cats?
It is mainly dogs and cats, but I have actually vetted quite a few endurance rides that you're talking about as well.
Excellent.
Horses.
Excellent.
Yes.
Do you go on when they have the big races, you go out there with the black bag, if that's the appropriate term for the tools?
Yes,
and
stethoscope.
Yes, and have a look at the horses at every stage?
That's right.
And do horses over a period of time, like humans, lose weight and do all those sort of things over a long trip?
They do. They get sweated up and all that. They have a team of people, rubbing them down, making sure they're ready to keep going.
Right. And can I just ask, do you think it's something that the horse likes doing? I mean, I understand that horses in the wild would run an awful long way, but being told to do it, I mean, they...
I think they get used to it, but I'm pretty sure if they were left to their own devices, they'd probably kick back on the couch a little bit more than they...
Fair enough.
Now, when Cederberg died, I mean, do you've got any theories as to what killed the animal?
No, I think they were. I think they were trying to blame a burst aorta.
Do you think that's likely? Did the horse react as if it had a burst aorta?
It is entirely possible. It did seem to just literally drop dead mid-gallop.
So, heart attack?
Yeah, a bit different to a heart attack. It's actually burst the pipe, I guess, is the best way to describe it.
And would there be an examination done?
Yeah, they would have done a post-mortem. I don't know what they found, but yes, there would have been one.
And have you received any whispers as to what that post-mortem has delivered?
No, I think they're not backing Hendra virus, though, which is probably...
Okay.
Fair enough. Now, you're stuck in traffic. Just whereabouts are you stuck in traffic?
I'm in the Harbour Tunnel.
You're in the Harbour Tunnel?
Yes.
And it's not going anywhere?
No, not going anywhere.
Right. I think, whereabouts you're headed, as in roughly what direction?
I'm on my way to visit my parents-in-law. I'm actually on the way to their house in Paddington.
Right. And is there any, you know how there's that annoying message comes over in the Harbour Tunnel, for those who have been in it?
That's right.
What are they saying about why you're stuck there?
They're not saying anything, which is interesting. Usually they're pretty happy on the ding-dong message.
Oh, well done. Yeah, they love to tell you and let you know all about it.
Do you think the traffic is getting worse, James, on your route?
Look, I'm usually going against it, so it's not too bad for me, but it is fairly annoying.
Yes.
And how long have you actually been stuck in the Harbour Tunnel?
Look, not that long. We're sort of crawling along at about walking pace.
Walking pace. And do you blame climate change for this traffic congestion? Do you blame the toxic tax that's being suggested?
I think so. It's definitely...
It's affecting the traffic, isn't it?
Yes, it's terrible.
Yes.
So, now, you support the Broncos. They've got a big match on Monday, and we were dealing with this earlier in the show, where the coach of the Newcastle Knights was suggesting they'd like a Rooter and Cruder audience to welcome Lockyer for, obviously, the last game of the home and away. No, that's not quite right, but he's certainly
last time in Newcastle.
Would you be thinking you might get along to counter that Rooter-Cruder view?
Look, I'd love to get up and see the game, but I think I'll be working, unfortunately.
Right, what a blow.
Right.
Yes.
So it would be an excellent match, probably, with both teams keen to keep their wins going as we head into the final. And obviously, where do you think the Broncos are? Do you think they could... Obviously, they could beat St George.
Yeah. Well, they're on a roll, aren't they? They're on a roll.
Well, I think Parramatta could beat St George if they tried.
Yeah, well, they would.
You know, but the Broncos, you know, do you think they can tackle the big two? If I can argue that the big two for the minute are Manly and obviously the Storm.
Yes, I think they can, but it all depends, I guess, on how Darren Lockyer goes. You know, from the wheelchair, whether he can summons up
steer them around the park.
Yes.
Yeah,
he's very good in the wheelchair.
Yeah. Does this team, though, remind you, say, of the Broncos of 2006?
Look, I think they're not the most exciting team, you know, to watch, but they're hopefully going to go all the way.
And, of course, you've got Justin Hodges there who could reel off a few tries. Yeah, do anything. Yeah, that's it. Anything. Now, James, let Roy sit out the question. Have a swing at it.
Now, James, what's the first stage of the Tour de Hoof?
I think you'd be wanting to go from Lithgow to Orange.
Now, isn't it ironic that that'd be something where you'd be probably employed for your services to keep an eye on the horses? Do you think how long, you know, I'm not sure exactly the distance, but a car would take sort of 3 hours to do that?
3 hours, yeah.
How long would it be, an all-dayer for the horse?
It would be. The 160k rides that you were sort of talking about would be a sort of the quick horses, or the slow horses would take the best part of 24 hours with rest breaks and things like that to do it.
Right.
Yeah. The quicker horses obviously much quicker.
Yeah, and you'd see that as a worthy first leg, though, wouldn't you, from Lithgow to Orange?
Well, sort out the... you know, the possibilities from just the dickheads who've come along with nags.
That's right. And then, you know, Mount Canobolas would be, you know, the really sort them out.
Yeah, indeed. But you'd be supporting, James, wouldn't you? That sort of thing. You know, maybe a 21. We're not sure if it's 21 days long yet or 50 days.
Just yeah, absolutely. It'd be a thrilling spectator sport. I'm sure it'd be so well.
Are you out of the tunnel yet?
Yes, I have.
Oh, got you. Hey, great. We got you out of the tunnel. Okay, now the 18-volt Ryobi, the CD Politically Incorrect, and the Dr. Dan T-shirt are on their way to you, James. Thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
Lifers with communication skills. You want to get involved?
I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
Now, just tidying up the Vogler horse event. Well, it turned out that Vogler was beaten by the horse in front of 8,000 people.
Oh, how embarrassing for Vogler.
I know.
Would the Schlecks have got a bit of time?
The Schlecks would have killed the horse, I reckon.
And Cadell Evans would have...
flattened the horse.
Daylight. Hell of a lot of daylight, more daylight, and then a horse.
Now, the Vogler took on the trotter Othello Bourbon, the trotter, you see. I didn't like that.
Trotter?
Yeah. In a best-of-3 series, they faced off on a 380-metre straight.
380 metres? That's an odd
distance. It must be something French. With the horse running, you know, the distance between the ears of, say, Louis XIV. With the horse running on grass and Vogler riding on parallel asphalt track, each competitor was allowed a flying start. Vogler set out his stall early on by taking a tight victory ahead of Othello and jockey Eric Raffin in the first round. Mm-hmm. But as was in the case of the final days of his tour, I don't know, he sagged away by the sounds and lost 2-1.
Oh, wow.
As a French paper dryly pointed out, duels between professional cyclists and horses are not rare and generally turn to the advantage of the quadrupeds. Typical French report.
Yeah.
Look...
Well, that all sounds like rubbish. Was that written by an academic?
It was.
Yeah, well,
in Cycling News.
There you go. And I bet the cyclist won. in reality.
And they just kept the myth of the horse beating.
Thank you.
Alive.
Because they had a hypothesis, that they
wanted
had
to
to support, that they wanted to prove, horses are faster than cyclists. Well, wrong.
I know. Well, that's universities for you.
Yeah, I know. Teach the wrong thing time and time again, don't they?
They do. They can't get it right.
They can't get it right. Thank you.
Now,
when are we going to ban? It'd save a hell of a lot of money if we closed every university. I think we should start with schools as well.
Get rid of them.
Let's get rid of.
Can we afford them?
No, I don't. There's your talk-back question. Can this country anymore afford schools and universities and colleges and all of that sort of nonsense? TAFEs, don't get me started.
No.
I mean, there's sausage factories for morons, aren't they? I mean, it's Dumbo School, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, the world's lost sense completely when we're paying for this rubbish.
I know. And ACDC's putting out wine. Now, having said that, look, it's been another tremendous team effort here. A lot of people think it's just Roy and me rabbiting on about bits of rubbish from the paper, but it's not. There's a scientific and university-trained group of people who support this show, and they do it out of their goodness of their heart often. In many cases, Anna, of course, on the phones, another tremendous job. And phone technology, like this week, Google bought Motorola. I mean, that's what Anna's got to keep up with.
I know,
those sort of changes.
Figure.
I know. It's just incredible.
Who had that silly
idea? I know. I mean, she's been to university.
Say no more. Stop there.
And, of course, the Sheriff of Snow with his moon boot on still. But good news from the X-rays. Again, a doctor trained at a university gave him the thumbs up. Won't be long before he's out of the moon boot. And Skip, of course, who's still a slave to the Irish dance.
He is.
He doesn't want this known, but he is
I know.
a slave to the Irish dance.
Can't get enough of it. Well, who can?
And on that cheery note, we leave you for the week. More next week on The Life on Triple M. Bye now.
There it is, lifers. Home again in paradise.
Get back, girl, on the love train.
Switch off the motor. Don't leave any valuables in the car. And keep the dial glued to Triple M. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people with cars, tyre fitters and other dreamers. Welcome to another well-tuned afternoon in paradise. Stay with us for the next 3 hours as Triple M runs you home to that little nook where your key fits a friendly hole. Reach out and touch a familiar knob on the shortcut to that wedge of wonder you call home. This is the life.
On the love train.
With the big two up front in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and riding shotgun, the ace up the sleeve, H.G. Nelson. HG?
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Gentlemen, Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim has dedicated today's reads, well, it's an unusual dedication today, a two-pronger. He's dedicated to the Rock of the 90s Countdown, which is getting underway Monday. And Rock 90s, it'll be interesting to see what Barry's unearthed to go into the countdown. I assume you, the listener, have voted for it. And so that's a terrific thing. You know, you say usually good things come on the weekends. Not anymore. Monday, Rock of the 90s Countdown. It's just going to be great. And again, Jim has dedicated his reads to Shane Warne. Now, I think I've revealed, or I hope I've exclusively revealed here over the past couple of weeks of the wonderful array of talent that is coming for the Melbourne Cup this year. Usually we get somebody like Heather Graham out, or in previous years I think they've been really hard up and no one's really come, and some of the people who have come, I haven't got a clue who they are. But that's me, not them. But this year we've got, obviously, as mentioned already, the Kardashians in the mounting enclosure. And last week, I think we added to the Kardashians Anna Kournikova. Well, now Warnie's coming, and wait for it, he's bringing Liz with him. So it's going to get pretty crowded there, as mentioned in the mounting enclosure. Hurley, Kardashians, Kournikova. And while I won't know where to look, there is one bloke who can handle that heavy load, and that's our Warnie. And, you know, there are whispers that Warnie and Liz are getting married. Now, I don't know how, is this just a dream in the New Idea, or that the New Idea editorial staff and I have, or the, I don't know, the Who Weekly magazine and I have, or Who Monthly it might be. Look, I'd love to think that it's on, because they're a happy couple. They love eating. They love getting new mattresses and wearing them out. And wouldn't it be great if somehow, in the mounting enclosure, as we farewell the field to go round to the starting point for the Cup, next out, Shane and Liz and the celebrant. And I'd love to see the marriage celebrant bellow, above the throng, obviously. Shane, you may now kiss the bride, huge roars, and exactly at that moment, Greg Miles bellows to a worldwide audience, set and racing. Wouldn't that be terrific? Would really put Australia on the map. And people are thinking weddings and wedding expos more and more these days, and I can see this being real icing on the cake material. What will she wear? Can she wear white? I'm not sure if Liz Hurley's been married before. Let's say she has. Historically, she's not meant to wear white, but bloody hell, I bet you she's an old-fashioned rule breaker and will. Who's done the dress? Will it have a train? The roses, will they be up to scratch? Because everybody knows Flemington and the Cup means one thing, roses. People getting a bet on what Shane will be wearing. Will he come in top hat and tails? The TAB held a lot of money on that. Sadly, he turns up in an Armani suit. All that sort of stuff. It's going to be great. And to think then, as the gaze strays from the mounting enclosure while those two lovebirds get on with the rest of their lives, all of a sudden we've got something else to look forward to, the finish of the Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Live for the Royal HC on a Friday afternoon when too much body's been bellying up. What a week! Well, what an incredible week. Look, this really did shock me. Rugby League. And the Storm coach Craig Bellamy suggests the Rabbits are ones to watch in the 2011 final series. He says they're wait for an out-of-the-hat special. A rabbit out-of-the-hat special. That's great news. And the new Independent Commission meets for the first time with News Limited, not ruling out another crack at Super League. We never saw enough of Super League, did we? People loved it. I talk to kids these days, tell me the stories. HG. Often I have to hand the mic over to Roy at that point. Super League stories. Kids just love the concept. I'm licking the lips in anticipation. Rugby Union, and tomorrow night the Nuggety Ones finally achieved greatness when they bagged the Tri-Nations in the final prong in Brisbane. Suncorp against the All Blacks. It's been an ideal build-up to this one, with James O'Connor dumped after missing a wake-up call. The fact that he missed the wake-up call is a wake-up call for O'Connor. And rumours of brawls in Paris, which I like. Perfect build-up. Now, can I just make one suggestion to the ARU? You've dumped O'Connor and you fined him for missing the wake-up call. There's no need to do that. Why not build in an incentive payment or a suspended sentence with an incentive payment? Should James O'Connor score, say, one try, he gets his 10,000 grand reduced to, say, 5,000 grand. If he reduces 2 tries, he's able to get doesn't have to pay off any money at all. If he gets 3 tries, he's allowed to put his shorts back on. If he gets 4 tries, he can maybe put, those skins on downstairs under the shorts. And if he gets 5 tries, he can finally put the jumper on upstairs. That's the sort of incentive payments and incentive schemes I think that would bring out the best in the player, would give an added button to get a crowd along. I know it's sold out, this one, but let's say it was played at a bigger venue. And it is something to look forward to. I can see it a win for O'Connor, a win for the wake-up call movement, and a win for Rugby Union. Still with the team, the serial killer, that is S.K. Vickerman, is back in the run-on lineup for the first time, and he's secreted a serrated edge bread knife in his socks. I know the All Blacks are shitting themselves. They're shitting themselves. And the night will be a very, very special one for Brad Thorne. Brad Thorne, as we know, has been an All Black and a Bronco, and he's been probably playing overseas in Japan and Catalans and played in Super League. He's just done everything. And my mail is that the players have agreed that Brad will score the first try tomorrow night. So if you are interested in getting a bet on and who isn't, let's face it, and you want to go for one of your exotics, first try scorer, Brad Thorne might be the way to go. Last match, obviously loved by people in Brisbane because of his work for the Broncos. Don't tell me that the teams, that is the All Blacks and the Wallabies, haven't got together and banged heads and done something special for Brad. Incidentally, my mail is they're going to try for the Thorne serial killer double, and that is Brad to be the first try scorer in the first half and the serial killer Vickerman to score first in the second half. Olympics, and the late mail from the deep end of Cheese Central suggests our Ian, that is the big-footed one, that is the torpedo, occasionally known by myself as Thorpey, is experimenting with a different stroke action. The technique shuffle will allow Cheeseman to line up in the sprints next year at the London Olympics. Look, we'll talk about this in depth later, but this one is a real shot across the bow for people like James Magnuson, who think they've got Thorpe on toast in the shorter distances. Thorpe's going for the lot here. He's obviously been a bit short, if you know what I mean, in the sprint. So he's altering his stroke to swim the 50, the 100, and the 200. Then he goes back to his original stroke to swim the 400 and 800. Oh, no, he's after the lot here. Plus, you throw in your individual medley relay over the 100 and the 200. It'll do both of those. You know, your butterfly, your butterfly, your breaststroke, your freestyle, and your backstroke. He'll do the lot there, and then he'll back up in your relays, your 4x50, your 4x100, your 4x200, your 4x400. He's going for a Phelps-like haul with this new jagged stroke that allows him to scoot up and down in lane 8. Tennis, and little our number 1 is out of the US Open with a foot injury, leaving the door wide open for our Byrne. That is in Bernard Tomic to duck under the radar and sneak through and snare the cheese at Flushing Meadow. Cricket, and we take the Sri Lankans 3-2 in the ODI fixtures. And while that is great, we ask, this is our talkback topic today, is Pup our dullest captain ever? That's the topic. But before you pick up the phone and get involved, and let's face it, I know thousands upon you, we just hope we've got enough time to take all the calls today. Bugger it. The management have said we can stay on till we do all the calls, so that's great. Obviously, we just want a yes, no. We don't want any maybes in there. And remember, it is a hot field. Remember that. And, you know, when you think about Pup and, you know, dullest ever, remember that hot field that includes the double of dull, Tubbs and punter. So it is a tricky question. Is he going to be our dullest ever? This is The Life, the home of the plumber smile, and now it's time to lock horns with a man who's always up and about. He never needs a wake-up call, never leads a line in the sand, has never known in all my years of knowing him to press the panic button. That man is rampaging Roy Slaven. We get him on the gargle simply by asking, what caught your roving eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp during the past set of 7? Plane train?
Yes, sir, thank you very much. Thank you very, 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 very much. Gaz.
Maybe for the last time, right?
4th time.
I know, but maybe for the last.
Maybe. Well, not too sure. A lot of calls for Gaz. You know, a lot of people get excited when they hear the word Gaz.
Well, he's the fire
Triple M. He is. Shimmy whoosh. Don't forget Shimmy whoosh.
Oh, I've forgotten it.
Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Whoosh. What was that?
I've forgotten that because I haven't seen it.
No, I know. I haven't seen it in years. In fact, I don't know if we ever did see it.
I don't think we did.
I don't think we did. I think that's
just paper talk.
Yeah, total paper talk. Okay, talk back. Well, that's right. There's a lot on today. Is the James O'Connor brand damaged? The James O'Connor brand damaged. Just get involved. You know the number. Yes, no.
Can I just ask, what are the highlights of the brand?
Highlights of the brand? Oh, look, he's got an ad. He's got an ad. I see him kicking a ball. I don't know what the ad's for, but he kicks a ball and goes over. Mm-hmm. You know, one of those, I don't know, they probably tricked it up by, I don't know what sort of technology. CGI, that's it. Because certainly I've never seen him put one over actually during a game.
No, fair enough.
You know, that's not his go.
No.
His go, you know, if you want to look at his go tends to be, as you say, you know, wake up or the Champs-Élysées.
Oh, yeah, true.
You know what I mean?
Did his best for it.
It's put me off Paris, you know. I used to love going to Paris, but now I don't want to go. I don't want to go anymore. Mm-hmm. You know, just see the sights, see, you know.
The Moulin Rouge?
Yeah, where the boys were at it. Now, Trent Copeland, speaking of talkback, have we unearthed a new Paul rifle?
Wow.
That's one to consider, isn't it? I mean, the Australian cricket's been screaming out for a new Paul rifle. Well, we might have unearthed him in Trent Copeland. And I think that's the first Trent to play for Australia. Can you think of any other Trents? I can't.
No.
Trent Nathan, no, he didn't play for Australia. I mean,
the only one I could think
he made
of
suits.
Trent Waterhouse plays rugby league.
Yeah, Waterhouse, yeah, rugby league, but not cricket.
No.
So welcome aboard, Trent. We really have come of age. I mean, that was the one thing missing in Australian cricket. We'd never had a Trent. I mean, imagine when he's playing at Trent Bridge. Trent Copeland. Coming in from the grandstand end.
At Trent Bridge.
Trent Bridge. Now, talkback goes on. Who's the better buy, Harry for Melbourne or Brett for Sydney?
Oh, wow.
Ooh, wow. You couldn't put a struck match between those two. Well, no. You could. You could put a bloody bonfire. Kill, hopeless. Hopeless. Hope they're paying him enough. I suspect they are. Are the All Blacks a team of dickheads?
Is that your talkback topic?
That's the last of our talkbacks today. Just yes or no. Just get involved. So you could just phone up and say yes, 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 no, no, and that'll be all the talkbacks you need to get involved in.
Fair enough.
We'll work it out from there. Petro calls for the Penrith board to be replaced.
Who by?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think he's suggesting anyone. A couple of Broncos, probably. A couple of old Broncos and Brad Thorne.
They could do a lot worse.
They could do a lot worse. Now, Ben Hornby tells his players... Now, I've got to get my head around this. Ben Hornby, captain of the St George Illawarra Dragons...
The red V.
The big red V.
Pointing at...
That's right. Pointing at the date.
That needs a wipe.
That's it. Ben Hornby tells his players not to expect a miraculous form turnaround just because Gaz is back in the side. Hey? That's what he said to them. Hey, get around, boy. Yeah, come in, blokes. Now, listen, don't expect a miraculous form turnaround just because Shilly Whoosh is back in the side. We could just see the disbelief in all the faces. You know, oh, yeah, that can't be right. No, we've got Gaz. We'll be right. Just throw it to Gaz. Why does India play like a busted ass in England? That's not a talkback. That's just out there for you to think about. You know, just dwell on. Come up with a theory. In fact, we might have a theory segment coming up. Not today. Too difficult to organise. But people have got theories. Theories as to why India don't work in England.
Yeah, but how does it work? Do people ring up?
Yeah, people phone up and say, oh, listen, my theory is that, you know, it's too cold.
Too cold.
And there's not enough humidity.
Yeah,
and they can't get the ball to reverse swing under those conditions because they're using the Duke ball. Well, there you are. There's a theory.
Would you,
whether it's right or not.
Would you feel as though, let's say, Graham Perch from Penrith rang up and said that, would you involve yourself in conversation?
No.
No, you just say, thanks very much, Graham. Next, we've got Ray Coddington from... Corrimal. Ray, what's your theory?
Yeah, I just think it's because they don't turn on. Yeah, thanks, Ray. Now, Andrew Hilditch.
Exciting section. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it'll be a great segment. Andrew Hilditch dumped. About time too. Oh, he wasn't that bad, was he?
He was great.
I reckon he was good. I reckon he's been trashed, his reputation. I mean,
no brand left.
No brand left.
You know, you couldn't get an underpant out of him at all.
No.
But you're absolutely right. Off air, you said that the Argus report, all it had to say was...
Get better cricketers.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods has made himself available for the President's Cup team. Gee, I bet the team's excited. Tiger's going to play. The man they call. Hey, really? Does he play for us? Yeah, you beauty. Is it a good idea that Tiger Woods makes himself available for the President? We could roll that into the talkback. Why not? Now, should side stroke be reintroduced at the Olympics? I just put that one out there. Me. I love side stroke. Side stroke used to be great. You know, you get all those...
Why did it ever go away?
With really big, one shoulder, really big.
Yeah.
People loved that.
But why did it go away?
I don't know. That is one of the great mysteries. When did it go away? Who called for it to go away? And what's happened to all those great side-stroke merchants of days gone by? Yeah. Is there a sort of side-stroke club where they get together and talk about the old days?
There would be.
Hansby. He's done it. 7:20.
On the morning of September the 8th, 1804, Governor King woke to find close to 3,000 platypuses dumped within the grounds of Government House. This so enraged the famous platypus denier that he ordered 80 prisoners chosen at random be buried alive with the offending animals. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
And just before we go on, can I just give a hook through to our Hot Lap handout prize later this afternoon, or our Hot Lap competition item? We don't often get a chance to give away a moulded icebox, but we're doing that today. It's got strong seamless construction, rugged ergonomic grab and rope handles, fully integrated hinges with alloy pins, strong rubber latches and which are UV resistant. It's got anti-skid rubber feet, and what I like is it's got a large diameter drain plug.
Yeah.
Now, this is a super-duper modern version of your old Esky.
Yeah.
But the thing that's held Eskies back, I think, to get a foothold in the worldwide market is the small drain plugs.
Yeah, my word.
This has got a huge, large diameter drain plug. Yeah. So that'll be fantastic. It's the PB150 Ultra Cool Roto moulded icebox. Right. Tremendous prize.
Wow.
Tremendous prize. Now, Roy... one thing that's come up this week is two terrific sort of stories, one from the AFL and one from Rugby League. The first, the AFL one, is a survey of up to 2,500. Sorry, I got that number wrong. 2,500. I got it wrong by a factor of 10. Former footballers will examine if they're better or worse off having played AFL. Now, Rebecca Devlin got this, I think, for the Advertiser.
What a fascinating question.
Adelaide. The research is carried out in conjunction with the AFL Players Association, which I like.
Yes.
But they've sadly hooked up with the University of WA.
Oh, that's where it falls down, doesn't it?
It does.
Why couldn't they have done it in-house? Just
Well-
get the players in. Are you happy that you played for a year? Nah. Correlate, 2,400 yes, 100 no.
Mm-hmm.
There's your answer.
Now, they're going to examine players' mental and physical health post-football, their employment opportunities, relationships and financial security, and compare those with the general population. But the question I have is, what is your control group?
Yeah, I know.
People who haven't played at all?
People who've worked in banks?
Well, exactly.
People who haven't worked in banks?
People who've gone to university? People who haven't gone to university?
Yes, that's right.
The surveys
People who fish?
Yeah, well, now, the surveys were sent out more than over a week ago, and 250 players have already participated. The ages range from here, where I think it falls down to, from 20.
Yeah.
Well, hang on, their best AFL years may be ahead of them.
Yeah.
20 to 90.
Right.
First time the research has been done of this nature. Players Associations had to provide a detailed description of life after football. I don't think so. I mean, what I've learnt from looking at some of these things is some AFL players seem to be better gardeners than the average population. But sort of based on a snapshot of a few players, like Tony Shaw in particular, who's got a great green thumb.
Is he?
Very good with succulents. Very good with succulents.
Okay. Yeah, good.
Obviously, the AFL players have terrific skills, and, often because it's 4 o'clock, we can't, just 4:30 or thereabouts, we can't go into this in detail.
No, we haven't. Well, Dermot Brereton, for example, is wonderful at toy trains.
Is that right?
Yes. If you've got a toy train that's not working as well, and those scale electrics, I don't know if you recall those little cars that you would press a button and they'd fly around. And often the motor would burn out or something like that. Just take it to Dermot. He'll, honestly, you give him a screwdriver, a small Phillips head, and he'll sort it out for you, yeah.
What's he like with Hornby? Is that the right brand of
Hornby
train?
trains. I think that's what he specialises in.
Right, clockwork. I think they're clockwork. You wind it up, click, 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 click,
Yeah.
click, off it goes.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fascinating.
It is fascinating, isn't it? Now, whether there's a causal relationship between his role with Hawthorn in the AFL all those years ago and the train sets now and the scale electric cars, I don't know. Yeah. But that's just up to someone to find out, I suppose. But it would be a fascinating thing to get to the bottom of.
And Sam Newman, obviously a larger-than-life figure in the television. Is that because of his AFL commitments and career?
No, my feeling is he would have got that job whether he was a player or not.
Right.
Isn't that the lesson there, or have I got that wrong?
No, you could easily be right.
Yeah, right.
Could easily be right.
Yeah.
Obviously...
he got there doing that despite having played.
Fair enough.
That's the way I always saw it.
Do you think this...
A bit like Fatty Vorton.
Indeed, yes. No, Fatty would have been in that spot.
He'd have got that job on the footy show.
I agree.
Yeah. Probably a bigger chance had he not played for Manly and Queensland.
It was baggage, him having played for Manly.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Now, look, what do you think this is going to be, like mental and physical health post-football, employment opportunities, relationships with financial security? Are they better shaggers, Roy, people who've played AFL football?
Depends how many hits you've taken to the groin.
On the night of September the 9th, 1804, Governor King was shocked to find a platypus in his bed. The startled governor screamed like a wild boar and shot the animal, destroying the first red cedar chest of drawers to be made in the colony. The animal escaped. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, just going back to the AFL Players Survey, and the kicks to the groin.
Yep.
Now, anecdotally, according to Stephen Alessio, the General Manager of Player Development, he said it'll give us a good snapshot of what our, senior players are like.
Yep.
We want to know if our past players are better or worse off for having had an AFL career.
Yeah.
It's very hard. Again, how would you know?
How would you know? But what if in the end they decide that it's bad for you, bad for your career, and you come out worse off? Well, could I suggest that they don't publish the results?
They've got to not publish the results.
They've got to not publish the results.
Either way.
Either way. Same with the rugby league. If anyone's mad enough to apply this to rugby league.
Well, that was the next question. Should we have a rugby league survey?
I don't think so. And just in case, the answer is no. Rugby league is not good for you.
Well, Stephen Alessio...
That would frighten you. Can you imagine the shudder that would go through the community?
That rugby league's not good for you?
Yes. Imagine people having spent their lives, put their money through poker machines just for their rugby league, to find out that their lives have been wasted. Well, it doesn't bear thinking about it.
It certainly doesn't bear thinking about it. And I tell you what, there'll be so many parents at the moment thinking, should my youngster play rugby league or AFL or ping pong?
Yes.
And rugby league's obviously the number one choice. There's a lot of daylight to the AFL and a little bit of daylight to the ping pong.
Yeah.
Just imagine if somehow, because of that, ping pong managed to get a toehold here and we ended up more like China than we are now.
I know. I mean, a bit of last straw, wouldn't it?
It would. It could happen too. Anyway, going back to the survey, anecdotally, according to Alessio, we think our past players have higher rates of orthopaedic issues.
Oh, yeah.
By virtue of the fact that they play
bad
AFL.
feet. Bad feet. Bad feet.
What a good question. Orthopaedic, I'm connecting it with bones and, say, knee joints and hip problems. And
well, I'm only associated with the Volio C as orthopaedically correct.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't orthopaedics to do with the feet?
No.
No, it's to do more with bones
Correct.
in general.
Yes. So an orthopaedic surgeon would be somebody who looked after your hip replacement or your,
or your broken bone in your foot.
Correct. Well, it could do your foot, yeah. An orthopaedic person would look at Little's problem, if that's what you're alluding to, yes. Now, by virtue of, higher orthopaedic issues, by virtue of the fact they played AFL, but we really want to try and get evidence of some assertions and assumptions that are being made so we can factually say this is the real deal. I hope there's no. Wouldn't that be dreadful? The United Nations to be involved, don't play rugby league or AFL.
Well, that's right. Because arguably the way this is shaping up is that if you ask your child to play football, you could be up for child abuse.
Indeed. Docs could come around and legitimately take your child away.
That's right.
Having put your life and your house, your life savings in your house, through the poker machines at the local club near you for rugby league, all of a sudden you get home one night, knock, knock, knock.
Yes, Docs is there. Come on, bring him out. Well, we don't need this sort of service. Who's cooking up this anyway? The university was involved. I know that. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me.
No. And
the Players Association. They should have more sense.
Well, he said it would help the association shape programs for today's crop of players, but also offer support for former players. If we find that divorce rates are higher than the general population, we might be able to put on a relationship workshop.
Workshop.
Or sessions with partners to help negate the issue down the track.
Oh, dear.
This
is nanny statism gone mad, isn't it?
It is. And can I point out to you that a bigger problem is people who wake up with nightmares saying they should have kicked more accurately in front of goal.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Oh, that's right. I feel for the player who, say, misses the tackle that allows them to lose the grand final. That's the player I worry about. They're the players who need counselling. They're the ones that need, the swinging watch in front of them for the rest of their lives. Now, is the O'Farrell government doing anything?
Well, I don't think
for these people.
Well, I think
they're out there. How many people can you? I mean, the blokes that I know who've cost their teams grand finals because they've missed tackles or done something stupid. They've got to live with that for the rest of their lives.
I know. Can I ask, do you know who the local sports minister is, as in the New South Wales sports minister?
No,
we all know. Is the federal sports minister and doing a tremendous job. And we've got J.A. as a sort of, the opposition spokesperson on tennis.
Yes.
Member of the Suit of Billabong. But I haven't got a clue who's locally. And why aren't they chiming in on... Gone missing, that's right.
Gone missing. I mean, there must be a state minister in the O'Farrell government for sport. But A, we've never heard of him or her. B, they haven't said or done anything. And C, we know they're definitely doing nothing for people who've cost their teams grand finals.
We go to the end of the report here, or the item in the newspaper, quoting Rhett Biglands, who used to be a Crows ruckman, I think, and he said he knew of a handful of players who found the transition out of football difficult.
Oh, yes.
When you finish, you're really, really optimistic because it's a chance for a brand new life.
Oh, yes.
And if you've got things in place, it's easier. But some guys find they need a rest for a little while, and it can take a while to acclimatise. Roy, how did you go transferring back to Civvy Street after a wonderful, successful career playing rugby league?
It wasn't easy, actually. I thought I was going mad.
Did you?
I did.
What, the lack of routine?
Yes, lack of routine, lack of discipline.
And the grand final, obviously, when Stomper lost it, you just wanted to kill him?
Well, there was a little bit of that, but I mean, you just walk along the street, and honestly, I just felt like tackling everyone who was coming towards me. Just ordinary citizens.
Yes.
I mean, I really had to fight that urge to tackle.
Did you suffer a little bit from what I'd call, player attention deficit?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning people didn't recognise you anymore. The gays had moved on to the younger.
No, I got recognised all the time. But the bloody question was, what are you going to do now, Roy?
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I had no answer. I just felt like tackling them. This is what I'm going to do now, is what I used to say. And I'd pick them up, sit them upside down, about to smash them into the footpath, and then I'd stop and say, get my message?
On September the 11th, 1804, Governor King burnt down the homes of the organisers of Sydney's spontaneous Platypus Festival. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
This is the life. Laying rubber all the way to that nook where your key fits a friendly hole. With the King of Diamonds and the ace up the sleeve, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, gentlemen. Jim, now, Roy, a couple of people have been on the phone.
Oh, yeah, well, Matt of Penrith. Good on you, Matt. He's reminding us, HG, that Graham Annesley, the former NRL referee, is the New South Wales Sports Minister.
Yes. Well, he could do something, couldn't he?
Well, of course he could do something, but he's been very quiet on this bloody matter of is rugby league good for you or not in the long term. I've heard nothing from Annesley about it.
Would you like to see the New South Wales government, the O'Farrell government, put aside $1.5 billion to run this survey?
Yes, as long as they don't give it to any university.
No.
They give it to, I don't care who they can give it to the Electrical Trades Union for all I care.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Don't tell me they couldn't run a survey. They could. They could. The other thing is Mick of the North Shore, HG, he's joining the talkback.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't think the All Blacks are dickheads.
No,
that's fine.
Yeah,
8 people have said yes they are, and 1 said no.
Yeah,
there we are. And the talkback is closed as of now.
We ran it for a very long time today, didn't we?
No.
Now, look, one thing that disturbs me slightly is the promotion of NRL and education. Now, this bobbed up today, is it the 26th today? Might have been today in the paper. The days of rugby, according to Peter Coggoy in The Australian, the days of rugby league players holding council stop-go signs or pulling a beer at the local pub after training are a thing of the past. Well, sadly, they were a thing of the past about 1940.
Yes.
And while most NRL players earn enough not to worry about extra employment, there is a growing trend towards beefing up qualifications to enhance job prospects after football. This echoes the subject we were talking about earlier. No fewer than 12 of the 17, and wait for this, of the inaugural NRL Rugby League Players Association Academic Team of the Year. Are you vomiting, Roy?
God almighty.
I'll give it to you again.
What is this about?
The NRL Rugby League Players Association Academic Team of the Year. These are people who came through, I assume, the eat well, play well, stay well messages. They would have been brought to them by Healthy Harold and probably Sick
Sid.
Sick Sid, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Because I think we're up to Sick Cyril now because there was Sick Sid. He died, unfortunately.
Left us,
Sick Cedric.
Yeah.
Don't want to talk about it. And now we've got Sick Cyril in the suit.
That's right. Who are these rugby league playing academics?
Well, let me just go through the report. There are 5 members of the honorary side combined both their day job with a technical trade course. So
technical trades.
Yeah, they could. Well, wait a minute. They could only find 12 of 17 who actually had academic, as in university / TAFE qualifications, I think.
Yeah.
5 members of the honorary side combined both technical trade and obviously rugby league. Figures released by the NRL yesterday show that 62 first graders are enrolled or have completed a university degree. They rate that as about 14% of the competition.
Can I just say right off the bat that that's a lie?
Mm-hmm.
That is a lie.
What's your anecdotal?
None. None.
There's been a generational shift with rugby league players wanting to better themselves by getting, a higher education qualification. Now, how about this? Canterbury's Corey Payne, the Ducks of the class of 2011, meaning that he's in the 12 of the 17 who have the ... Team of the Year. He's the number one. When I enrolled at university, a lot of fellow students found it hard to grasp that I could combine university with playing rugby league on the weekend.
Yeah, right.
Well, no one can.
No, you can't. It's impossible.
They thought only
one or the other. There's a fork in the road.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fork there.
Mm-hmm. One's got BA written on it, or BSc, or Dip Ed, or something like that. The other's got
rugby league.
Well, yeah, or grand final.
Yeah, thanks.
Now, they thought, this is Joe and Joanna's, thought the only union players did the sort of thing, combine a career in rugby league with the academic career. Forgetting about people like George Paponis, who studied medicine and went on to lead the Dogs in a winning premiership and captain the Kangaroos. While George was looked at as a rarity 20 years ago, so no longer the case. Now, Payne, this is Corey Payne, he's a product of the New South Wales state school system. I love that term.
Yeah, I like product.
So the brand Payne is a product of the New South Wales state school system. He's into a Master's of Commerce of Sydney University, having completed undergraduate studies majoring in accounting and commercial law. Payne is this year's recipient of the University of Sydney's Young Alumni Achievement Award and is graduate of the Australian Institute of Company Directors.
Well, I'm not liking this development at all.
Well, these are all fictitious.
I know it's a fiction. And why? In whose interest is peddling this fiction? Is it Annesley? Is it the O'Farrell government?
I assume so. Or, the forces that trying to pretend rugby league's something that it's not.
Yeah, that's right.
It's about...
People in denial.
People in denial.
People in denial about the truth of rugby league.
Yeah.
I mean, at best with rugby league, if you were lucky, you ended up owning a pub. I mean, that's all you needed.
A pub.
A pub.
Some people got a car yard.
Yes.
Say in rural regional Australia.
Yes.
And some very lucky people got a pub and a car park.
That's right.
In rural Australia.
That's it. That's it.
But you don't need anything more. You're completely contented and happy. What worries me is, of course, is that now they're trying to encourage rugby league people to think about going it into as a start of a career.
Yeah.
Soon we'll have rugby league players running the Macquarie Bank. Wow. Soon we'll have people running, I don't know, what's that thing about that worries about cows going overseas and getting slaughtered?
Yes.
What's it called? Animal livestock?
The Meat and Livestock Corporation.
Meat and Livestock, yeah.
Well, that is run by rugby league, isn't it?
Lifers with communication skills.
You want to get involved? I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
Look, just quickly, a couple of emails. Watto's written, Hello, boys. Please help me solve something. I can't get it out of my head. Would the man with no feet weep for the man with no legs?
Oh, yes.
Now, this goes back to the original Song Tzu saying concerning, the art of war. The man with no shoes weeps for the man with no feet.
Yes, and the man with no eyes can't weep at all.
Correct. Obviously, it eventually gets to the man with no legs weeps for the man with no flute weeps for the man with no legs, that sort of thing.
That's right.
It ends up there. But that's interesting that, Greg's remembered it and it's starting to stick. Roy, have you got an email there?
A lot of people are concerned, actually, about a number of ovals in Western Sydney being marked as AFL only. People are finding this quite offensive. Tom Hollingsworth is particularly incensed about this. He says, one thought I had was that NRL could stick up posters across the windows of pubs and clubs across western suburbs and King's Cross designating these as exclusive to NRL supporters and players only. Let's see how the AFL like it when their members stroll off their exclusive overs with nowhere else to go to have a few beers and put their pay packet through. Well, that's not a bad idea, isn't it?
Well,
I still go, I think, and I'm sure Graham Annesley would support me on this.
Hasn't he been terrific for New South Wales sport?
He certainly has. He's really the finest sports minister I think New South Wales has produced, Graham Annesley, and he could blow the whistle too.
I know.
And he will continue blowing the whistle, I'm sure. Now,
and he understands rugby league.
And he understands rugby league.
Yes.
Now, if he comes out and says any parents who allow their children to play AFL will be taxed 70% of their income, if that law comes through, and I don't think the upper house would block it. I don't know how the shooters stand on this, but let's say the shooters support it, and I don't see why they wouldn't in New South Wales, then that, I think, would send a clear signal, a clear message to parents.
Well, I think that's an excellent idea, and I've got to say is that this, I think you're referring to the Holroyd Oval.
That's right.
In the middle of Parramatta Eels territory.
Holroyd Oval.
Holroyd Oval, okay. Yeah. AFL Oval, it says this field is to be used only for the approved AFL training games. The use for other sports and activities is not permitted. Now, hang on, how did this come about? Firstly, can I just say there's a lot of kids going to just see this oval and it'll be a red rag to them. There'll be civil disobedience.
There will.
English style out there. They'll be burning down the goalposts.
Yes.
They'll be sawing them up. They'll be digging holes in it. They'll be taking home bits to souvenir. They'll be playing golf on it. Anything that will happen just to see how they're going to get busted.
Yes.
Who's going to enforce this?
I know.
Surely the police have enough to do without having to throw non-AFL players off an AFL oval.
Yes.
And then it came up to the local council. Council all of a sudden Monday night thinks next item on the agenda, Holroyd Oval. Yeah, well, what do you have to do about it, Mayor? Well, we've got to make it AFL only. There's got to be money changed hands.
Well, there must be, actually. I mean, I thought there was a law in New South Wales that says, from memory, any 2 square metres of lawn or larger can be used by rugby league for any purposes at any time in perpetuity. That was my understanding.
Right.
And I don't know if that law's gone or not, but it's a law I liked. Now, Jeremy Taylor's in touch. She says, I recently came across this story about the links between rugby league and universities in the United Kingdom. Thought you might be interested. Why are there no Australian universities considering researching the history of rugby league or using rugby league schools in higher education like this, he says. Look, I think it's a good idea. You know,
he's got some evidence there, and this is disturbing while comforting at the same time, that a prof is the chairman, is it, of the local rugby league club?
The Warrington Rugby League Club, I think so, yes, yeah. I don't think it's a bad idea.
No.
I mean, the way to bring about change in universities is to get more rugby league associated with the universities. We know the universities are turning out, you know, people with weird ideas about all sorts of things. But if they were more grounded, bring them back to earth. Make sure every department has at least 50% active rugby league players on their department, and I think we'd see better results coming out of the universities.
And rugby league. Can I also point out that these rugby league people involved and connected with the 50% quota are not students?
No.
Are not students?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I hope not.
No, I hope
mean, it'd be
not too.
lunacy.
I know.
You know, they're not going to be ever going to graduate with some sort of dickhead style, you know, boffiny, big end of town degree.
No.
They're not going to be suited for anything except playing rugby league.
That's it.
So there they are. They're there doing things. Valuable work, saying cancer or just coming up with ideas about what to do with, you know, say, physics.
Physics, yeah.
Improving physics, the space shuttle. Sure, they could design a new one.
Yeah.
All this sort of stuff.
Well, they would have great ideas about the space shuttle, you know, even if it's an idea like, let's just make it bigger.
Famous platypus denier Governor King had a free settler flogged to death by the Stevenson twins for daring to present him with a live specimen. The record shows the free settler to be Gordon Hereford, husband of Mole Driscoll, alias Mole Hereford, alias Mole. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, Holroyd Oval seems to have been, you know, sparked some comment. According to Brett, it used to be a tip, Roy. Could that be right?
That could be right. Yeah, that could be right. Yeah, I don't know what sort of, I don't know if it was a general tip, but let's say it was. Even so, you still should be able to play rugby league on it.
I know, I understand that.
Yeah.
And the AFL tipped in $100,000 for the Oval.
Did they? So? Well, how far is that going to go?
Well, by the time you put in a couple of sprinkling systems and put up goalposts and draw a boundary line around it and mark it up.
Yeah.
Easy. You wouldn't get much change.
No change.
What worries me more, though, is the idea that places are starting to, you know, sort of get a bit of no-go area about them.
Yeah.
Because it only invites people to go there.
Yeah. I know that.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, wouldn't surprise me to see, say, a Boot Barbecue appear, you know, Mark Webber Boot Barbecue appear at this Oval.
Yeah. Well, it's a sign of the times, I suppose, HG. I mean, I remember back in the good old days, the glory days, you know.
Have you any idea when they were?
Well, yeah, if we thought about it, we could pinpoint when it began and when it finished. But what I mean by glory days is that if you played rugby league, you knew that you could knock on any door, certainly in New South Wales, and be given a cup of tea at any time of day. Not many players took advantage of that because not too many players were tea drinkers.
No.
But it was just knowing it was there.
Yeah. Did you have to have your jumper and shorts on and your boots?
Well, your player identification.
Your registration.
Your registration card.
Now, did you say walking back from Scotsman Oval?
Yeah.
Often think, this is going to be great. I'll be able to swing into, say, the Coddingtons and get a nice, you know, scone and cup of tea there.
Yeah.
And make a beeline down that particular street?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Often people would be waiting out the front in their front yards, hoping, you know, a shamrock would stroll, open the gate and come on in. Say, where's my tea? Because you didn't have to be pleasant. You could be as rude as you liked. Didn't matter.
It wasn't as though they wanted you to have a conversation about how they met the team. And
No. Well, when television first came in, that was the place you'd go. You just go there and watch telly. What's on tonight? Homicide, you beauty. I'll go around here. G'day. Yeah. G'day. I play rugby league.
Let me in.
Put it on Channel 7. They were the days.
Now,
man, you couldn't do that today.
No.
I imagine a lot of people would be scared, if...
So Watmo turned up?
Yeah, Anthony Watmo knocked on the door and said, put it on Channel 7.
Boy, it's more likely to be, got a window I can clean.
Yeah, well, that's true, too.
Now, I was just thinking that, though, do you think we'll be able to get back to those sort of, that era of rugby league civility?
Yeah.
Meaning,
I'd like to think so. Mm-hmm. That what I call the sane days.
Now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on pole, HG?
Well, I hope I've given you enough of a heads up about this PB 150 Ultra Cool Roto Molded Icebox. The Icebox, obviously, you'd trace it back through many, many years because in the
old days, that's what you used instead of a fridge.
Correct.
The Iceman cometh.
Man cometh, that's right. And we're not talking about methamphetamine here. No. Look, what I was going to say was that grandparents or older adults would remember having an icebox where you put the ice in the top.
Yes.
And it obviously the cool fell down and cooled the things inside, like butter and ice cream and so on.
Yes.
Well, this is a modern version of that.
That's right.
As I understand, it's an Ensil, and they make great iceboxes. It's got strong and seamless construction. It's UV stabilised, so that means you can leave it in the back of the ute or boat.
Yes.
Permanent moulding graphics, meaning the graphics will never rub off. You'll always know what you've got. Fully integrated hinges with alloy pins, strong rubber latches, UV resistant again, anti-skid rubber feet, so it can, you might get a couple of wet... we'll catch a couple of fish and the back of the boat gets a bit wet.
Yeah.
The icebox stays where it is. Large drain plug. That's what I like. Extremely low heat absorption, lightweight, hygienic and easy to clean.
Good.
It's 153 litres.
Oh, fabulous.
153 litres.
That's good.
Fabulous.
Is it self-icing, HG, or have you got to add the ice?
Oh, what an excellent question. The self-icing PB 150 Ultra Cool Roto Mold Icebox. That sounds fabulous, doesn't it? Now, let me get this right. If you leave it out at night, it sucks water out of it's got a device that sucks water out of the atmosphere, freezes it into ice, and hey presto, off you go your next day. You never have to go to get that party pack from the local servo.
Fantastic.
It's incredible.
Incredible.
Self-icing. What a brilliant idea. But it doesn't stop there.
No.
Because we've got the Bonds Father's Day pack.
Yeah.
And Dad will look great on Father's Day. And if Dad... on Father's Day, let's face it, is his day. If he wants to get up and vacuum the carpet and the lounge room and, get some flowers in and do some cooking and, not watch rugby league for one day of the year, then let him do it and he'll look great in this Bonds Father's Day gift pack, in which he gets chesty, I assume that's a singlet.
Yeah.
You get guy front trunk, tremendous, looking good in a guy front trunk. You get a raglan tee and multi-packs of socks.
Wow.
So it's quite an elaborate...
That is an enormous
Father's Day prize, and that can fit in your 153-litre esky and always be cool. And in hot weather...
Oh, it's just like putting on a frozen pair of underpants.
Exactly. And for some lucky listener, all comers, you can answer this question. We're giving all that away.
Yeah, all right. Well, the question is, HG, in our talkback segment earlier today, how many listeners thought the All Blacks were dickheads?
Can I just point out I've made a mistake. I've been trying to read the graphics in the illustration in front of me, and it's an Engel. E-N-G-E-L. A lot of people have rung up and, said we can't find it anywhere. What are you talking about? Well, this is the Engel PB 150 Ultra Cool Roto Molded Icebox. And,
fantastic.
Roy, it's Hot Lap Handout. Who are we talking to?
We're joined by Marty from Campbelltown. How are you there, Marty?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Roy.
Now, mate, what's the plan for the weekend? I hope there's a little bit of rugby league involved.
There'll definitely be a lot of rugby league involved.
Yeah.
I watched the Manly-Melbourne tonight.
Yeah, how do you think that one's going to go?
I think Manly might lose their first game at Brookvale this season.
Is that wishful thinking? Is that what you'd like to see?
Yeah, sort of don't like Manly much. So.
Oh, well, who does?
Yeah.
I'm yet to meet a Manly fan.
Yeah, I've met a few of them in my time, but...
What, they admitted it?
Sorry?
They admitted that they were Manly fans?
Yeah, I worked with a pretty mad Manly fan for a long time, but, yeah.
Now, just coming to... And you're an impartial observer here because you're a Bulldogs fan. What about some of the two of the other big matches on the weekend, the Broncos and the Rabbits? How do you see that one turning out?
That's just too hard to pick. Toss of a coin. If the Rabbits fire like they have been, I think they can actually do the Broncos up there. So that will be a very interesting game.
And then the other interesting game is the Dragons v the Warriors. Now, this has got home final implications should the Warriors be able to beat the Dragons. Do you think the quiet man will have had a few words this week to the boys?
Yeah, I think Bennett will be right on to them, and I think, with Shimmy Whoosh in the side, I can't see them getting beat. I think they're starting
right. Although Ben Hornby has threatened the players, he's told the players not to expect a miraculous form turnaround just because Shimmy Whoosh is back in the side, though, Marty.
Yeah, but I think they might just give them the edge still.
You think it'll give them the edge?
I think that'll give them the edge.
You think they're a stronger team with Shimmy Whoosh in the side?
Definitely.
Okay.
And then we come to the final series, which is, after all, not that far away. And have you got a thought on who might be there on that one big day in October?
Well, I'm sort of living out of Campbelltown for a while, so I've sort of warmed to the Tigers a lot. So I'd really like to see the Tigers.
Well, I think everyone would. They play a very exciting style of football, Marty, don't they?
They are fantastic to watch.
Now, the Bulldogs used to be called the entertainers, but I think the Tigers are the entertainers now.
Yeah, I think between them and South, they're definitely the two entertaining sides to watch.
Yeah. Now, the Bulldogs, how's Jim Dimmock doing over there at the doghouse?
Yeah, I think Jimmy would do okay. I've heard they're chasing a couple of others, but I think he'd do a good job.
Yes.
Right. You're not thinking of one of the others might have been Stewart, are you?
Oh, I was thinking of Stewart, and also there was, I think, a rumour about... Anderson going to coach the Bulldogs as well.
That's true. What about Nathan Brown? Has Brown been in the frame?
Oh, I haven't heard about any rumours about Brownie coming, but yeah, you never know, he might come back.
Well, I think Roy's establishing that rumour right here tonight.
Yes, okay.
That Brown is being talked to by the high-ups at the kennel. Yeah. Now, Marty, that sounds like you've got an excellent weekend and a few weeks coming up. Let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, Marty... In our talkback segment earlier today, how many listeners thought the All Blacks were dickheads?
8 thought they were dickheads and only 1 thought they weren't.
That's an excellent and thorough answer, and of course you get the Bonds Father's Day pack. This is the chesty, the guy front trunk, the Raglan tee, and the multi-pack of socks.
That's fantastic.
It's a terrific prize, but then we're throwing in the Engel... PB 150 Ultra Cool Roto Moulded Icebox. Now, Marty, would you have a use for this?
I definitely would have the icebox will be fantastic because I actually dropped my esky full of stubbies a while ago and the bottom cracked.
Oh, that won't happen with this.
No,
that won't happen. No.
Excellent. It's great to know that's going to a valuable home.
Marty, had you phoned and been part of this talkback, would you have said yes or no with the All Black dickhead argument?
I would have definitely been a yes.
Yeah, good.
And on that wonderful flourish at the end there, Marty, enjoy the icebox and the Bonds, and thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
When popular public house, The Happy Fat, was forced to change its name to The Limp Grub by order of Governor King, it lost 97% of its trade and closed within a fortnight of the order. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
This is the life, with familiar heads up front, holding a perfect flush, and home is just around the corner. It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks, Jim. Now, look, a couple of emails have come in while we've been on air.
Oh, yes, one I think is a terrific one, HG. This comes from Greg Stevens, and Greg says, hi, and I always like an email that begins like that, formally, hi, comma. I was watching Sunday night's first episode of Underbelly. Well, who wasn't?
It was fantastic.
It was fantastic.
That was a hell of a night. You're selling the block off.
Yeah.
You know, your double banger of that, and then a double banger of Underbelly.
Underbelly with nudity and drugs and violence and razor gangs and nudity. And
guns made in the 50s.
Yeah,
and stuff
nudity.
Like that.
And nudity and stuff. It was just great. Anyway, he says, I was watching it when I saw a scene where a man was walking down the street selling rabbits. I remember that scene too. I leaned forward in expectation of what was to follow, then nothing. No mention of South Sydney or rugby league at all. Surely Nine missed a big opportunity here. Couldn't they have even done some filming during Heritage Week and weave some of that in? Would have been a really tight fit. It sure would have. They could have kicked a goal there.
They could have, and I tell you what, it would have been great to get Ray Rabbits-Warren, the number one caller from Channel 9, somehow woven into the story as well.
Yes.
Maybe behind a card table. I know he probably didn't pioneer the card table. Yeah. So a fixture between the Fruiterers and I don't know, the Glebe. Might have been the Glebe Fruiterers. And
the South Sydney Rabbits.
Oh,
you'd have to involve the Rabbits, and you could have had Ray Rabbits doing an old-fashioned call, you know. It's gone from Headley to O'Neill, and he's scored a try.
Excellent. Gee, weren't they players, Headley and O'Neill?
Oh, weren't they ever?
Now,
Headless Headley.
That's right. And the Big O. Now, Richard, our regular correspondent in South Australia, has alerted me to something I didn't realise was going on, but Murray Bridge comes alive in November. Now, Murray Bridge, well, you drive out of Adelaide and head east towards Melbourne, and one spot where you can cross the river, there's very few places you can cross the river, Murray, and one of them is Murray Bridge, particularly enough.
Yeah, Murray Bridge might have 2 punt crossings there, HG, I think.
In the old days, probably, but now it would have bridges, as hard, fixed bridges.
Yeah, right.
Now, Melbourne can have its Melbourne Cup and its international golf tournament formally featuring the man they call.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have the 2011 Fédération Internationale de Motocyclisme, the FIA. This is the approved World Speedway Sidecar Championships.
Yeah.
This is really something that Sydney should have got, I reckon.
Yeah, I know.
Sidecar
Asleep at the wheel, the big events people in New South Wales.
Asleep at the wheel, absolutely right. I mean, these are great events, staring in the face.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, all they can think about is V8. Sidecar nuts from around the world are going to flock to Murray Bridge in SA in November to see this prestigious events. Yeah. He says he knows we love our Speedway, and Jason Crump in particular. I'm sure it will lead to Channel 9 News and the events for the event's entire duration. Actually, this event will lead the Channel 9 News for the duration. Triple M plugging in, providing updates throughout the day. Stuart Innes, in the local paper, The Advertiser, writes, Murray Bridge-based rider Mick Hedlund has been world champion for the past 2 years and will be competing only 5 kilometres from his home.
Isn't that beautiful?
Now, just before I go on, Sidecar is traditionally an event where there's a rider and a passenger, and the passenger does all the grunt work by leaning out in dangerous positions as the rider goes around the course.
Yeah.
Now, it would be a terrific competition.
Be brilliant.
For Triple M to get involved with providing the passenger for Mick's tilt. He says he hates going to France to compete. He hates travelling to France just to win anyway because he hates French. The French, understandably. French cheese, French wine, etc. Competing on home soil, Mick will be able to savour, sausage rolls and pies, and his favourites, Fritz and tomato sauce sandwiches. Well, they're great.
That's Devon, isn't it?
Devon,
Devon, yeah. God,
processed meat.
Devon is great.
That will certainly give him a winning edge. The Advertiser Stuart Innes writes, Murray Bridge was chosen to host the 2011 World Championship in recognition of our consistent Aussie strength in speedway sidecar racing. The event will put Murray Bridge on the world map. Well, excuse me, it's already there.
It is.
It's just going to have a light shone more brightly on it.
That's right. It'll be one of those times when the world turns to Murray Bridge. Doesn't happen very often. It could have been Sydney,
It could have been. Now, you've ridden the course there, Roy. Do you think it's got any, it needs improvement? Like, would you like to see an injection of, say, Arbib-style money into it?
Yeah, well, no, not in Murray Bridge, I wouldn't. No. Yeah, I don't think New South Wales money needs to go to Murray Bridge. That's up to South Australia. That's up to Mike Rann.
The federal minister, Arbib.
Arbib, the federal
Yeah, not Annesley. Yeah. I'm dead against Annesley giving money to Murray Bridge. Oh, no, I won't have it. I just won't have that.
No, I won't.
This show, if that happens, this show's going off air. I'm telling you that for a fact now.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I don't know what Arbib's position. I've listened to Arbib for ages now. I mean,
too long.
Well, for far too long. But have I ever heard the word sidecar ever come out of his mouth?
No.
Have you?
I haven't. No, I haven't. I've looked at Hansard.
Yeah,
Sidecar's never been mentioned in the federal parliament
No, it
ever.
hasn't. No.
I mean, there's all that Morrison talk. That's great.
Yeah.
Or Thompson talk.
Thompson
Yeah,
talk.
I've got the wrong
Craig
guy.
Thompson.
Well,
yeah.
Morrison also, the opposition spokesperson.
Oh,
I
Scott
think,
Morrison, yeah. But even
Man on the
Scott
move.
Morrison, you know, the bloke with all the answers, Morrison, he's never mentioned sidecars.
No.
I mean, as far as I can tell, the federal government is bloody stone deaf and blind when it comes to sidecars. Why do they got to do something about sidecars? I mean, we lead the world.
We do. Mick Headland. Yeah. Now,
I mean, it's not up to us, is it? It's not up to us.
No, it can't be up to us. Now, look, would it be great? Do you think it would be a good competition for Triple M to find Mick's passenger?
Well, we could take Talkback on it.
What, the best talkback caller could go with Mick for a spin?
Could go with Mick for a spin, yeah. How about that? Well, I don't know. We can run it up the flag
for management.
See if anyone salutes.
Mm-hmm. That's all we can do.
But I wouldn't be holding my breath.
On the night of September the 9th, 1804, Governor King was shocked to find a platypus in his bed. The startled governor screamed like a wild boar and shot the animal, destroying the first red cedar chest of drawers to be made in the colony. The animal escaped. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, a couple of hours ago when we came on air, you and I worked up a fair bit of energy with a report from Cheesetown.
Oh, yeah, Cheese World, yes. What's happening up in Cheeseburg?
Wow. Ian's changing his stroke.
This is Ian Cheeseman Thorpe.
It is. Mr. Paint.
Yeah.
Now, according to Nicole Jeffrey from The Australian, the first thing you notice are the elbows.
Oh, with Ian's new stroke.
As Ian Thorpe's arms come out of the water, the elbows lift high in a classic freestyle technique. But it's not the Thorpe technique, not the one that made him champion, not the instantly recognisable action that carried him to 5 Olympic gold medals, 11 world titles and 13 world records. Right. That Thorpe, the one who retired in 2006 after a glittering career, had more rounded freestyle recovery and a catch-up technique whereby one arm only began to pull through the water when the other arm was about to enter the water.
That's right. It was sort of cheesy style, wasn't it?
Well, it's pure cheese.
Yep.
Well, look, more a fondue.
Yeah.
I don't know if people...
Rather than a cheddar.
A block cheddar. Yeah. Look, I don't know if people fondue at night these days. No. It was a sort of something that happened in the 90s a lot, around about the time Nirvana happened.
Chunks of Devon, you'd just take a chunk of Devon and
put it on a chopstick.
Whack it into the cheese.
Hot cheese, and then eat it.
Beautiful.
And if you could dip
I don't know why they didn't keep going.
No, if you could dip it into something else, like a little bit of butter or something on the way through, so much the better.
Yeah.
Now, this Thorpe, the one swimming under new coach Gennady Turetsky at his secluded base in Switzerland as he prepares to return to elite competition for the first time in 5 years, looks quite different. Mm-hmm. It's still Thorpe. You can see it in the power of the kick and the extraordinary wave he produces when he swims at full speed and the seemingly effortless way he glides through the water. But now his freestyle stroke looks like a hybrid of himself and Alex Popov, the great Russian sprinter who Turetsky guided to 4 Olympic gold medals in the 90s. Look, I can't do this article justice, so I have to skip bits. To many in the swimming world, the mere suggestion of changing a stroke that was widely regarded as perfection would seem to be a sacrilege.
Yeah.
We come then to the altered technique starts with more hip rotation, which gives him a greater range of movement in the shoulders and the results in those higher elbows. It also changes the balance between the once dominant kick and his increasingly powerful pull. I want him to swim with freedom, Turetsky says. Freedom was elusive for Thorpe in the later years of his first career. He felt bound by his commitments and burdened by the constant media spotlight and eventually propelled him into retirement. Is this what you understood?
No.
I just thought he got bored with swimming.
Yeah, a bit of black line fever, I thought it was.
What happens here is this means that the soy milk, the organic water, the Paspaley pearls, that's what he was thinking about when he should have been swimming.
Yes.
And what worries me is that as soon as he wins something, all this weight will go back on him.
Yeah, well, what a difficult thing for Ian. I mean, he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't.
Exactly.
Isn't he?
Well, you see, he might have been better off. I think at one point he was enrolled at Macquarie University.
He was. To study cheese.
Study cheese making. And obviously try and get a degree in cheese making.
But that's silly if you're going to set up in Switzerland where they already have heap of cheese.
Yeah, but let's face it.
Ian's not thinking of marketing Ian's cheese, is he, in Geneva?
No, I think in China. Ian's cheese in places...
Oh, Ian's Swiss cheese?
In
China. Aussie Swiss cheese or just Swiss cheese? Or just...
Ian's cheese.
Aussie-style Swissy cheese?
Well, I reckon what you've got to look at there is you've got to talk to people in the marketing caper. If they thought putting Ian's name on it, they would. Ian eats this cheese, you should too.
Yes.
If you eat this cheese, you'll swim like Ian. That would be the way it would go.
Yeah. Okay. Do they eat much cheese in China?
No, it'd be a whole new area.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
But then, you know, we've observed this before, you know, whenever you go into the Forbidden City with Ian, I mean, he's just mobbed.
Yeah.
People just love him there.
Yeah.
They just love to get hold of some of his cheese. In his comeback, he's trying to recapture the spirit of his youth. Oh, that's not right, is it? The spirit of his youth. He's now close to 30, isn't he?
Yeah.
Spirit of his youth as an athlete. The time when swimming was more important than winning. That can't be right either.
Can't be right either.
As he waits for clearance to compete at the elite level after completing 9 months of drug testing, he is immersing himself in the technical aspects of the sport. The stroke adjustment indicates how seriously he's taking his return to the sport and how hard he is working at it. It takes hundreds of hours of training to bed down technical changes. Thorpe is swimming 50 kilometres a week, as well as doing 5 strength and conditioning sessions on dry land. And this week, Turetsky is also introducing 2 tennis sessions a week to aid his coordination and develop his new skills. Now, can you...
This is just madness, isn't it?
Yeah.
Madness. Improving his coordination playing tennis. He's never played tennis.
Well,
I know that for a fact.
A very low base.
Yes. Wouldn't it be better honing his skills of learning to make cheese? You know, with a big vat. You know how you got to get a big paddle and swirl it around in the vat?
Well, that's one technique.
That's great for your hand-eye coordination. You're missing a bit over there. Oh, I'll get it. What about that bit there? I got it. That's what Turetsky should be doing. Come on, Ian. Up to the cheese. Come on, mate.
Look, I just hope he doesn't want to be a dual international, swimming and tennis.
Yeah.
Because we do have a gap in our tennis program, and I'm not sure whether this is, you know, John Alexander approved. Now... He lives in Tenero, I think is how you say it, on the northern shore of the majestic lake. No, I'll never get the lake's name right. Maggiore. It's having a summer heat wave, and the conditions are familiar to the big-footed one. He seems entirely at home in a small multinational squad, training in an outdoor 50-metre pool.
Right.
This week it includes a Swede, a Belarusian, and a selection of Swiss swimmers. Now, this is where I think I get very worried. In other words... We are giving away to Swedes and Belarusia, the Swedish and Belarusian nation, the secrets of Thorpe's success.
Exactly. And
Bibb has to step in and put a stop to this.
Well, I think so. I think so. And you can imagine the talk around the, you know, around the blocks.
Yeah. Gossips.
Yeah, gossip. They'd be grilling him about, you know, well, tell us about your cheese. Next thing you know,
all of a sudden,
you know, China's been flooded by cheese coming from Ian lookalikes.
Well, beyond the pool, Thorpe is living in a penthouse apartment that has sweeping lake and mountain views, but is also within walking distance of the training centre, which boasts manicured playing fields, indoor training facilities, and both diving and swimming pools. Thorpe and Turetsky are renowned as one of the sport's most innovative thinkers, or as the sport's most innovative thinkers. They've developed a strong understanding in their 5 months together. During training sessions, they speak little but work in tune. Outside training, they have long discussions about their philosophies on cheese, sport and life.
Lord.
On the morning of September the 8th, 1804, Governor King woke to find close to 3,000 platypuses dumped within the grounds of Government House. This so enraged the famous platypus denier that he ordered 80 prisoners chosen at random be buried alive with the offending animals. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, Roy, are you worried that Thorpe is preparing an onslaught on every distance from 50 to 800 metres?
It looks a little unfocused, doesn't it? And I'm finding it hard to follow. Remember the earlier reports were suggesting that Ian was only interested in one of the relays.
I know. And now...
And then I thought, oh, well, that's fair enough.
Yeah, just a sort of comeback
good luck,
swim.
Buddy.
Yeah. Get your cheese away. You know,
revive interest
in your soy milk.
In China and all of that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, he says here one of the important things in the whole preparation is to build up his desire to race. This is Turetsky.
Oh, yes. Right.
This worries me a bit. I don't want anyone's expectations or opinions to influence him. He has to have his own opinion. Mm-hmm. As soon as you compare yourself with others, you lose. With swimmers of his level, it's not necessary for them to win this race or that. They know how to win. The main thing is I want him to be hungry for the race. Mm. Obviously, he's not at the moment. And, of course, he's up against James Magnussen, the gun. Mm. And I'm not sure that, necessarily he's going to have to watch it because Magnussen...
Magnussen's a missile, isn't he?
Exactly, the missile Magnussen.
Yeah.
Yes, well spotted.
Yeah. Yes, he is. Does he come face-to-face with the missile?
The Australian Championships. What he's got is he intends to race at 3 World Cup short course meets in Singapore.
Yeah.
That's the 4th and 5th of November. Beijing.
Yeah. Was the missile going to be at those meets?
We're not sure. No. And Tokyo, November the 12th and 13th. So there's quite a lot of them.
Yeah. I don't know about doing the short course. Is that a good idea? Wouldn't he be...
Well, I don't think he wants to expose him to the longer pool. He gets a chance to turn.
Yeah, but are his tumble turns... Is he as hungry with his tumble turning as he was...
When he was winning?
Yeah.
What a good question.
Because your tumble turns is the first thing to go when your desire goes.
Is that right?
You just think, no, bloody tumble.
And your short course doubles the number of tumble turns you have to do.
Exactly.
But in his case, they might have perfected a stroke which is all tumble turn, so he could get about 10 metres.
Well, there's no evidence of that. It's all elbows with this stroke. And you're telling me that high elbows improves your tumble turn? No, I'm telling you it doesn't.
I'm not. I'm
glad.
Yeah. Look, I think we have to see this in the context of the cheese.
High elbows helps your cheese making.
Well, I wasn't meaning that so much. I meant the building blocks of the stroke and the building blocks of the selection, the short course, all that sort of stuff is all underpinning as the foundation for a cheese assault into China.
All right. What, a sort of short course cheese? That's the one to be starting with.
I suppose so. Something you have before soup.
Yeah, right.
Or the entree.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Short course cheese. What, more whole than anything?
I suppose so.
Or smaller whole.
Well, that'd be a diet cheese. It's all whole.
It's almost all air.
Yeah. Well, could he do that?
What? No, I don't know.
It's just the marketing.
Just to do with marketing.
Now, look, speaking of marketing... Darryl Hare from the Sublime to the Ridiculous.
That's the old finger in the air.
Yeah,
that hair.
Yeah. Now he reckons there's the world of cricket is still shirking the issue of illegal bowling actions.
Oh yes.
Now he's got a new book out, In the Best Interests of the Game. Catchy title.
It is a good title. He's thought about that, hasn't he?
Yeah.
In the Best Interests of the Game by Darryl Hare.
He claims the bowlers were chucking during the World Cup just 4 months ago.
Does he name the names?
Well, he says, I noted that Harbhajan Singh, Shoaib Akhtar, Mohammad Hafiz, Johan Botha and Abdur Razak all bowl with highly suspicious action that may or may not fall within the 15 degrees of tolerance, he's written. But the chances of their being reported are slim. As to the chances they're being actually called during a match are absolutely zero. Now, for those who have followed the O'Hare or the Hare career, they know he's badly treated and unfairly maligned during the 78 Test umpiring career from 1992 to 2008. He leaves no doubt that he believes the International Cricket Council, that's the ICC, modified his playing conditions to accommodate Muralitharan, to accommodate his controversial bowling action. Now, Muralitharan was reported by match referee Chris Board during the Australia's tour of Sri Lanka in 2004 for illegally straightening of the arm and the elbow during the bowling action. Tests on April the 1st, 2004 at the University of Western Australia revealed that he straightened his arm by an average of 14 degrees, which was 9 degrees in excess of the tolerance level for spin bowlers mandated by the ICC at the time.
Yeah.
On the 5th of February 2005, the ICC's Chief Executive Committee approved proposals aimed at ending the malaise over illegal bowling actions. Under the new proposal, the tolerance limit for straightening of the arm of all bowlers was set as 15 degrees.
Right.
Which studies have shown is the point at which the naked eye can make out excessive straightening. Amazingly, this was 1 degree more than the average of Muralitharan's arm straightening.
Yeah.
Now, then Malcolm Conn got that for the Telegraph.
Yeah.
Now, do you think there's still chuckers in the game, Roy?
Yeah, of course there are. There have always been chuckers in the game. Remember Ian Meckiff?
Well, it's a long time ago.
Yeah, but he was a chucker.
Yeah,
They wooed him out, didn't they?
They called him Chucker
They
Mekif.
called him Chucker me in open brackets, Chucker, close brackets, Mekif.
Yeah.
You know, why did they call him Chucker? Because he was chucking.
Yeah. And a lot
there's no, I mean, there's no, you've got to be black and white on this. I agree with Hare, sorry, not O'Hare, just Hare. I agree with him.
Could he change his name by default to O'Hare?
O'Hare.
For the sake of the show? Make a lot easier for us.
Would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Hare.
Yeah.
Now, what worries me about it, though, is that he doesn't point out that a lot of fast bowlers' effort ball, the one they put a lot of grunt into, looks as though it's often chucked, though.
Yeah. What,
But
who do you want in mind, like Brett Lee?
Well, like Brett Lee, yeah.
Yeah. Chucker Lee. You reckon Chucker Lee's a chucker?
I'm not saying
that's
that.
a big call.
It is a big call.
Yeah.
He's not chucking generally.
No.
And, would S.Ed Johnson get there?
Superhead Johnson, does he chuck?
Well,
I reckon there's only one Australian bowler that never chucked, and that was Tomo. Everyone else was a chucker. Tomo never chucked.
Even Merv Hughes.
Merv Hughes, Chucker Hughes.
Chucker Hughes. Yeah. And DK Lilly, Chucker Lilly.
Chucker Lilly, yeah.
Spelled differently. Chucker Lilly was spelled C-H-U-K-A.
Yeah. Yeah, that was his marketing. So as to get his cheese into China.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, of course, it's exactly the same prize as earlier. For Dad, he's got a week to wait. Let's see if I can do the maths right. 9 more sleeps. But he gets the Engel PB150 Ultra Cool Roto Molded Ice Box. This is one with the large diameter drain plug for getting rid of it. It's self-icing, and when you drain it out, it drains quicker than any other ice box of comparable size. Hell of a claim. And you get your Bonds Father's Day pack as well. Obviously, you get
underpants,
and you get basically 2 of everything here by the looks. You get your chesty singlets, your Guy front trunk, your raglan tee, multi-pack of socks, and plenty of underpants. So it's just great. It's a fantastic Bonds carry-away bag for Dad on Father's Day. It'd be fantastic to get that.
Yeah, that's great.
And all comers can answer the following question.
Yes, the question is as follows, HG, for all comers. Name 3 Aussie chuckers.
Roy, who are we talking to?
Yeah, we're joined by Adam from Lane Cove. How are you there, Adam?
Not too bad, Ryan HG, and you guys?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, I noticed you do a bit of work for a golf company. Now, what do you produce?
Indeed.
Golf balls or...?
Balls, clubs, it's Srixon and Cleveland Golf.
Ah, okay. Now, who do I associate with Srixon?
Kari Webb, Robert Allenby.
Ah, Robert Allenby. That's right. How's he going? How's Robert Allenby going?
He's struggling a bit at the moment, but he's in there with in the FedEx Cup at the moment, so he's got his chance at the 10 million.
Excellent. Now, have you ever thought about taking on Hensby, Australia's forgotten golfer?
Well, he likes a bit of a chat now and then, doesn't he?
Yes.
Putting words up the shark and things.
Yes, he does, but that doesn't mean that he wouldn't be good for you guys.
No, I wouldn't put him in the same league as the others.
Right. Oh, fair enough.
What about Nick O'Hearn? Have you ever thought of approaching O'Hearn? The big O?
Well, we don't make a lot of left-handed clubs.
Fair enough. That's a bit of a drawback. Have you thought about approaching him saying, Nick, we've got a couple of clubs for you. Why don't you play right-handed?
That's certainly a good option for him. Some of the results he has, anyway.
Indeed.
What about the man they call Tiger Woods?
No.
You wouldn't touch him?
He's gone.
He's gone?
He'll win some more tournaments, but I think his heyday is gone, I'd say.
Now, when you mean win some more tournaments, you're talking about the Mount Gambier Open, aren't you?
Yeah, something along those lines, yeah.
Fair enough. Or, your satellite circuit, say, in Tuvalu.
Yeah.
Now, look, you're off to Bali tomorrow, and then you're also a Roosters fan. These two things aren't connected, I hope, in any way, are they?
No, they're not. But I think the way Todd Carney's going, he might be heading off somewhere shortly, if anyone will take him anyway.
Or I was thinking you need a break from bad news from, wherever it is, the junction, Bondi Junction, and so you've got to head off to Bali. But
that's right.
It's
so
just a holiday.
Yeah. Now, I noticed that you don't often see your firm, your golfing firm, you don't often see it associated with any rugby league. Have you thought of, badging up a rugby league club at all with...
Or a player?
Yeah.
We've done a couple of AFL people, but in regards to leagues, I think the only person you'd look at going to would be Brayson Astor. Not only is he a rooster, but he's a good golfer too.
Is that right? What's his handicap? Do you know, Adam?
I think he's off scratch at St Michael's.
Is that right?
It's a tough course as well.
Right.
Would you like to see there become a special competition for the rugby league community?
I think it'd be good for because a lot of them can play because they've got a lot of spare time and they do have their I suppose hobbies, and a lot of them, like cricketers, do like their golf. So I think a little tournament for some of the good players would be good.
Yeah, well, that's good. Well, a lot of cricketers do play golf, don't they?
Very good ones.
Does Pup play golf at all?
Not that I know of.
But Punter does.
Yeah, Punter, he's good.
Yeah. Have you ever thought of sponsoring Punter?
Well, unfortunately, it's not always my call, but someone who, he's renowned for playing a lot of golf, so it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Right. And do you play much yourself, Adam?
I do. I'm a member at Pymble Golf Club on the North Shore.
Fair enough. But if you weren't going to Bali tomorrow, would you be playing?
Playing 2 rounds over there.
Two rounds, excellent.
What are the course fees there where you play?
About 170 each, I think they are.
That's per game?
Per game, yes. That includes,
what about club membership? What's that cost you a year?
In Bali?
No.
Here?
Yeah.
About 3,000.
Gee, it's not for the... It's not for everyone.
It's not cheap, no.
But it's a magnificent course.
And are there dress regulations? You're allowed to wear black socks there, Adam, can you?
You can, preferably not with shorts, though.
No, that's what I was going to say. Are you allowed to wear shorts?
Yeah, you're allowed to wear shorts.
You're allowed to wear black socks with shorts?
You're allowed to, but you look like a... what if you do?
Now,
like an All Black.
Yeah. Now, near the pro shop there, have they got a cardboard cutout of someone with on one half is what you can't wear, and on the other side is the stuff you can wear?
No, nothing like that. But you see some people's outfits, and they probably should do.
Yes, fair enough. Well, Adam, look, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, Adam, if you could name for us 3 Aussie chuckers.
I'd say Merv Hughes, Dennis Lilly, and the main one, Chucker Lee, Brett Lee.
An excellent answer, Adam, as I would expect. You get the ice box. Now, have you got, space on the back of the golf buggy for an ice box?
I can certainly make some, that's for sure.
Yeah, good. And you get this great collection of Father's Day Bonds gear, including obviously the chesty, the Guy front trunk, a raglan tee, and multi-pack socks. And what's interesting...
underpants.
Well, I hopefully mentioned the underpants. And what's interesting about these are golf course compliant around the world. So, Adam, have a great trip to Bali, and thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
On September the 11th, 1804, Governor King burnt down the homes of the organisers of Sydney's spontaneous Platypus Festival. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Obviously, I'll be joining Dan Ganane and Adam Freyer tomorrow night for this final Tri-Nations match, Australia v the All Blacks. It'll be a very exciting game.
Is it redemption?
Oh, a hell of a lot of redemption.
Yeah.
And let's face it, we've got the name Mandela Plate. They can't take that away from us. And we can't get the Bledisloe because obviously the All Blacks won the first one. Yeah, they won it already.
Why can't they have the best of 5
for the Bledisloe? Usually it's a best of 3, but in the year of the World Cup,
best of 2.
I know, but sometimes they go to 3. Like last year, I forget how many they might have had 4.
Did they?
I don't know, don't quote me on that.
Okay.
But what happens is in the World Cup year, they've got to shorten it a bit because otherwise burn out. But we'll be on air tomorrow night for every bump, thump and dump. And it's going to be an exciting thing. And I look, as I mentioned at the top of the show, Brad Thorne, get on your exotics. Brad Thorne will score the first try in the first half. And S.K. Vickerman, that is serial killer Vickerman, in the second. It'll be an exciting night of old-fashioned Australia v New Zealand Rugby League. Rugby Union. Yeah. And I hope I don't make that mistake tomorrow night.
Yeah, I just hope there are enough scrums.
Well,
people love that.
They do. But what they like
kicking,
more...
They want to see a lot of kicking. I hope there's none of this bloody running game business.
Well, what they like more are people standing around before they form a scrum.
Yes.
That's what people pay money to see.
They do.
And often I see people alongside me putting a clock on it.
Yeah.
Saying, we've got 20 minutes of standing around. It was a top night. It'll be a top night no matter what happens tomorrow night. I think Australia are going to get them tomorrow night.
Wow.
Big call.
Yeah.
Not often I go out on a limb like that.
No, you don't.
But
first time ever I've heard you go out on a limb like that.
Yes, I hope I don't saw it off in the process. Oh, no, the All Blacks, they're old. They're disinterested.
Well, they're dickheads. Well, we had the talk back.
We did. We have to thank Anna again for the phones. She was claiming that she was working on another job before she came to work with us this afternoon. I don't know what that could be.
No idea.
It's just implausible to think that,
I know.
A person of her skill can be seconded somewhere else in this organisation. It's just meaningless.
I know.
Meaningless. And, of course, Garfield, who's obviously worried that...
it's getting too warm.
Yeah, you read my mind. That it's all of a sudden getting too warm. But the moon boots off, and he's moving a lot more freely.
I know.
For a bloke with a busted foot, he's doing incredibly well. And the big bloke, our great helmsman, Chairman Mao. You notice what's happened with Chairman Mao lately? No more boat talk.
I know.
It's refreshing, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
There's no boat talk at all.
No.
Is he still got it?
I don't know.
Join us next Friday when we reveal whether he's still got the boat on the Life on Triple M. Enjoy your 90s countdown. Bye now.
There it is, lifers. Home again in paradise.
Get back, girl, on the love train.
Switch off the motor. Don't leave any valuables in the car. And keep the dial glued to Triple M. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people with cars, tyre fitters and other dreamers. Welcome to another well-tuned afternoon in paradise. Stay with us for the next 3 hours as Triple M runs you home to that little nook where your key fits a friendly hole. Reach out and touch a familiar knob on the shortcut to that wedge of wonder you call home. This is the life. With the big two up front in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and riding shotgun, the ace up the sleeve, H.G. Nelson. HG?
Oh, yes. Thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Jim Daniels in the Triple M Soundproof booth. Jim has dedicated his reads today to the hero of Gaul, Peter Siddle. Remember, it was Peter's quick thinking and keen eye foot near the boundary rope that saved Mr. Cricket from an unfortunate exit on 76. He went on almost to get a triple figures. It was Australia's finest moment, Australia's finest cricketing moment since the handing down of the Argus report all those years ago, which said we need better cricketers, and haven't we found them? Look, people think the Sri Lankans are easy beats. They're not. They're, I think, the top-ranked nation in the world at Test cricket. Never mind what England's done recently. I have the Sri Lankans right up there. And Nathan Lyon, joins a very select group, of two, who've taken, wait for it, a wicket with their first ball at the highest level in Test cricket. Incredible. Congratulations, Nathan, on you. It had you in you, the way you had it in you, the way you planted grass. That's how I knew you were a great spin bowler. Tremendous, and he can take a catch too.
This is the kid from Young, HG.
Is he from Young?
He's from Young.
And then he went and worked at Manuka Oval for a while, I think.
He did,
Then he plied his trade at the back of a tractor in Adelaide Oval.
That's right, yes.
And now he's leading our...
Yes.
He'd be our leading wicket taker in season 2011,
My
probably.
word, he is.
It's an incredible story.
Is.
Are there any more in Young like him?
Yes, I think so, yeah. There's a whole raft of them.
Mm-hmm. Some quicks down there?
Yeah.
Could you get a couple of spearheads out of them?
My word.
Yeah, good. So Young, the home of cricket in Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Life with Roy and HG on a Friday afternoon with too much more belly enough. What a week. What an incredible week. Easily the best week of 2011. This is our annual Dad's Day special. And, let's face it, the Brendan Favola is a worthy winner of Father of the Year gong. Tremendous result for Brendan and his family. Let's face it, gong was once dished out to Steve Vizard, so with Brendan coming in behind, backing in, filling in behind Steve, I think the whole, Dad of the Year movement has got a lot of legs. Great result for footy, of course, obviously. Brendan getting 10 goals in the seconds last week. Rugby league, and what a week. Gaz, as tipped here this time last week, turns it right around for the Dragons as they slay the Warriors. The jumping castle of Fortress Brookie erupts, and the violence spills over, consuming everything in its wake. It doesn't matter where they come from. It just doesn't matter where they live, where they come from, who they've heard, what they've gotten to. Obviously everybody still hates Manly, the human face of bowel cancer in rugby league. No surprises there. Meanwhile, League Supremo, as part of the fallout, that is David Gallup, says he wants the code, that is rugby league, to dominate the world of sport. Look, this is terrific ambition. Obviously, we'll talk a little bit about this later in the show, maybe about 5 to 7. David was thinking one night, what would he like to see? And he came up with the idea that he'd like to see rugby league dominate the world of sport. There's a fair call, but there's a fair way to go. The only country where we've got it under control so far, this ambition, is Papua New Guinea, where it is the national sport. Can't do much better than that. But to take the PNG model to every other country in the world, I think there's about 233 countries in the world at the moment, to take that model to every other country in the world is going to cost a lot of money and be an expensive operation in the short term, but produce great fruit in the long run. There's been no time frame set for this, but I think 2015 is a possible date when David will be able to declare ambition achieved. And could this next week's Dally M's be the last? I think it might be Tuesday night the Dally M's are on. And the great talkback topic for us today is what will replace the Dally M's in the new era of league with the centralised commission running everything. It's a terrific question. I'm just wondering if the Watmos could be a useful addition to the Rugby League Bauble Fest at the end of each season. How'd you go in the Watmos last year? Well, I came second. Second in the number 7 shirt or whatever it is, second in the number 4 shirt in the Watmos. I think it would be a fitting, what would I say, tribute to the window cleaner and everything he's offered Rugby League. Rugby Union and the Nuggety Ones finally achieved greatness, bagging the Tri-Nations for the first time in a decade. And now for the big one, the William Webb Ellis Trophy. Just one question, what would John Eales do? I noticed Curtly Bill won the medal, the Watmo for Rugby Union last night, and John Eales was there, and by golly, he just made me think, what would John Eales do? I'll tell you what John Eales would do. He'd have a go at backing Radike Samo or Dexter Vickerman in every match as the first try scorer. Wasn't that a great sight last Saturday night? Radike Samo making the All Blacks look like the potato farmers they are. It was an incredible moment in Australian sport. I never felt so proud to be associated with Rugby Union. Never thought I'd say that. And as we look ahead, the only 2 stumbling blocks I see for Australia, that is the Wallabies and the William Webb Ellis Trophy, are Scotland. Remember they beat us 9-8. And Samoa, who really touched us up a couple of weeks ago. F1 and Webber takes second. He's made now the second is the new 8th for Mark Webber in the Belgium GP. Apparently a load of waffles slowed the Toro Rosso Tilton car 2 that Mark's driving. He just waffled up and waddled about. Not enough speed to take on, obviously, Seb Birtle. Now, football, and just what is going on at Arsenal, 8-2 against Man U. Their worst touch-up since 1896. I don't know, I have no idea what the score was in 1896, but that's what the record book says. Honestly, it's a disgrace. It's amateur hour. It's Australia v Germany all over again. Thanks very much, Fozzie. Now, Hurricane Irene slows up the start of the US Open at the toilet of Flushing Meadow. But we had big hopes for our Bernard Tomic. Oh, he powered through that opening round so beautifully. I thought a semi-final berth was his, but no. Sadly, our Bern has dipped out, I think, to a Croatian today, a no-name Croatian who might be ranked 614th in the world in straight sets. Very, very disappointing. Boxing, and the Tassie Devil Daniel Gill wins a unanimous points decision in a hometown stink midweek. It was, of course, I think it might have been Hobart. Rather than Launceston or, any Strawn or any of those other great Tasmanian towns. Hobart, it was tremendous. I think they might have got a crowd of 5,000, which is fantastic midweek for a fight night in anywhere, really. And it was his first IBF middleweight title defence, so he's managed to hold it and defend it. Surfing on Tahiti goes right off. When the waves dropped in size and the red alert was backed away, the competition continued with the big-footed champ Kelly Slater snaring the cheese. And speaking of cheese, no news this week from Mr. Cheese in the Swiss Pool Stroke Correction Clinic. No, nothing. Remember last week it was all good. He was having a shorter stroke. He was going to swim the 50, the 100, the 200, the 400, change his stroke, swim the 800 and the 1,500 metres. Well, no news at all. I just assume it's all on. And now it's time to lock horns with a man who's always up and about. That man is rampaging Roy Slavin, and we can get him on the gargle simply by asking, what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp during the past set of 7? What, Mo?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much, Glenn Stewart. Glenn Stewart.
Can we just make that a once-er?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes, yeah. Well,
I don't want to get him.
You prefer being Gaz.
I do.
Yeah, all right.
Because I won money on the Gaz.
Oh, well, let's start again. Okay. Thanks very much, Gaz.
Yeah.
4 times.
Ka-ting.
Now, last week we had the very engaging talkback subject, are the All Blacks dickheads? And most of you said yes. I think it was proven. It was absolutely proven on Saturday night because they just don't play like dickheads. I mean, led by chief dickhead Richie McGaw. I mean, total dickhead. You know, they got DH written all over them, have they? All of them. All of them. You know, I mean, they really are dickheads. You know, a lot of people think, oh, well, what do dickheads really look like? Well, I'm telling you, watch the All Blacks. Now, I don't think we could be any clearer than that, could we?
No, we couldn't.
I don't think so. A lot of people are a little bit confused. You know, people I bumped in during the street, you know, said, will you call the All Blacks dickheads or not? Do people think the All Blacks are dickheads or not? I said, yes. Yes and yes. Talkback proves it. Talkback is truth.
They're the Manly of rugby union.
They are the Manly of rugby union.
Will they get out of their pool, do you reckon?
I don't think so.
No, neither do I.
I hope they don't. Well, I hope they go right through the final and lose.
By a point.
Yeah, by a point, though. I don't care who.
Scotland.
Yeah, why not? Now, Blair denied the opportunity to play in a grand final. I mean, it really is cruel. I mean, rugby league can be cruel, and he's never going to be able to play as a Storm player again. And how must his parents feel?
Well, the fans.
And the fans.
The fans, the Melbourne fans.
Yeah, Blair freaks.
Blair freaks, exactly.
Yeah, there are plenty of them. There are plenty of them in Melbourne, naturally enough. That's where he plays. Now, the man they call is selected in the President's Cup team, which is great news for people who are following the America's Cup. That is the President's Cup, not only the America's. Gee, I'd love to see him in the America's Cup.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Wouldn't it be great?
No.
They're working the coffee grinders. The man they call.
Have to bulk up a bit.
Of course he would.
He could do it, though.
Yep. I should point out, HG, that I think we're going to meet the man they call Tiger when he's out here.
It's fantastic news, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm very looking forward to it. You know, I won't be able to take my eyes off, though.
I know that. I know that. Nobody will.
No.
Anyway, enough of that. Now, Roger closes in on Jimmy Connors' record of the most Grand Slam wins. This is 233. Extraordinary, really, isn't it, when you think about it? Because Jimbo played until he was 35. You know, Roger's what, 29, 30?
He's going to knock it over easily.
He's going to knock it over, really. He'll knock it over sometime next year. And what a cause for celebration. Now, I wonder how many cows they'll give him once he gets back to Switzerland.
Yeah.
He's already got one. Remember the cow they gave him?
I do.
Yeah, beautiful cow.
Will he be able to swim with Thorpe?
I don't know. I was just going to ask whether Thorpe might have met that cow.
Thorpe would have met the cow?
Yeah, met that cow for sure. Switzerland's not a big place.
No. But that would have been the first thing Thorpe did on his day off.
Yeah, he probably says hello to it on his way to the pool each morning.
Passes it.
Yeah. Now, the Roosters, that is Easts, that is Sydney Easts, Sydney City Easts, they're to have their annual holiday this year in Las Vegas.
Excellent.
Isn't that great news? I tell you what, people in Las Vegas will be looking forward to the Roosters lobbing in, won't they? They won't know what's hit them.
Well, you know, they've got a big night, though. Wayne Newton. They'd go to Wayne Newton show. Cher would probably have something up and running.
Yep.
They'd love to see Circus, just the show there. You know, Penn and Teller, if I've got the right magicians' names.
Yep, you're right.
And Siegfried and Roy, if they've found a couple of cats who've got a bit gummy.
Yep.
That'll be a terrific night out.
It'll be a great night out, won't it? God almighty. Good luck. They've earned it. Good on them. Good on them. You know.
Is Todd Carney going with them?
Yeah, of course he is.
Yeah, good.
I must say, though, HG, you know, when I was playing with the Shamrocks, the last thing I wanted to do was go on holidays with them.
Yeah.
You know, holidays came in, you went away by yourself or with family and friends.
To give yourselves a break.
Yeah.
Because they get back, a couple of weeks of, you know, hanging around the house, then they're back to training.
I know. Anyway, I suppose Smith knows what he's doing over at the...
Transit Lounge.
Yeah, the Roosters' coop. Now, is it good to have the name Arthur Connington? You know, how long is it since we've talked about Arthur Connington? Arthur Connington, you might recall, she's the first bloke to get a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket.
And the only other one apart from Lyon in that club.
The kid from Young.
Yeah, the kid from Young.
Yeah. As soon as that happened, I thought Connington. You know, I never thought we'd live to see, you know.
Well, I kept that as dry powder. Hoping.
Yes. Hoping against hope.
Yeah, hoping against hope.
Good man. Now, Mark's contract with Red Bull extended by a year, which is great news for Mark. I can see a whole series of, 2s, 3s, 8s, DNFs. God almighty, he's been quiet on the DNF front.
Has. Yes.
A lot of DNF freaks are very disappointed with what Mark's been producing in the last 12 months or so. God almighty, that breakthrough win was the bloody worst thing in the world for his DNF record.
Yeah. Don't worry, he'll get back to it.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Now, just a couple of questions here, actually. Is Usain Bolt finished?
Ah.
You know when you get the yips... with starts. He's got the yips.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Be like, had the great white shark been a sprinter. It'd be, breaking every time. Every time.
He'll have to run longer distances.
Yes, he will. He will, for sure. Yeah, that's right. Yes, a middle distance runner, maybe. Or long distance, why not? Arbib, that is Mark Arbib, that is the Minister of Sport. Arbib. He calls for lawn bowls to stay on the ABC. Now, I don't know what to think about this. I think we might throw the lines open on this a little bit later on this afternoon, XG. Should lawn bowls go to commercial TV, is my thinking. I mean, the ABC doesn't need to. I mean, it's a commercial operation, lawn bowls. Yeah. It should be on a commercial network, and we'll throw the lines open about this. Should. So put your thinking caps on. We don't want you to muck about, and we don't want any reasons. Just a yes, no. Should lawn bowls go to commercial TV? Hensby 740.
A poster depicting Governor King as a deranged platypus is thought to be the first of its type printed in the colony of New South Wales. The suspected printing shop in Burke Street was razed to the ground by a regiment of soldiers under the command of the governor. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Those platypus deniers, they were a wild bunch, weren't they?
They were, back in the 1804 through to 1812, I think, HG, until Macquarie came, and I think he made the announcement that the platypus definitely did exist. Yeah.
Now, Roy, the Spring Carnival, the Spring Racing Carnival, comes a little bit earlier in Sydney than in Melbourne, and we're sort of heading into it fairly soon.
Well, yesterday was the first day of spring, wasn't it?
Oh, no, it's just amazing, isn't it?
Wasn't it beautiful?
Incredible. It comes around so quick.
I know.
It's September the 1st suddenly. Now, the premier racecourse, obviously, Randwick, it could be shut down, according to Ray Thomas and Jeff Chambers at the telly, for the entire Spring Carnival. After its decades-old dilapidated main grandstand was declared unsafe yesterday.
No way.
I mean, this is occupational health and safety.
It is, isn't it?
Mad duty of care issues.
Yeah.
Engineers found structural problems with one of the main roof beams in the Randwick's Queen Elizabeth II stand.
Yeah.
The ATC, the Australian Turf Club, I think, Chairman John Cornish, said one of the cantilevered beams and some cables to stabilise the grandstand roof were a significant engineering risk. Engineers will look up to five other main roof beams, each weigh 40 tonnes to see whether widespread damage, how bad the damage is before determining whether the grandstand can be used this spring. Right. Engineers who identified the safety issue were at Randwick earlier this week to do some preparatory work before the $150 million reconstruction of the stand. Now, the Randwick was due to close on November the 5th. Around about Melbourne Cup time, maybe Melbourne Cup Day actually, race meeting for the reconstruction. Now, at the moment, it looks as though alternative venues of Rose Hill and Warwick Farm will be used, but I'm just wondering why limit these great races to those well-tried tracks. Why it would be a great opportunity to spread the magic of racing, the glorious, the sport of kings, much wider afield. Take it to, say, Gosford one week for one of the big ones, Newcastle, Kembla Grange.
Young
has a race course?
Yes, it does.
Does it have a grandstand?
Yes, it does.
Well, there you go.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, and it's very safe, the grandstand there. I mean, it only seats about 100 people. It's not what I'd call a large grandstand, but it still gives tremendous atmosphere when it's full.
It would be wonderful.
It is.
And has it got a caller's box?
It does have a caller's box, yes. So quite separate from the grandstand, HG.
As it should be.
Yes, as it should be.
So the call doesn't interfere with the people appreciating what was going on.
No.
Now, it became evident that the two cables and sheaths around these beams had not been inspected or injected and expected some sort of, with the expected grout mix to protect the stressing cables from corrosion.
Dearie me.
So it's a real oversight there. Engineers are unable to determine how long the problem has been in existence. However, it's fortunate that we have identified the problem before it's announced. Then that's the news. Then we come to the a think piece from Kenny Callender about it. He writes, "What rotten luck for the racing at Royal Randwick to be able to play on this Saturday because they've had to move the event. So I know a lot of people who listen to the Life were going to the races tomorrow at Randwick, but they'll have to set off to, I think, Warwick Farm instead."
Yes.
Ken wisely advises, whatever you do, don't go blaming anybody. It's just one of those things.
Okay, good.
This is his idea of what it means. I liken it to a family knocking the roof off their home to build a second story and then finding out they have to move out because the beams are no good and won't support the extension.
Well, isn't that a clear analogy? That clears it right up, doesn't it? Because you can imagine, you take your roof off, you're not worried about the rain coming. That's the least of your worries.
Mm-hmm.
It's the beams.
Which are wide-handed.
Yeah. Yes. Well, that would slow you up,
It would, and probably if you were standing up there with the roof off, you'd fall through.
Well, you would.
Because the beams wouldn't be able to hold you.
If they're compromised to that extent, actually. But which begs the question, how did the roof stay up anyway beforehand? And is Ken suggesting everyone should take their roof off just on the off chance to have a bit of a look at the beams?
I think
just in case they're wide-handed?
I think he is.
Has Ken thought about the cost this would be?
Well, I'm assuming he's thinking the federal government might get involved.
Oh, okay, good, yes.
Now, it's certainly better to race at the farm than to take the risk of a beam falling down on a punter.
Well, a 40-ton beam, yeah. But then again, HG, surely if you have a big sign there saying enter at your own risk, there's a fair chance it's going to fall down. People would accept that.
And put a bit of crime scene tape around it.
No, I'd let people in if they're prepared to take the risk.
Yeah.
The other thing is you could run bets on whether it's going to fall down or not, and when, and how many people it's going to take out. I mean, there are all sorts of exotics.
Triple M and the Life are proud to be associated with Red Bull Aussie Spearhead Champion ace Mark Webber.
It helps to temporarily restore mental alertness or wakefulness when experiencing fatigue or drowsiness. Just so you know.
Now, going back to the race problems and this stand, what the Australian Turf Club has to do is to make sure we're back at Randwick in a fortnight.
Are they going to replace this bloody thing in a fortnight?
Well, I don't know quite how they're going to do that. I suspect your solution's going to be the one, enter at own risk.
Yes.
But if you got hit by a 40-ton beam, you'd remember the day of the races, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so would everyone who saw it.
No excuses, just to do what has to be done to get there. Get the experts on the job. This is Ken. In double quick time, isolate the entire QET stand, if that's the answer, but get racing back to Randwick. He's very...
Yeah.
See, I think it's an opportunity to take racing elsewhere.
Yeah, I know you are.
Take the greatest show on earth.
Well, Sean of Campbelltown's phoned in, actually. He says the AJC should hold their meetings at ANZ Stadium. Or the SCG.
What an excellent idea.
It's a great idea. ANZ Stadium, yes.
I reckon you could have a great course in and out of the stadium.
Yes, exactly.
People sitting inside, wondering who's going to be leading when they come back in.
Yep.
People outside, millions outside.
Yes, millions.
Yeah. Now, punters want to go to Randwick for their spring racing. Then Kenny always has to fill up the column with a few references here, so you'll have to bear with me. In 1983, Cool River won the Epsom at Warwick Farm, and Ai, that magnificent star on the, won the Metropolitan, but it wasn't the same.
No, it wasn't. Does anyone ask the horses?
Well, that's the next thing. Just before we get to that, the ATC, the Australian Turf Club, needs to find out quick smart, too, what the implications, the hiccups have for the Randwick's $150 million refit. You see, if you've got to replace the beams, was that factored in to the original $150 million refit? May not have been.
No.
So all of a sudden we've got to find these extra beams, which won't be cheap, but it would give jobs to BlueScope Steel, no doubt.
Well, they'd have to honour the fiduciary duty, wouldn't they, and get the cheapest steel. They'd have to go to China, wouldn't they?
Oh, you're probably right. You mean
it's all well and good to say, well, let's pay more for our steel, but it affects the shareholders and your stakeholders, actually.
Yeah, no, you do. It does.
I'm not trying to talk down Australian Steel. Australian Steel is great.
Best in the world.
Best in the world.
Yeah, so is the price, though.
Yes, but our dollar is effective.
Is the best in the world,
yeah.
too. Now, the QE2 stand was not going to be knocked over completely. This is in the refit. But rather it was going to be gutted and its shell was to be used for one of the new stands. Can this still be done, or does it now have to be razed to the ground?
Yes.
And can racing still remain within the $150 million building budget? These are just some of the pertinent questions that need to be addressed. Nobody can help bad luck. It's now up to how they react. Now, remember the Theatre of the Horse that was going to be built in there?
I do.
That was part of the... I just hope
was that part of the $150?
It was. It was. $150 million rebuild.
Yeah.
Now, look, I just hope that isn't something which...
Yeah.
Because I'm hoping to see, the horses and Uncle Vanya.
Yes.
I'm just hoping against hope that still can go ahead as the opening thing, say, in time for the Autumn Carnival, the start of the Autumn Carnival.
I thought they were going to open with an Australian play, actually. Somewhere at the 17th doll, I would have thought. Now, you only need 5. I think a cast of 5.
Yeah.
Strong performance.
That's true. Barney Rue. I forget the women's part's name. Might be Pearl and Alice or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and the mum.
And the mum. That's the tricky part.
The day after Joseph Cullen presented Governor King with a pair of bespoke iron trousers, the popular blacksmith was found hanged outside his premises in Pitt Street. The trousers were never worn and can be seen today in the Fisher Library. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Going back to, and can I just say, what a breath of fresh air what's going on in Gaul at the moment for Australian cricket. I mean, you've got to say hats off selectors, hats off Australian cricket. And
someone's done something right.
Exactly. And as you pointed out, all Argus had to say in his cricket report was find some better cricketers.
That's right.
We seem to have.
Yep.
Now,
it seems so simple now, isn't it? But at the time, we were in a fog, weren't we?
We were.
Everyone was in a fog. Hilditch in a fog. No one knew what they were doing anymore.
No.
It took the clarity of Argus, the Occam's razor, to cut right through and say, just get better cricketers. You think now, duh. But at the time,
I know,
it was a revelation.
I know. And Nathan Lyon really has revolutionised our thinking about what can be done with off-spin. Now, he obviously took a wicket with his first ball the other day, and that puts him into a select club with Arthur Conyngham, who played one test for Australia against England in 1894. A long time between drinks.
My word.
1894.
What a test match that was.
That was a beauty, wasn't it? The last bowler, he was to take a wicket with his first ball. He was once described as having the audacity and cunning of an ape and the modesty of a phallic symbol. Not a bad rap.
Not a bad. Were phallic symbols in those days modest, were they, HG? Are you talking about Connington here?
I am.
Is that how Connington was described?
Conyngham was described like that, and I think it could be ironic.
Well,
I'm reading along.
Sounds like he had tickets on himself.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I'll give you an idea of how much he had tickets on himself. He was involved in one of the most sensational court cases of his time. Now, let's see if we can get it. He was a bitter battle with the Catholic Church. Conyngham, a Presbyterian, claimed his wife was having an affair with Des O'Harahan and sued for divorce in 1900. O'Harahan was secretary to Catholic Archbishop Moran of the time, Archbishop Moran, and administrator of Sydney's St Mary's Cathedral.
Yeah.
Conningham's wife admitted she had had sex with O'Harahan in various places around the church most Friday nights.
This is a very
And that he was the father of her child.
No way.
Conyngham, who had rescued a child from the Thames and once set a fire in the outfield to keep warm while playing in England, eventually died in a mental asylum. It's a hell of a story.
Why hasn't this been made a film?
Okay, let's cast it. The script obviously writes itself.
Well, it is. It's written. It's done.
It is. Look,
I love that scene where he lights the fire
to keep
himself warm. I mean, characters. You don't see that anymore. You don't. You don't. You don't. You say to kids, people used to light. That's how bloody cold it used to be. I mean, people who deny climate change. You don't need to light fires anymore when you're fielding, do you?
This was
when
summer.
was the last time you saw players clubbing around lighting a fire because they're a little bit cold? You don't.
No. Fact. Now, so we've got three main characters here. We've got Dennis O'Harahan. I hope that's how you say his name.
This is O'Harahan, the Friday night rooter.
Yeah. The weekend shagger.
Yeah.
Catholic Archbishop Moran.
Moran, yeah. Well, he's an Irishman.
And we've got Conyngham. Obviously, Russell Crowe would play Arthur Conyngham.
Oh, no. Well, he's the cook. He's the one that's cuckolded here, HG. Wouldn't he rather be O'Hanrahan?
Oh, I think you're right. Sorry, yes.
That's the leading role. That's your mega stud. Loitering around the church. Come here, babe.
That's right. Have we tried it in the...
Excuse me, Your Grace. I've just got a little bit of work downstairs.
Yeah, that's right. In the crypt.
Here, babe.
That's right. And then the whoever plays the female lead, which might take a little bit of sorting out.
Yes.
Obviously, I've got Cate Blanchett in my mind, so I'll just put that out there now.
Why not going really international?
Like
Angelina Jolie.
Well, Angelina Jolie, terrific.
She'd love a role like that.
With an Australian accent.
Yes.
And then she might be able to suggest parts where they hadn't, put the leg over.
Oh, yes.
How about we do it in the north end of the Traverse? What's that bit that goes that way?
Transept.
Transept, sorry.
Yeah.
The north end of the transept.
Well, there are plenty of nooks. Was this in St Mary's Cathedral?
St Mary's, yeah. St Mary's Cathedral. Yeah. It's still, I tell you what, whenever I go into St Mary's, you know, I was going to say something rather crude, but you know what I mean. You know, I start thinking about where and when and how. And
well, that's what everyone will be doing these days.
It's a hell of a story, isn't it?
Yes. And it's a fact, is it, that they got it on around the... You know, around the back of the sacristy, or in the confessional, or...
Well, in the confessional, it'd be great.
Yes.
Because you could...
They must have been really sickos, you know. It must have... the fact that they were doing it there gave it an extra frizz.
Well, it would. We would. We're going to be caught. We're going to be caught, and God's watching.
Yes.
Look out, babe.
All that going.
I know. And then in the transept...
Yeah.
What did they get up to?
Yeah.
And, of course, the fact that Arthur, the bowler, ended up in the rather difficult circumstances.
Well, yes.
And the kid
rescued cost him his sanity, didn't it?
Well, it would.
Well, it would.
Yeah. But that'd be a lot for a bloke to bear, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the sad role.
She ran off with a bloke who had basically sworn himself to celibacy, started shagging in the church. What does that make me? That's what he'd be thinking.
Well, and quite rightly. I mean, he must have been a dickhead.
This is The Life.
Roy and HG on Triple M.
We've got Russell Crowe as the Dennis O'Haran.
Yes.
We've got Angelina Jolie as the Mrs.
Yes.
Who plays the troubled, the bloke with the audacity and cunning of an ape, the modesty of a phallic symbol? Who comes to mind to play this tricky role?
Yeah. This is Conningham, isn't it?
Yeah, Conningham.
Yeah, that's the tricky one. And the Bishop, Moran, who's...
Well, we penciled in Russell.
Oh, Russell's the Bishop.
The Bishop?
Yeah, the Bishop.
Oh,
Bishop's going to have a role.
Yeah, true, sorry.
What's going on there? Oh, he'd have an Irish accent. Hey, to be sure, what's going on there now? What do you got to your lot? Oh, get out of your filthy bucket. Oh, get out of here, get out. That sort of stuff. I don't know, we'd have to go for a character actor.
Well, would you worry that it might... you'd be sending it up? So we've got a couple of casts. We've got the Bishop, and we've got the sensitive...
The cuckold.
Yeah.
This is The Life on an afternoon in paradise. Reach out and fondle that familiar knob with the two picture cards, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. Now, coming back to that topic that we broke at the start of the first hour of the show today, David Gallop, League Supremo, was speaking at the Australian Institute of Company Directors lunch at the Ivy this week.
Oh, dear. What was Gallop doing there?
Exactly. Well,
and what signal does that send to the rugby league community?
Thanks very much.
What signal does it send?
Anyway, Gallop said that the NFL at the Ivy was the benchmark that league aspired to, the American NFL competition. You know,
yes.
I think, in fact, it's Gridiron. His season starts fairly soon.
Yeah.
I think they're in their preamble or the practice games now. A few years ago, I was thinking about the game and thinking, what does rugby league want to be?
Well, what a good question. I'll tell you what it wants to be. It wants to be rugby league. And if there is a campaign to allow rugby league to be rugby league, Gallup's not the man. He's a speed hump. He's a handbrake on rugby league being rugby league. We saw rugby league being rugby league at Brookvale the other night. That's what the people want. Anyway.
Now, Gallop says there is a simple answer to that. We want to be
given it.
Yeah, I know, but he's got a slightly different answer. We want to be the best that we can be. The best sporting competition in the world.
Can I just say that's meaningless?
I know.
We want to be the best we want to be. I'm gone. You want to start using that sort of language. You know, next thing it'll be rugby league outcomes and solutions.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you.
This is a rugby league solution. People come to the game, pay money, and we watch it on television. That's a solution to the broadcast. Anyway, Gallop goes on. Rugby league crowds have increased 45% since 1998. Significantly, our TV ratings are on the increase in 2011, particularly around Monday Night Football, which is a 17% growth in 2011. Our participation rates are up 29% since 2003. Like the NFL, the American Gridiron, the NRL has had to deal with some player behaviour issues. Although, fortunately, not on the same scale as the US sport. A few years ago, they suspended a player when he shot himself in the leg in a nightclub. At least the gun issue hasn't arisen in our sport.
Oh, Lord, that's a red rag to a bull, isn't it? I mean, as soon as rugby league players hear that... Well, hang on.
Yeah, exactly.
Hang on.
Payne Plain?
Hang on. Didn't we have an incident up Warrialda way involving, might have been Noel Cleal, Les Cleal and Bobby Fulton, where someone was injured, i.e. Bob Fulton might have been injured?
That's some time ago.
Yes, I know it's some time ago, but guns were involved and knives. I think Bozo might have hurt himself with a knife, might have stuck himself instead of the pig. Wasn't that it?
Well, Jared,
wasn't that it?
It could easily be. Now, Jared Hayne.
Yes.
In the cross.
Yeah, shot at.
Settled right down after that.
Yes, that's true.
Only went up there the other night.
Yeah, but there's no evidence that it was a rugby league player that shot at him.
No.
True. Is there?
True.
Unless you have evidence.
I haven't.
No.
No, I can honestly say that.
Yeah.
Look, Gallup then, he also spoke about the threat of the AFL in the Western Sydney, calling for league people to be more confident as players' numbers in the region outrank the rival Clode at 23,000 to 3,000. Mm-hmm. The dangers posed by sports betting, television rights expansion and the struggle to get an independent commission in place. In the past, rugby league has had a fragmented administration structure, too many boards, too many logos and too many bodies and not enough guns. This is the opportunity for us to set up a strategic direction for the whole game.
Yes.
We'll move into a phase where we have a wonderful opportunity to do a huge TV deal that'll set the game up financially.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to look at expansion. I've said over the past couple of months I would have thought that the 2015 was the game had been moving from 16 to 18 teams. I think they set a salary cap of $128 million per club for next season in the US. It looks like pretty successful sporting business to me, and that's what the NRL should be following.
Well,
now,
all right, yes.
Can I just say that I think the NRL, rugby league in Australia, should concentrate, as you point, on being rugby league first and foremost.
Yeah.
The future will take care of itself.
Well, I think so too. I mean, if you allow rugby league to be rugby league, then the future is golden and assured.
Mm-hmm.
Would be my impression.
And let's not forget that the reason why people follow rugby league, you know, there's a whole variety of things.
Yeah.
You know, let's not forget the valuable work done by John Hopoate.
I know. It's a funny old game. That's it. And before we do, can I just suggest, the thing missing here, the unexplored question is, and what is tacit and implied, I think, in Gallup's comments, is should rugby league players be armed in our community?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think that's a pretty fair question we could put to the people. 1-333-1000. I think that's our number. Let's get involved and see what people think.
Righto, you're throwing open the phone lines now.
The phone lines, and I think we will get a response pretty quickly, HG, as to whether rugby league players should be armed.
Are you setting any caveats on that? Like, you just want a yes and no, or do you just want a?
Look, I don't want reason.
No.
I just want an impression, yes or no.
Mm-hmm.
So if people want to, and I think we do have a couple of callers, actually. Tim of Hornsby. Tim, have you got an impression?
Yes.
Good. We've got Graham of Dulwich Hill.
Yes.
Good. Peter of Kensington.
Gonna go with, yes.
Bloody hell, take your time, fella. Sharon of Campbelltown.
Yes.
Good. Jim of Newcastle.
Yeah.
Colin of Petersham.
I think, yes.
Good. Bill at Parramatta.
Nah.
Well, your thoughts don't count, Bill. Well, I think we've got a reasonable impression there just actually. I think most people do believe that rugby league players should be armed.
On the morning of September the 8th, 1804, Governor King woke to find close to 3,000 platypuses dumped within the grounds of Government House. This so enraged the famous platypus denier that he ordered 80 prisoners chosen at random be buried alive with the offending animals. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, I suppose eventually we have to talk about the low-hanging fruit at Fortress Brookie last Friday night. Mm-hmm. When you and I left here, we obviously went out to Fortress Brookie and had a great night at the rugby league.
Yeah.
I was a bit reluctant to go. I just thought I'll see one play two again this year, but I don't think we're going to see anything like that again.
No, well, we can only hope.
Now,
can't we?
One of the defences, and I just wanted to, obviously there was one question I wanted to ask you. I noticed is that Brent Kite came out and suggested it was all the media's fault for playing the incident over and over again on the television.
Yes.
He suggested that the media, Channel 9, news on 7 and 10, might have played it 3 times a day. I think that's very unfair to the media.
I think it was on the news again tonight.
Well, I think most of the media outlets played about 50 times a day.
Yeah.
Just some of the highlights. Obviously did go on for a little bit. In my own mind, I can't quite work out what should be done. Should the referees send one player, make sure he's in the bin well clear of any offending other players before he sends the second player off. Is that the simple mistake? I mean, I always thought that sending them off together was a recipe for disaster.
No, it
really.
is. It always is. But it's true rugby league tradition. And I know,
it looks so good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does look good. It always looks good seeing the protagonists shoulder to shoulder jogging off together, gobbing off. There was talk years ago, HG, of the rugby league cage, which would come out on a tabletop truck, and a bit like a paddy wagon, really, and you would have maybe 2 or 3 segments or separate cells in the cage, and you'd put the players in there, and then they'd go off that way.
This would be a sponsored truck by Cotties or something like that, if that's an appropriate soft drink. Fashion reference.
Yeah, Cotties, why not? The Cotties penalty cage.
That's right, the Cotties penalty cage. Or the Sweps.
Yeah.
Yes, silly bin.
Yeah. Or some alcohol.
Oh, it'd have to be, I suppose, these days,
Yes.
Get kids involved.
Some sort of slammer, some
Bacardi Breezer style.
Something like that,
beverage.
The Breezer cage, and you'd have a ground announcement, ladies and gentlemen, the Breezer cage is coming out to remove the players.
Driven by a personality?
Yeah.
Often,
guest driver, might be like Wally Lewis or someone like that, Someone who has
waved to the crowd as he came.
Yeah, Bruce Gibbs.
Bruce Gibbs, that's right. That's right. Somebody who's been in the rugby league news.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would have been fitting the other night to have Dished Dowling.
Well, it certainly would have.
Come out, wouldn't it?
Yeah, a bit hard to organise in advance. But,
I know.
Just you'd have Dish. Well, you might be able to, it might become a full-time job. Like, I'd like to think that maybe Healthy Harold or Sick Cyril. And I've got to mention the fact that in media comments this week, I did mention Sick Sid and shocked the audience somewhat.
There would have been, Lazarus style, he's back.
No, he's not.
No.
He's dead and buried. Yeah. And the family, of course, I didn't warn the family that I was mentioning Sick Sid. And so it is Sick Cyril. But Sick Cyril would have been a great driver of the truck the other night. Because that cements the stay well, play well message.
Yes, it does. Yeah. Now, I don't know what else you could do, unless you send them off in other directions. One goes off to the north and one to the south.
I think that's what they've got to do. And I think they've got to stand there behind the goal line or something like that until their time's up with the timekeeper. Because I think it's just a recipe for the disaster, what's going on at the moment.
I suppose it is. Why not handcuffs, actually?
Handcuffs. I like handcuffs too. So, with a time code on them.
Yes, the referee applies the handcuffs that could be brought out by a celebrity. The handcuffs are coming out, carried by, Dished Dowling or whomever. Or sponsored by Cotties, soft drinks.
Or the Channel 9 weather team.
Sponsored by the Channel 9 weather team.
Cross-reference, cross-promotion.
With why not?
Now, while all that's good, one thing I did see, if I think this is right, I think it's Ron Gauci, who's the Storm CEO, suggested, we know that players coming on the field is a breach of operational rules on this matter. This is when a stink happens and the 2 players come off, all of a sudden it erupts again.
Yeah.
And it seemed to erupt. If I read the lips correctly, it was something like "Let's get it on," swear word.
Yes, that's right.
That was what Blair said.
That was the trigger.
The trigger. Now,
to Stewart. Yes.
Does that surprise you? It seems a very slight trigger. I mean, I could understand if if there was suggestions that he might be doing something to other members of the family, or he knew where they lived, or something like that.
Yes.
But let's get it on, silly Billy.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to me too much.
No.
I mean, it gives you an idea of how...
The hair trigger, they were right.
Yeah, hair trigger, excellent. I was going to say the elevated temperature of league at the moment. Now, Ronnie Gauci says, we know that players coming onto the field of players, this is from the bench, is a breach of operational rules on this matter. Yep. Whether we think their actions were understandable and reasonable, the reality is that what they did was wrong, and there are penalties attached to that. The fact is that Sisawaka was really concentrating on the duty of care. There are players being set upon by 5 Manly players. That's one player, Blair.
Yes.
It's a reasonable reaction and response for a player to come to a teammate's defence.
Yes.
We understand that, but the penalties were against the breaking of rules of entering the field of play.
Yeah.
But has he a point there? That
I don't think he does, actually. I mean, the rule used to always be 1 in, all in. 1 in, all in.
That still seems to be the rule,
Well, it's got to be the rule. It's got to be the rule. And that's been one of the codes of rugby league, 1 in, all in. And if you're going to break that rugby league culture, then you're not letting rugby league be itself.
Can I ask whether you think that Brett Stewart, not Glenn Stewart, was very leniently treated.
Yeah, I think so, because he was second or third man in, wasn't he?
I think he was the second man in.
Second man in, yeah.
And that's meant to be the big no-no, isn't it? You're not meant to keep
word.
Going. And with that out of the road, was it an ideal finals preparation for both sides?
It was, wasn't it? I mean, if they had the finals at Brookvale, the grand final, I mean, it was the perfect preparation, wasn't it?
It was.
Because the frisson, the hostility directed towards the Storm players. Well, I haven't seen that since, Chamois were playing Sims in Orange.
Lifers with communication skills. Want to get involved?
I think that's a yes!
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
I did, just picking up on what we were talking about before the Green Day, Andrew emails us and says, Spearheads, there's been some talk in the media that the stink in the human face of bowel cancer, involving the human face of bowel cancer last week, was very similar to the one involving the Hawks. He means, I think, the Shamrocks and the Orange Sims.
Oh, yeah.
It just goes to show the Group 10 still sets the standard for rugby league.
Yeah.
He's also finding some of the platypus denier stories very disturbing.
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, fair enough.
Now, would you think that there are, precedents in Group 10 for the eruption of the Jumping Castle the last Friday night?
Oh, yeah. I mean, some matches actually would go for nearly 4 hours because you'd have a breakdown in play, you'd have a brawl erupt, everyone involved, and often the crowd would get involved, which was an added feature. We often would have to have water cannon and sometimes 4,000 or 5,000 police. The police would be brought in from all around the Group 10 area, as far away as Deniliquin. Police had come just for that day, and that's why it was known as, Burglar's Paradise, Group 10, on a Sunday afternoon. And most burglaries occurred then because every police person, male and female, I use the term advisedly, was usually at the ground, pulling players apart and pulling the public apart.
And now in hybrid half hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap Handout. And action. What's on pole, HG?
Well, it's another exciting giveaway in Hot Lap Handout. We've got the 18-volt Ryobi again. This is, if you want to drill, this is the one to get. The 18-volt Impact Drill and Driver. It comes in a very special carry case. Obviously, it's got your, blows per minute if you're using that setting. It's 5,200 to 19,500. Gee, 19,500 blows per minute. That's a hell of a lot.
Beggars belief, doesn't it?
It does. Maximum torque, 49 Nm.
How would you measure that?
I assume it's going... I don't know if you can hear that, but...
Yeah, I know. I heard it. Yeah, but 19,000 of those in a minute.
I know. I can't get anywhere. I mean, people could work that out from how many I got then.
Yeah.
Might be 10 per every 5 seconds, so that means 12 times that I'd be up to 120. But even that...
Maybe if you put a bit of chalk on a HG and you've got a stroboscope, maybe something like that, you could somehow get to it. I often wonder, when with cameras they say they can take a 5,000th of a second.
Ah, it's rubbish.
I just think rubbish.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Now, look, you can go through wood, masonry.
Yeah.
There is a drilling capacity, though. With the wood, you can come up to 38 millimetres. And with the masonry, 13 millimetres. So it's quite different there. But people in the Cape will know, what...
Well, that's the maximum depth. Doesn't that depend on the drill bit you're using?
Well...
like if you had a drill bit that was, say, 10 centimetres long, you could drill 10 centimetres in.
We see in steel you can go to 13 millimetres. In the wood you can go to 38 millimetres, and in masonry,
that must be the diameter of the drill bit.
I'd say so.
Yeah, right. Oh, that'd depend on the chuck.
Wow, all the things you could...
Well, how come it's got a fatter chuck for wood than for metal? Does it have a separate chuck? 2-chucker, is it?
May well be a 2-chucker.
All right. Well, more questions than answers, you'd have to say.
Well, one day we're going to have to open up one and have a look at it. Anyway, look, it doesn't stop there because of Father's Day, and wouldn't it be great if Dad...
Yes.
Imagine that, waking up and being able to give Dad the Ryobi 18-volt 2-chucker. You get some DVDs to amuse Dad. Defiance with Daniel Craig, an incredible true story. We get Piranha, another incredible true story. You're a law-abiding citizen,
True story.
I Am a Legend, that Will Smith. And then the last true story is The Fighter with Christian Bale, Amy Adams and Mark Wahlberg. That's terrific. And Dad, of course, probably be wanting to do a bit of vacuuming on when he gets up, and then, for God's sake, don't try and take the vacuum cleaner off him. And then settle him down, with the sponge cake or the ingredients and let him whip up a batch of scones later on.
Yep.
Anyway, Dad's Day coming up. Great prize, Roy, for some lucky listener or comers who can answer the following question.
Yes, the question is as follows, She. What was our talkback topic this hour?
Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Paul, who's joining us from Penrith. How are you there, Paul?
G'day, guys. How you going?
Very well indeed. Now, Paul, I noticed you're working for a car dealership. What sort of cars are you selling?
European cars.
European cars. Now, that's a pretty broad church. You're talking
Citroens,
BMWs, Mercedes-Benz?
No, Audis.
Audis?
Very good.
Wow. Are you moving many Audis at the moment?
Yeah, they're not going too bad. They're, we're going all right, actually.
Well, you got the big bloody Audi 8?
Yeah, there's an R8. That's a sports car. Yeah, nice car.
Right. Well, they're a very impressive mark. Your Audi.
Are you in an Audi at the moment?
No, I'm in my own car at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you drive an Audi?
They don't pay me enough money.
You're stuck in traffic. How bad's the traffic?
I am. I'm on the M4 at the moment. It's not too bad. Getting along. I'm just below to talk to you guys. No, but it's okay this afternoon.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. And what's your normal drive home take?
Anywhere up to an hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah, it can be quite
annoying.
Yeah. Right.
And so in the morning, you leave work for work when?
Usually going about 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Right, and you get quite a good run at that time of the day to get to work?
No.
Oh, fair enough.
So you're going to have to leave earlier and earlier. You'll be leaving at 4 a.m.
Almost. You'll leave before you get home.
I might as well stay at work.
Why don't you a yard there? Or I tell you what, don't those big Audi 8s have a folding seat you could
take a snooze in?
You could snooze in?
Yeah, the A8s do. They're quite a large car, yeah. I don't think the boss would be real happy with that.
Well, couldn't you could double as a security bloke as well? You could do security as well as sleep there.
Or turn a weakness to a strength and advertise the benefits of sleeping in your car.
Yeah.
It's an extra sales point.
Yeah.
Now, Penrith, you've got this weird thing going on. You're a Penrith supporter, but your son plays AFL.
He does indeed. It's been a bit of a contentious point at home, but yeah, he enjoys AFL.
Was it his decision, Paul?
Entirely his. Left it up to him.
Well, where did you go wrong?
Don't know, actually.
Has Gus Gould been round knocking at the door saying, Paul, we love what you're doing, but that kid of yours, he's obviously gone to the other side. And letting the side down.
Now, you realise that, if the federal government's legislation gets through, that you could be paying a hell of a lot of extra tax as a result of the decision that your son's made?
I'll have to remind him of that, actually.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, he'll probably be able to afford it. And Penrith, obviously expecting big things from the club next year because, face it, this year's gone.
Completely gone. It's been a bit of a dismal year, actually.
Yes.
I've sort of get to a few games and they've not performed real well at all, actually.
Yeah. And do you agree with Petro Civoniceva that the board should be replaced?
My opinion would be that Petro probably should just concentrate on playing football.
Excellent.
That's
excellent.
A very good thing.
And how about rugby league becoming the world's #1 sport, which is a story which we were working with earlier today? I don't know if you were in your car when we heard that. Do you think that's...
No, I didn't.
Yeah, well, Gallup's position, not ours. We were shocked when he came out and said it.
I'd imagine there'd be a few soccer fans around that'd dispute that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I think
this is just the ambition, where he'd like to see rugby league...
Say by 2015.
Yeah.
Right.
The dominant sport on earth.
Hell of a call, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, Paul, Roy should set out the question. You have a swing at it.
Now, Paul, what was our talkback topic this hour?
Should NRL players be armed?
Absolutely right. Were you surprised at the response? I think it ran about 94 and 10 against.
Yeah, it was a bit disturbing, actually.
Yeah, fair enough. I think I'd put it that way myself.
Yeah.
You've got the Ryobi 18-volt drill. We think it's a two-chucker, so you can do wood and obviously
well, you can do
metal.
Fat holes in wood and thin holes in metal.
Excellent.
That seems
and you
to be
get a fistful of DVDs. You get Defiance with Daniel Craig. You get Piranha. You get Law-Abiding Citizen, you get I Am a Legend and The Fighter. And, Paul, good luck with the footy on the weekend, and thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
On the night of September the 9th, 1804, Governor King was shocked to find a platypus in his bed. The startled governor screamed like a wild boar and shot the animal, destroying the first red cedar chest of drawers to be made in the colony. The animal escaped. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
This is The Life, with familiar heads up front, holding a perfect flush. And home is just around the corner.
Gotta get back, girl, on the love train.
It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Jim. Tuesday night, obviously, Roy, you and I will be going along to the Dally M's for the final time.
Now, with this final time talk, actually, is there anything to this?
Well, look, there is and there isn't.
Right.
Rugby League heads into a brave new world with the Independent Commission coming up soon.
The Commission's not against the Dally M's?
Well, it does appear that the Dally M's may be something that's consigned to the ash can of history because of the brave new world that, the Rugby League's headed into. It might be time for a change.
Oh.
And so, of course, this brings up a million things like who would vote for them. You can change everything if you want to, rather than stick with tradition, with the tradition of it. But it's going to be a night of nights.
Yeah, it will be.
But the Dally M, according to at least the Fairfax people, is presented in its current form and used primarily as a promotional vehicle by the game's media partners. The last before the NRL sanctions the move that sanctions the more prestigious and all-inclusive award it deserves. It's suggested that, in fact, they have something similar to the Brownlow.
Or the Allan Border Medal.
The Allan Border Medal, not bad.
Yeah.
This does
or
raise...
the John Eales Medal.
Well, the John Eales Medal, indeed. There's plenty of examples of medals in sport. I mean, obviously, it'd be lovely to call it the Dishhead, after the great Dishhead Dowling.
Well, then it could, if you made it slightly larger, it could be functional, couldn't it?
Exactly. You mean like in the shape of a dog bowl?
Yeah.
The medal itself.
Yeah.
That'd be fantastic.
Well, a medal would have a function.
Well, you see...
if you did own an animal.
Yeah, well, it'd be terrific if the players... Like, I think Nate Miles, the Eastern Suburbs now Titan, has an Australian Bulldog.
Ah.
And so it'd be great if he won the Dishhead. He'd be able to take home a dog bowl for his pup at home.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, remember in the old days of hip-hop, or rap, they used to bling up enormously and wear things like VW signs around their neck, the rappers.
Oh, yeah.
Now, that's the sort of size I'm thinking of.
Yes.
But in the shape of a bowl.
Oh, yes, or the big clock that Flavor Flav used to wear. That sort of size.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking, a real gong.
Yeah.
And wouldn't that give all those other medals, like the Border, the Eels, the Brownlow, the shits?
Well, it would, because I think...
Exactly.
The thing that gets up my nose
size
about the Allan Border Medal is so bloody small.
I know.
It's tiny. I mean, I know AB wasn't a big bloke. So.
It doesn't matter. I don't think it should affect even if it was the littlest person we ever met.
Thank you.
Even if it was called the Sandow after a little bloke.
Yeah, sure.
I don't think it should be little. I think it should be enormous.
Yeah, enormous. Thanks.
As News Limited, this is according to Richard Hines at least in the Fairfax papers, as News Limited hands control of the Rugby League to the new Tribal Council, what better time to elevate the award above commercial consideration, hang on a minute, to make it a night owned by the players and the fans, an occasion that could one day be, and the NRL lows this comparison on equal terms with the AFL's Brownlow.
Right. I thought it was sort of freed from... I didn't realise it was just a commercial thing.
Well,
the Dally M's.
Well, he rates a happy conjunction between Daily Messenger and the old Daily Mirror.
Oh.
As being the major sponsor. The News Limited paper a long time ago now.
Yeah, right.
Used to be the sponsor.
Yeah. So it's all up for grabs. So it may not be the Dally M anymore. That's what you're suggesting.
It has changed its name. This medal has changed its name a number of times, hasn't it?
No, I think it's always been the Dally M.
Since 1909.
Well, no, since about 1992.
Fair enough.
I don't think there was a medal prior to that.
Right. Can I ask, is the Dally M's based on a positional thing so that you could win the Dally M?
No,
Dally
I think
M
it's just the best player.
Just the best player, fair enough.
Because there is the International Golden Boot.
Oh, separate thing.
Separate thing.
Is there a medal for, say, the best fullback
I think there are.
But that's just announced on the night, and the Dally M is given to the best overall
I think
player.
so, yeah.
Because Todd Carney won the Dally M
last year.
Last year?
I think last year. Funny, God almighty, doesn't a lot happen in 12 months?
It's just enormous.
You know, it's a great story of redemption.
It was. You're absolutely right. Yeah. You remember the year before he was on the alphabet table
ass.
cutting up AOP's steak.
Yep.
So no one had thought to do that up there at wherever he was, Mariba or wherever.
Yeah.
Then he comes back to town, blows them apart, wins the Dally M. Mm-hmm. Now where is he now?
Heading off to Vegas.
With the boys. Mad Monday.
Yeah.
Now, look, can I just ask, are you advocating a name change, though? Would you like to see somebody acknowledged as in this way? So as
well, you'd have to go for your greatest player ever, wouldn't you? So it'd be the Changalanglans. Or the Chook.
Mm-hmm. The Chook's not bad.
The Chook's not bad.
Big metal.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have to be in the shape of a Chook.
No, but even if it was, so what?
Can I ask you to make it a night owned by the players and the fans?
Mm. How do you do? You're talking about the stakeholders.
Well, yeah. I'm not sure how you do this, though.
Yeah. I think rugby league should own it. It should be a night for rugby league, shouldn't it?
A poster depicting Governor King as a deranged platypus is thought to be the first of its type printed in the colony of New South Wales. The suspected printing shop in Burke Street was razed to the ground by a regiment of soldiers under the command of the governor. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, you know how we've talked about Mr. Cheese and his ability to go swimming in Switzerland the last couple of weeks?
Yeah.
And
the big-footed bloke.
The big-footed bloke.
Cheeso.
Yeah. The paint man.
Yeah.
You know, organic water and all that. Mm-hmm. Look, one thing that worries me slightly is, would he be training at altitude there? I'm not sure how far,
Well, London's not much above sea level, is it?
No, it is.
In fact, bits of it are below sea level.
But, the Collingwood Magpies, they all zoom off to high-altitude training whenever they get a chance.
Yes. Well, it wouldn't surprise me. Ian's cunning, It wouldn't surprise he and Turetsky put them together. Bloody hell, a couple of rats.
I know.
You'd have to imagine he's doing altitude training. He might be at the Matterhorn. He might be...
They've got a pool on the Matterhorn now.
Well,
halfway up.
Halfway up. Yeah, say base 2.
Of a place. Anyway, look, a story bobbed up in the Australian today saying swimmers have always been the hardest athletes to expose to high-altitude training, but now a humble tent will simulate conditions they could find in Arizona or Colorado or on the Matterhorn. You don't have to take a flight to get there. New South Wales Institute of Sport has designed the world's first system by simply covering over lanes of a training pool and pumping in a special mix of hypoxic gas.
Oh, yes.
Brainchild of NSWIS, the New South Wales Institute of Sport principal scientist, who observed outdoor pools placing bubbles, placing bubbles over their lanes to keep in the heat. You may have seen this.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
In combination with Australian companies, Altitude Technology Solutions and Extreme Marquees Solutions and Pulford Air and Gas Solutions, the New South Wales Institute of Sport now has a new weapon in its arsenal for training elite athletes. Skippy Hugel and James Magnuson had a crack.
They gave it the thumbs up?
Yeah, thumbs up. They did very well. But with other sports, it's relatively easy to put them in altitude mode by hooking them up with a face mask. Swimmers can't do that. At altitude, the number of oxygen molecules in every litre of air drops because of the reduction in pressure. So the lungs work harder to inflate enough oxygen to deliver it to the muscles. What we do is rather reduce the pressure. Rather than reduce the pressure, we just replace the oxygen with nitrogen. So they mix the composition of the air.
I understand. Wouldn't it be much more elegant, HG, just to
go to the Matterhorn and swim?
No, well, that or cut your breathing in half. I mean, altitude training is about surviving and being able to perform with less oxygen. So if you normally breathe, say, after
once every 4 strokes,
do it once every 8 strokes.
Wow.
Forces you to have less oxygen and have to fight your way through it.
Right.
That's what we were always taught when we were simulating
altitude training
at Lithgow. Yeah. Mind you, we were pretty high at Lithgow. We're reasonably high, so we had a little bit of altitude on our
You'd
side.
be about 600 metres above sea level.
Something like that, yeah. Well, interestingly, actually, we've got an email from David McIntosh, vis-a-vis the cheese man. He says, I'm almost staggered to note the oversight surrounding the potential tight fit between Ian's comeback training and his cheese business. Well, you know, this surprises me. I'm not doubting David McIntosh, but I didn't know Ian had actually got into cheese.
No, this is an area I think that Macca is thinking he could get into should the organic water and soy milk fall over.
Quite right. He says, I believe the dramatic move to a secret training base just near the Matterhorn in Switzerland.
Well, halfway up,
is in order to allow him to train in a pool of molten cheese. Can you imagine the heating costs up there halfway up the Matterhorn?
He's not fonduing to glory, is he?
Now, something would simply not be facilitated at home in Australia on account of the gross national cheese output, the absence of heated pools. There's no way Colby or Coon cheese could produce enough product these days to fill an Olympic-sized pool. Switzerland, well, that's another story. Cheese is a way of life over there. Well, he's right there. The resistance training Ian would undergo would be phenomenal. He would alternate viscosity in the cheese pool as the season progressed, starting with a light Manchego, less resistance cheese, culminating in the formidable Roquefort or Gorgonzola. As he's tapering off, I suppose. The regime is similar to traditional weight resistance training methods he'd be familiar with from his youth, e.g. 50 laps in flannelette pyjamas, but to the factor of 10. So when he slips into the 212 pool, he'll feel like a hot knife through butter. And what becomes of the cheese? It's packaged and sold under his own label. Unique, as he's had a hand in the production. And a foot. That's not bad, is it?
No. Just go back there a minute. Flannelette pyjamas?
Yes.
Is that fact?
No. No, but it's a good idea, though.
It's an excellent idea.
I mean, if I was training the Australian swimmers, I'd get them a good-sized flannelette pyjamas to swim in right from the off.
Yeah.
And they swim in those pyjamas until the meet. They'd take them off for the first time.
Imagine that.
Yes.
Imagine that. Now, is Macca suggesting these whole varieties of cheese from, block cheese like Colby or something like Bega, all the way through to Roquefort?
Yes.
Are going to come out as Ian Thorpe's cheese?
Yes. Yes. Yes, with an added bonus of
hand and foot.
Yes, of him having swum through it.
Lifers with communication skills. You want to get involved?
I think that's a yes!
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
The Murdoch Press had its annual Rugby League survey results released this week. Fascinating reading. For instance, 72% of the fans polled want Stewart to return in 2012.
Yeah.
And end Queensland's remarkable 6-year domination. I'm not quite sure what the question would be. Would you like Ricky Stewart to win the State of Origin?
Oh, okay.
Might have been the question.
72% of them wanted
72%,
wow,
yes.
Okay.
Respondents believe Smearson can do exactly that. Nearly 10,000 polled believe New South Wales can beat Queensland next year.
Okay.
I hope the fans are right, said former New South Wales skipper Laurie Daly. It's good to know that the fans down, right across Australia have faith in the Blues and Ricky. The fans didn't embrace suggestions that games should be taken offshore to New Zealand. So the fans aren't as silly.
The fans don't want that.
No, they're not as silly as people make them out to be.
No.
And now, coming back to the night, next Tuesday night.
The Dally M's.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, the fans should vote for it?
Yes, I do.
I mean, that'd be one in the eye for the Brownlows, the silly old Brownlows.
Yeah.
Because the umpires
but as long... look, I think by letter, actually, rather than... the problem I have with, just dial this number for your favourite player, it gets corrupted, by friends of that player just doing 1,000 calls each or what have you. It's corrupted. Now... maybe it's got
transparency.
Transparency.
Would you like to see letters arrive and the person acknowledged, much in the manner of a telethon? Graham Perch for Penrith votes 1 for Darren Lockyer. 2 for, let's say, I don't know, make up a name.
Petro Civonicina.
Petro Civonicina.
Yeah.
And 3 for Todd Carney.
Yeah.
So they go on the big board. And this would be a job for Gallup to read out.
Is this a television show?
I reckon
because you might get, 500,000 votes. It seems like a long night.
Yeah, but it's transparent.
Oh, it's transparent, I know.
And what's wrong with that? People are going to hang off every vote.
Yeah, they will.
They'll be making that. They'll be having parties. They'll be getting pissed, sobered up, getting pissed again, sobered up.
Unless you get the Australian Electoral Commission involved, HG.
Excellent idea.
That might be the way to do it.
Or state by state?
State by state, yeah. Yeah. And maybe a day of voting, rugby league voting day, where people go to the booths at the various schools.
What an excellent idea. Marked off in the electoral roll.
An electoral roll will be the players' lists, and you vote
and they list 1 to 10.
Yes. Yes, and then it goes to the Australian Electoral Commission, and so the results are posted.
So, and there'd be experts there in electoral things like that bloke Anthony Green who works for the ABC. He'd say, yes, these booths are in, say, the Clovelly area, so we'd expect the Roosters to be well represented. And they are. Todd Carney, number one.
Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Well, that would be a show. You know, sure, you'd close the booths at
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. The
Kenny
show would start at 7 o'clock. Yeah, sure. Kenny Sutcliffe hosting.
And there'd be...
Hello, everyone. Welcome to, Dally M 2012.
Yeah, 12.
Early counts are in.
Yeah. Exit polls.
Yep.
Exit polls are showing that Darren Lockyer has got a very good chance of taking out the Dally M.
Even though he retired 2 years ago, he's still polling a lot of votes, probably from the older demographic.
Then you'd have people out the front of the booth, so somebody might be phoning from the Cronulla Surf Lifesaving Club.
Yes.
Very good turnout today. People came early.
Yeah.
The booths opened at 8, but there was a couple of fights because people were on their way to Wollongong and they were Dragon supporters. They wanted to get a vote on. Their names weren't on the roll.
That's right.
They were moved on pretty quickly by local police.
That's right.
And Cronulla residents came in their big numbers.
And you'd have to weed out the donkey vote too, HG. People would just list, 1 to 10 down, top left-hand side down, without thinking about it. You'd have to rule those out.
How would you do that?
Well, tear them up.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, courtesy of Integration, it's exactly the same prize as earlier. I don't know how they do it. The fighter, the legend, I am legend, rather, law-abiding citizen, Piranha, and, of course, Defiance by Daniel Craig. So
They're all films.
All films, all DVDs.
Yep.
A fistful of watching there.
Wow.
And let me see, the fighter, I think, might have won some Academy Awards, and the Piranha, well, no one's seen that for the obvious reason. Now, then we've got the 18-volt Ryobi to give away. We're discussing whether it can drill through steel, wood and masonry. It can do all of those things.
Yep.
It's got a 0.46 kilogram battery. It's got a 45-minute charge time. It's got a 0.76 charger weight.
Yep.
And lithium-ion technology. So it's a great drill. You can do anything if you are thinking about, maybe reworking the AJC or the ATC now grandstand. It'd be an ideal tool to start something out there with.
Yeah.
For all comers, you can answer the following question. Roy.
Yes, the question is, what should all Australian swimmers train in?
Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Liz, who's joining us from Grasmere. How are you there, Liz?
Very good, thank you.
Now, Liz, I noticed you're working at Harvey Norman. What are the big movers?
I'm actually in bathrooms, so I sell a lot of baths and spas and stuff like that.
And are people spending?
Oh, yes, we've been quite busy, so it is good.
Yeah, what about taps? Do you do taps?
Yes, taps, toilets, baths, vanities, mirrors, the whole works.
What's the most popular toilet? Do you know?
The back-to-walls. It's probably going to be one of the Chroma ones, but back-to-wall toilet where it covers everything. So.
Yes, I know that type. Are they a comfortable one?
They're not too bad. Some of them are very uncomfortable, but that one's not too bad.
Right.
Well, it's fantastic. You get an update from the plumbing department at Harvey Norman. And now a big day organised for the other half on Sunday?
We're actually both working.
Oh, right.
So, but I will take him to the movies in the night. So.
Oh, what an excellent idea.
What are you going to take him to? The Red Dog?
He wants to see, he wanted to see Conan, but I think that's finished. But I think he wants to see Cowboys and Aliens.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. And would it be a day where... I'm not quite sure where normally if the other half had it off, you'd let him have the run of the house.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, the 4-year-old takes the run of the house, but, he'd be definitely seen second run.
Fair enough.
Is he going to get breakfast in bed, or have you both got to get up at the same time, Liz?
No, I actually get to sleep in a little bit, so I will make him breakfast in bed.
That's nice. Have you thought about what you're going to do, like maybe scrambled eggs or...?
He has a thing called hash brown stack that he likes. It's hash browns and bacon and eggs with, like a hollandaise sauce.
Oh, lovely.
That's a breakfast.
And it is a breakfast and very good for the heart, that one.
Yeah. Oh, yes, very.
Very good. You wouldn't have to work that one off.
Yeah. Would that be with toast? Any toast involved?
No toast, because the hash brown acts as the toast.
Of course.
Now, is Sunday a big day at work?
It's one of the busier days,
Right.
Yeah,
Right. And do people come in and just stare, or do they really buy things on a Sunday, if you know what I mean?
Probably 50-50, because a lot of people, it's one of those things, it's not an impulse buy. You have to really do a bit of research.
And do people come in with their plans for their bathroom and...
Yep. All the time.
Yeah, and do they design them themselves, Liz, by and large?
We do help them out quite a lot with colour schemes and stuff like that.
Yes.
Yeah, tiles and all that, so we do help them out quite a bit.
Yeah, and with ideas like you don't want to have the toilet, too far away from the door.
Yeah, and too close to the shower and stuff like that, yeah.
Now, on a tap, would you be able to get no interest payment for, say, 5 years? Or no payments for 5 years?
Yeah, you can get all different types of things, but yeah, as long as there's a finance funding, not a problem.
Right. What's your most expensive tap there, Liz?
Oh, well, there's one coming along that's about $1,000, but that's not the most expensive. There is some up there.
Yeah. Now, what's special about that tap, the $1,000 tap?
It's a very classical-looking tap. It's a very French provincial tap, so yes, very unique.
Right, and is it made of chrome?
Yes, it's chromed brass.
Roy, we could talk taps with Liz all night, but set out the question and have a swing at it, Liz.
Now, Liz, what should all Australian swimmers train in?
Flannel pyjamas.
Do you think that could work, Liz?
I think it could. I think it actually... Well, they used to do that when I was a kid with the teaching you how to swim, so if you ever fell out of a boat.
Yeah, I can remember myself having to swim quite a distance with fully clothed.
Yeah. But it makes you a stronger swimmer.
Yes, I think when people did their bronze medallion, I want to say, HG, with life-saving awards, you had to do a bit of swimming in clothes, and there was one stage where you had to pick up a brick from the bottom of the pool.
Correct.
Fully dressed.
Correct. Liz, you get this great pack. You get the Ryobi 18-volt. You've heard all about it. It's a great drill, and it is also has that sort of percussion quality if you need to go through something tougher. Yeah, and you get the 5 DVDs, Defiance, Piranha, Law-Abiding Citizen, I Am a Legend, and The Fighter, all with your other half in mind. Liz, thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
The day after Joseph Cullen presented Governor King with a pair of bespoke iron trousers, the popular blacksmith was found hanged outside his premises in Pitt Street. The trousers were never worn and can be seen today in the Fisher Library. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
No, there was a lovely email came in as well from Gavin. Yeah. He said, long-time listener in Adelaide. He listens via the podcast.
Oh, yes.
He found in his cupboard a shirt that we'd put out when we were working with the ABC about the 3 great Aussie jokes.
That's right.
There are a couple of versions of this. The original sort of arco phrase and shark, comma, G full stop, W full stop.
That's
they were 3 Aussie jokes.
Yeah, I remember that.
We'd be keen to hear your views, given that the matter is significant federal importance, some sort of national plebiscite run through the Triple M phone lines.
Oh, yes.
To establish the current Aussie jokes.
Ah, yeah,
a bit like the voting in the Dally M's, I suppose, or the new dish heads.
Yep.
He suggests some initial nominees. Weber, of course, Little, as in Little Leighton.
Little Leighton.
Fozzie. Then he's got Sticky, a.k.a. fill in the rest yourself, obviously. Stewart.
Yeah.
Smearson. Demetriou, the boss of the AFL. Port Adelaide Football Club.
Wow, that's a bit cool.
Clark Nee Bingle.
Yeah.
It's lovely. The entire Australian cricket selection panel, or Cricket Australian selection panel.
Yeah.
He says he's realised he's using a broad brush here, but Phil, code breadth is an imperative, meaning, comes starters from everywhere.
Yeah.
The real challenge is knowing where to stop. And isn't that a great reflection on the level of clowns out there flying the national flag? How did you get on with these selections? There's some good ones in there.
Well, I like Fozzie there. Yeah. In fact, great Australian joke, just Fozzie, that'd do it, wouldn't it?
Well,
everything else after that is superfluous.
Could you go Fozzie, Les Murray, and the FIFA Ethics Committee?
Yes.
As your 3 Aussie
Thank
jokes?
You.
It's not a bad lineup.
Perfect. Perfect.
And on that note, sort of, unless you had something else there, Rod?
No, I did have, very quickly here, actually, George has been in touch. He said one of your Hot Lap handout prize last week was Bond's Father's Day pack that included a Guy front trunk.
Yes.
You might recall.
I do.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a great pack.
Can I suggest this product would lend greatly to NRL players Tronk, Cronk and Stig, while boxing superstar Austin Tront could send this product global. He says you can see the ad now. Hi, I'm boxer Austin Tront. When I step into the ring, I wear my guy front trunks so that I punch with confidence. So when you think Tronk, think trunks. It's not bad, is it? He's in the wrong business. He should be a copywriter.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Give me the punchline again. No pun intended.
Yeah. Hi, I'm boxer Austin Tront. Austin Tront. When I step into the ring, I wear my guy front trunks so that I punch with confidence. So when you think Tront, think trunks.
Excellent. That is excellent.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Great point to end the show on. And that combined with the film at the start of that thing with, what's his name? I've got to reach over here to get it.
Arthur Conningham.
We're not sure how it's spelled, but Conningham we think it is.
Yeah.
With Angelina Jolie and Russell Crowe playing the lovers.
Yes.
Well, the
lovers in the cathedral.
Yeah, the cathedral lovers.
Yeah.
We've still got to cast the bishop and the poor old person who... Conningham himself.
That's the difficult one, because it's a bit of a loser part, isn't it?
Well, remember, let's not forget, though, he's the audacity of a cunning and cunning of an ape with the modesty of a phallic symbol.
That's
right.
So
it's not, it's written there.
I know.
You don't have to do
tricky to cast.
I know, very tricky to cast. We'll leave that till next week. And we thank Anna again on the phones. Another tremendous job.
Yes.
Anna's getting a promotion.
Yes, I heard.
And I'm not sure who's going to help us out with the phone should she get the nod to go upstairs. It's a tremendous result, and it just goes to show that...
Perseverance pays off.
Exactly, perseverance pays off. And Garfield's out of his moon boot.
I know. I know, and he's been vague and weird ever since.
Yeah, he was much better when he couldn't move around.
That's right.
When he was anchored to the spot because he had a big boot on the other foot.
Yeah, well, mobility does his head in.
And, you know the great helmsman, Chairman Mao.
Chairman Mao, yeah.
He's thinking of going fishing again. You know what that means?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I know.
It's now too
sad,
warm, though.
isn't it?
It's sad, very sad. Yeah. And if you want to reacquaint yourself with sad, join in next week when the life returns between 4 and 7 right here on Triple M. Bye now.
There it is, lifers. Home again in paradise. Switch off the motor. Don't leave any valuables in the car, and keep the dial glued to Triple M.
Life. Beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people with cars, tyre fitters, and other dreamers. Welcome to another well-tuned afternoon in paradise. Stay with us for the next 3 hours as Triple M runs you home to that little nook where your key fits a friendly hole. Reach out and touch a familiar knob on the shortcut to that wedge of wonder you call home. This is the life.
Gotta get back, girl, on the love train.
With the big 2 up front in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, the king of diamonds, rampaging Roy Slavin, and riding shotgun, the ace up the sleeve, H.G. Nelson. HG?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, gentlemen. Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim has dedicated today's reads to, well, no surprises here, to Rugby League's wives and girlfriends who killed the red carpet at the Dally M's Tuesday night. It was a wonderful turnout from a code that I believe can now hold its head high in the Good Sort Stakes. Their only competition, of course, is the Brownlow, who, for mine, over the last few years has been, lamentable. It's been pathetic what the Brownlow has dished up in the wives and girls, but bugger it, in the Good Sort Stakes. No, Rugby League, congratulations, step forward and take a bow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Life with Roy and HG on a Friday afternoon. What a week! Best week of 2011, Rugby League, and as mentioned, the Dally M's. Well, they were dominated by Purple Haze this year. On Rugby League's Night of Night, step forward Cooper Cronk and be declared Halfback of the Year. Step forward skipper Cameron Smith, or Cam Smith as he used to be, as Hooker of the Year and Skipper of the Year at the big double. Step forward Bellamy, C full stop, open brackets, belly 8, close brackets, Coach of the Year. It was a Purple Haze all the way. Rugby Union and the Nuggetty Ones have touched down in New Zealand to take on the might of Italy in the opening rounds of their pool matches as the One Team World Cup tilt gets underway. That's how I'm seeing it. And can I reprise my comments of this time last week? I still see Scotland and Samoa as our only speed humps between us and Bill. That is the William Webb Ellis Trophy, often referred to as Bill, as in bring back Bill. And I ask again, what would John Eales do when it came to the punt? Well, he'd have, and again, I refer to my comments of last week, Dexter Vickerman, that's the serial killer, and Radiki Samo as first try scorers in every match, even those that they're not playing in. And when New Zealand play, put it on Brad Thorne for the first try scorer, because he'll eventually get one sooner or later. Football, this is the Fozzie game. This is Fozzie's go. And Australia make the easy look hard against the Thai Elephants. I was out working on the night and I couldn't believe the score when it was 1-0 to the Thais for about 69 minutes. I thought, hello, what's going on? The Oceanic miracle isn't working. Anyway, eventually Australia put 2 into the back of the net and it was 2-1 at full time. And then they took off for the desert sands of Saudi Arabia. And mercifully in the heat, they put away this very, very ordinary Saudi outfit 3-1. And can I just say, never mind what Fozzie says on that program of his on SBS, it was very refreshing to see Australia come home with a little bit of Route 1 work at the death in both matches. I mean, when the chips are down, Route 1, the way to go. AFL and the Swans travel to Melbourne to take on the Big SK in a weekend of magic finals. This is the Gastro rematch from a couple of weeks ago. People might remember, I think St Kilda have to sideline half their players due to a stomach bug, and the Swans won in that one. And look, people are talking about this one already, given the attack of both sides. And the defensive capabilities of both sides. And look, just how big were these Dean Wallace bets? I mean, I haven't got to... I mean, sure, it's very unwise if you put the bets on and then go and pretend you didn't. But it's a learning experience, life, isn't it? I suppose Dean Wallace, who was kneed the head, let's not forget it, by Aaron Hamill in the big one of September the 18th, 1999, when the Bombers lost to Carlton by a point. That knee in the head has, I believe, had massive repercussions in Dean Wallace's later life, and I think any judge would dismiss the case out of hand. Being kneed in the head by Aaron Hamill was not a nice experience, and I think anything that followed was obviously, well, can be overlooked on this matter. Anyway, lying to the AFL, and when you have the Mason twins, obviously Willie and Brendan Favola running the case, it's very unwise to lie to them because they'll just hit you harder with the telephone book. And who won on the Nathan Bock first goal option? For those who follow the code, there was a suggestion that the fix was in the Gold Coast Suns. I'm not making the suggestion, others have. And they moved Nathan up front. Everybody got on. Nathan got the goal. All of a sudden we're rich as millionaires. Well, at least Roy and I are. And I just hope a lot of lifers got involved and cleaned up. I don't know how that happened. It was just one of those things. We got a phone call. We didn't believe it at the time, but we thought, well, hell, why not? Let's stick a lazy 1,000 on it. Turned out wonderfully. Racing, and as the big ones blast off in 2 states this weekend, I was very disappointed to read that early Caulfield Cup tip Anachiever has been retired. A wonderful horse, a real personality conveyance. A lot of people likened the horse to Lonhro in the manner around the track. Never, always had time for fans. Often came out of the horse float back to front just for the cameras. Channel 7 often led with that as we approached the carnival. Everyone knew the horse had problems, though. The horse didn't try to hide issues. It had issues, didn't have many solutions, had a lot of issues. It had big problems. It was addicted to salt lick. The trainer knew that. The connections knew that. It enjoyed being whipped a little too much. Just begged for the whip. A little bit. And, of course, when they changed the rules, it left Anachiever a bit in the lurch because he didn't get enough pounding as it went through, and other stress-related issues. But I thought the nag had put all these behind it and had set itself for a wonderful spring. Apparently the Demons re-emerged over the weekend, that is last weekend, and Connections, who thought wise to pull the pin before somebody's embarrassed. Speaking of embarrassment, surfing in the Quicksilver Pro at Long Beach in New York City. Hard to imagine they surf in New York City, but they do. Aussie Josh Kerr pulled off big air in the $1 million contest, snaring 2 high scores of the day on day 1 of competition. And at the end of the week, Bobby Martinez, a Californian surfer, had to leave the competition due to the use of the dirty words in connection with it. He basically compared the dirty words competition with a tennis tournament. Oh, how low can you go? Surfing and tennis. This is The Life anyway, the home of the plumber smile. And now it's time to lock horns with a man who's always up and about. He's the king of the carpet layers. That man is rampaging Roy Slavin, and we can get him on the gargle simply by asking what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp during the past set of 7. Quiet, man.
Yes, thank you very much, JT. Yeah. And this is good to think of Jason Taylor. We don't often think of JT. I mean, Jonathan Thurston.
Yeah, of course.
There are so many JTs.
There are.
Aren't there? Mm-hmm. I mean, if we put our thinking caps on, we could come up with 3 or 4 today. I feel sure. I'm very confident.
Easily. Yes. Jeff Turner.
Jeff Thompson.
Well, Jeff Thompson, obviously.
But he never got called JT.
He didn't, no.
He was one of the few that didn't.
No, thank you.
And there was always a puzzle about Tomo. Remember asking him about that? Why don't they call you JT, Tomo? He said, because I'm called Tomo. And I thought, well, fair enough. Fair enough. See you later, JT, I said, just to give him one.
Mm. You've still got a bruise from where he booted you up to date.
I know that. Didn't stop me calling him JT, though.
Yeah, you know, those Queensland people, they don't like you using the wrong nickname.
No, I know.
Remember how much trouble we get into whenever we call Dishhead Dowling Dishhead?
I know.
Because he is a dishhead?
Yeah, he is. He is a dishhead.
Yeah.
Because he is.
JT, the same thing when you're talking about Tomo.
I tell you what's great when you bump into Dishhead and JT.
Together?
Yeah. Each one thinks you're talking about the other one. I have to say, listen, Dish, look at JT. Has he got a dish head? Look at yourself, dude. Now, Matilda's...
You like that, huh?
Matilda's down China 1 blot. I think we've just got to rely on North Korea losing now, and we could be in the top 2, bound for the World Cup. I think that's right.
Is that right?
I think that's right. Well, I think that's right. Go you Matildas. There's still hope.
And this time last week, I think we were on our uppers because we lost to China in the first place.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Or it might have been Taipei. Was it Taipei or was it China? I don't know. Anyway, there's still hope. Quade Cooper, that is Quade Cooper, sometimes called Cooper, New Zealand's most hated man.
Is that right?
The most hated man in New Zealand.
That's official now?
That's official.
John Keys has come out and said that?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Quade Cooper. I think the knee in the head did it.
Yeah.
He need that silly big bloody dickhead.
I want to say his name's
Richie McCaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're number 1. Dickhead.
Well, isn't it weird how kneeing's come back? Because Aaron Hamill said he got Dean Wallace and now believes that he's caused him to go silly on the bar.
Yeah.
2 knees in the head.
Knee in the head, yeah. Well, it was a half-hearted knee from Quade, the most hated man in New Zealand, Cooper. You know, it was just a little bop. It's just a little, I'm here, you know, climbing over you. What's that? Oh.
A head.
Sorry. Dickhead. Now, Todd Carney released from his contract with East.
That's refreshing, isn't it?
Shame to lose him, though, to the NRL. Let's hope someone, puts their hand up. Yes. I don't care who it is, Parramatta, Titans. Titans, maybe. Titans, why not? Because I don't want to see him play in the UK because we're not going to see him again. No, or if he plays rugby union in France.
How must Carney fans feel today?
I know.
Not knowing where he's going.
Gutted,
that's the word.
Gutted. Gutted. Now, is Jason Day World Golf's Mr. Consistent? Now, that's something to get your head around, isn't it?
Are you saying that?
I am. I'm calling him Mr. Consistent.
That's your op-ed for the Sydney Morning Herald tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I always thought it was the big O. Nick O'Hearn. Yeah, he's Australia's Mr. Consistent.
Tell you he's pretty...
But world golf's Mr. Consistent. It's hard to go past Jason Day, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but Hensby's pretty consistent too.
Well, we'll get to him. Rafael Nadal admits he has not yet read his own autobiography, which confuses me.
How did he write it?
Well, that's what I thought. I thought if it's called an autobiography, you've actually had something to do with it yourself. Oh, yeah. Hello, everyone. My name's Rafael Nadal.
People call me
I was an awkward kiddie. Didn't think much. Didn't pick up a racket until my uncle gave me one when I was 4. I took it like the proverbial, open brackets, duck the water, close brackets. Anyway, it may not be that interesting.
No, that could easily be the case. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here. I understand the autobiography's been written in English. And he struggles reading it.
That might be it. But it would have come out would have been translated, wouldn't it? From the Spanish. Would have been done originally in Spanish.
Yeah, that...
Would have to be. Surely. Surely when he was
telling
his story.
Yes. Yeah, that sort of stuff, yeah, true.
Yeah. You know, hello, I'm Rafael Nadal. People call me the laughing lefty. Well, that's something I didn't know. I knew he was a lefty, but I've never seen him laugh. Yeah. Maybe it's ironic Spanish humour.
Yeah, it'll be, hello everyone, my name's Rafael Nadal, open brackets JT, close brackets.
That's it. Just call me Dishhead. Haven't forgotten about you, darling. Hey, you with the head, the Dishhead. That's you, darling. Now, Matthew Hayden argues that Big Bash success is vital for the future of Australian cricket. Doesn't Matthew Hayden sometimes just get it wrong?
He does.
He does, doesn't he?
I thought Test cricket was where we were putting a lot of our effort.
Yeah, I did too. I thought we'd turn it around.
Yeah.
You know,
Pup, boy,
a big win over Sri Lanka, kicking the buggery out of them.
It's just,
it's
a doormat over there, really.
I know,
isn't it?
I know. Just the time for Hayden.
To get it wrong.
To get it wrong yet again. Matthew J.T. Hayden, open brackets. Wish I was a dishhead. Now, talking of, there's talk of Shane Warne, joining the Big Bash for one of the Melbourne franchises. Yeah. That's how vital. Yeah, obviously, Haydos got on the phone and said, it's vital. It's vital if this succeeds.
The thin one's coming.
Yeah.
He's coming for the cup to get married and stay on to play cricket.
That's it.
He'd have to live here, though.
I know, the thin man.
The thin man.
Yeah, teeth boy.
Yeah, from the moon.
Yeah, the grinner. Yeah. Now, where are we here? Oh, yes. What's that 747 coming out of the sky?
Starts with a H.
Hedgeby!
The colony's first athletics meet was held by the banks of the Parramatta River in September of 1804 and was dominated by Mole Driscoll, alias Mole, who won the 110-yard sprint, the 220-yard sprint, the pole vault, the long jump and the triple jump. Driscoll's time of 13 seconds for the 110-yard sprint was not bettered for 160 years. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Oh, yes, look, I was just devastated there. I couldn't pick up on the back of that beautiful think piece about Sydney. Again, more pressure has been put on the federal government concerning the rugby league clubs and the relationship between the Rugby League Football Club and the Rugby League Leagues Club.
Right.
If you get what I mean. The 10 NRL Leagues clubs have been warned that Joe Hildebrand got this for the telly, I don't know how, have been warned they will cut millions in funding to their football teams and even pull out altogether because of the federal government's plan to limit how much people can spend on poker machines. This week, Canberra Raiders had funding from the CMFEU Tradies Club pulled. The club said, the senior NRL figure said they've briefed us on the scale of the problem, no doubt about that. There's genuine concern among the leagues clubs and therefore genuine concern about the impact on football clubs. This has got nothing to do with junior sport. It's not got nothing to do with pole vaulting and, lacrosse and that sort of thing in the area. You can kiss all them goodbye if this goes through. So, Penrith Panthers, they donate $10 million to the... Penrith Rugby League Club gets $10 million from Panthers. Parramatta Leagues Club gives the Eels $7 million. St George Leagues Club gives the Dragons $6 million, and so on. It goes right across the board. Club CEO boss Anthony Ball said just the threat of implementation was already hurting football clubs. A lot of clubs are having to do, sack staff, put up the goalposts themselves, do their lining themselves, etc. Clubs in the NRL have been warning the government for months and they're just not listening. The decision by the Tradies Club, that's the one in Canberra, is just first blood in the water. There isn't a leagues club in New South Wales or Queensland that isn't reviewing their support for sport because of the looming threat of mandatory pre-commitment. That is the pre-commitment with regard how much money you can shove through a poker machine. Some won't be able to keep their doors open, much less support. Now, much less support for the NRL or the Rugby League. I'm just wondering if it's time for a campaign, Roy, to get people back into the pokies. I mean, if the problem is that we need more people to go along, more people to put it through, and we've talked a lot about this on this program, but I'm just wondering if, charities could get involved in this and give something back.
Oh, well, people have been given to charities for a hell of a long time. Is that what you mean?
Exactly.
You mean like Oxfam or Salvation Army?
Salvation Army. Yeah. Maybe they could make a Punter of the Year competition. The person who puts the most through.
Yep.
Look, you can go any which way, anywhere you like. Look, how about this? As you know, the Salvation Army often collect on a Friday night through the clubs, collecting money from bars, hotels, where poker machines are and so on. What happens if they went in through there and gave everybody, say, $50 tonight to put through?
But they still have to make a pre-commitment, HG.
Not yet, they wouldn't.
Yeah.
Not yet. What am I...
Well, hang on. When does Look, how come the CFMEU... is withdrawn already because the pre-commitment hasn't come in yet?
No, I don't know what they're up to there.
What are they up to there? What's that about?
And what's the CMFEU getting involved with it?
Yeah.
Because, you think, well...
Looks like it's just an excuse. They just want to get out of the pokies.
They just want to get out of the rugby league.
They want to get out of the rugby league, yes. They've been looking for an excuse for since 1908.
Exactly. To dump this savage impost that they give away each year.
Yeah.
Bloody rugby league in the area.
But with this pre-commitment, won't it just encourage people to commit more than they probably are at the moment? That's the way I see it, as win-win. Okay, if normally you put, say, 20 or 30 or $50 through when you're just, dropping off the kids or something, I don't know. You just blow in, I've got $50, oh, God, let's just put it through. Wouldn't you be inclined with a pre-commitment if you're going to say, oh, excuse me, sir, hey, mate, before you put in, how much are you going to put through? Oh, I'll put 1,000 through.
Yeah, why not? Very good, sir. Yeah.
Isn't that what's going to happen? People are going to commit more?
Look, what my worry is generally speaking...
because generally speaking, when you've had a few drinks is when you tighten the purse.
Yeah, true. No, what my thing is, I think pokies are getting a bum rap here. They need to be seen as a glamorous occupation, relaxing after hours, something that takes the load off a fevered brow, to coin a phrase, the end of the working week. To be able to relax, put 1,000 through, or half the house through, on a night, tremendous benefit to the community as a whole, obviously to the person doing it.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering if both... somehow prawn on a Barbie style advertising campaign. We're very successful to get people from overseas to come to Australia. Something similar like that needs to be done for the poker machine industry.
Sure.
I've got no real... And there I run into a brick wall.
No, well, how about to begin with, a Miss Poker Machine competition?
Brilliant. Perfect. Miss Poker Machine competition. That is excellent. You mean somebody like Rachel Finch?
Yeah.
Each state has their Miss Poker machine.
Each machine.
Each machine. Now you're talking.
So you got Miss Each Way Nudger?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's excellent. What a great idea.
I think so. People would be putting their hands up. Anyone wanted to get involved. Mm-hmm. So you'd have playoffs in each club, say the CFMEU.
Mm-hmm. Would have their Miss Poker Machine 2011.
Would have their night,
and then she would go to, say, a competition that involved all rugby league areas, so Panthers, Eels and so on, all put up theirs.
Yes.
What a night.
So you get a Miss Australia Poker Machine.
Who would then go
to Las Vegas
for Miss
World Poker Machine.
The term getting a bit of north is said to have begun at exactly the same time as the term getting a bit of south, and both terms connected to the moment when Governor Phillip decided to describe the Sydney Harbour Heads by their geographical positions. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, Damien of Huntingwood, HG, says that if you put more than $2 through the poker machine, you should get a receipt for tax purposes.
What an excellent idea.
That's a good idea, isn't it?
That's an excellent idea.
Yes.
And if you put 100 through, you get a receipt for $150 for tax purposes.
Oh, that's not bad either.
$2.
Oh, a bit like the film industry, your old 10BA idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's good. Well, it worked for the film. We got some good films out of it. We'd get some great poker machines out of it.
We would. And I'm just wondering if...
And especially if you had, I don't know, who might be your Miss Poker Machine of your...
Yeah, on my machine.
Yeah. So you might have someone like Finchy.
I'd have Finchy, on the Each Way Nudger.
Or Jennifer Hawkins, maybe. Yeah. Because you get your real heavy hitters getting involved in this.
Well, Miss Poker Machine would be seen as the number one, like Australian of the Year, in your
Well,
Red Cup.
In terms of your Miss Universe and Miss World, Miss Poker Machine would be stand head and shoulders
above them.
Yes.
That's right. But that's a fantastic thing. So it would come out like a receipt for every $2 you put through.
Yes. And your receipt would have a photograph of the Miss Poker Machine, of that poker machine on it, that you could display proudly, say, on your dashboard or something like that, just to have as a talking point, maybe in your boot. When the boot lid's lifted, someone says, oh, geez, who's that? That's Miss Each Way Nudger.
It's an excellent idea.
Wow. Looks like Finchy. It is Finchy. Is she Poker
Machine.
Yeah.
Miss?
Your poker machine, miss. Yeah,
she is.
That's the one I use.
That's right. I won't have anything else.
No.
I mean, I don't care what Lenny Ainsworth coughs up. You know, his pinball wizard rubbish. I mean, those poker machines just annoy me. Yeah. But each way nudger, that's the one.
Yeah, what Peter at Blackdown rings to just buy your own poker machine.
Wow. But it's an honest system, you see.
Is it?
Because the great thing about, tradies and the Panthers is they then get all the money from all the machines and then say, oh, well, the lacrosse needs a new goalpost, so we'll give them $10.
Oh, yeah, right.
They distribute the money. Whereas I'm not sure that Peter has a way of distributing his money. Yeah. But owning your own poker machine, what a great idea.
It is a great idea.
But with that, you get a tax deduction?
I don't know how that would work, actually. I don't know whether you could wheel it out, say, just outside your front gate.
At, say, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, with your Miss Poker machine, standing with it, encouraging,
People beckoning them in.
Yeah, come on,
sirens.
Come and win.
Yeah. Now, is that coalition policy? The poker machine
well,
for
the federal government's done nothing for poker machines, have they?
On this day in 1804, Governor King decreed that all magpie birds be ignored. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, the Boomers coach Brett Brown has warned his players to be smart if New Zealand attempt another basket brawl tonight to salvage the Olympic qualification.
This against the Tall Blacks. We did them the other day, didn't we?
Yeah. Now, this is the other big event going on between Australia and New Zealand at the moment. Obviously, the World Cup gets underway. That's the Rugby Union World Cup gets underway tonight.
Yes.
And Australia and New Zealand look as though they're on course for another showdown, Bledisloe-style showdown, say, in the semi-finals at least.
Yeah.
And the big one at the moment is the basketball. Now, Australia's men's basketball has held a 1-0 lead over the Tall Blacks in a best-of-3 Oceania Championship to decide who will go to the London Olympics next year.
Wow.
Score 91-78 in Melbourne on Wednesday night. Came after a match of fire, passion and spite, according to Guy Hand.
Right.
Fire, passion and spite with Kiwi veteran Mark Dickel. No surprises there. Dickhead Dickel ejected 2 mass brawls and several niggly spot fires, according to Guy Hand. More of the same is expected in Game 2 in Brisbane, with the Kiwis needing a victory, obviously.
Has Dickel been suspended at all, or is Dickel back?
No, there's some wonderful news on that. I'll get to that in a minute.
Good.
Now, both sides dislike each other.
Yeah, good.
It's the hostility is similar below the surface. Yeah. Coach Brown admitted, that's B. Brown, admitted he held temporary fears on Wednesday night that one of the players would get themselves ejected and possibly rubbed out for the series.
Yeah, right.
But he was pleased with how his players stood their ground without overbalancing.
Yep.
Important. And he urged them in tonight's match in Brisbane to do the same.
Yeah, good.
We have to be smart, respect the rules and find the balance between going to bat for a teammate and understanding how you can put yourselves out of the series. There's no time for foolish play. We've got stuff to do.
Yep.
The ugliest moment came when Dickel tangled with rookie Matthew Deladova. That's the Aussie Deladova. In the final quarter, an Australian skipper, Matt Nielsen, stepped in, pinning the New Zealander to the court.
I like that.
Australian guard Brad Newley, on the bench at the time, threatened to run in, but thought the better of it, leaving the push and shove to those on court. World government body.
He'd have been the third man in.
He would have been. Oh, they don't like that.
They don't like
FIBA
that.
don't like that.
No way.
That's the International Basketball Association, who runs the Oceania Series. Took no action against any player over the fireworks, meaning that Dickhead Dickel is eligible to play the night. An earlier melee in the third quarter sparked Australia into a 21-4 run, which decided the game.
Yeah.
But Coach B. Brown now expects the Tall Blacks to tighten up where they need to, and with the series on the line.
Yeah, right.
So it's going to be exciting tonight.
It will be one.
Well, look at what a feast of sport tonight. You've got, obviously,
you got St George versus West Tigers.
West Tigers. You've got your opening of the World Rugby Cup.
Yeah, but that's a bit of a who cares, isn't it? Isn't it something like Tonga versus the All Blacks?
Well done, Tonga versus the All Blacks, yes.
Dull. I mean, who's going to watch that? I'll tell you now, no one.
No. Especially with the basketball up.
I mean, even the All Blacks family aren't going to be watching that one.
No, true.
They'll be watching the rugby league, I would have thought.
Yes. West Tigers v St George.
Yeah.
But this basketball, you keep an eye on that at half time.
Oh, you have to keep an eye on that. I mean, if Dickel's involved, Dickel.
Anything?
Yeah, anything could happen. My only advice to the Aussies would be to shoot straight. Don't remember what you're there for. You know, We've got to shoot some hoops.
True. Nothing but net.
Yeah, nothing but net.
The popular Sydney suburb George's Hole was originally called George's Fat Ass until the outbreak of World War II, when a large hole was built to house army recruits. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
This is the life on an afternoon in paradise. Reach out and fondle that familiar knob with the two picture cards, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Jim Daniels. And I know Jim and I will be getting out to the Australian national titles, the 2011 national titles of our drag racing community on the weekend, Roy. It's going to be fantastic. Friday today, they've had the time trials. Racing gets underway on Saturday, Sunday.
Yep.
We've got kids free, under 12 free. And ladies are free on Sunday. Yep. Women are free on Sunday.
It's one in the eye for the Rugby World Cup, isn't it?
It is. And have we got a rugby league final on that weekend, on that Sunday as well?
I suppose we do.
Well, that's a shot across the bow of rugby league as well. It's certainly a jabbing the compass, the school compass, right in the eye of the Rugby Union World Cup, though. People getting out to see the Fuchs. Australian national titles for 2011. 300 race teams, 7,500 horsepower top fuel dragsters, 3,500 door slammers. I know you love a door slammer. It's fantastic. There'll be funny cars, nitro bikes, plus heaps more.
Any trucks? Any funny trucks?
Funny trucks. There'll be funny trucks. There'll be you'll be cacking your dacks. That's how funny the trucks are at the 2011 Nationals. Okay. It's going to be great. And obviously they'll have the rugby league up on the big screen.
Oh, do they?
I'm pretty sure they'll have it up on the big screen.
Great.
So you'll be able to keep abreast.
So it's family friendly.
It's very family friendly. Now, we were talking earlier in the show about NAD to get people interested in two aspects, just generally poker machines, but the Miss Poker Machine contest for every poker machine in Australia.
I don't know. We have more poker machines, I think, per capita than anywhere else on Earth.
Is that right?
That is right. That is a fact.
Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah. Now, I don't know how many poker machines we've got. Let's say we've got 500,000 poker machines.
Mm-hmm. Do you think some of them are unplayed?
Oh, God, I hope not. There's nothing lonelier than a poker machine that's not played. I mean, you can talk about your pub with no beer. Mm-hmm. I mean, if Slim was around, that's the song he'd be writing.
The unplayed poker.
Yeah. The pokey in the corner that nobody wanted.
How about, just as well, how about this? Obviously Miss Poker Machine, but how about adopt a pokey?
Yeah.
Get you and your mates to go down and cheer up a pokey.
Cheer up a pokey. What a lovely idea.
Put a couple of thousand through tonight.
Just a bucket up.
Now, what the clubs should do is point out the pokies, maybe mark them with a red dot.
Yes.
The pokies that are unplayed. Because you know how people get funny about a poker machine? They think they're going to win.
Some are definitely lucky.
Oh.
Are they?
A lucky machine's a good machine.
Yeah.
Imagine that imagine representing, well, that'd be the other thing, the luckiest Miss Pokey, if you know what I mean, the poker machine or the girl who represents
the luckiest poker machine in Australia. Wow.
Be fantastic.
Yes. And
Two great competitions.
Yeah, she could appear on stage with all the winners.
Of the people who'd won money. Wouldn't that be great?
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
And wouldn't this tax credit thing, that one of the listeners suggested, you could easily work out who put the most through as an outright thing.
Australian of the Year.
Obviously Australian of the Year. And then who put the most through as a percentage of their income.
Yes.
So some people would go through.
Oh, very hard for someone to say like Gina Reinhardt. She'd have to put billions through.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, she's unlikely to get involved.
Rugby league would be the richest competition in the world.
Yeah, it would.
Wouldn't it?
It would. Well, remember Gallup is very keen, that's the boss of the rugby league, to make it the biggest sport in the world.
Yeah, that's right. And I think getting mining involved.
Oh, what a great thing.
Yeah.
And it's already a ready-made investment, that chute, which just shoves the money through.
Yes.
And out it comes at the other end, straight into rugby league.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. It's such a simple and elegant arrangement, isn't it? But the unloved pokey.
Yeah.
Would the clubs let you take them home? Just to give them a weekend away from the hurly-burly of nothingness. Take them out in the back of the car for a Sunday drive.
Yeah.
Get your mates
Mercy Rule, like the saddest pokey is going to get blown up.
What?
Something like that. I don't know. It's just something to get the kids involved. Mum, Dad, this sad pokey, we've got to save it.
Yeah. What, writing petitions to the paper?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know,
You mean
Dear Premier O'Farrell, you know, Happy Jack hasn't been played in 6 months. What are you going to do about it?
A poster depicting Governor King as a deranged platypus is thought to be the first of its type printed in the colony of New South Wales. The suspected printing shop in Burke Street was razed to the ground by a regiment of soldiers under the command of the governor. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, coming to that ad I was trying to mention, it concerns Fozzie's game, the O-League.
Oh, yeah.
And...
Harry's game.
Yeah, Harry's game, and Emo's coming to play, of course. It's going to be a
Brett
whole
Everton.
yes.
God almighty, so many stars.
Stars, yeah. The energy, atmosphere, heart and soul, we're all fans, seem to be the catch cries.
What?
So,
what? No, I'm not following this.
Well, the energy, atmosphere, heart and soul.
That's the ad.
Yeah, and we're all fans. That's the end of the ad. That's the tag of the ad. It's a slogan designed to provoke and send a very direct message to by the A-League and soccer in particular to other footy codes. According to Tom Smithies.
I mean, it's not going to scare your rugby league fans. It's not your bump and thump and pick them up and dump them types.
This is our house types.
Yeah.
Now, we are football is the pithy branding that will undoubtedly antagonise some fans of the other codes. Get it? We are football, as in kicking around with your feet.
Yeah.
But it has to be explained.
No, it's just going to get up the nose of people, isn't it?
Who's
the head of it? Who's the face of it? Fozzie? That'll be the last bloody straw. Hello, I'm Fozzie. This is football. You hear that bloody remotes being hurled through windscreens, can't you? Hurled out windows.
Yeah, that's right. Now, casting aside shackles that even supporters had felt that had constrained the league's confidence in itself. Oh, Lord. The league's confidence in itself? Restraining? Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
Rescheduled competition. They bumped it back so it doesn't interfere with it. Normally it got underway about now, but they bumped it away from the AFL and the NRL finals.
Right, and put it up against cricket.
Cricket and basketball.
I mean, they're stupid.
Now, it'll be launched with an ad on free-to-air television soon as the AFL NRL finals are over.
Yeah.
Now, let's have a look here. It's believed scheduling the ad during the AFL Grand Final commercial breaks is being considered, although the cost is quite expensive.
Yes.
With the A-League season start now held back until October, soccer chiefs believe they can generate far greater interest. They will then rely on the quality of the product to persuade more fans to become repeat spectators and television viewers. There's also a deliberate policy to try and rally the estimated 2.5 million serious soccer fans in the country behind the local competition, or at least take an interest in it.
Yeah, right.
As the first steps towards converting a mass participation base into paying customers. A source close to the campaign said the choice "We Are Football" was designed with two things in mind. Now, this will be interesting. Two things in mind.
Two things, yeah.
If it generates friction elsewhere on the sporting landscape and therefore headlines and wider interest, there will be no complaints. So they're hoping to be provocative.
They don't want to antagonise people.
Well, be provocative and cause comment.
Yes, okay.
Now, Lyle Gorman, the head of the A-League, We Are Football line was seeking a unified voice for the sport. It's a call for unity and for football family to come together as one. You see this working well?
No, I can't. No, that's dead wrong. I just had something simple like, hello, we play soccer, why don't you follow us? Because you haven't been following us because you think we're too dull. Well, I'm telling you here and now, we are not dull no more.
The day after Joseph Cullen presented Governor King with a pair of bespoke iron trousers, the popular blacksmith was found hanged outside his premises in Pitt Street. The trousers were never worn and can be seen today in the Fisher Library. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Yes, now, a couple of emails concerning a story we broke last week, and that story concerned Arthur Conyngham, the only other person in the history of Australian cricket to take a wicket with his first ball, apart from Nathan Lyon, who did it relatively recently. We did suggest that this would make, the Arthur Conyngham story would make a great film.
Yes.
And some of the listeners have agreed. For instance, Matthew writes, I'm very excited at the prospect of Coningham's story being brought to celluloid. To add veracity to the story, It would be great if the racier scenes could be filmed on location in St Mary's Cathedral.
Yes.
Do you think George Pell would raise any objections to this happening? I should point out for those who didn't hear last week that Arthur Conyngham was a real character, once described, according to, I think, Peter Lalor in The Australian recently, as a person with the audacity and cunning of an ape and the modesty of a phallic symbol. So it's tricky to get that right.
It is, isn't it?
Conyngham, a Presbyterian, claimed his wife at one point was having an affair with Dennis O'Harahan and sued for divorce. O'Harahan was secretary to the Catholic Archbishop Moran and the administrator of Sydney's St Mary's Cathedral. Coningham's wife admitted she had sex with O'Harahan in various places around the church, most Friday nights. It was a different time, different sensibilities. Friday night was known as root night. You know, everybody was at it, everybody did it. People didn't bat an eyelid. Times changed.
Times have changed.
O'Harahan, remember the secretary of the Archbishop, was the father of a child. Conyngham was rescued a child from the Thames once set a fire in the outfield to keep warm while playing in England, eventually died in the Medals.
Yeah, right. Well, Pat McPherson's been in touch. Actually, he says, can you lend some credence to the rumour that the next series of Underbelly will be subtitled The Governor's Platypus? He said he's heard that Manu... Gee, we haven't thought of Manu in a couple of weeks, so we haven't forgotten you. No. Manu is being sounded out for the role of Governor King.
Wow.
He'd be a haughty and great pity Governor King wasn't French. But I suppose Manu could bring a sort of Englishness to it.
Well, we could rewrite.
Yeah, sure.
The first governor of Australia from France.
Yes. And the miniseries, he suggests, will focus on the platypus riots that did so cripple his rule, or cripple the rule of the young colony. And he says his understanding goes on is that the governor's platypus is the current frontrunner, a shortlist that also includes Underbelly, The Friday Service, The Life and Times of Arthur Conington. Gee, that'll be a show, won't it?
It certainly will.
Sit around the cathedral Friday night, ding, ding, ding.
Then you see the pages of the week flipped off the calendar. Monday,
back to
Tuesday,
Friday.
Straight away.
Ding, ding, ding. Arthur Conington. What are you doing in there, you mole? Get out of here. I'm going to bowl at you. Anyway, it can go anywhere, that one.
Now, he's also suggested Underbelly Twin Freaks with Willie Mason and Brendan Favola to play the infamous Gray twins, Ronnie and Reggie. That's a bit un-Australian. Yeah. But then Underbelly Fine and Tandy. The Ryan Tandy story is told from the point of view of John Elias. That is excellent.
That is an excellent
Fine and Tandy.
But there's no reason why, we just, with the Cray twins, who knows whether they had a holiday in Australia.
Yeah, they did. They did, sure and certain. Now, Paul writes from... He somehow he listens to us in Hong Kong via the podcast.
Oh, yes.
Very impressed with the AC story. Definitely think it has movie potential such as The Missing Two.
Oh, yes.
Hand in the Air.
Oh, yeah.
And Log on the Line.
Mm-hmm.
I was, however, disappointed for two reasons. First, there's no title, which is fair enough. That's well observed, Paul.
Yeah.
We need a hook to hang it on.
We do.
Which we'll work on.
Well, its tentative title could be First Ball.
Yes, First Ball.
Well, I don't know. Just a working title.
Yeah, working title.
Or First Baller.
Or something about...
Friday's First Ball. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
I'm struggling a bit here.
Yeah, no, I'll come back to this.
Yeah, right. Friday Night Service.
The crucial parts of Archbishop Moran and Conyngham himself were not cast. As Moran was Irish, can I suggest either Liam Neeson or Gabriel Byrne for this part?
Yes.
As Conyngham, the name that immediately leaps forward is Shane Warne.
Oh, yes.
It's good get for Shane.
That's good thinking, yes.
And Warney is obviously preparing himself for a career in front of the camera, with the new look. Yeah. As this is the only explanation I can think of for his new appearance. Yeah. He's now so thin that when fielding in the outfield, he would definitely get cold and therefore need to light a fire. Growing up in Bayside, Melbourne, Warney must have had some beach experience and possibly the bronze medallion, and that covers the rescue in the Thames. God, he's thought this through. The other benefit of Warney is that if Angelina Jolie falls through in the role of Mrs. Conyngham, he can easily bring Liz Hurley along for the I'm hoping other listeners can have creative help with the title.
Yeah. Oh, well, true. Yes.
Look, you couldn't, I'm stuck. Look, I've just got to say...
The Unholy Trinity.
Ooh. Ooh.
I mean, yeah, it might put people off. They might think it's a bit heavy.
Yeah.
I'm seeing this as a bit of a, romp.
Oh, it's a romp, all right. Yeah. It's a religious romp. It'll be our first religious romp. I think it's going to break new ground, this, when we get it up and running. People are going to be amazed how much fun being Christian is.
Lifers with communication skills. You want to get involved?
I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au.
Roy, it was suggested before the...
Oh, look, I should point out with the emails, actually, if people want to get in touch with us, what do? It's just email us. There'd be some address, one imagines.
I can tell you exactly. Here you go. You get on thelife@triplem.com.au.
Yeah, right.
But I'd rather... I think you should have stuck with there'd be some address. One imagines. That's even better. We should have some address, one imagines, at triplem.com.au. Now, the only other thing about the emails, there are some really good ones this week.
There are.
Now, there was just one thing I thought of here. The governor's platypus.
Oh, yes.
Do you think we could turn that into a euphemism for something? Like the flute pointing north. Seldom seen. Mm-hmm. Platypus deniers. All that sort of stuff. It's just an idea in work in progress.
Yeah. I don't mind that.
Now,
I don't mind that. Now, Bruce has been in touch. He says he draws our attention to an article suggesting a research team has found that whipping racehorses doesn't increase their chance of a top 3 finish.
Right. How's the research work?
Oh, well, I don't know. It just sounds like rubbish to me. And as does the emailer, that is Bruce Denson. He says it's typical mamby-pamby stuff. Why did they get a bunch of people from a university to do this study when the AJC would have done the same thing and come up with a better result? He says, I love a kilo of horse mince just falling across the finishing line. I've heard nothing from our Bib or Coates. I hope no politicians attended this lefty show when this was released, this report, which does sound left, doesn't it? They're suggesting that horses shouldn't be whipped.
Or even worse, green.
Oh, Lord, don't start me.
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on poll, HG?
Well, Jim, it's a terrific prize anchored by Politically Incorrect, a volume of, or a CD. A CD featuring 20 tracks from various artists, including Robin Williams and Eddie Murphy, plus Great Australian Football Stories. Oh. It's not so much stories as a sort of, a book about things to do with footy.
All right. Is it as good as, say, Fatty and Chook laughing at League?
Very similar.
Okay.
For instance, it's got club songs in here.
Oh, that's good.
It's got occupations of...
various players?
Various players, nicknames.
Isn't that good?
Speeches of various players. For instance, there's a song here, Echuca South Club song.
Mm-hmm.
We are the Swans from Echuca South. Football's the game, there's no messing about. To win every game, that's our dream. We're the Echuca South football team.
Isn't that wonderful?
We are the roughest, toughest guys you've ever seen.
Yes.
That's what it takes to make a footy team, side by side for the premiership. Be bold.
Yes.
That is Echuca South's football
code.
Not bad goal. Calm the Swans. So you get things like that.
Yeah. Isn't that wonderful? I mean, God, people say we don't have poets in this country. Well, we do. We do. We have our own distinct style, don't we?
We certainly do.
Rhyming couplets, that's what we specialise in.
And
it always works.
It always works. Except in things where people go a bit ambient.
Mm-hmm. Like, I hate those.
Yeah, well, you would. Understandable, because it's hard for people to get their head around and remember it.
Yeah.
But have a look. Listen to this one.
Right.
Well, you work to earn a living.
You've lost me already.
Yeah, see? But on weekends comes the time.
Mm-hmm.
You can do whatever turns you on, get out and clear your mind.
Yeah, well, that's a rhyming couplet.
Me, I like football, but there's a lot of things around.
This is Brady.
Exactly.
This is up there, Kazali.
Well done. when you line them up together, the footy wins hands down.
Drum roll.
The master.
Then you go into the chorus.
You do.
Oh, I love that. It's stirring.
I know, it's footy.
You know, if it didn't give me gastric every time, I might enjoy it.
So you got the Australian Footy Stories Ken Piece collection. And then we've got a lovely toolbox. This is not to be confused with anything we do in Tool Week, from King G. And in it, when you open it up, if I can only do the lot.
It's a brilliant idea.
Yeah. You get a T-shirt and a pair of trousers. So it's a navy T-shirt.
Yeah, and the toolbox functional, fully functional. I mean, you could put a lot of tools in there, HG, couldn't you?
You could put a hammer and a spirit level, a small spirit level, and you could put your politically incorrect CD in there, and probably your footy book as well.
Yeah, and maybe your lunch if you were having, say, cut sandwiches.
Cut sandwiches or even a cold pie.
Maybe Devon and tomato sauce sandwiches.
Well, brilliant suggestion, Roy. People say it's easy. It's not to get that right, too.
Yeah.
Devon and tomato sandwiches.
Well, so how thick you cut your Devon, isn't it?
Exactly.
What it comes down to.
Do you have sauce on it?
My word.
Fair enough. Okay. What do you think I am, un-Australian? This prize for all comers who can answer the following question.
What was Friday night known as in Arthur Connington's day?
Who are we talking to?
Pete from Saratoga. How are you there, Pete?
Good, Roy. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed, mate. Now, are you worried about how the Tigers are going to go tonight?
Quietly confident, Roy, quietly confident.
Yes, I am too.
Yes, I think we're looking pretty good, mate.
I think they're looking very good. Well, let's face it, the St George team, well, they've got Gaz and the rest of the dickheads.
Exactly right. Exactly right, mate.
You know,
exactly
I don't want to be too unkind here.
No, but you know, you've got to...
Yeah, which St George player gets up your nose the most, Pete?
Probably, I'd say, Darius Boyd. Just
Darius
name.
Boyd. Yeah, right.
Now, Pete, are you on your way to the match at the moment?
No, I'm not, unfortunately. HG, I'll be watching it at home, mate, yeah. So.
And are you on your way home?
Yes, I am, yes.
And how's the traffic moving?
Mate, pretty good at the moment, not too bad.
Sure.
Yeah,
really good.
Now, you're doing a bit of renovation on your place, I'm led to believe, Pete. Now, any jobs for this weekend?
Mate, a bit of painting and a bit of flooring, mate, yes, for this weekend, yeah.
Now, are you using oil-based paint or an acrylic?
An acrylic, mate.
Is this outdoors or indoors?
Indoors, Roy.
Yeah, good. A matte finish or...?
You matte finish in some parts, mate, gloss in other parts.
Gloss, very good.
Yeah.
What, a bit of gloss trim?
Very much so on the trim, mate.
Yeah.
Good.
And starting tomorrow at about 8 o'clock and finishing Sunday about 5:05, that sort of plan?
Well, yes, yeah. No,
We've got a couple of rooms to do, in other words.
A couple of rooms to do, mate, yes.
Yeah. Now, you'd have to factor in a longer drying time because it's going to be a bit wet and cold over the weekend, Pete.
Well, yeah, we've got the flooring on standby, mate. If that's the case.
Good thinking.
So, yes.
Okay. Now with the flooring, what are you setting down? Say pine boards.
Yeah, filling up, mate. Yeah, putting down some floating flooring. I think yes, tomorrow. So
okay.
And are these jobs you've done before, Peter, or are you going to just
no?
Fair enough.
Yeah, good.
But you've got a book that explains how to do these things, and off you go.
I have read a couple of books on it, mate. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that sounds like a terrific weekend you've got.
Yes.
And once you get the big match out of the road tonight, will you keep an eye on the other rugby league matches over the weekend?
Yeah, definitely.
What, just sort of,
to see how we, how we got to pull up, next week. Or
I understand.
Plan, get the strategy and plan for the next game, mate. Yeah.
Would you be thinking, should the cards turn out the right way, you'd be going to one of the games over the next 3 weeks?
I'd like to. Yes, definitely. Yeah,
that's good.
Well, I suppose if the Tigers get into the grand final, you'd be tempted to.
I'd be very tempted. Very tempted.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Pete,
that's all good, mate. Yeah.
Yeah. Let Pete, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, what was Friday night known as in Arthur Connington's day?
Root night.
That's absolutely correct, Pete. So you get the CD of songs, you get the book, the AFL book, sort of the compendium to the AFL, and you get this wonderful toolbox. It sounds as though it'll come in handy for you with the trousers and the T-shirt inside it. Good luck on the weekend. Good luck with the Tigers, and thanks very much, Pete, for being part of the life on Triple M.
This is The Life, with familiar heads up front, holding a perfect flush. And home is just around the corner.
Gotta get that girl on the love train.
It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Thanks very much, Jim. Now, earlier this afternoon we were talking about promoting football, as in soccer.
Yeah, soccer.
Now, this one caught my eye, but I didn't get a chance to talk to you about it, Roy, because it was just almost too fantastic.
Yep.
There was a fantastic promotion recently at the match between the Bulldogs and the Canberra Raiders.
Yeah.
I think it was the last match that a couple of legends, Alan Tongue and Andrew Ryan, Bobcat Ryan, went out, put on the boot shit. Everybody was emotional.
Yeah.
You know, Carlos thought, who wrote us an email about it, thought there was no need for an extra incentive to get bums on seats.
Oh, no, that sells itself. That would have been a sellout.
But the Bulldogs thought differently. Mm-hmm. This is the way they promoted the final round of 2011.
Yep.
The Bulldogs' final round home game doubles as a farewell for retiring captain Andrew Ryan and will take on a Star Wars theme to promote the release of Star Wars, ... the complete saga on Blu-ray.
Now, hang on. What a brilliant idea.
I know.
I'd never associated the Raiders or the Bulldogs with Star Wars.
No, Return of...
But now you mention it.
It's a natural fit, isn't it?
Got it.
Especially the Bulldogs.
Yes.
You know, now, there will be a meet and greet with characters from the film, and they will form a guard of honour for the team. Darth Vader has sent a special video message to all Bulldogs that will be played before kick-off.
Wow.
Is Darth Vader the one that talks like this?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So I have to
Wow.
Go, you bullies. Suppose that's what the message would be. Now, such a marketing masterstroke serves two purposes, according to Carla. A cash injection into the club and rugby league,
yes,
and ensuring Andrew Ryan will always be remembered in his last NRL game. Who could ever forget running onto the field between an honour guard formed by lightsaber-wielding stormtroopers after receiving a special motivational message from Darth Vader in the dressing rooms and being cheered on by 15 Princess Leilas on the sideline?
I'll be buggered. I mean, rugby league, take a bow.
I know. It did get,
I mean...
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yes. Who's doing tonight's fixture? The Titanic? Are they supporting the...
I suppose so. The Dragons and the Tigers.
Yeah.
Well, the battle of the films. Now, she says here, look, it did get me thinking about other movie / tie-ins that could be used to raise money once the pokies have drained the remaining cash from the fans. She's thought through. I think players and coaches should get their own specific sponsors, e.g. if Todd Carney ever gets back in the NRL, The Hangover would be a great fit. Even better, he can coincide his return to the NRL after each suspension with the latest Hangover instalment. Number 3 is in production. So it would be perfect timing if he were to return next year.
Yes.
Sonny Bill, $1 Million Baby, Glenn Stewart, Rocky Balboa, and on it goes. It's an untapped revenue stream crying out for exploitation.
It is,
certainly is, Carla.
Yes.
Isn't that great? But I wouldn't want it to be abused.
Oh, well,
because you can see we're still talking about the night, you know, Andrew.
Yes.
You know.
How successful was it, actually? I mean, I wanted to go, but couldn't be there.
Yeah, obviously other commitments.
Other commitments, yeah.
I think...
sellout, wasn't it? It was. With that sort of promotion.
Unbelievable promotion. And I'm just wondering how the complete saga on Blu-ray selling as well, because that'd be a real thing. It's easy to see rugby league people think, oh, you beauties, Darth Vader in the rooms and all that sort of stuff. There's some terrific images of it in the newspaper at the time.
Yeah.
But then the Blu-ray knock-on sales, that's where I think it could come unstuck. Because let's face it, I don't think every rugby league fan has a Blu-ray system. I might be wrong about that.
I don't know. I don't know.
So it's a bit,
and did the original cast come out HD? They would.
Yeah.
What, Carrie Fisher
and you know, what's his name? The bloke with the carpenter. Carpenter, you know, what's his name?
Yeah.
Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford.
He was here and...
Isn't that incredible?
Popular governor Lachlan Macquarie was said to spend up to 16 hours a day in the nude. Thus the title, Macquarie the Sunburnt, before becoming Macquarie the Builder. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
And listen, sorry about some of the pronunciations in our wrap-up of the Bulldogs v...
the Star Wars business. With Dirk Vidder. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I did say that. Look, I can only apologise, but can I just be quite frank here?
Yeah.
I don't think a lot about...
Star Wars.
No,
I don't either.
I mean, I'd love to be able to say I do.
Yeah.
But I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know why you know, The Empire Strikes Back, you know, all that stuff, which is fabulous. I don't know why it hasn't lingered with me longer.
Yeah.
Still, that's...
the question you got to ask yourself. What do you think of more, Star Wars or the Bulldogs? good question, though, isn't it?
That is. Would that be our talkback topic?
What? Do people think of the Bulldogs more than Star Wars? Do people think of the Bulldogs, the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs, more than Star Wars? Well, I don't know. 133353. If there's anyone there, we'll bloody take that. You know, that'd be fascinating to know what people think.
And
you know, well, we got Graham from Canterbury. He'd know. Well, Graham. Yes. Lex from Parramatta.
Yes.
Right. Ian of Bexley.
Yep.
Colin of Petersham.
Yeah.
Now, who's this? Is it Cherie from Cremorne or is it Selwyn from Newtown?
Yes.
Cherie, good on you. Selwyn?
Yep.
Yep. And Sandra from Avalon?
No.
Well, she wouldn't know, would she?
The colony's first athletics meet was held by the banks of the Parramatta River in September of 1804 and was dominated by Mole Driscoll, alias Mole, who won the 110-yard sprint, the 220-yard sprint, the pole vault, the long jump and the triple jump. Driscoll's time of 13 seconds for the 110-yard sprint was not bettered for 160 years. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Greg from Holsworthy, actually, went to the game, the Star Wars Spectacular, said it was fantastic.
Bet you saw it from a Bulldog perspective, though.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And then we had George ring in saying he only thinks about Star Wars.
More than the dogs, yeah.
Yeah, but he might be a Manly fan.
Yeah.
Because Manly
He
Bulldogs.
comes with prejudice.
He does, with baggage.
Baggage, yeah.
And then we've got Katrina thinks the Bulldogs will, obviously.
Yeah.
No surprises there.
Well, that'd be a fascinating thing to run across the whole of Australia, wouldn't it? To see if Star Wars penetrates as much as the Bulldogs.
Well, look,
I don't think they do. I think the Bulldogs penetrate more than Star Wars.
Can I ask the Telegraph?
I tell you what, a couple of those great Bulldogs game when they were the entertainers on Blu-ray.
That'd be fantastic.
Wouldn't that be great?
Great gift for Father's Day.
Yeah.
Especially if you're, say, a Wests fan. Now, look, that should be a question including the fan survey each year.
Yeah.
You know, do you like the Star Wars people more than the Bulldogs? I think it'd be an excellent question. Speaking of that survey, look, one of the big grievances to come out of it, again, no surprises here, according to Glenn Ritchie in the Telegraph, you know, people love their footy, but they're irate at the price of food at inside NRL grounds. Of the 16,000 respondents, nearly half said excessive food prices was the most unreasonable cost associated with footy, apart from buying Star Wars merchandise.
Yep.
Executive ticket prices were next, followed by supporter gear and then drinks.
Yeah, right.
Now, let's say 16,000 polled. All these categories got healthy respondents. For some years now, fans have expressed their disappointment at paying top dollar for a humble pie, hot dog and a beer. You can knock off $150 easily at the footy by the time you park, get your seat, buy some food for the kids, one supporter said. Some of the food prices are just outrageous to the point of being obscene.
Obscene, yeah.
As a family, we love the NRL, but the prices mean we just can't get there every weekend.
Yeah.
We have to pick and choose when we can go.
Are you allowed to take your own food these days, HG? Can you take your own
esky
and
beer
or a thermos with, say, a nice bit of cauliflower soup or something like that, and a nice bun?
Hang on. Let me back you up there. Beep, 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 beep. Cauliflower soup, and the word nice. No.
Well, all right. It doesn't have to be cauliflower. You might have a nice minestrone.
Yeah, fair enough. Excellent idea.
Yeah.
Look, from my understanding...
Or you might like a pie cold. You might have a couple in your fridge at home. You think...
Or you put them in a thermo pack.
Yes.
Sort of thing. Now, look, as I understand it, you're fairly...
You're discouraged, aren't you?
Discouraged, very good word. Yeah. Discouraged. People poke around in your bag, in your cool bag, or in your...
Put their dirty hands all over your...
food and open things
up. Stick their finger into your
pie. Exactly. You know, and you look at the fingernail and you think, where's that been? And in it goes. You know, and
it's a turn-off. Suddenly the hot dog at $108 is looking pretty good.
On this day in 1804, Governor King decreed that all magpie birds be ignored. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Yes. Now, obviously there's a bit of a battle for hearts and minds in rugby league, given that the GWS, the Skoda-powered GWS AFL side's coming on.
Yeah.
Stream next year. But on Sunday, September the 25th, Phil Gould let me know that in conjunction with OzTag Australia, the Penrith Panthers will hold a giant gala day to launch a new recreational form of rugby league.
What a great idea. A new recreational form of rugby league.
Yeah.
Wow. How does this work? Are there any insights, or is it going to be revealed on the day?
No, this new game called Super Tag has been modelled on the popular OzTag game.
Okay, yeah.
Now, it's a full-field game of tag football that can be played by women, girls, men and boys of all ages. It's an alternative winter sport for those who don't wish to engage in tackle football.
Uh-huh.
I urge all, this is Phil Gould's column, I urge all junior league officials, community groups, corporate sponsors, poker machine owners and government officials to come along and view the action so they fully comprehend the potential of this wonderful initiative. We'll stage competitions for boys and girls in 3 age groups on the gala day, under 12s, under 14s, under 16s. Teams will be nominated from the Central Coast, Sutherland Shire and junior leagues of Western Sydney. The games will be played at Centrebet Stadium and several surrounding grounds.
Yes.
All the finals will be played on the main arena with prizes for the winning team. This is an exhibition day to highlight one of the most important strategies for engaging fans of all ages in Western Sydney and making the Panthers and Rugby League a part of their healthy lifestyle for life. Now, one thing that worries me here is 12, 14 and 16. That's great.
Yeah, that is great.
That is great. That's young. But what about your 60s, 70s? Or 60s, 65, 70s, 75, 80s, 85s. They're the people who are sitting around bludgeoning on their asses, doing nothing, not being productive in any way.
That's right.
If they were playing Super Tag on the weekend, they'd be driving trucks during the week, they'd be pushing this country forward with manufacturing, they'd be having their poker machine, top up out the front, they'd be monitoring the gardens, they'd be doing lots of things. Because activity is life. For your seniors.
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed that there doesn't appear to be anything in this for the seniors.
No, there doesn't. Has the Productivity Commission looked at this, HG? Because they're the people who want to get on board to give rugby league a good poke with a stick, to extend the envelope of... And it's terribly ageist, isn't it?
It is ageist. It's amazing that Phil Gould, who's not young himself, I don't think he'd mind me saying that, has overlooked people of his age.
I want any Australian who feels they'd like to run out and pass a ball and get involved, to be able to have the opportunity to do so. And I thought that's what this gala day was about. People who have a little bit of rugby league spark still in their hearts. Doesn't matter how old you are, as long as you're willing.
Exactly. Beautifully put, Roy. There are people there who see Benji Marshall and think, bloody hell, I could do that. Sure, not quite as quickly as he can do it, but I can run, I can show the ball, I can point, I can hold the ball up, I can go in one direction, sure, very slowly, and I may not get tagged all the time, but I want to do it. Now, OzTag has stayed away from winter timetables to avoid pulling players away from junior league clubs. That's very sensible. Because this is a whole...
That's a common sense solution. Yeah.
Gouldy. I see this as a great way to encourage or engage those people who don't know a lot about rugby league and are simply looking for a recreational sport. Well, who isn't in this day and age?
Yeah, dead right.
This is especially important due to the multicultural diversification in Western Sydney. Over 600,000 people in Western Sydney are from all overseas. I can also see Super Tag attracting kids who play football, as in soccer, rugby, netball, softball and other sports like lacrosse and darts, and who have sat at home just using their remote. They may play other sports, but they follow an NRL team. Super Tag can give them an involvement with a form of rugby league.
Yes.
Super Tag will boast, wait for it, colourful 3/4-length sleeve uniforms. That's so important in getting kids involved.
Yes.
Let me repeat, Mum and Dad. Super Tag will boast colourful 3/4-length sleeve uniforms in bright team colours.
Oh, I like that.
None of your beige rubbish or your greys or your Coachwood and Myrtle gear. None of that.
No, bright colours.
Orange.
Yes.
Blue.
Red.
Thanks.
Good.
There will be a special gloves to make ball handling and tackling or tagging much easier. I don't like that, though. What's wrong with hands?
Yeah, sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Special gloves?
Yeah, well, let's see if it works or not.
Okay.
Just be open-minded. But I tell you what, I don't know why, they're not at Mascot Airport, at the international bloody terminal.
Signing people up.
As people come in, present them with some gloves and a bright uniform. And give them the details and say, well, you're here for a holiday, you're looking for something recreational, what about Super Tag?
It looks great. Super Tag has all the league skills of passing, kicking and shots at goal. The game is overseen by qualified referees.
Good, I like that. Well, no, well, give it a go.
Open-minded. Yeah, give it a go. Wait till it buggers up and then I'll complain.
Yep.
And competitions are monitored by experienced officials. Not sure who they'd be.
Okay.
Bill Harrigan.
Can you watch it from your car?
You certainly can.
Good.
I think people will be encouraged to watch from their cars.
Good.
And participate when tries are scored.
Oh.
Thanks very much, Roy.
Good.
Now, we move on. The Panthers see Supertag and Oztag as great solutions to a number of the issues the game faces. It also helps tackle worthy causes such as sports participation, healthy lifestyles, child obesity, diabetes, and fosters community spirit. Some kids don't like playing tackle football. Tag football is the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you see a role? Can I ask you whether you see a role in all of this for Healthy Harold and Sick Cyril?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Do you think they could become mascots?
Yes.
Or somehow ambassadors for Supertag? Yeah. So as when they're asked to go to a school, say Russell Vale Primary School, they go along there and say, kids, we're here with a healthy, eat well, stay well, play well message, and remember, Supertag.
Yes, not a bad idea. Wouldn't it be great, actually, if somehow we could get all of the poker machine girls, the poker machine princesses, to be
Supertag ambassadors?
Yeah, Supertag ambassadors as well.
And wouldn't it be great if we could open this up through the TAB for betting?
Yes.
I mean, that's what we need to do, to make sure it's got a solid foundation in the society, plugging roots into the society and drawing income.
Yep.
Now, Supertag provides safe, fun way to stay involved in rugby league. There's no need for, this is the great part about it, there's no need for midweek training sessions. In fact, there's no need for training.
Right, good.
It's stress-free, low maintenance, time convenience, social interaction for people of all backgrounds. Now, Gouldy's kids play Oztag, mums play Oztag, his sons play in a mixed team. They love it. Once they try Supertag, I'm sure they'll love it too. That is your lumps on the couch at the moment. They can play the game for as many years and feel as young at heart.
Well, hang on. This stage, once you turn 17, you're out.
I know. It's just that blue sky end of it.
Yeah.
Bit lost in the planning.
Yeah.
What I'd love to see is the first match. I reckon the first match should be 60s
versus the under-14s.
I reckon exactly right. To show that it is possible at all ages.
Yes. Yeah, and kids love making old people look really stupid.
Yeah, it would be a demonstration course.
Yeah, sure.
No part of it.
Yeah.
You know, there'll be elite levels of the game, including representative competition at district, state and national levels.
What about international?
Well, that's obviously national level means you're in the Australian team. Who do you play?
Yeah.
What, New Zealand? Or Tasmania, I suppose. You beat them.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Who are you going to play?
PNG?
PNG, or maybe Hollywood, the Star Wars team or something. I don't know.
Well, I can't see why international competitions won't emerge in this sport. This is Gouldy. Supertag answers the problems of rugby league at both junior and senior levels, becoming too much of a power game dominated by big boys who tuck the ball under their arm and stomp over smaller kids. Oh, that's old. I'll be horse. This game develops speed, agility, passing and awareness, and the smaller kids really get a chance to enjoy their rugby league experience rather than being intimidated. Also teach the bigger boys there is more to football than merely collision and wrestle. Anyway, you get the idea.
Yeah.
So, Mark, September the 25th at Centrebet Stadium. God, they've got to have betting involved in it, surely, somewhere.
This is at Penrith, isn't it?
You can inquire, A number of NRL stars will be there, checking out the action, interacting with the kids. It'll be great fun, and a special visit from Healthy Harold and Sick Cyril will be there as well.
Yeah, right. No, well, that's all good. You know, that ticks a lot of boxes. But what about those who do like a little bit of tackling and hit-ups and dumping people? And what do they do in the off-season? How do we satisfy that need? You know, and I think that's a serious need. You know, I don't want to see rugby league in summertime go underground.
Into car parks?
Yeah.
Look, your theory is, of course, is that if most rugby league players didn't have rugby league, they'd be in jail.
Yes.
Now, that's the area that we've got to get right now. This sounds great for kids who don't want to do anything much except want to, swan about and with the gloves on and the bright 3/4 length sleeve shirts.
Yeah, but this other game we're talking about though, this tackling game, the ball may not be used. We may not need a ball. Who cares about handling? This is all about tackling. Isn't it? Some sort of your uniforms could be just hoodies or something.
Well, I'd put the ball in there just as a way of distinguishing who can be tackled and how hard and when.
Yeah, right.
I mean, obviously the bloke with the ball, you can really hit him.
Yeah.
See, though, this appears to me that the subtext here is that not everybody wants to play, you know.
Oh, I accept that.
Oh, yeah, but...
I accept that.
Surely society's got to move in a way that enables people to play at the highest level, you know.
Yeah.
The real game.
Yeah. Well, I just don't hope... I hope that, you know, if people do play Super Tag, and they, let's say they're great at it, you know, let's say they're, you know, take world beaters, don't pretend to me this is rugby league.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, Jim, it's exactly the same as the first hour. A terrific prize.
Yeah.
You've got your politically incorrect CD for the car. You've got your King G toolbox, and inside a shirt and a pair of pants. I think
it's a one-size-fit-all, HG?
One-size-fits-all, yeah. It's large T-shirt and largish pants, without knowing exactly too much about that. Now, and then we've got the Great Australian Football Stories, which is a sort of, I think the term was a miscellany, you know, a mixture of bits of quotes and newspaper headlines and who put up the first
sort of football almanac.
Exactly, yes, without being any...
without being date-specific.
Yeah, good on you, well done. Footy lingo.
Yeah.
Well, we've got Captain Blood, Jack Dyer.
Oh, yes.
Dapper Don.
Well, he had that wonderful column called Diarrhea. Didn't he?
And there are quotes from
Diarrhea.
Yeah, Diarrhea or Jack Dyer in here. Yeah. Things he used to say on 3KZ.
Ah, yes.
I don't know if I can dial that up quickly enough.
Yeah.
But, you know, he was...
stuff like don't eat your own guts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Here's one or two. I wouldn't watch Collingwood on black and white TV.
Yeah, well, it's just funny.
It is. I'm not going to say anything in case I say something.
Yep.
If you don't mind, umpire, please.
Yes.
Although I don't think you said please quite in that way.
No. Well, they're bon mots, aren't they?
They are.
I mean, you think of Oscar Wilde, don't you?
He was the Oscar Wilde of footy. So it's a hell of a prize. The CD, the book, and the toolbox for some lucky listener or comers who can answer the following question.
How much did the hot dog cost at the rugby league?
And who are we talking to?
Ben of Arimba. How are you there, Ben?
Fantastic, boys. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Now, are you going to get home in time to see kick-off?
I'm planning on.
Yeah.
What's your traffic like there, Ben?
Not quite sure. Currently pulled over at the moment. Traffic flow seems all right, but I don't know what the freeway holds.
You've got to get on how far have you got to get to Arimba? How long will it take you?
Probably a 35-minute drive once I'm on the freeway.
Okay, fair enough. So if we hold you up for 5 minutes, you'll just make it.
Yeah, you'll just make it 35 minutes.
Have you got somebody warming the setup at home?
Hopefully my roommate is.
Yeah,
right.
Good. And what about dinner? Are you going to pick up something on your way through or what?
I've left him in charge of all of that.
Excellent. Is he a reliable sort of person, Ben?
We'll find out, won't we?
Yeah, we certainly will.
He's not a St George supporter, is he, Ben?
No, I don't know who he supports. Actually, he doesn't tell me. I think he keeps it to himself. I think he's one of these whoever's winning, I'll support type people.
Oh, well, he's in for a good night tonight with the Tigers then. Now, look, you obviously haven't set this task for him before.
No. Not for such a big occasion.
No, fair enough.
Right.
And
so he's never done this before. He doesn't know how to. Does he know how to turn the television on? Does he know how to buddy rustle up some grub?
Well, hopefully he knows how to use a phone and call Domino's. But we've also got one of those big projector screens, so hopefully he has remembered how I showed him.
Right, hang on. This has got disaster written all over it. I mean, why did you go for the big projector screen? To see the action in more detail?
Bigger picture is always good, isn't it?
Yeah. But is there a routine? I mean, you got to pull the screen down or anything? Is there stuff he's got to do?
Nah, it's pretty simple. 2 or 3 buttons, that's it. Up she comes.
Good.
Just make sure he remembers what order.
Is this the first time you've watched the footy on the big screen, or he's seen you do this before?
No, he hasn't been around. He moved in after Origin, so
right.
Origin on the big screen was good.
You know, when you talk about Origin, does he seem to understand 2 teams, you know, Blues, Maroons, Queensland, New South Wales, Sticky and Mal? Does he get all of that?
I don't think he's into the whole in-depth stuff, but
right.
I'm sure...
Where's he from? He's not from overseas, is he, Ben?
Oh, he's from the Central Coast like me,
Yes.
but he's a bit more
What, he done for...
laid back.
Laid back.
What, he's been living in a parallel universe, has he been?
Who knows? He acts like it sometimes.
He'd be interested in Super Tag.
Oh, I'd say he probably would.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Now, how's the soccer team going this year or in this season?
We come second after the regular season, only losing one game.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got our big semi-final on tomorrow, which we're hopefully going to win and play the grand final next weekend.
Is this a major semi?
It is a major.
So you're playing the top team?
Well, actually, we're playing fourth place.
Yeah,
Right.
2 versus 4, first versus third.
Yeah, I know, but you just said you lost one match, so I assume that one team, the team on top, beat you.
Yes, they're the ones who beat us throughout the regular year.
Right, fair enough.
So they went through undefeated?
No, they actually lost to a couple of other teams, but we had a couple of draws.
Oh, okay.
Okay, fair enough.
Right.
And
Now, is your mate involved in this, the bloke who's going to be getting the screen sorted?
Yeah, no, he plays. He's one of my midfielders.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Does he understand anything about football in that regard?
I don't know. He looks a bit unco when he runs, and I don't think he knows what he's doing half the time, but he does it all right.
Okay, good.
Okay, good.
And are you expecting to have to rev the team up tomorrow, say at half time? And if so, what would the theme be of the,
Oh, I don't know. I might try and give him one of those big Gus Gould motivational speeches he does before an Origin match.
Yeah,
Excellent. What a good idea. I'm sure you can get them on YouTube and copy them down word for word. Okay, Ben, let Roy set out the question, have a swing at it.
Now, Ben, how much did the hot dog cost at the rugby league?
$108.
Be a hell of a hot dog, wouldn't it, Ben?
Or have to be at least a foot long, wouldn't it?
It
Maybe
would.
two.
It would. Now, you've got the AFL book, you've got the politically incorrect CD, and you've got the King G toolbox with the pants and shirt inside it. Ben, have a great night tonight. I hope it all works out okay. And the video's on or the TV's on when you get home. Maybe he could record the match for you in case you're late so you can watch the first 5 minutes again and watch it from there, not knowing the score. Anyway, have a great night and thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M. That takes us away on the Life for another week, Roy. It's been a tremendous triumph of, success, really. A triumph of success, if I can put it that way here.
Yes.
Over insurmountable odds.
I know. It was so difficult getting the show on today.
I don't know quite
why.
what happened. No.
There were just impediments everywhere. Left, right and centre. Speed humps everywhere.
And management gave us a scratch and match lottery ticket.
I know, no one won anything.
No, and I just didn't know whether that was some sort of weird G-up.
Yeah, I know.
You know what they're like.
I do know what they're like.
And Anna, again, tremendous on the phone.
Well, she was the only one who really helped today, didn't she?
She did.
No one else did.
No, and honestly, her phone now, she gives terrific phone, and she handles all those talkback callers. I mean, you said a challenging topic.
Yes.
Do you prefer the Bulldogs or,
Star Wars? Do you think more of the Star Wars than the Bulldogs? Yeah, great talkback topic.
And didn't we get a great response
We got a tremendous response, very quickly, and very efficiency.
And if you missed it, it's part of the download you can get.
It would be.
Obviously, go to the site.
Yep.
Anyway, and Garfield, who's loving the weather again.
Yes.
And his foot's almost fixed. He told me off air he tried to run for a train but couldn't. And I thought, hello, we're in trouble again. If you can't run for a train, what use is to sitting down there pressing buttons? And, Skip Chairman Mao, he's going to Tasmania for the weekend.
Yep.
He's got some mystery wedding reception to go to.
And the wedding ceremony itself, not only the reception.
Well, I'm not worried about that.
He's going to be trapped on a boat for hours.
I know, in Tasmania.
Holy dooly. And we thought we had impediments today.
I know, it's just a problem. Well, that seems to have hung over us dramatically today. The trip to Tasmania.
It's been a pull, hasn't it?
Has. He hadn't been able to think of anything else. How can I get out of it? Was his main thought.
I know.
Anyway, that's the Life. We hope to be in better shape next week for the second round of the Rugby League and AFL finals. See you then. Bye now.
There it is, Lifers. Home again in paradise.
Get back, girl, on the love train.
Switch off the motor. Don't leave any valuables in the car. And keep the dial glued to Triple M. Ladies and gentlemen, Boys and girls, people with cars, tyre fitters and other dreamers. Welcome to another well-tuned afternoon in paradise. Stay with us for the next 3 hours as Triple M runs you home to that little nook where your key fits a friendly hole. Reach out and touch a familiar knob on the shortcut to that wedge of wonder you call home. This is the life.
Gotta get that girl on the love train.
With the big two up front in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slavin, and riding shotgun, the ace up the sleeve, H.G. Nelson. HG?
Yes, thanks very much indeed. Gentleman Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim has dedicated today's reads to Sherry Lee Biggs, who blew them away with a top 10 finish coming from behind in the Miss Universe Caper midweek. Look, I think the Westerners, the plucky Aussie good sort from Western Australia was robbed. I believe I think it was, I'm going to struggle here to work out, remember who won, but be that as it may, the plucky Aussie good sort was robbed. She didn't get a fourth like Finchy, but a creditable top 10 finish from Sherry Lee, who put in, I believe, 115%. It was tremendous. It was tremendous. And can I say, just mentioning, obviously, Finchy, Rachel Finch has now become the official face of Floriade, the ambassador of Floriade in the nation's. This is the nation's premier flower festival. It's a very tight fit between a good sort and a bunch of tulips. It's a terrific get for the Floriade people. She said on arrival in Canberra, it's such a beautiful event, not just for Canberra, but for all of Australia, because it brings so many people together. Isn't that true about Floriade? Bringing people together, so many Australians together in Canberra at the moment. It's just great. With Finchy there, I believe it, well, let's face it, it's now our premier festival. You can have your Tunarama in Port Lincoln if you like, but Floriade's way above that. Your Summer Nat's obviously another Canberra event, a bit Canberra-centric, the show so far, but be that as it may, I've got Floriade ahead, then the Tunarama Festival in Port Lincoln, then Summer Nats. That's me big top 3 Australian festivals in a nutshell. Congratulations to the organisers. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on a Friday afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. What a week! An incredible week. Best week of 2011. This is our annual Walk to Work special, by the way. A lot of people wonder what we've done this week. Well, it's been walking to work every day. It's our special. This is our biggest show, traditionally speaking, outside Tool Week. So it's a big one, and thanks for joining us. And how about those ratings for Triple M in Sydney? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, we've worked hard to get a lot more people listening to the M's, and it's paying off. Whatever we're doing is great. Congratulations to everybody who is listening. Rugby League, and David Gallop walks into the Lions' Den when he visits the Melbourne Storm with the JJ Giltinan shield and the boot. After the booze died away and the traditional bearing of fangs, Gallop, the Rugby League Supremo, was moved to make some timely but unfortunate comments about the Purple Haze to Dr. Turf on Croc Media, which is a northern Queensland, if my memory serves me correctly, radio station, which then caught the attention of the world. Unfortunate, poorly timed, September the 11th, all that sort of stuff. Rugby Union, and can I say, as a close observer of the Canadian side for many years, ever since the great Ken Naggs packed down for the Maple Leafs, how excited I was when the boys racked up a runaway victory against the Pacific powerhouse Tonga midweek. It was a runaway victory. Tune 25-20. 25-20. Canadian Maple Leafs have arrived on the world stage. Minnows no more. Leave Namibia and Georgia for the Minnows. Step up to the top table, Canada. And Brand O'Connor returns for the Wallabies as they face their moment of truth against Ireland tomorrow night. Remember, James O'Connor was the youngster who needed a wake-up call to remind him about the wake-up call a few weeks back. Football, and the Matildas dip out against on Olympic qualification for London 2012. Meanwhile, Ryan Giggs, I understand, becomes the oldest man in football to score. And Four Corners lifts the lid on what went wrong with our World Cup bid in Qatar. And Russia got the nod over us. Oh, they played us as a team of out-of-town suckers, didn't they? When you see it up close in all its glory, Lowy and that lot didn't stand a chance against the might of Russia when it came to getting at the top table and cutting a deal. One vote, 45 million. They're figures that'll haunt us forever. AFL and the Sydney Swans travel to Melbourne to take on the Wee and the Pooh of Hawthorn in the semis tonight. And the Battle of the Birds is Adam Goods' 300th game for the Bloodstained. Goodsy's still a marvel. I'm not quite sure how old Goodsy is, but he's very, very young. He's playing better than ever. And for the Swans to score in the big one tonight, my suggestion is we hope Buddy's knee, that is Buddy Franklin's knee, flares up, and that the Swans in the Battle of the Birds can keep Cyril scoreless. Tennis and Sam Stosur, I know Roy will be all over this like a rash. Sam Stosur survives the odds and the stinks at the other end to take the US Open. And what a tonic for Australian tennis. I mean, this is the JA, the John Alexander revolution of tennis in spades. It's already bearing fruit with the Davis Cup tie being thrashed out at White City today. I never thought those two things had fit so closely together. Sam getting the slam and the Davis Cup down under, and it's a terrific tight tie at the moment. Bern Tomic doing great things in the first rubber, and now I think it's a little taking a right up to Roger in the second. And racing. And it's the time-honoured Tea Rose Stakes at Rose Hill tomorrow, sort of obviously signalling the Spring Carnival as well had truly arrived. And the Newcastle Cup, the other prong of early spring success, run at Broadmeadows yesterday. Green Moon won from Home on the Wing and Gazaguru. And now it's time to lock horns with a man who's always up and about. He's the king of the carpet layers, and that man is rampaging Roy Slavin. And we can get him on the gargle live from the Caravan of Care with the story that didn't want to be told. We can do that simply by asking, what caught your eye in the swirling swoop of the sporting swamp during the past set of 7? What, Mo?
Yes, thank you very much. Fozzie. I've always wanted to call you Fozzie, and I know secretly you've always wanted to be called Fozzie.
You know, late at night.
I know.
When the curtains are drawn.
I know.
I'm Fozzie, do
I know you are. I know. And that's a secret I didn't think you'd ever divulge. But so much relief now it's out.
I know, I feel a lot better.
Fozzie. Now, rugby league in Darwin, and I tell you what, you don't often think of rugby league in the context of Darwin, but I am today. Now, it's under scrutiny, and they think the game's image might be becoming a little tarnished in Darwin. I find this hard to believe, as after the under-17s final ended up in a brawl involving 7 players and a number of spectators.
Mm-hmm.
Police involved, charges laid. I just see it as passion.
Well, I do too.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't have passion in rugby league, I mean, what are you left with?
Well, I think Blue Words and passion are rugby league.
They are rugby league. That's exactly right. And speaking of rugby league, Todd, I'm just putting this out there. How about Todd Carney for Cronulla? As a shark.
Todd Carney, a shark.
A shark. And when was the time we had a barking shark? Probably Gavin Miller. That's going back a bit. That is going back a bit. And I don't think Gavin Miller ever barked.
No.
How do you earn the name Barking Shark? I'm buggered if I know.
Well, I'll tell you who was a barking shark, and that was Dan the Underpants Staines.
Yes.
Cronulla firebrand in the front row.
That's right. The Underpant was probably the last true barker to be a shark. Now, Khawaja to be dropped for Ricky. I don't know if I like this.
I'd rather see the future than the past.
So do I. I'd rather see Ricky carrying the drinks, to be frank. But anyway, the good thing is, though, that Siddle is back.
Yes, Siddle.
Peter Siddle. Almost a forgotten man of Australian cricket. And conditions, I'm led to believe conditions could be tailor-made for Siddle.
What?
That's my thinking. i.e. flat deck. God almighty, Siddle loves a flat deck. Now, the new number 1, Luke Donald... God almighty, world number 1 of golf. I mean, it's a meaningless bloody thing these days, isn't it?
If Luke Donald's the world's
number 1 golfer,
yes.
I mean, you can call me Fozzie.
I'm not going to call you Fozzie.
I know you're not.
It does terrible things to you.
I know. Anyway, Luke Donald says the era of the man they call, and I assume he means the man they call Tiger Woods, is over.
Now,
that's a big bloody call.
And he's coming to Australia.
He's coming to Australia, yes.
Can't we get a lot of no-names to play against him and let him win?
What, like Luke Donald?
Yeah.
I bet Luke Donald hasn't got the guts to come out here and face the man they call. In the man they call's conditions.
I know. In Australian conditions.
Australian conditions.
At East Lakes.
Yes. Where you sort the wheat from the chaff. Can't see Donald doing anything. Can't see Donald taming that course. Robert Allenby is urging all Australians, and this really is a wake-up call, to play as aggressively as possible on the US PGA Tour. Is that a refreshing message? It's about time somebody came up and said it. Come on, Aussies, play aggressively. because I think that might have been missing. It's been missing from our troop, doing us so proudly in the States. Now, Mark says the crash has ended. This is Mark Webber. That's Mark Webber. Says the crash has ended his hopes of the World Championship title for this year.
Why?
Why? I think there are 4 races. I don't think he could. Even if Vettel was killed, I still think he'd be given it posthumously, wouldn't he? Even if Mark won the next 4 events.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know. We'd have to do the maths, but I'm sure it's possible. I'm sure it's possible that Mark could lift the big jug. Now, West Tigers put their success down to buying underpants together.
Yes, I saw this. This was a terrific
revelation.
Story.
I mean, why hasn't this been tried before? Sheens, what a genius. We might dwell on this a little bit later on. There are a couple of rugby league issues we should get to sometime this afternoon. And Sam Stosur, you're quite right. Sam Stosur, what a champion. What an absolute Aussie champion.
Will you be saying more about that later?
I think I will. I'm going to have a whole editorial about Sam Stosur and what a champion she is. And you're quite right to sheet this home to John Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
And what a change he's brought about with tennis. I mean, look what's happening. Look what's happening today. Bernard Tomic,
I know,
our number 1. He booted the buggery out of that Swiss no-name. He did.
He booted the cheese and chocolate out of him.
He did. He put some more holes in that cheese. So much so there's no cheese left. It's just all hull. And I tell you what, who's turning into hulls?
Who?
That's Federer.
Ah.
Eh?
Wow.
Wouldn't that be beautiful being put to... How must he feel being put to the sword by Little Leighton, the world's 199 player? Speaking of numbers, Hensby, 752.
Governor King's production of Fallen Bess, a tragedy set in the colony, featured Noel Driscoll in the leading role. The actor playing Roger Cox, the Rough Rider, who has his way with Bess, was found beheaded by the tank stream. No one was ever charged. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Yes, and just an update on the big one tonight. The AFL semi, Swans v Hawks, live from 7:30 here on Triple M with Jason Dunstall, Luke Darcy, James Brayshaw and Gary Lyon calling it, and I'm sure you'll get some interesting insights on the developments in the AFL from Gary Lyon before the bounce tonight. Gary Lyon, very associated with the Melbourne Football Club, who are looking for a coach and thought they might have had Ross Lyon, who ends up at Fremantle. But Roy, just before we come to an in-depth analysis of undie buying and rugby league, you've been very close to the big fire in Canberra today. What can you report in an eyewitness account?
Yeah, look, billowing black smoke, HG.
Right.
It was incredibly black. And
billowing?
And billowing.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it, a hell of a lot of smoke, largely oil being burnt. Now, whether it was a deliberate fire or whether it was an accidental fire, the jury is still out. And I don't know if the experts have been able to get close enough yet to the blaze, but they've guaranteed that, or they've made the point that it'll probably be put out sometime before midnight this evening. But mercifully, the wind is blowing it away from the city. And away from Floriade. So I don't think, Finchy and co. are going to be too inconvenienced by the fire.
Fair enough. And how about air travel? Is that getting in and out okay?
No, that's not an issue either. But it's brought a lot of people who love fires. There'd be several thousand people standing around applauding the fire. Fires interest a lot of people. They don't interest me so much. But for your firophiles, this is the best thing Canberra's had for years.
Since the bushfire of some time ago.
Yeah, but this is different. It's more contained and therefore more interesting.
And better billowing?
Better billowing, and you can look at it from any number of angles.
And better black smoke?
Yes.
Now, I raise this because we come to this story about buying underpants and the bonding of rugby league. Now, the West Tigers, who are in action this weekend, thought their round 14 match against New Zealand in the mid-June was just another hit-and-run game. Ultimately, it was the trip to Auckland that defined their season, according to Dean Ritchie in The Telegraph.
Yes.
The Chilean volcanic ash left Tigers players stranded overseas for 6 days, and they got a chance to form a unique bond away from the Sydney spotlight.
Yes.
They ate together, trained together, went for movies, enjoyed team walks, shopped and bought underwear. It was a pivotal moment in our season, says club CEO Steve Humphries. It brought everyone together. There were no outside distractions. Well, not that there's much to do in Auckland generally, but anyway, the Tigers players and management last night identified the enforced stay as a key moment in their premiership campaign, obviously continues tonight against the Warriors. The Tigers left Sydney on June the 10th and did not return from their horror trip until early hours of Thursday because of the ash cloud from Cordon-Gola volcano.
Yeah.
Now, having only taken enough clothes for 2 days, players went shopping for bargains, buying $5 shirt, toiletries, underwear. And wait for it, they got so taken up with the shopping that they even had a contest to determine who could buy the cheapest shirt.
Yes.
The Tigers trained in public near their team hotel, the Crown Plaza, where their NRL fans gathered to watch Kiwi superstar Benji Marshall. Players with young families had a chance to leave but elected to stay.
Yes.
Eventually they got a commercial flight to Brisbane and then chartered a plane back to Bankstown. We were stuck there for half a week in the volcano, but that was all right. Tigers winger Bo Ryan and funny man Bo Ryan said it gave us a kick start to our season.
Yeah.
Robbie Farah thought it was good to spend some time together over in Auckland. If anything, it was good for us and the boys to spend, all that time together. The officials noted camaraderie grow within the team due to the sharing of underpants.
Yes.
Each player only took a couple of clothes, obviously had to buy things, toiletry, ... repeats the story. There was some anxiety for family men, but when there was an opportunity for one or two dads to go home, they all made the commitment to stick. Now, Roy, did the Shamrocks ever have a similar situation? You might have gone to, say, Orange to play The Sims, and the bus broke down and you were forced to stay in the bus while, say, a new fan belt was brought out, say, from Sydney?
Sure. Look, the only incident I can recall that is anyway like the ordeal that the West Tigers went through, HG, is we were given a tour of the old Genders coal mine. And we were all in there, looking at the way mining used to be done back in the 19th century, and because it's a very old mine, and one of the earlier feeder mines to the Hoskins the iron and steel, which was the first iron and steel smelting that ever took place in Australia. People, and in the Southern Hemisphere, people don't realise that, but it's true. Anyway, we were down in the mine. There was a collapse, and we were trapped there in the dark. The whole team with Grassy for 3 nights, I think it was, before they dug us out. And it was the funniest time because we didn't have, honestly, all we could do was bond. There was nothing else to do. And so we played games like hide and seek and stuff like that, totally in the dark. And honestly, when they let us out, Stomp said, blokes, do we really want to leave? We're having such a great time. And we started. I can honestly say that made our year. That made our season. Many say it made the club. Many say that the club's never been the same since. The fact that the club's died is a separate issue. The club would have died many, many years earlier had it not been for that coal mine collapse that kept us there, sort of Todd Brandt style. Not quite like Todd and Brandt because we weren't, a couple of kilometres below the earth. We're only a couple of 100 metres down. We knew if we wanted to, we could have probably dug ourselves out. But Grass said, don't be stupid, blokes. Let's just sit here and tell stories. And that's what we did.
The first woman to eat a turnip in Australia was the same woman to be the first to eat a carrot. That is Mole Jury, alias Mole Driscoll, alias Mole Hereford, and alias Mole. The first man to eat a turnip is not known. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Now, going back to the ordeal in the coal mine.
Yeah.
How did you play the first? Let's say you got trapped on a Tuesday. You're 3 days in there. That's Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night.
Yeah.
How did you go that weekend?
Yeah, we won.
Yeah.
We won.
And was there anything...
I tell you what, we played at night too, and it was unusual in those days, played at night because lights weren't all that great, but the crowds loved it. They'd come and, with the car headlights would help out a bit. But you were seeing the ball well.
And when you played hide and seek...
Yeah.
Did anybody get found?
Yeah, Stomp went off, and we spent nearly a day and a half trying to find him, and he was right in the middle of us, not saying anything. God, it took tremendous forbearance on his behalf and control, not to say a word for that period of time.
And did that come out in his play on the weekend? That he obviously had really had his footy head on for a long time.
Yeah. Look, I think it did. I think it did. He certainly, his tackle count was extraordinary, and he made, I think he made 3 line breaks
Which never happened.
Game.
Yeah.
Which was unusual for Stomp, because usually he liked to bludge.
Now...
he didn't like being past the ball sometimes, Stomp. He was often saying, not me.
Now, would you recommend this as something, to be sort of like, let's say, Smearson, a.k.a. Stick, a.k.a. the Angry Ant, a.k.a. Ricky Stewart, would you suggest when they go into camp that they do something like, I don't know, a bit hard to know, catch the train to, say, Wollongong, and then ask the railway to stop all trains out of Wollongong, just so as they had to spend some time by themselves in a
That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all. I think Wollongong's too large a town or a city, but if you sent them, say, somewhere like Portland, something like that, somewhere that's pretty quiet.
Yeah.
There's just the cement mine there.
And the Tweeter birds.
And leave them there for a few days to their own devices without food or money or anything like that, and not over-endowed with clothing either. So they've got to be resourceful. I think that's the secret here, HG. If players can be resourceful together, it pays off in extraordinary ways. You get natural leadership bubbling to the surface, as I describe it.
And would you set them tasks like who could buy the cheapest shirt? I mean, that may not be the right task. Or underpants. Everybody today, it's an underpants hunt in Portland.
Yeah.
And maybe you could go out and...
Well, not bad. Or I'd be more inclined to say, well, look, blokes, we have no food. Let's see who can be the friendliest with the locals and can get us in, and get someone to cook us dinner.
Fair enough.
Something like that.
Yeah. An excellent challenge.
Or would someone lend us a bus and we could drive home? Something like that that forces the players to think and form a strategy. You've got aims, objectives and procedure, as I see it. Got to get home. Objectives, pretty much the same. See aims. Procedure, knock on someone's door. Introduce yourself. Hello, my name's Stomperstains, I'm a Shamrock and I'm stuck here. Have you got a bus? No, I haven't got a bloody bus. Do I look as if I've got a bus? OK, all right. Regroup, try someone else.
Yeah. Knock, knock.
Yes. Hello, mate, have you got a bus? I'm a Shamrock. Of course I've got a bus. Funny you should ask. I've got a bus with a full tank of petrol out the back here. Do you want to borrow it, boys?
All of a sudden. Winning culture.
That's it.
That's what you've summed up entirely there. Winning culture. What is it? Aims, objectives and...
Procedure.
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, I'll have to remember that when I'm down a mine.
The first commercial sausage to be sold in the colony was purchased by Governor King on Saturday the 19th of September 1804. It consisted of horse meat, sawdust and suet, and was billed as being sweeter than a bull's turd. The governor was said to have enjoyed his sausage very much. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, this visit by David Gallop to the Melbourne Storm to take down the Gulton Shield.
Yes.
Look, I'm wondering if the rugby league should rethink this and not do this sort of presentation of the Gulton Shield to the minor premiers.
Yeah.
But rather, do it somewhere where they can control the circumstances a little bit.
Do it in camera, HG.
Well, say in a boardroom.
Yes.
And so you see the shield going in and Gallop coming out without the shield and you think thumbs up all round.
Sure.
That sort of thing.
Maybe a secret entrance. Maybe each club should have a secret entrance at the rear where Gallop could just sneak in with the shield.
Well, not bad. Look, and there was the question of, the question about the passionate comments.
Yes.
I was taken by some comments, I think sobering comments from Matty Johns on this. Yes. I'm really surprised given the money and resources we've spent down in Melbourne. And we've given them test matches and we've given them state of origin. He said he doesn't know why they're booing. The thing about Australians is I remember as a kid watching grand finals and Bob Hawke walking out and the people booing. Bob Hawke, I saw them boo Keating, I saw them boo John Howard. Goes back to Gough Whitlam. I can remember Gough Whitlam getting booed one time.
Yeah.
It's one of our better qualities as Australian sports fans that every time walks out there in a position of authority, we boo him.
Yeah, right.
And then he says, well, he thought that there was a lot to gain from David to walk out onto the ground and smile and say, OK, give it to me. I just don't know how things get repaired now between the Premier clubs and the man who's running the game. I mean, they've opened up a running sore, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
With the booze and the comments.
Yeah, look, we received a terrific email about this, HG, from James Cameron. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if it's the James Cameron who did the fabulous Titanic film. You may recall.
Oh, it probably would be,
I think it would be, yes.
Does he indicate he's listening overseas somewhere?
Yes. He says, Dear team, David Gallup's recent comments about Melbourne Storm fans and their allegiance to the work of Al-Qaeda and other terrorist organisations raises a number of questions that the mainstream media is yet to address. Well, it sure does. While not wishing to downplay the ability of the rugby league media, including great writers like Shimmy Woosh, etc., to ask the right question, I believe a royal commission must now be called for. I never thought the funny old game would become embroiled with terrorism, and I don't like to see it and the Melbourne Storm besmirched without proper evidence. Now, he thinks the Commission should ask a number of questions, namely, what role has the Melbourne Storm played in supporting terrorism throughout the globe since 2001, be it anecdotal or otherwise? 2,
excellent question.
Did the 9/11 Commission's report adequately address the role that the Melbourne Storm plays in supporting terrorism? 3, did the Melbourne Storm players ever train in Afghanistan? And if so, how is the game of rugby league developing there? And when can we expect a side from that country? Next question, has he ever owned a copy of Sun Tzu's The Art of War or subscribed to any of that clown's views? And finally, can rugby league end terrorism as we know it today? And what lessons can the intelligence community learn from the greatest game of all in this fight? Does he see this as a tight fit? So there are a series of questions there, but I would add to that, HG, that if David Gallup has evidence of links between the Melbourne Storm fan base and Al-Qaeda or Jamaat Islamiyah or any of these terrorist networks, he should go to the federal police.
Yes, he should. He should. I think you're absolutely right. And what a brilliant email that was. Doesn't that set out the war on terror in relationship to rugby league so beautifully?
That's right. And you know, we've never really looked at the war on terror through the prism of rugby league.
We haven't. No, I think we've got to now, and I think it's
and
up
now
to...
it seems so obvious. I mean, Al-Qaeda, if they were trying to wheedle their way, I mean, rugby league is somewhere they might knock on rugby league's door.
Mm-hmm.
You know, fit young people.
Mm-hmm. With a game plan.
With a game plan.
What did you have before? You had your aims,
objectives and procedure.
Well, that's your Al-Qaeda story in a nutshell.
Well, it is really, isn't it?
You know, don't tell me they haven't got aims.
Gallup can't walk away from this. I mean, if he's got intelligence, if he's got knowledge, then it's got to be shared with the federal police.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
You know?
Can you see him being, redacted? I think the term is, spirited off.
Well, where can he be redacted to? Egypt's fallen over. Libya's no good anymore.
Oh, I think I'm not talking about that. I'm seeing this as a defensive ploy by forces in the West, mainly America.
Yeah.
And say Europe.
Yes.
They pluck him off the streets of Sydney, take him to somewhere like Libya, and beat the poo out of him until he starts singing like a bird, Roy.
Well, that's true. That's true. But I don't think. I don't think the new government in Libya is open to...
Oh, well, we'll have to go back into Syria then, reheat that.
Well, of course we'd have to go into Syria. And don't tell me Guantanamo Bay isn't still there, because it is.
It's very useful. And once you hit him round the head, this is Gallup, hit him round the head with a telephone book in Syria, you move him straight to Guantanamo Bay if he doesn't stop singing.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I mean, that's easier doing that than trying to herd up all the Melbourne Storm fans and shifting them off to Guantanamo Bay.
That'll never happen.
I can't see that happening, I mean, how many Storm fans are there? Let's say there are 30,000.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard to hide that from the community. All of a sudden, 30,000 people just disappeared overnight.
Lifers with communication skills.
You want to get involved?
I think that's a yes.
Then email us at thelife@triplem.com.au. This is The Life on an afternoon in paradise. Reach out and fondle that familiar knob with the two picture cards, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. Remember tonight, the Battle of the Birds, the big one, the Wee and the Pooh versus the Bloodstone Angels, the Swans v the Hawks, with Dunstall, Darcy, Brayshaw and Lyon coming up at 7:30 right here on the home of football, Triple M. Obviously, every bump, thump and dump as it happens live on your radio here today. And, of course, you know, for one of them, there's no tomorrow. So the winner stays alive. The loser is Alski for 2011. And, look, can I just give a heads up to Hot Lap Handout? And a lot of people ask us, how can you win Hot Lap Handout? Well, you listen to the show. That's how you win, because all the answers are contained within the show. Hot Lap Handout's very easy. It's simple as the fork. All you need to do is listen to the program and remember things that we say about things like, you know, how simple is Hot Lap Handout? It's as simple as the fork. That's the answer. Those sort of things aren't hard. I only mention this, Roy, because we have a Grundig 26-inch high-definition LCD TV with integrated DVD player to give away. It's a 26-inch screen.
Wow, 26 inches?
Yeah, 26 big inches.
Wow, how many cubits? How many cubits is that, actually?
That's 1 1/4. Cubits, for those who may be unfamiliar with the ancient Egyptians' measurements, were a quaint system of measuring things based on the length of an arm, an average length of an arm. Is that right, Roy?
I think that's right, HG, yes. I think Noah quite famously built his ark. I think it might have been 80 cubits in length.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm getting nods on that from those biblical scholars here at Triple M.
And can I just say that I think this is the first time cubits have been referred to on Triple M in many, many years.
I'd say 25 years.
At least.
I know. I think when Club Veg were on all those years ago, they used to talk. They used to have a show called The Cubit Show.
That's right, The Cubit Hour, wasn't it?
The Cubit Hour. And they asked a lot of conversions, you know, rods, poles and perch.
That's right.
Etc. Questions based on arcane measurements.
Yes.
Now, 26-inch screen.
Yes.
It's an LCD, high-definition, integrated DVD player. You can play, pause, time shift and record live TV via the USB. The USB stick not included, but they've got a port for it. 12-month manufacturer's warranty. It's a great prize, and remember, you'll be able to get one of these by listening to the show and responding appropriately in Hot Lap Handout.
And it's 1.5 cubits.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the diagonal measurement, HG?
That's the diagonal measurement.
Good.
And I'm sure you can Google a conversion chart somewhere. Well, obviously on Google. Now, I'd love to think you could Google a conversion chart in hieroglyphs. Now, I'm not sure where you'd find it.
Yeah.
Now, Roy, the other big story in the elephant in the room, which we've ignored up until now, is this shock. What would I call it? Transferring of coaching power from the St Kilda Football Club to the Fremantle Football Club, and the dumping of the Fremantle coach. Now, coaching legend Kevin Sheedy, you know, a cruel but fair man, says the Fremantle sacking of Mark Harvey was like being shot in the back by a countryman during war.
By a countryman during war?
That's his...
friendly fire.
Friendly fire, yes, but deliberately taking an aim and gunning them down. Sure, you can have accidents where... You know, like in all wars, there's accidents where people just shoot each other.
Yes.
Because they're just there.
Yes.
And they don't see them or misunderstand.
Through misadventure.
Misadventure. But this is like being shot in the back by someone who knew you were there. Now, for those who haven't been following the story, Harvey has been replaced by Ross Lyon, who walked out on the Saints to accept a 4-year deal with the Dockers. Close friends said Harvey was stunned when he was told by the Dockers administration they had an opportunity too good to pass up.
Yes.
Now, he was sort of philosophical about it. That's footy, he said. This is Mark Harvey. We'll see what happens from now. Sheeds, of course, is now the coach of the Greater Western, was passionate in his support of the bloke he coached at Essendon. Sheeds went on the friendly fire bloke. It's very, very disappointing and difficult. I was on the Coaches Association for a couple of years helping make sure we look after our coaches. Mark, to me, is a magnificent young coach, and I really do hope Fremantle doesn't become like one of those Melbourne clubs that gets that desperate to win a premiership that they tear the heart and soul out of the club. Mark loved coaching Fremantle. This is like coming out of a war zone and being shot by one of your own.
Oh, dear.
Do you think it's that bad, Roy?
Well, no, well...
I know you were lucky to have one coach for your whole rugby league career.
Yeah, that's right.
And
that was we were a family club.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot to be said for family clubs, HG. You know, this dog-eat-dog, success at all costs, people, worshipping at the altar of pragmatism, which football of all codes has sort of become in this crazy modern world in which we live. I think it might be a wake-up call and time to take stock and ask ourselves, what do we want out of our clubs? Do we want our clubs to be an extended family?
What a lovely idea.
That's how I've always wanted clubs to be. That for solace, for comfort, when you're down on your uppers, that you can go to the club and get help. A shoulder to lean on. If you're down, if you need a few bob, just go down to the club. And,
just hang on to that thought. Leighton Hewitt has gone down to the might of Roger Federer. The score's 7-5, 7-6, 6-2, 6-3. So it's one each in the Davis Cup. One each.
Okay. Now, how's little Leighton's foot? She has his ankle.
It held up wonderfully well throughout this torrid four-setter against the cheese and chocolates man.
That's right. Well, look, I think we should be able to bash him up in the doubles tomorrow, surely.
Yeah, we've got the reverse singles where Tomic plays Federer, and don't tell me that Little's foot can't put away the no-name who came out with Dodge.
Yeah.
Sorry, go back to your theme.
That no-name, I mean, he took a set off Tomic, didn't he? But Tomic's always a notoriously slow starter. Well, he's not going to get that sort of space with Little. Little's not going to give him a bloody set. That's not Little's go.
It certainly isn't Little's go. Little's go is to be all over him right from the start.
That's right. Were there any come-ons, HG? Were there any come-ons from Little?
I didn't see the first set in its entirety, but since I've been watching, Little's sadly been...
outclassed?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, fair call, Roy. Yeah, he's been outclassed, so he's put the come-on away. He's saved the come-on as dry powder for when he plays the no-name.
Yeah, right.
And the doubles, except I'm not sure who's playing our doubles for us. I don't think Little is playing the doubles.
Yeah, Little is.
Oh, is he? With
Guccione, I think.
Guccione.
The big lefty.
Yeah. Well,
and don't tell me that big lefty's serve isn't going to bite off that bloody that bloody golf course tennis court that we've got there.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I'm not discounting Australia in this tie yet no sirree, Bob. Now, go back to your thing about the family club.
Yeah, family club. That's what clubs have got to be. A family centre.
Did you feel as though there was a big change when you got stuck down the mine in this matter?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
We knew club members were out there. We could hear them shoveling and, helping us, coming towards us.
And you felt as though you dodged a bullet there?
Yeah, we did. We did, and it made the club a lot stronger. I don't know what Fremantle does now. I don't know what St Kilda does now, but they don't seem to me like family clubs.
No.
Would you think... If I was a member of those clubs, I'd be embarrassed. I'd be ashamed of what's happened. Ashamed.
Well, certainly a lot of members didn't renew, St Kilda Footy Club members didn't renew their membership.
No.
And I don't know what's going to happen next year when Fremantle plays St Kilda. I imagine young Milne will have something to say about it.
I suppose so. I think clubs have got to decide, if person X is going to be our coach, then that they should be able to have that job for life.
For life?
For life. Until they're ready to hand over.
Or, life or retire.
Yes. Obviously if they're dribbling and silly, if senility or dementia kicks in, or Alzheimer's disease, if these things should befall them, and let's pray it never happens to a coach, but if it should, then I think it's up to then the treasurer or the president or the secretary of the club to establish a series of procedures.
Aims and objectives?
Aims, objectives and procedures. Aim, we've got to get rid of dribbler. Objective, see the aim. And procedure, get the ambulance.
On this day in 1804, Governor King decreed that all magpie birds be ignored. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
And Roy, as a keen observer of Australian tennis, not only the Davis Cup, we need to pass a couple of moments here talking about the Grand Slam.
Yes.
And the brilliance of Flushing Meadow earlier this week.
Yes.
And I just want to get your thoughts, because you've been travelling a lot this week, I know, and whether you see any signs that, as I said in my opening remarks, that the JA revolution, that's the John Alexander tennis revolution, is now underway.
Yeah, look, I think it is, HG. Wherever I've been this week, I've seen queues at courts. Mm-hmm. Queues at courts. With kids dressed. I don't know who designed Sam Stosur's gear, but they've all been dressed in Sam's gear.
Right.
It's not my favourite gear. Right. If anything, I think it might let Sam down a little bit, the gear that she wears. But anyway, that's between her and her management, I suppose. But whatever, she's playing such great tennis. I think wonderful things are happening, HG. Honestly, I haven't seen queues at tennis courts with kids with smiles on their faces and new rackets and new gear, just wanting to have a hit, wanting to become a champion. That's what we need. That's what this country needs.
Mm-hmm. I tell you what, the two things that I find amazing with the revolution that's going on is there's so many courts now have housing built on them from the old days, say 2 or 3 years ago. There were probably across Australia 100,000 more courts than there are today.
Yes.
And these draconian imposts that the local council and court owners put on players, upwards of, $50 and $60 for 20 minutes on a court.
Yes.
It makes it very hard, doesn't it? And
it makes a mockery. It makes a mockery of what we're trying to do and what JA is trying to do. Mm-hmm. And I think JA is presenting a private members bill that will turn this on its head, HG, and that kids will be encouraged. I think there was going to be a federal government grant for kids up to $50 an hour if they play tennis.
Isn't that
fantastic? The families get money, to buy their balls, to buy their gear, to buy their... Until rackets aren't cheap, HG. No. I've been at the federal government to provide every child at birth with a new racket.
What a lovely idea. I think they might get either a copy of the Bible at the moment or a spoon.
Yeah.
I think the choice is up to the parents.
Well, that's right. Well, to me, that's not a particularly healthy choice.
No. But if you could turn one
Bible,
of those...
spoon, or racket.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that a brilliant idea? And, obviously you've travelled to Canberra and back. Have you had a chance to monitor what the nation's capital is thinking on this?
No, I haven't. At this stage, actually, but I'm going to make a presentation in Canberra this evening to raise the issue of tennis. JA's organised this. I don't know how many of the politicians will be turning up. I hope they all do. We'll be meeting at the Great Hall at Parliament House to discuss tennis. It's going to be an open discussion, actually. I don't come with prejudice. I don't come, with fixed ideas.
No,
I just want, particularly the House of Representative parliamentarians on all sides, including the independents. See, where it comes to Rob Oakeshott, I don't know where Rob stands on tennis, but I'm interested to hear what thoughts he has.
No,
Ditto with Tony Windsor.
Yeah,
I don't know what's happening in his area vis-a-vis tennis. I don't know how much people are being charged for courts there. Mm-hmm. I don't know how many people are putting their hands up and saying, listen, if you pay us $50 for half an hour, we'll play. Because that's the message I'm hearing throughout the country.
It's an excellent message, Roy.
The colony's first athletics meet was held by the banks of the Parramatta River in September of 1804 and was dominated by Mole Driscoll, alias Mole, who won the 110-yard sprint, the 220-yard sprint, the pole vault, the long jump and the triple jump. Driscoll's time of 13 seconds for the 110-yard sprint was not bettered for 160 years. This is The Life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, we've got a couple of emails here, and if you want to get in touch with us via the email, thelife@triplem.com.au. A lovely one concerning, from Andrew Chan, bit of dust in my throat from that fire, concerning the discussion of the blockbuster, what he's dubbed One Flew Over the Cuckold's Nest, or the Arthur Conyngham story. It has the story, and I don't want to get this One Flew Over the Cuckold's Nest locked in as the title. I think it's a bit unwieldy.
It is unwieldy, isn't it? Yes.
Over the cock might be a bit better, but anyway, be that as it may. Anyway, has Andrew... The idea has Andrew salivating at its potential. Yeah. Although it seems to me most of the major parts have already been cast, I've noticed that the casting suggestions for the role of Archbishop Moran have been flimsy at best, and I think that's accurate in our conversations about it.
It is.
Casting an international blow-in like Gabriel Byrne in the role seems to be a missed opportunity to launch the career of a homegrown star. Suddenly I'm leaning forward all ears, because I think we've got Russell Crowe.
Yes.
in it, and obviously, some other luminaries. And we did go offshore. There was some suggestions about who might be able to play the senior clerics in it.
Yes. Was there talk of Gwyneth Paltrow, HG?
I think
as the heartthrob, I suppose. Yes.
Conningham's missus, yes. Yeah. Anyway, Andrew writes on, I wanted to get your thoughts on the idea of casting soon-to-be Titans superstar Jamal Idris in the role of Archbishop Moran.
Well, what an idea.
I know, it's incredible. I see him wearing one of those funny Cowboys blue and white... Sorry, hang on, where am I? Bulldogs blue and white hats with the straws hanging down.
Oh, yeah.
In the part. I don't know why. That just came to me.
Came to you. You don't see him in the full alb and soutane and the
I think that all goes over the top.
The purple that the bishop would wear.
Oh, yeah. And the collar.
And the collar, of
and
course.
Swinging the thing that's got the incense in it.
Oh, yes, certainly.
Now, Andrew goes on, Jamal's acting stocks are about to skyrocket next year with the launch of his TV show Jamal and Friends, or Jamal's Neighbourhood, on the Gold Coast. I'm not sure how good Jamal's Irish accent is, but surely there'd be room in the budget to bring in someone like Jim Owen. Or Ty Connelly, who's retiring from Swans football, to help with the finer points of what he describes here as the Gaelic dialect.
Uh-huh.
The Irish brogue, I think, is what we're after.
Yes.
Given that Todd Carney is now out of contract, could he also be given a role, open brackets, albeit a minor one, close brackets, as Jamal / Moran's altar boy?
Well, that's a lovely idea, too. You'd have to cover the tats up because they draw attention to themselves.
It'd be an anachronism, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and he's got tats that might be a little bit above the collar. I suppose makeup could sort that out, couldn't it?
I think so. It could certainly dull it down and not make it so offensive or so in your face.
Yeah.
Because it would be terrible to rob the plot.
That's right.
And have people coming out, it was great, except for the kid wearing tats. Or with the tats.
The older boy with tats. Didn't believe that at all.
Yeah.
But the bishop was fantastic.
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on pole, HG?
Yes, well, Jim, look, I think I've set this out earlier in the hour. It's a 26-inch fabulous TV provided by Harvey Norman. It's got the high-definition LCD TV with the integrated DVD player. 12-month warranty, Harvey Norman. Well, you can't do better than that. And it's a terrific high-def screen. Well, let's face it. If you got it in time for the grand final, people would be coming to your place to watch the footy. It's as simple as that. Roy, set out the question for all comers.
Yes, the question is, HG, what is the diagonal dimension of the 26-inch TV in cubits?
And who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Dave, who's joined us from Avalon. How are you there, Dave?
Really good, mate. Yourselves?
Yes, very well indeed. Now, Dave, you're a building inspector. Are people getting away with more these days?
No, mate, not while we're on the case.
Yeah, and what do you look for? Shoddy workmanship?
Yeah, I'm an electrical inspector specifically, so yeah, poor workmanship, faults and defects.
Yes. Do you encourage people to do their own building, or should they get professionals in?
I always get professionals, mate. It's a minefield.
Yes. Do you see many people trying to do their own, say, wiring?
Unfortunately, yeah, we do. It's a bad thing to do.
And what are their basic mistakes there, Dave? Not connecting the power point to the switchboard?
It's just general workmanship and safety issues always come into play.
Right. Now, on the weekend, you're going out on a treasure car rally. What does this involve?
We start off a set location and we're given a list of clues. We then have to work our way to the final destination using the clues to get us there.
Give us an idea. So let's say, take a couple of landmarks. Let's say you start off, on the Sydney Harbour Bridge, and you have to get to Cronulla. What sort of clues would you be given?
We get speedo readings, and they give you things that stand out along the way, like road signs or possibly buildings. There's some cryptic clues now and again, which you then have to obviously work out the answers to.
And how many people would be involved in this on the weekend?
I think we've got 10 cars going.
10 cars?
20 people and two marshals.
Right.
Okay.
And does time come into it? Meaning that if you set off at 12, you have to be at the location by, say, 1?
Yeah, you're given a set period of time. We set off at 5-minute intervals, and obviously if you keep to the time frame, it's better for your points tally.
Yeah, right. Are you allowed to speed, Dave?
No, definitely not.
Now, have you ever won this?
Once, yes, I have.
And was that a fluke, obviously?
Yeah, on the other ones, we've crashed one car and blown an engine on another car.
Yeah, right.
Nah. What, through speeding?
No, just
wear and tear
off the road.
Oh, well, fair enough. And how often would you have these? Is this a club that has a run once a month, or?
No. We started off about 25 years ago doing them with the soccer team at Artarmon, and since then, so we did it for about 4 or 5 years, and it faded away. And 3 years ago, we set off again and did a few more. So this is the 3rd year now in succession.
Right. Now, is there a sort of route secretary who prepares all this and then gives it to you, or how do you determine who sets the course?
Well, in this case, one of our guys who drives a truck for his business spends his time when he's touring around finding locations to go and checking mileages and distances, and then they plot the route and check it 4, 5, 6 times, and then hopefully it all comes together on the day and the clues take you to where you need to go.
And is there an international competition in this?
No.
No, fair enough.
Right. Is there talk of an international competition, like taking on New Zealand or something to begin with, and then having a World Cup?
Never really thought about it. I suppose it'd be a good idea.
Yes.
Well, I'm sure New Zealand would love, I don't know who to speak to there, but they'd love to get involved because they've got really a lot of old cars there.
Yes.
And a poor sense of direction, I understand.
Shocking sense of direction, you're normal New Zealander. Now, how are you seeing the Tigers going this weekend, Dave?
Oh, well, I think they're going to get up, yeah.
Yes.
That's my pick for today.
And do you think they can kick on for the rest of the couple of weeks that they need to stay up there?
I think it's going to be a hard one. There's a couple of good teams still floating around there, but they're in with a good chance.
Yeah, they played very well last week.
Yeah. They certainly did.
Who worries you? Who's the main team that worries you? Would it be Manly or the Storm?
I'd go Manly, then the Storm, the 2 top ones.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be worried about St George?
No, I don't. I think they're going to fade away. I think they had their run earlier.
Yes.
Well, Dave, let Roy set out the question and have a swing at it.
Now, Dave, what is the diagonal dimension of the 26-inch TV in cubits?
1.5 cubits.
Is the cubit a measurement electricians use, Dave?
No, it certainly isn't.
No, good. Okay.
Would you like to see the cubit reintroduced on building sites, Dave?
I think it would be quite interesting to see younger tradespeople try and pick up on older style measurements.
Very good diplomatic answer. Well, Dave, you're now the proud owner of a Grundig 1.5 cubit high definition LCD TV with integrated DVD player from Harvey Norman. Thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
This is The Life, with familiar heads up front, holding a perfect flush. And home is just around the corner. It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks, Jim. And remember, tonight at 7:30, it's the Battle of the Birds in the AFL semi-final. One wins and goes on, the other drops out for the year. We've got the Swans versus the Hawks. Your callers tonight, Jason Dunstall, Luke Darcy, James Brayshaw and Gary Lyon. So it's an action-packed card ahead on Triple M from 7:30, the AFL Battle of the Birds. And remember, we have another, well, now we've established they're 1.5 cubits wide on the diagonal, Grundig. High-definition LCD TV with integrated DVD player, courtesy of Harvey Norman, to give away in this hour coming up as well. And remember, you just have to listen to the show closely, and the answers are all embedded in the next 40 minutes or so of the program. Now, Roy, going back to the unnamed film that we're discussing before the news there, before Hot Lap Handout, and Jamal Idris now firmly established as Archbishop Moran, and one of the altar boys being played by Todd Carney, which is inspired casting.
It is.
We come to Mitchell's email, which was just listening to the podcast, had a few ideas about the Conningham film. Let's just say his first ball took out the middle stump at Lord's.
Yes.
As you'll recall, the reason why Conyngham bobbed up on the radar was that he was the only member of what we'd call the primary club to take a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket for Australia.
Yes.
Now, recently in Sri Lanka...
The kid from Young.
Yeah, that's right. Lyon, I think his name is. He took a wicket with his first ball and so joined this illustrious select group of 2. The great thing that was revealed was the Conyngham backstory, which is, well, let's face it, exciting. Talk about a life like a loaded gun, is certainly filmable and should be the next part of the Underbelly series. Anyway, we've got, so he says, let's say his first ball took out the middle stump at Lord's. The title of the movie could be Lord's Middle Stump. Or Lord's Middle Stump, moving the apostrophe there.
Yes.
If you want to market to kiddies as well. You could build the whole movie up to the last scene, which would be run in simultaneous fashion as Conyngham walks out to the field, his wife walks into the church, as the captain gives him the nod, the passer gives the wife a nod. As he's shining the ball on the trouser, the parson is undoing his trousers. As he runs in for that first ball eyeing off the batsman, so the 2 in the church, then bang.
Yes.
Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Can I just point out this writes itself?
I know. It's a terrific juxtaposition, though, isn't it?
I know. It's fantastic.
There's poor old Conyngham, overseas.
Far from home.
About to, roll down his legendary first ball. And there's Mrs. Conyngham in the church with the cheeky altar boy, Todd Carney, giving a bit of a wink, because he would see, as a child eyes would see, what was going on between Coningham's missus and the was it the priest or was it
Archbishop Moran?
Oh, I don't think Archbishop Moran was the third party, was it?
Oh, I think so. Just hang on for a minute. I'll have to go back to the file.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it was under Moran's watch. He might have been someone who worked for Moran.
Oh, yes, sorry, you're probably right.
Yes.
I've got excited. I've got, as they say in the business, ahead of myself.
Yes, but that's not to say that the bishop might not get involved in the writing of the story. I mean, it's up to the screenwriter, to put a little extra twist on it, perhaps.
Well, what a fascinating twist. Well, what an interesting thing, a jealousy.
Yes.
A triangular of jealousy. If I can put it that way.
And their love tryst sort of took place not while there were services on, but in between services.
Well, Friday night, root night.
That's right. That's right, it was Friday night. Well, I suppose that timing had worked well.
With the given that the real Conyngham is overseas, or the actual Conyngham figure is
8
overseas,
hours behind.
Yeah, bowling the ball at Lord's.
Yes, so let's say England batted first and the game started on Thursday. Let's say Australia batted first, and so Conyngham get the ball thrown to him on Friday. Let's say around 11 o'clock, or 11:30 England time, which would put it through neatly to about 7 o'clock Australian time, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And that would be between services.
That'd be fantastic. It'd be beautifully timed.
Or just before.
Can I just say,
it'd be just before the benediction on the Friday night.
Yeah. Can I just say, I think you can allow the audience to use a little bit of its own discretion here, meaning that we don't have to match the time up. So as people, I'd hate it if people walked out and said, there's a big flaw in that film, it's great, Jamal Idris is fantastic, and Todd Carney, what a revelation as the altar boy, and Gwyneth Paltrow, God, I wouldn't mind giving her one, that sort of stuff. And then say, yeah, but it was ruined because Conyngham couldn't have been bowling his ball at exactly the same time as, the couple, the lovers were out on root night.
Yeah, but you allow artistic license.
Exactly, Roy, that's my point.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a film and a half, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Now, is Paltrow quite happy to work with Todd Carney?
Oh, no, that's
Jamal Idris?
I'm pretty sure that'd be okay. She's very, very professional. And she's, her hubby, I think, is part of Coldplay. And so they know Australia and, I think his name's Martin, Chris Martin. I might be wrong about that. But anyway, yes. Chris Martin. They know Australia. They love Australian people. They know what it's like out here. They've probably even been to the very spot where the action will take place. Not because necessarily they had a reason to go there, but just as a tourist would. As
a tourist would, quite, yes. And let's face it, rugby league players and stars, I mean, the rugby league players are not intimidated by stars at all. Remember, that terrific beach shoot for Simply the Best with Tina Turner.
All those years ago. And let's not
forget... The boys didn't show off much.
No, they let her do the work.
Yeah, they realised she was the star and they were just set dressing.
And let's not forget we have one of the world's greatest actors intimately involved in rugby league.
That's right.
And what a night it was. I'm talking about Russell Crowe there. And then, of course, what a night it was the other night at Star. You know, the new, I don't know what they've done. They punched a hole in the front of Star City so as people can walk from the harbour up to Star City. I don't know why they didn't think of that originally.
I think they're just making it more accessible for the punters to get to the poker machines.
Is that right? It's
there are no impediments anymore.
What do you mean, like doors?
You know when you go into Star City and think, oh, God, where are the poker machines? You've got to ask someone. You don't anymore.
The first commercial sausage to be sold in the colony was purchased by Governor King on Saturday the 19th of September 1804. It consisted of horse meat, sawdust and suet, and was billed as being sweeter than a bull's turd. The governor was said to have enjoyed his sausage very much. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Australian Vice-Captain Roy Shane Watson has launched a stinging attack on Cricket Australia's medical structure and pledged to take a pay cut to fix it, according to Ben Dorries in The Telegraph. The all-rounder says he never would have achieved his current lofty heights if he had not gone outside Cricket Australia to seek help from Victor Popov, the Brisbane Lions AFL physiotherapist, who found the key to ending a soul-destroying period where Watto broke down 12 times in 6 years. Now, Watto says increasing numbers of next generation of Australia's fast bowlers are breaking down and Cricket Australia's existing medical and rehabilitation structure cannot cope. He says this Cricket Australia doctor Trevor James and the team physiotherapist Alex Contouris are doing their best, but players need more individual attention from a much bigger and diverse contingent of specialist doctors and sports scientists. I think now would be a very good time for Australian cricket to build a team of specialist doctors and physios, even some from other sports who have experience with, say, AFL players, for example. He's got a new book out called Watto, released this month with all these ideas in it. That's what you need. People with a different vision of our traditional view of sport. I, for one, would take a wage cut if it meant more money was getting spent in, the right places.
What a refreshing attitude that is.
Watson's comments are backed up by the recent Argus review, which advocated a more comprehensive medical system for cricket and getting better cricketers to play for Australia, and existing structures were not well coordinated enough across the state.
Yes, has there been an examination of the medical structure within Cricket Australia? I've never seen an examination of our medical structure.
No.
I mean, are they qualified ticketed doctors, or have we just got...
Overseas blow-ins.
Overseas blow-ins with no qualifications. Picked up a Mickey Mouse degree online for $5 before they arrive here. Swan into Cricket Australia and say, where do I start? Is that how it is?
Well, it's shambolic.
Shambolic.
Let me put it that way. I think we need aims, objectives, should I say, objectives, aims and procedures about it. And it does worry me that a senior player like Watto, has basically held himself together by reading and studying online to work out what's wrong with himself and then diagnosing himself and then prescribing medication for it, buying it overseas, breaking many, many laws.
Well, probably seeing this clown Victor Popov to write him some scripts. Is that what he's been doing?
I think that's what he's been doing. He's been going, Vic, I need a bit of this.
Yes.
He says, don't look at me, I just need some of this.
Yeah.
Some of that cortisone or whatever it is that he needs.
Yeah.
Look, I didn't realise it was this bad. I mean, Cricket Australia's got a lot on its plate. It's got the Big Bash. It's got this Sri Lanka shambles going on. It's got, trying to get Siddle back into the side and fit and all that
selectors
sort of
issues.
Selectors issues.
The selectors are just clowns.
And what's
They've got the Greg Chappell problem.
Yeah, the Greg Chappell problem, which is looming large. And, getting around to medical problems is the last thing you want to put on their plate.
Exactly.
And I don't want to make it hard for them because, let's face it, you and I have been critical, hopefully in a constructive way, for Cricket Australia for the past 4 decades.
That's right. That's right. Well, it's not right that a cricketer should have to get his own medical degree so that self-diagnosis is accurate.
I know. It's...
let's face it, cricketers don't make the best diagnosticians anyway once they do get their medical qualifications.
I think there's some wonderful research coming out on that soon. I think 1,000 top cricketers who have medical degrees were asked, to have a look at an elbow, an X-ray. Yes. None of them picked their problem.
No. That doesn't surprise me.
That 20-cent coin that we shoved into the X-ray. None of them saw it.
Yeah.
It's just incredible.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, they should just be able to focus on their cricket. I mean, that's what we want, isn't it?
Exactly.
I mean, Watto shouldn't have to worry about his body. He should just have to worry about the next ball or if he's going to be thrown the pill.
Yeah. Or how does he pad up?
Yes.
Oh, no, it's an absolute travesty, especially when these cricketers have to come out and, go into bat, so to speak, for the rest of the players.
Yes.
You just feel as though, well, where can they turn? They're turning to each other and saying, have you got a degree? Can you have a look at me?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's not right.
It's not right.
And Pup's got other things to worry about. He doesn't want knock at the door. Yeah, coming in. Oh, hello, Watto, what's up? I'm not feeling very well, Pup. Well, lie down. Let's go through the symptoms. It's not good enough.
No, it's simply not good enough because I don't think, in all honesty, Pup's got a medical degree. He pretends he has.
Right.
And he's...
Well, I didn't know. I don't know. I don't know if he's qualified for anything.
No. Well, now that you put it that way, I think he got woodwork at intermediate school. I think he's okay there.
Yeah, can he do his own wiring?
Governor King's production of Fallen Bess, a tragedy set in the colony, featured Noel Driscoll in the leading role. The actor playing Roger Cox, the Rough Rider, who has his way with Bess, was found beheaded by the tank stream. No one was ever charged. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
We can't get to 6:30 or thereabouts on a Friday night on Root Night without talking about Gaz. And his column today or yesterday was just first class, Roy. Let me take you through a few highlights.
Yeah, please.
The pessimists out there are already writing us off. I should point out, for those who don't know, that Gaz, Shimmy Whoosh, Fubster, Fubby, Mr. Fire Up Bitch, plays for the Dragons. So they're playing this weekend.
Yeah.
Obviously in a do-or-die match.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Roosters. Writing us off. They saw
Pessimists.
I know. Yeah, the pessimists out there. And then Gaz goes on. They saw our second half against the West Tigers last week and are prepared to declare we won't get beyond the Broncos at Suncorp Stadium on Saturday night. That's fine, says Gaz. People are entitled to their opinions.
He said that last week.
I know. They have always had them. When it comes to the Dragons, we've heard it all before. I think your opinion was, Roy, was that they're an arse that need to be wiped. And the big red V pointed to the spot where you should get wiping.
I think that still holds true. Well, to wit, their second half last week.
I know, they were run over by the Tags. Now, Gaz goes on. That said, dare I say, I can assure you there's nobody around our club who is thinking along those lines. What you will find is a group that is thankful for another opportunity and one that has worked hard all week. When the weekend was over, the overwhelming sentiment I felt among the guys at our first training session this week was, all right, let's learn from Friday night's game and let's get ready for the Broncos. Now, Roy, at about this time I'm thinking to myself, reading this is all well and good, but 3 weeks down a coal mine would have done them a lot more benefit than probably a training run by the looks.
Yeah, well, maybe they should have all gone with Wayne up to Newcastle.
What, in the borrowed bus?
Borrowed a bus. Because Wayne went up there, obviously, to talk about next year and to talk to the players, etc. Well, wouldn't it have been good to have the boys along with him, just to lend a bit of support and give them some variation, watching Benny drive. A few G-ups up the back. Careful there, Benny! That sort of stuff.
Well, and that great one where they take off with everybody standing up. A very old one they learned from Wally Lewis.
Yeah, that's right.
Always very funny. Anyway,
that's right.
Gaz goes on. I guess now it's black and white. It's do or die. You never know if that changes some player's perspective, but in my dealings it has.
Oh, yeah.
It normally brings a level of desperation that other situations can't.
We'd call that panic. And certainly the Dragons look at their best when they're panicking, don't they?
Yes, they do. We know we have some things that we need to address, and only time will tell if we've done it. Like many people who watched that match, we felt we were in a position at half-time to win it. Yeah. In the lead-up to the break, we felt we played some good footy and stuck to what we thought would work.
Yeah.
But the second half was a different story, getting away from what works for us, along with some uncharacteristic errors that gave the Tigers far too many opportunities. And here the snores set in. Sort of left it there. But anyway, it's interesting to think that he had...
Well, he's not hard up for material, is he?
He's not hard up for material, and he's not afraid of a cliche either.
No. No.
It's excellent work.
Pessimists,
yeah. I'd maybe take you through to the end. Then there's the Darren Lockyer factor. This is several pages.
Oh, the Darren Lockyer factor. All right.
That's, I've got to point out that it could be Darren's last game if they lose, and this may motivate the Broncos to do something special for Darren.
Is that what he's saying?
No, I made that up.
Oh, right. Yeah. God, you sounded just like Gaz there.
It's spooky, isn't it? I've been doing this job too long. He started sounding like Gaz, so we had to get rid of him. Anyway, the fact is the match will be my last match with Lockies. That's Gaz. Now, I'll be purely thinking about the game. I'm not an emotional bloke at the best of times, and I'm more excited about the opportunity to get to the grand final again rather than think about retirement, because obviously it could be his swan song. It is the emotions from around this time last year, however, that could help us right now. After being in the grand final once, you certainly want to be there again. Right. Then he returns to his original theme. Despite what the pessimists think, there is nobody at our club who thinks we aren't capable of doing it again.
Oh, that can't be right. That just can't be right.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, Harvey Norman have been absolutely stupid to themselves, and they've given us another Grundig 26-inch high-definition LCD TV with integrated DVD player. It's obviously a cubit and a half wide on the angle, on the diagonal. LCD, obviously, as mentioned, high-def, integrated DVD player. You can play, pause, time shift and record live TV via the USB. The stick isn't included. 12-month manufacturer's warranty. That's Harvey Norman and Grundig giving us that particular TV. For some lucky listener, Roy, who can answer the following question.
Yes, the question is, HG, who is down to play the cheeky altar boy opposite Gwyneth Paltrow in the Conium story?
Who are we talking to, Roy?
Yeah, we're joined by Don from Rossmore. How are you there, Don?
Good, boys. How things?
No, very well indeed. Now, Don, you're going to do some fishing this weekend, is that right?
Well, I'm hoping to, yeah.
Now, please tell me you're not going to be doing fly fishing.
Nah, bugger that. Go for the smelly stuff, bait.
Bugger that. Thank you very much. And what do you hope to get?
A few snapper around at the moment and plenty of salmon.
Yeah.
Now, it's been full moon this week. Does that affect the fish?
Well, full moon, you want to go for the jewfish, so it's fading now, so you want to go for something else. Smaller tides this week.
And would you be a regular? Sounds as though you're very regular with your fishing. How have you been pulling them in lately?
Yeah, well, I'm doing all right in the local competition, so I'm about fourth spot at the moment. So,
is it a number in the bag or biggest catch?
It goes by points.
Yes.
Different fish are worth different points, and the more species you get, the more points you get.
Are you allowed to use a net, Don?
Only to land them.
Right.
And what would be your biggest bag, say, over the time you've been fishing, in the competition, that is?
Well, we try to limit it to just 5 of each species, so I've probably got about 50 fishes by best over a weekend.
Right. And what are the times? Do you have to fish at, you can only fish, say, 10 hours each day, or how do they...
Well, usually on a weekend, it'll start about 6 o'clock on a Friday and finish at about 2 o'clock on Sunday.
And you can fish any time in that period, or you can fish all the time in that period?
Any time in that period.
Right.
Is there any limit on the number of times you can bait your hook, Don?
Well, I tend to do it quite a bit because there's a lot of pickers around, and bait's expensive.
Fair enough.
Yeah, what are you going? Do you like a prawn or a worm?
I like squid, to be honest. That's the best.
What was that?
Squid.
Oh, squid.
Yes. Now, just the football here, what are you planning?
Well, I've got to try and get home now and dump the truck so I can go watch the Tigers play.
Fair enough.
Yeah, good man.
Fair enough.
Now, Tigers should do it easy tonight, shouldn't they, Don, or are you worried?
Well, I'm hoping so. I've got my hard earned on them.
Yeah, good.
Fair enough. What, a dozen fish? Now, Don, let Roy set out the question. Have a swing at it.
Now, Don, who is down to play the cheeky altar boy opposite Gwyneth Paltrow in the Conium story?
Oh, that would have to be Todd Carney.
Excellent answer there, Don. And you're now the proud owner of a Grundig 1.5 cubit wide high definition LCD TV with integrated DVD player from Harvey Norman. Hope you get home in time for the footy, and thanks very much. Good luck with the fishing, and thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
rugby league is still considered to be the most green sport in the developed world. The code is determined to reduce its carbon footprint to 5% of its 1908 level by 2018. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
And that sort of takes us away from another life for another week. Obviously, coming up in just over half an hour, the Swans take on the Hawks. From the MCG with Dunstall, Darcy, Brayshaw and Lyon in the Triple M box. So you can keep up to date with the Battle of the Birds right here on Triple M as you make your way home or sit at home watching another code. And look, it's been a tremendous day here, a very red-letter day really for the whole live team. It's been Anna's birthday. Anna, of course, does our phone. We've tried others, but they've left us. And Anna's stuck with us, and we've got this terrific gift because it is her birthday. Richard Wilkins, black ties, red carpets and green rooms, beautifully inscribed by Richard, Raccoon Ed Wilkins, simply, hey Anna, love your phone, babe. Happy birthday, Richard Wilkins. And it couldn't be better than that. It's just a real treat to be able to pass this on to somebody who puts in hour after hour here, unsung, at the home of the M's Triple M. And, of course, Garfield here, it's warming up and he's wilting already. I don't know what it's going to be like by January, and, well, I can just hope that air conditioning can cope with the load. And, of course, Skip journeyed down to Hobart last weekend, and he made his way all the way back here, and he's sort of in the half-dream room still, looking for the handle. Anyway, join us next week for more of the same here on The Life, right here on Triple M. Bye now.
There it is, lifers. Home again in paradise. Switch off the motor. Don't leave any valuables in the car. And keep the dial glued to Triple M.
Life. Beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people with cars, tyre fitters and other dreamers. Welcome to another well-tuned afternoon in paradise. Stay with us for the next 3 hours as Triple M runs you home to that little nook where your key fits a friendly hole. Reach out and touch a familiar knob on the shortcut to that wedge of wonder you call home. This is the life.
Gotta get back, girl, on the love train.
With the big two up front in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, the King of Diamonds, rampaging Roy Slaven, and riding shotgun, the ace up the sleeve, H.G. Nelson. HG?
Oh, yes, thanks very much indeed. Gentleman Jim Daniels in the Triple M soundproof booth. And Jim has dedicated today's reads. And can I just point out today's reads have a little bit of spring in their step? People have been outside, have been amazed at how warm it is, and that's affected Jim's vocal cords, and they've just come up absolute treat. You know, we don't get often a chance to pause and reflect on Jim's work for the Life, but it's just first class, always has been first class, and today, just that little bit of what I'm describing, a strawberry on top of the cream, on top of the cake, on top of the plate. Yes, anyway, he's dedicated today's reads to American Idol star Kelly Clarkson, who has been inked to appear at, wait for it, the NRL Grand Final in a fortnight's time, because those bastards, Bon Jovi, are too lazy to get off their asses and get on a plane and be part of the biggest thing in their pathetic lives they're ever likely to be part of, the Rugby League Grand Final. I mean, it is just appalling, Bon Jovi. You know, they offer the song, they get paid for that, then they swan about in their planes. They don't care about rugby league. They, as nearly as I can tell, they've never seen a game of rugby league. Oh, no, you just try. Sometimes you're out in the backyard in the middle of the night wondering, you know, is he up there? Scotty, beam us up if you're on your way. Anyway, Kelly and rugby league is a very tight fit. A very tight fit. Sure, she's never seen a game of rugby league. I'm reliably informed, no interest in rugby league, but can come out here and sing a couple of tracks off her new CD that is going to stun and wow. We won't know what they are. She hasn't written them, but they'll be ready in time, in a fortnight's time. And wouldn't it be great if the NRL could, today come out and say, yes, REM are reforming. Now, they only broke up yesterday, so I think it would be a good get if the Rugby League could persuade REM, Michael the boys, to get together and be part of the biggest thing they're ever likely to be, part of, the Rugby League Grand Final, to hear The End of the World, Religion, all those songs. Again, one more time. I think that's what the Australian public need, and, especially in this time of crisis, this terrible GFC crisis, part 12 that we're going through, when nobody's got any money and we're all, got the arse hanging out of our trousers. There, I've said it twice already. If I say it once more, a huge payout. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to The Life with Roy and HG on an afternoon when too much sport is barely enough. And what a week. What a week. It doesn't get any better than this week. Fact. best week of 2011. Rugby League and OzTag. We'll be talking a bit more about this later. I'll be saying more about this later. OzTag erupts at Penrith Panthers this Sunday. This is the new international version of the greatest game of all, created by Gus Gould. This Gouldian wheeze will do for the code what the 2020 Bash has done for cricket. Just wait till the people of India, and particularly in Mumbai, see what Gus has in mind. And they'll be watching Sunday. Make no mistake, the pictures will be beamed from Penrith Panthers straight into Mumbai, and you know they'll want to get involved. And later in the show, we'll be listing... It'll take us a fair while, but 100 reasons to hate Manly. And that's our talkback topic today. Do you hate Manly as much as we do? A simple yes will do. We don't need any no's, thank you very much. We won't be putting the nose to air. So if you agree that you hate Manly, can't stand them, hate the Jumping Castle, hate Fortress Brookie, all that, pick anybody. Pick Terry Hill if you must. If you hate Terry Hill, give us a ring and get involved. Only yes is going to air, and then don't bother with any gilding of the lily. Just move on and let somebody else have some space. I mean, it's your show. We want to hear from as many as we can. Rugby union and a massive hole has been punched in the Wallabies World Cup campaign with this devastating loss to the plucky Irish side last Saturday night. They cheated, of course, the Irish. No surprises there. They're known as cheats. The green cheats, they're called around the world. The Nutgiddy ones, that's our lot. On the very cusp of greatness, this team. On the very cusp of greatness, has now lost to Scotland, Samoa and Ireland in the recent past. I mean, this is greatness we can all share and be part of. It's just incredible. It's just been incredible. And football, that is Aussies go, that football, the Premier League and Arsenal. What's going on? I mean, 2 own goals in a 4-3 loss. I mean, I can't remember that ever happening before. 2 own goals in a 4-3 loss. Well, 1 own goal is unfortunate, but 2 looks like real carelessness. AFL, and suddenly only 4 are left in the park. It's the Battle of the Birds tonight, the Hawks and the Pies, followed by the Cats and the Eagles tomorrow, both at the G. Next week, of course, big week in footy. Starts with the Brownlow, and our good sorts gets a chance to waddle along the blue carpet and the high heels once again. And the Granny, they bookend the magic week of football with so much on the agenda. And could the Sydney Swans be bringing the Fevolution to Harbour City? I believe it's a tight fit. Brendan Favola and the Swans. You've heard it here first. Sure, the no dickheads policy of the Goody Two-Shoes is a high hurdle for the Fevolution to clear. But once that policy is ripped up and the goal-kicking machine, Brendan, well, it could be a feathered tonic in front of the big sticks, if I can put it that way. And look, a very sad note from the world of racing. I know many people here were Crystal Lily freaks. And the Great Slipper winner who thrilled kids mainly. Sadly, the horse dropped off the twig at training this morning. Not sure what happened. Glorious uncertainty of racing, I'd say, with a heart attack. And Glenn Boss fell from the horse and he's in a bit of trouble. This Super Hoop. Remember Mackay Diva, the Golden Rum? That was Glenn. All Glenn's work. The Super Hoop, Glenn Boss, is in trouble with a shoulder injury. So that's not good news, as we head into the Rupert Clark Stakes tomorrow. I know people will be wearing black armbands for the horse Crystal Lily tomorrow, and why wouldn't they? It was the sort of horse you could take home and introduce to your mum and not feel as though you'd be embarrassed at all. Great personality conveyance. And look, I have gone for something tomorrow. A bit of a surprise, the Bead. That is Darren Beedman is back and riding Silver Grecian in the Rupert. And I think it's worth $5 each way. Obviously you'll clean up tonight on the footy and then move on to the 8-race card at Caulfield tomorrow. And the Rupert Clark, just try horse number 9, Silver Grecian with the Bead on it. I mean, what's the Bead doing out here? If he's not come to win, why would he? Why would he bother? I'll be saying more on this later. Anyway, this is The Life, the home of the Plumber Smile. And now it's time to lock horns with the man who's always up and about. The king of the carpet layers. That man is rampaging Roy Slavin. We can get him on the gargle with all the stories that do not want to be told, simply by asking what caught your eye in the swirling soup of the sporting swamp during the past set of 7. Lucky Lockie?
Yes, thank you very much, Alan. That's a first.
It is.
It's a dead set first. I was going to go with... Well, I thought maybe...
Gaz.
I did think of Gaz. Mr. Shimmy Whoosh, Mr. S. Whoosh. But let's go with that. Thank you, Mr. S. Whoosh.
Thanks, Roy.
Who was that? Cricket coach Tim Nielsen is now going to coach South Australia.
I saw that.
Isn't that marvellous news for South Australia? There's a revolution happening in cricket in South Australia, beginning as soon as Nielsen arrives, apparently.
It's to do with youth.
Yeah, that's right.
He's unearthed so many great players.
I know. Just think of the players he's unearthed.
Buffhead Cosgrove. Yeah.
Did he?
Oh, I don't know. No, he came from somewhere else.
Did. No.
He came from somewhere else.
He did. Who did Nielsen on Earth?
Would he had something to do with... Oh, I don't know.
Did he? No.
Was he there when the Chapels came through?
I don't think so. No.
God, he's found a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he has. I mean, don't be put off by the fact that we can't think of anyone, but I'm sure he's unearthed a hell of a lot of cricketers that we still haven't heard of. But we're going to hear of them as soon as that Nielsen revolution bloody kicks into South Australia.
What's the elements of the revolution?
Just elements?
Yeah, just good
just
players.
Nielsen, just him.
Yeah, him.
Yeah, you know. Howdy, Tim. Timmy Nielsen. Oh, who was that? That's Timmy Nielsen.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of that. Who is that guy?
Yeah. What's he doing here?
Is that Tim? Yeah, it is. Hey, you, turn around.
Yeah.
Thought so. Move on. Now, Pup says he wants an input on Australia's new coach.
Oh,
but he's not naming names. Not naming names. He wants input, but he's not prepared to tell us who he thinks should be coaching.
Oh.
Now, if it's going to be Greg Chappell, I'm walking out.
You giving up?
I'm giving up.
Right. There's no chance it's going to be
I don't think so. Depends on Pup's input.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
Australia goes down bravely to Switzerland in the Davis Cup. Well, was it brave? I suppose it was a little bit of brave. I mean, Little didn't have to turn up on the Monday morning, but he did.
Yeah, true. He could have walked off.
Yeah, he could have. He could have just stayed away and said, oh, no, I'm buggered. My ankle's gone again. But he didn't. He turned up, got into the shorts, walked out with the racket, and that was it.
Yeah. Then he walked off.
Yeah.
3 minutes later.
That's it.
Wasn't it great to see a tie played in natural light, though?
I know.
Only in natural light.
Yeah, unreal. Someone described it to me, they said it's mental.
Mental? I heard surreal.
Yeah, surreal and mental. Now, Harry Kewell fever.
Yes.
Harry Kewell fever.
Mm-hmm.
It's hit the A-League. Mm-hmm. You can feel it, can't you? There's something in the air.
I know. 10 goals this weekend.
I know. You can feel what is that?
So that's Tim
Frisson
Nielsen.
in the air.
Yeah, Tim Nielsen?
No. Harry Kewell.
Is it Harry?
It's Harry Kewell fever.
Mighty.
The whole country's caught it.
Yeah.
Now, Wallaby supporters get spat on by New Zealanders.
Oh, I know. I saw this.
I know. This is not a good look. Not a good look. Mind you, I say to myself, anyone who goes over to watch the Wallabies has got to be a dickhead anyway, so spit on them. I mean, why not?
True.
I mean, you've got to give the New Zealanders credit.
They can spot them, can't they?
When it's due.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
They can spot them. You know, the one there with the wearing the Wallabies goods.
Yeah, that's right.
The
green and gold.
Yeah.
Scarf.
Now, the Broncos, that is the baby Bronx.
Yeah.
The rudderless Bronx tonight.
The nappy people.
The nappy people. They've got to defy history to win without Lockie. Do you know they've never won without Lockie? Now, Lockie's been playing for, let's say, 17 years.
They've never won?
They've never won
a match?
They've never won a match without him. No, isn't that an incredible statistic?
Is it true?
Yes. Never won one match. Can you think of one?
No,
Like it if I can.
No, I can't think of one.
I can't think of one.
Well,
nope.
Canberra?
No, they didn't win.
Right.
No, not without Lockie. Not without Lockie steering them around the paddock.
Can I ask?
God, he's got a footy brain.
Oh, yeah, he's got an eyes.
He's got a footy brain.
Yeah, true. That's right.
Don't care what you say about Lockie. And should he be made an immortal? He should have been made an immortal the other night. Busted eye.
He should have.
Kicks the field goal.
I know.
Wins the match.
Yeah.
Why not carry him? Well, they did carry him off, but wouldn't it have been lovely just to announce there and then, ladies and gentlemen, can you welcome the latest immortal?
Mr. D. Lockyer.
Mr. D. Lockyer.
Applause all round.
Yeah, applause all round. Good on you, Lockie. Well done. Now, the Battle of the Ages. Now, I'm calling this the Battle of the Ages. No one else is. But I think it could be one to watch tonight. That is Justin Hodges versus Steve Maddie.
Wow.
Both got short wicks.
I know.
They're both powder kegs with short wicks. Yes. And both will be carrying 3 or 4 cigarette lighters.
I know. Could I put it to you, Roy, that they don't mind opening the can of Wampa?
No, they don't. They don't. This will be a delicious prospect for lovers of rugby league.
Yeah, true.
Just sit down and enjoy it.
Are you worried it's going to be a damn squid?
No, I don't think it will be. No, Hodjo rarely disappoints.
And
Maddie doesn't.
No, Maddie.
I mean, Maddie's the only one I've bloody, I've got any time for.
Yeah.
And Manly.
In the jumping class.
Yeah. I mean, he's the only one. Now, where are we? Now, of course, did you know, HG, that a neutrino this morning was measured at the CERN Collider?
Yeah. But
at a speed faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, I saw this, but I didn't know what it meant.
What it means, it's changed the standard model.
So we got something faster than the speed of light?
Yes. Now, we always knew... Now, when I say we, you know...
You guessed.
It was known that in Planck time, that is at the very beginning of the universe, that particles did move faster than the speed of light in the period of acceleration. This was because light had not yet been created.
Yeah. But
in that early, Planck time, as I think about 10 to the power of minus 23 seconds, it's a very brief period of time, but enormous expansion took place there.
Yep.
And so once the standard model was arrived at, thank you very much, back in 1925 by Albert Einstein, E equals mc squared, the constant being the speed of light.
Yep. Now...
Suddenly, hello, it's all changed.
I know.
It's all up for grabs.
Are you worried there might be something going faster than the thing that's going faster than the speed of light?
Well... I suppose it could worry me if I dwell on it. Because neutrinos, HG, these neutrinos are travelling at the speed of light. Billions are going through us all the time. At the moment, wherever Lockie is, billions of neutrinos are going through the poor bugger. Faster than the speed of light. Get your head around that.
No, I can't.
Well, I can't either. Nor can Hensby, 761.
On this day in 1804, Governor King announced to the colony that Lord Mortlock of Diss would be arriving on board the 96th Fleet to deliver a series of lectures as to why the platypus does not exist. King was reported to have been subjected to loud, derisive cheers. 84 free settlers were flogged. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Yes, Roy. Look, sadly, the way the finals have worked out has meant in the rugby league that there hasn't been huge crowds.
Yeah, this is baffling, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah.
Now,
a lot of people viewing it on television.
Oh, enormous numbers.
Enormous numbers.
TV. But, you don't want to see a lot of vacant seats on the television.
Well, no, you don't.
And mercifully, these days, the camera people are so adept at shooting out the empty seats.
Yes.
But the NRL will assess, according to The Telegraph, the efforts of clubs in promoting the final series, with crowds for this week's playoffs set to plummet in comparison to recent years. Around 23,000 tickets have been sold to each of weekend's preliminary finals, which the league was forced to host at smaller venues, City Football Stadium and Amy Park. That was the way the draw worked out, though, or the wins worked out. Melbourne gets home finals, so they have to play, obviously, an out-of-town team to state the bleeding obvious, like the Warriors. Well, very few people are going to come with the Rugby World Cup on there, and a chance to spit at Australians. Why wouldn't you stay there and enjoy that rather than get on a plane and come and see the Rugby League in Melbourne?
Yes, that's
Then, of course, we've got the problem of the Broncos coming from Queensland to the Fortress Brookie, the jumping castle, which...
Well, that'll be filled.
Well, if it was at the jumping castle, it would be filled, but now it's at the SFS, of course.
Oh, Lord.
Now, projected crowds will be insignificant compared with those of past years when ANZ Stadium hosted more than 70,000 fans for, obviously, Canterbury, Parramatta, West Tigers, St George Illawarra and so on. The worrying figures come at a time when many in the game are disappointed at some clubs' reluctance to allow media opportunities to promote the series. Now, just as a sidebar issue, it was suggested that Hodjo would have a nice think piece done about him in the paper leading up, good build-up. Hodjo probably say something really interesting and stupid at the same time. As soon as the coach Griffin got wind of this, nixed it. No, you can't talk to the media, Hodjo. So is they're not going out of the way to promote the series.
But surely the Broncos would have a PR person who could front the media and explain what Hodjo's feelings and thoughts are.
What a lovely idea. Do you think they would have thought of that, though?
Oh, I don't know. Well, you'd think they'd have a PR person, wouldn't they? And Manly likewise. They'd send their PR person.
Well, it used to be Peter Peters, I think.
Well,
but
that's right. But there must be someone coming in behind Peter Peters.
Yeah. Well,
but then again, Peter Peters, did you ever hear a squeak out of Peter Peters?
No, I never heard anything.
I never heard anything from Peter Peters.
No. Well, Brisbane flew to Sydney midweek and hosted media sessions every day, including a match day on Friday. Including match day. Manly advertised just one opportunity and shielded star players from the spotlight. The NRL guidelines stipulate each club must hold 3 media sessions per week. Now,
well, 3's not enough, really, is it?
It's not. I reckon. Look at the 24-hour news cycle, Roy. You want to place it, I reckon, one every 8 hours. Get a really good story. Hodjo's down with gastro. That's where you start.
Yes.
People ask, Hodjo, how you feeling? A few hours. Had a laxative, didn't clean me out, all that sort of stuff.
Sure.
Then you move on. The next 8 hours go by. Hodjo's better. Looks as though he'll be able to play. Then you're back. Oh, no, he's relapsed.
Yes.
That's just one day. You got stories churning out online. You can have tweets going out about all this sort of stuff. People have seen Hodjo eating the laxer looking very peaky.
Yeah.
Other people saying it looks as though he's helping him.
Yes.
Look, can I just say also that these teams so far have been remarkably quiet, haven't they?
They're far too quiet.
Yeah, exactly. Now,
I don't understand why in the week of a final each of the players aren't out door knocking.
What an
inviting
excellent idea.
people to come along, because a lot of people don't know. But wouldn't it be great? Knock at the door. There's, say, I don't know, Steve Maddie. And you think, I know you from somewhere, mate. Who are you? Oh, no, I'm Steve Maddie. I'm playing footy on the West Coast. Sorry? Come along with all. Okay, thanks, mate. Yeah, thanks for the invite.
What time do I have to be there?
Yeah. That's right. What time's it on at again?
Yeah. Now, listen, I seem to remember that, was it Tommy Raudonikis who did this?
Yeah.
And he went up and down the streets in Campbelltown trying to get a crowd to come down.
That's right.
Come down to the footy Friday night.
Exactly.
You know, have the time of your life.
Have the time of your life.
Now,
exactly. Now, the other thing, I mean, this has got to be two-pronged, sure.
It does.
You've got to have your players out door knocking and telling their stories. You know, you mightn't have heard of me, but I'm Steve Maddie and I play, you know, I'll be up against Hodjo.
And I'm a powder keg.
I'm a powder keg, little wick.
Yeah, that's right. I could be going off.
Where's your lighter?
Yeah,
you know, boom. That sort of stuff, you know, immediately people are interested. So you've got to have that going, as well as forcing people to come along.
Well, I think in the past, when South signed that deal to play at ANZ Stadium, we suggested that people should be rounded up at the point of a gun in the South Sydney area and forced onto trains and arrive out there, go to the match and then come back.
That's right.
If necessary, at the point, all the way.
It's
fairly easy
to tell. Yeah. But the other thing is we've got to get food prices down at these
that seems
venues.
to be the big thing, yes. If
no one wants to pay $20 for one chip.
I know.
They don't.
It's inhuman.
It's inhuman. Because most people want to have more than one chip.
Yeah, they do. And they want to share some with their mates.
That's right.
And they can easily be spending $2,000 or $3,000 dollars on chips alone.
That's right. Now, $450 for a pie is too much.
It is.
It is too much.
Yeah. No, it is too much. Now, can I just say, that's all well and good. But wouldn't it be great if we had an old-fashioned, you know, somebody putting a bit of poo in their shoe and tossing it onto a roof, something like that?
Oh, I see.
Or we
stunts. You're talking stunts.
Stunts, yes.
Something that'll draw the head and get rugby league back on the front page.
Exactly. I want to go down, Dad, and see the bloke who, you know, obviously went to the toilet in somebody else's shoe. Yeah. You know, can you point him out to me when he's out there? Yeah, there he is, that one, number 12.
Yes.
You know, see, that gets kids involved. It gives them something you can understand.
That's right. That's right, especially if they can get the autograph after the game.
Oh, indeed, wouldn't that be great?
You know, there's no reason why the players shouldn't stay there until everyone has an autograph done. You know, so that's another lure to come to the game. Yeah. You can get everyone's autograph.
You know, like, I mean, you used to sit in Finley's for Fine Furniture.
I did.
In the Saturday morning window.
In the showroom,
in the showroom.
Yeah.
Is that too much?
No, I don't think it's too much.
How about David Jones in the city?
Yes.
I've got Elizabeth Street and, say, Park Street in mind. It may not be on that corner.
Yeah.
Sort of there.
Sort of there.
Imagine there's about 8 windows, maybe even more. There might be 13 windows.
Yeah.
How about a different rugby league player in each window from the Manly team?
Sitting there having maybe a sandwich and a cup of tea.
Well, when appropriate.
When appropriate.
Yeah, so they get there at 9. They do nothing for an hour and a half. They have their cup of tea. Then they get to, say, 1 o'clock, sandwich, obviously brought in.
That's right.
By, you know, somebody from the media.
At 2 o'clock, they change into their footy gear.
On Friday, the 9th of November, 1804, Governor King announced that all eucalyptus trees should be set on fire. The rebuilding of the colony began on December the 8th. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Roy, look, just before we go on, Sonic Fred Smith got onto me today, drawing my attention to something which I think we broke a little while ago.
Yes.
But it's on tonight, and it's the great debut of Stinkfist Hopewade in the mixed martial arts, the cage fighting.
All right.
Which is obviously going to be a terrific night for
it will be a good night.
People at the Penrith Panthers Leagues Club tonight to get along and have a look at Hopper go round in his first Elite Cage Championship bout.
Yeah. Do we know who he's up against?
We do. Garth Williams.
Garth Williams, yes.
Yeah, retired heavyweight.
Yep.
Who's obviously taking the plunge along with Stinkfist.
Yeah.
Both are coming out of retirement for the bout. Stinky says, a former heavyweight boxer, he's just had 6 weeks to learn to what he calls to adjust to the sport that he's never experienced before.
Yeah. Well, you can do all the things you want to do, you know.
Exactly.
Like when you're boxing, you're not allowed to knee people or
kick them in the head.
Or grab their,
The Tossel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think he can go...
do anything.
I know. And if he wants to go stink style, he can.
Tailor-made for him.
Tailor-made, yeah. Once he rolls him over, obviously the opponent, Garth Williams, I just hope he's got that buttock pad in.
Yeah. He may not. May not be aware of...
Stinky's other work.
Stinky's propensity to turn people into bowling balls.
Now, he says, my knowledge, this is Stinkfist talking, my knowledge of cage fighting is limited. I don't think that's quite right.
No, I don't either.
He's just never been in the cage doing
cagey, isn't he?
He certainly is. But it's an itch that I've always wanted to scratch.
Oh, it's so true.
I know. Talk about what brilliant media that is now. Yeah. If the Rugby League could follow an itch that's always wanted to be scratched.
Yeah.
So when the opportunity came up, I grabbed it with two hands. It involves a lot of work on the ground, and maybe with my footy background and tackling technique, it'll suit me more than standing up and throwing punches like boxing.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's selling himself short. He was just a brilliant boxer.
He was a terrific boxer.
Remember, he went to America to fight once, and he got enchanted by, what was it, the barbershop quartets?
Barbershop. Well, the barbershops themselves.
The barbershops themselves, yes, and the singing. Do you think that happens?
I don't know. Yeah. Anyway,
Stinky's...
It's a particular view of the United States that he's got, isn't it? It's just a very one series of barbershops.
Now, Stinky's venture into the cage is yet another chapter in what's described here in the Sunday Telegraph a little while ago as a controversial and colourful career. Apawade said he cared little for the critics who attacked the decision. I don't know anybody who would, in all honesty, only, Monday morning.
Well, does he say people are entitled to their own opinions? Yeah, a bit like Gaz with St George?
Exactly. Yeah, he says, I've always had my critics, but to be honest, I'm over them. If getting smacked in the head puts food on the table for my kids, then that's what I've got to get up and do. Now, Roy, just a quick couple of heads up, because I know he listens, where... what are some of the things he's likely to forget, or the easy traps to fall into when he steps into the cage and he hears the door shut clang?
Yeah.
Is he going to worry about the referee too much and public opinion?
Wouldn't have thought so.
No. So that means...
my only suggestion would be yourself.
Yeah.
Be yourself. Yeah. Don't try to be like any other cage fighter you've seen. Just be your own cage fighter. Get to know your own cage fighter and learn to love yourself a little bit when you're in the cage.
Yeah. Would you like to see, say, Garth Williams, come away sort of looking like Darren all over, as opposed to just Darren in the left eye?
Oh, right.
Sort of really pummeled to a pulp and never want to do it again. Would you think that would be a good result, or do you think he should hold him up?
Well, that depends on whoever's refereeing, isn't it? I mean...
I've got no idea who's refereeing, but they're bound to be good.
Ideally, Williams will just be a bucket of mince that they'll have to hose out at the end.
Yeah, no, now you're reading my mind,
or just hose into a coffin the bits that are left and...
nail down the lid shut. I mean, I bet your Elite Cage Championships have got all that organised.
Yeah, they're
very, very professional.
Yeah. Now, with this bout, I assume, actually, you can watch it while they're playing the pokies?
Of course. What are you talking about? Of course you'll be able to watch it while they're playing the pokies. They'll have some sort of payout. Some sort of special payout. If you pick the round and, the number, and that'll be slaved into your machine. And
beautiful.
Let's say you might win, say, $100 on that, then straight away 100 credits on the poker machine.
Yeah, right, beautiful.
Oh, no, this will be very, very well handled. Very, very well organised.
Yes.
And, no news to the undercard too, and I just hope the undercard's a very good, solid undercard, because I hate to think of people, sort of not being able to settle in for, say, good 2 or 3 hours of high-qual, caged mayhem.
Yeah. Are they starting, say, with the under-12s, actually?
They would. Well, curiously you should say that.
Yeah.
In England, have you been following this story?
No.
I think they've got kids as young as 8 in the cage.
Oh,
is that right? Yes, I think that's right.
That's fantastic.
It is.
Are we allowed to have it here? I mean, we're going to get an under-8s bout here tonight?
Well,
at Penrith?
I think if they put it on and no one notices, they'll be right. What the problem is...
Wouldn't that be a lovely lead-up to Williams v Stinko? You're under 8s, under 10s, under 12s, under 14s.
Then you're opens.
Yeah,
16-year-old against Hopper.
Yeah.
Could happen. Now, look, one of the great things was, I think the dad of one of the caged under 8s said, well, the trouble is he'd be only punching the living daylights out of somebody outside the ring if he wasn't in the ring doing it.
Yeah.
Which I thought was philosophically fairly accurate.
Well, I think most parents know, after... Often you can tell before they're 3 whether you got a genuine cager or not.
Did you know Sydney was named Sydney by Arthur Phillip because he liked Lord Townsend, who was the Earl of Sydney? No one knows Sydney like Triple M. And The Life.
This is The Life, laying rubber all the way to that nook where your key fits a friendly hole with the King of Diamonds and the ace up the sleeve, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks very much, gentlemen, Jim. And what a weekend of football coming up, not only obviously in the Rugby League tonight and tomorrow, in the AFL. Obviously, we've got tonight the Collingwood and Hawthorn, and tomorrow the Cats and the Eagles. But then again, you've got the Rugby Union.
Yes. Now, any Rugby Union news?
Yes, that was what I was going to introduce.
Apart from the spitting business?
Well, the spitting.
Yes.
But what I was worried about was more, say, Tim Horan's column this week. And I love reading Tim Horan.
Very provocative.
Very provocative. Ireland had a deliberate plan to fake injuries each time there was a breakdown in play last Saturday. Now, you remember it was 16-9, I think was the score.
Yes,
Ireland's way.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things where it was sort of like a rope-a-dope sort of campaign.
Yes.
On behalf of the Irish. So every time the play broke down, they feigned injuries so they could slow the game down and frustrate the Wallabies.
Good.
And then Tim Horan, wanting to fill up a few more words, how can I be sure? And then he says, by talking to the Irish assistant coach, Alan Gaffney, in the dressing room afterwards.
Right. Well, Alan's very honest, Alan Gaffney.
He's incredibly honest, probably too honest, a little bit too honest. But that's the way of rugby, isn't it?
Well, the Irish rugby. It's the honest rugby.
Yeah. Now, also Tim Horan unfortunately reveals Australia's future opponents will have taken notice of the strategy.
Do you think? Do you think they might have? Well, if not, they've only got to read Horan's column, haven't they?
And then they will, yeah. Ireland had a game plan for Australia and a work to treat, this is Horan again, to slow the game down just for stoppages, target them in the scrum, and then put the high ball up at every opportunity. They also used the choker tackle.
Did they really?
Taught by their defensive coach, Les Kiss.
Oh, Les Kiss.
A name familiar to rugby league players.
My word, Queensland Rugby League. Yes.
In fact, State of Origin.
State of Origin, my word. But I didn't know he was not a renowned tackler, Les Kiss.
No.
Oh, I want to say he was a winger.
He was a winger. But obviously learnt defensive skills enough to take on Ireland.
Yeah. Or read the book.
I read the book, yeah.
Yeah, The Grapple Tackle.
Yeah.
That terrific book. I don't know if you've read it.
No, I haven't, but I've certainly seen it on shelves, bookstores' shelves, and I've always thought, God, I'd love to read that.
Yeah, How to Grapple Tackle with Authority, I think it's subtitled.
Choke 'em to death.
Choke 'em to death, that's it.
Now, they identified that the Australians' midfield ran quite upright and successfully held them up to get turnovers. Wow, they're cunning as shithouse rats, the cheating Irish.
Yeah, their coach. Who's their coach?
Well, I'm not
Genius.
I should have known that.
Maestro.
Coach. The shame was that Lawrence destroyed the spectacle of the game. This is sadly... Then I think he worries about the referee. That's right.
Bloody referees. Why don't they see the Wallabies' way?
Well, if James Horville was more experienced as a captain, according to Tim Horan, he would have blown up about it to referee Bryce Lawrence and really created a scene. And then he says there's no way NZ skip Richie McCaw would have stayed silent if the team had used the tactics against the All Blacks.
Right.
The shame was that Lawrence destroyed the spectacle with his tweeting.
Yeah.
Ireland deserved to win and always would have won, but the way Lawrence handled the match means he should not get another World Cup game at this, obviously 2011 showdown. It's about the spectacle, not just the rugby, not just for rugby diehards, but the general sports fans who want to, obviously enjoy their game. They want to see their game, Roy,
well, fascinating thoughts.
Well, is it true?
Yeah, of course it's true.
Yeah,
and the last time I saw this used, not in rugby but in rugby league, was the 1969 grand final, going back a bit, when Balmain beat Souths. Yeah. And they had a very cunning, I want to say English halfback called Dave Bolton.
Yes.
Who just kept slowing the play down by feigning injury all the time. And it drove Souths bananas.
Right.
And it always struck me. I put that down in my black book at the time and I thought, gee.
Somebody will use it.
Yeah.
Well, you see...
Who would have thought, nearly, I don't know how many years later, 40 years later, so, here's the Irish picking out, the Dave Bolton
technique.
Game plan.
Yeah. Now, one thing that worries me is, could the Australians do it? You know, so let's... I think they're playing the United States
next
today.
time they play Ireland?
Well, usually
it'd be a slow game if both sides are doing it.
I know, or South Africa, more to the point. Yeah. I think they're going to come up against South Africa in the semis, or the quarterfinals, rather.
Right.
Imagine that, getting past them.
But do you want to slow the Bok down? I mean, with the Bok, you want to keep them up and moving because they're so bloody slow and hopeless.
That's true, but
you got to pick your
yeah, I know. I accept
try
that.
this on.
Yeah. You know,
look, the All Blacks. I mean, if they ever get a chance to play the All Blacks again, I'd be trying it there.
Yeah.
Every time there's a tackle,
stop,
go down.
Because what happens is there's that sort of gentleman's rule, whereas if a player's on one knee, they're allowed recovery time.
I see.
So it's inbuilt into the code.
Yeah.
This thing that if you want to feign injury, you can.
Yeah. See, rugby league's not like that.
No.
To wit, when, it might have been one of the Morris boys.
Yes, the other night.
And Hodjo wasn't going to take any of that.
No.
You're staying down, are you, fella? Well, cop this.
And he went.
Beautiful.
Well, that's
the beauty of rugby league.
Yeah. Well, I was going to point that out, is that... I think the Telegraph again, it was a sporting, a shooting, fishing a barrel. We're talking about the same incident. Brett Morris had a badly contorted his ankle while fielding an innocuous Broncos kick deep into last Saturday night's semi-final, and was now writhing in pain on the Cauldron's turf. Lying there exposed, he was, according to Andrew Webster, as vulnerable as Bambi.
Wow.
Beautiful image, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
That's when Justin Hodges narrowed the eyes and zeroed in on his prey.
Yeah.
No, said Brendan Cray. Didn't matter. Hodges whacked the Dragons winger, and everyone who's ever considered Dragons to be a thug or a grub or whatever they care to think how Blue murder behind the glass in the coach's box. Wayne Bennett barely moved. Yeah. He really does. Oh, Hodjo, he said to himself. I didn't jump out of my seat and carry on. He probably wasn't thinking much. He's talking about Hodjo.
Yeah.
There was a player on the ground. He tackled him. There wasn't much to it. I didn't jump up and down and carry on, because there's many times when I've coached him and I've thought, oh, Hodjo.
Hodjo, yeah. Yeah, Hodjo. Well,
beautiful.
Well,
Insight into the difference between the codes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Hodjo's view is, I think, if you're on the rugby league park and you're wearing a Guernsey, you're fair game to be tackled. Even if you're dead.
The first commercial sausage to be sold in the colony was purchased by Governor King on Saturday the 19th of September 1804. It consisted of horse meat, sawdust and suet, and was billed as being sweeter than a bull's turd. The governor was said to have enjoyed his sausage very much. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Obviously, the elephant in the room is should he or shouldn't he have played, and we're talking about Darren Lockyer here. Roy, firstly, can I ask, did you ever have in your playing days, an incident like this, or is similar to this, where a player like, say, Stomper had a broken leg? It wasn't completely broken, it was hanging by a thread. He thought he could get out there and do something. The team obviously relied on Stomper holding him up one side of the front row.
Yeah.
You were the other bookend. But, obviously when he came out, it was much worse than anticipated, and he did nothing except sit down, and you were left to carry the team by yourself.
Yeah. Well, when Stomp's knee went, it wasn't great. It wasn't good. And it was a grand final. But Stomp did a clever thing, because he knew that if he went out there, they'd target that knee. He strapped the other knee. He strapped his good knee. So they just whacked that good knee all day, and nothing happened. Stomp just laughed at him. He couldn't move much, but he distributed the ball nicely,
which wasn't his go.
No, it was never his go. But Grass thought, oh well, listen, Stomp, we might put you at 5'8". You just direct traffic with your good knee. And he did. No, we didn't win the game, but we didn't lose it by much. And pride.
Pride, yeah.
We kept our pride.
Now, would Manly have targeted the head if he'd gone out there? You see, you've got to remember, of course, Steve Maddie. You've got the other one there, Watmo.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you've got a lot of maddies there.
Yeah, exactly.
They're a team of maddies.
Exactly.
And I think that's what probably
swung the
forced Lockie's hand in the end. If he was playing, say,
Parramatta.
Yeah.
Would have been.
You'd think, oh, well, they'll look after me. They're not going to punch me in the eye. But you knew with Manly, as soon as they had the opportunity,
They would have.
They'd have just punched his eye straight away and tried to blind him.
Well, as soon as he got that first ball, that'd be the very telling point, wouldn't it? Yeah, because obviously, Now...
Which leads us just very, very neatly. We could do this very neatly, I think, actually, is our talkback, which you flagged a moment ago. It's 133353. It just gives you thoughts. I mean, the question is just very simply, is the current Manly team the biggest set of dickheads ever to wear the maroon and white? Now, if you want to let us know, bloody hell, people are getting involved very quickly. I think we begin with Cherie at Newtown. What do you think, Cherie?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob of Petersham?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Graham, Pennant Hills?
Yes.
Good on you, matey. Mick, Penshurst?
Gonna go with, yes.
Yeah, just bloody well nearly took too much time there, mate. Susan of Penrith?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Jeff of Candos? Candos, wow. Well, Jeff? Was that a yes from Jeff? It was. Okay. Sarah of Kensington?
Nope.
Well, we're not well, a weird-sounding Sarah, can I say? And weird with an idea as well. We'll leave it at that. I think it's overwhelmingly yes.
Yes. Brilliant talk back again, Roy, as you'd expect. Aren't the listeners on the ball?
They're astute, aren't they?
They're astute.
Yeah.
Now, look, I wanted to go a little bit differently here because obviously Brady Fittler came out in the paper this week and said this is the stuff that movies are made of should Lockie play.
Oh,
and all of a sudden you can see where I'm going.
Yes.
The movie tentatively called The Wandering Eye. Fittler says he's adamant that Darren Lockyer feels good enough to play and doesn't think he'll risk the team, letting the teammates down. He should play.
You're right.
Now, this didn't turn out to be the case, but that's, let's say, Wednesday, midweek.
Mind you, this could have been just a wheeze, HG, that he said, I'm not going to play. He might.
Haven't you ruled it out?
Wouldn't surprise me if Lockie turned up.
Wow.
I'm just putting that out there. You know, the Lockie I know
would turn up.
I think so.
Now, Fittler, I encourage him to get out there if he can. This is the stuff movies are made of. If he believes he's got it in him to play, he should. Now, Roy, let's just try and work on this. Obviously, it writes itself, so we just have to worry about the casting. Do you see Russell Crowe as Darren Lockyer?
Oh, I think he might be a bit old now, actually.
How about as, say, coach?
Yeah, he'd be good as the Broncos coach. Yes.
Coach Griffin. And would you see... maybe with, say, 70% of the lines, that we see the whole thing through the coach's eyes and the coach's worries?
Well, okay, whose story are we telling? Yeah. That's what you've got to ask yourself. See, I think the camera should be on Lockie all the time. You know, with Lockie doing a bit of a voiceover every now and again. You know, don't know whether I should play.
No. Well,
you should. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't play Lockie. You know, some of the other characters would say. Yeah, no, don't worry. You're going to lose your sight, mate, if you play. Yeah,
Doctor?
Yeah, but I've got to play for the boys, haven't I? Well, that's one way of looking at it, Lockie. You know, there'd be a lot of those sorts of lines. You know, look at it.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of sight reference lines.
Looking at it from the other point of view.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, okay, the one thing that worries me about slightly is the romantic involvement. I'm a bit lost here. I mean,
well, Mrs. Lockie would have an attitude,
Mrs.
wouldn't
Lockie,
she?
yeah.
You know? Darren, you're not playing.
Yeah, that might be his mum.
Yeah.
Maybe his girlfriend's more philosophical.
Oh, right. You got to do what you got to do.
Exactly.
Darren, if you think
if you come back with just one eye, I'll still love you.
I'll still love you.
Yeah.
But I would just say, Darren, that if you don't play, you won't be letting me down.
Governor King's production of Fallen Bess, a tragedy set in the colony, featured Mole Driscoll in the leading role. The actor playing Roger Cox, the Rough Rider, who has his way with Bess, was found beheaded by the tank stream. No one was ever charged. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
And Roy, I think we broke this story last year concerning the Papua New Guinea driving campaign linked to visit to the NRL Grand Final.
That's right.
Now, Richard, should I say, it's not Richard, but Glenn, Richard, our skipper, on the boat, and he said, obviously, this thing that worked so well last year is going to work, even better this year. The idea is that the winners, and we'll get to how they win in a minute, but the winners of the Road Safety Initiative in Papua New Guinea arrive in Sydney on the 29th of September.
Yeah.
They attend an NRL fan day and the GF edition of the Footy Show and meet David Gallop. That's on the 29th. On the 1st, they attend a final training session of one of the grand final teams.
Yes.
Saturday the 1st, they have Sydney sightseeing.
Yes.
Taking in, obviously, all the delights of Sydney, probably a cage bout at Penrith Panthers.
Probably, yeah.
The races of Rose Hill, probably.
Yep.
They'd be given a leg up into the mounting enclosure, all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
Then they attend the grand finals, or they attend all 3 grand finals.
Oh, fantastic. That'd be ball, flag and...
Toyota Cup.
Yeah.
And then the big one.
Yeah, big one.
And then Monday the 3rd, they fly back to PNG.
Right.
Now...
Right, this is just 15... motorists selected at random, HG? Or?
Not bad.
Yeah.
As I understand, they have to do things.
Right.
So
like drive?
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
Now, you could be persuaded that certain parts of Papua New Guinea don't have many cars.
No, that's right.
So it would be possible to maybe...
So they're probably from Moresby.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
He said, Glenn writes, he says, from September the 29th to 2nd, 15 PNG motorists, many of whom have never been out of their remote village, hit Sydney to watch the live NRL Grand Final because of their exemplary driving efforts.
Fantastic.
Now, the campaign is Road Safety, It's Not a Game. That's the title of it.
Yeah.
Road Safety campaign began 2 years ago with a rugby league-based theme. Yeah. And remember, you've got to remind yourself that Papua New Guinea is the only country in the world where rugby league is the national sport.
That's right.
Campaign ambassadors include NRL stars Cameron or Cam Smith, Benji Marshall, Scott Prince, Sam Thaiday, Greg Inglis, and PNG's own David Mead, Paul Layton and Neville Costigan.
Right.
They are the faces of a public awareness campaign extolling the virtues of not speeding, drink driving, not drink driving, of overloading their vehicles with too many passengers, and also encouraging greater awareness from pedestrians who tend to walk right on the shoulder of the main roads.
Yes.
Now, also, the findings of statistical research to measure the campaign's effectiveness are staggering. From March 2010 to March 2011, this data showed a 22% positive difference in road accidents, positive change of 19% in lives saved, and 9% less pedestrian accidents. Also revealed 87% of drivers have seen It's Not a Game ads. 84 believe they made had provided them with greater respect for the road safety. 82% of passengers have seen It's Not a Game. 69% has believed that changed the way they feel about road safety. 93% of owners have seen It's Not a Game. 65% believe it's made them more respectful of road safety. It's an incredible campaign.
Isn't that a fantastic campaign? And this has all come out of the Rugby League.
The Rugby League.
Yeah.
So
Rugby League has made Papua New Guinea safer to drive in.
It has.
Or safer to be a pedestrian in, more importantly.
Indeed. And I think that what happens is that they pledge. They pledge.
Yes.
That I'll not speed.
Yes.
I'll not run over pedestrians. I'll not drink while I drive. And then when they've completed that, a lot of them give up because obviously they run over a pedestrian or get on the piss or something like that.
Yeah.
But then those who stay pure to the aims of the campaign, It's Not a Game, go into a barrel, and 15 of them their names are plucked out, and off they come to Sydney. It's tremendous, isn't it?
Isn't that fantastic? Could we organise some sort of reciprocal arrangement here, HG? Whereby, say...
15?
Some rugby league players...
Or...
start doing some, ads for safe driving campaigns. Safe driving, g'day, I'm Anthony Watmo, and don't be an idiot with a car.
Like me.
Yeah, well, don't be an idiot with a car.
Yeah.
Something like that. That could be the message.
Yeah.
Don't be an idiot with a car.
Yeah, right yourself.
G'day, I'm Des Hasler. I coach Watmo, and he's right. Don't be an idiot with a car.
Yeah. Hello, my name's Peter Peters. I used to be the media manager for Watmo and Hasler. Don't be an idiot with a car.
Yeah.
Hello, my name's Buzz.
I'm okay. You might remember me. I was with Manly years and years ago, and they're right. Don't be an idiot with a car.
Yeah.
Then 15 motorists selected randomly who haven't been booked.
Yeah. In the rugby league gear.
Off they go to Papua New Guinea.
Wow.
For a bit of sightseeing tour of, say, Moresby.
And then off to Lae.
Yes.
And then they might be able to paddle their own canoes down the Sepik River.
Something like that.
What a trip.
Well, what do you think? Could it work? Could we statistically get improvements like they're getting in PNG?
Well, that's
the challenge, isn't it?
No, that's the challenge. Well, your road safety people should get on board with this. This is a brilliant idea.
Of course they should. Of course they should.
Brilliant idea. And should we get that guy, the Papua New Guinea's oldest player, Jene, is that his name?
Oh, yeah.
Might be in his 60s now, but still playing and still loves the game.
Still loves it, yeah.
Could he somehow be
the face of safe driving in New South Wales?
Yeah.
Stanley Jene.
Stanley Jene.
Yeah.
Well done.
Hello, I'm Stanley Jene. I've got nothing to do with Manly because I hate them.
But
don't be an idiot with a car.
And now in Hybrid Half Hour.
You ready for me?
From Eastern Creek to Albert Park. From Brisbane to Bathurst. It's time for another Triple M Hot Lap handout. And action. What's on pole, HG?
Well, it's a terrific prize, anchored by what has been described to me as an extremely rare Dr. Dan T-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Dan, the symbol of everything that's good and great about Triple M, appears in a very rare T-shirt.
Yeah.
Dr. Dan, some may know.
He's the guitarist with the wings, isn't he?
Yeah, the guitarist. I was just going to say the
Didn't Slash do him?
Well, Slash has played him in the part. I think George Columbaris played him once.
Yeah. I wasn't convinced by Slash's performance.
No, George is much better.
George
Dr.
is much
Dan.
better, yeah.
And, of course, we are recasting that, and there is a lot of suggestions that Russell Crowe might be getting it.
Well, they're going to make a film called Dr. Dan.
I think so. They're going to. It's a sort of a sci-fi fantasy thing.
Oh, okay.
He comes down from Mars with a lick or two. And one of them happens to be here, and then he sells it and he gets involved. Sadly, it doesn't work out with aliens and, whatnot in the road.
Okay.
The kids will like it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. With the sound, obviously. The once was a note, pure and simple. Anyway, we've got the T-shirt. That's the Dr. Dan, as seen in the film. We've got Pearl Jam 20. Now, the soundtrack from the film by Cameron Crowe includes 2 CDs of rare and unreleased tracks. So Cameron Crowe's got involved with Pearl Jam.
And that's the CD that's a hand length in diameter.
Correct. As in...
Yep, I can see that.
5 cubits, etc. Now, and then we've got this terrific, what I call, Ode to the Beer Coaster. Now, I've spent hours of our lives in pubs, just talking things. And
talking about coasters, great coasters I've used.
Great coasters.
Remember, God almighty, there were some great coasters in days gone by, weren't there?
How about this, a Forex major sponsor of the Commonwealth Games in 1982.
I remember that coaster.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Some coasters make for a better conversation, don't they? They make for a better beer,
I think that's right. I think
you
that's
can be given
right.
a dud beer, but put it on a good coaster
and she comes alive.
It does.
And there's your classic, and timely because Foster's is now owned by an overseas firm.
That's right.
Foster's Lager, Australia's favourite beer. That's a coaster.
Yeah.
Sometimes the simplest ones work best.
I know.
And isn't there hours of fun here?
Yeah. Kids don't make their own coasters anymore, do they?
They don't.
Over the days.
We see at schools we learned how to make a beer coaster.
That's right. That's right. I mean, you'd start... your first job in tech drawing was to design a coaster.
That's right. And often we just drew around one that already existed.
Yeah, but that was cheating.
They got top marks. Now, so it's a hell of a prize for some lucky listener who can answer the following question, Roy.
Yes, the question is, and just before I get to that question, actually, Graham of Caringbah phoned in ages ago when we were having our talk back on, if the current Manly team are the biggest set of dickheads ever to wear the maroon and white. Well, he says no, but he does qualify. And I don't mind people qualifying in text.
No.
He says, no, the 1973 Manly team was worse.
Yeah.
That's Bozo's team.
Oh, well, yeah, that could be the case.
That could be the case. God, that's a debating point, isn't it?
It is. Well...
Who were the worst team? Who have dickheads? 2011?
Yeah.
Or 73?
Well, how about the team that, Hollywood Hartley gave 7 tackles to beat Parramatta?
Yeah.
I think it was in 1978.
Yeah.
There's so many reasons.
Well, they had a wombat then, didn't they?
Yeah, Graham Eady. Some thought he was Elvis.
Did they really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they thought that when Elvis died, you see 78 was close to when Elvis carked it, they thought that he bobbed up as Elvis. No, I haven't said that right.
Yeah, no, Elvis bobbed up as Graham Eady.
Thanks, yeah.
Gee. Did anyone ask him to sing? Did they pick a twang in his accent or anything?
Well, they probably did. But it was established for a long time that he could have been.
Yeah, right.
Was never definitely
Did he
proven.
tour the clubs?
He did, yeah.
Yeah,
he toured the clubs.
As Graham Eady?
Graham Eady, yeah. Talking about rugby league.
Now, sorry, AC, we'll get back to our question for our Hot Lap handout.
Yes.
Is what did Stomper do to fool the opposition in the grand final?
Roy, who are we talking to?
Yeah, we're joined by Marty, who's joining us from Ryde. How are you there, Marty?
Good, thanks, guys. How you doing?
Yeah, very well, very well. How's the traffic your way, Marty?
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy, absolutely crazy.
Whereabouts are you, and how bad? Just crazy is a good way of describing it.
Are you on Victoria Road?
Yeah, Victoria Road in West Ryde.
And it's stationary?
Not too bad. Moving slowly, just moving though.
And where? How long have you been in, and how far have you got to go?
I'm about 10 minutes away from home. But I've been on the road for about 45 minutes, coming from Mascot.
Oh,
right, and it's just choked up everywhere. They were saying earlier the F5 is very bad apparently tonight.
Yes.
It's absolutely, chock-a block.
Was this because of school holidays beginning? Has that got something to do with it? People going away on holidays, Marty?
Oh, I reckon it's because of the football.
Oh, the football. Oh, wow. What, people escaping from the SFS, not wanting to get caught up.
Yeah, getting away from it.
Well, I suppose people want to get home in time. Are you going to watch it tonight, Marty?
Yeah, I'm planning on watching a lot of football tonight.
Yeah,
the Wallabies game's on tonight, so should be home for that too.
Yeah, right. Well, what a terrific night for you. Now, who are you tipping in the
Rugby League?
Rugby League.
I'm tipping Manly.
Yeah. Do you want Manly to win, or you just hate them but you think they're going to win anyway?
I think they're going to win, but my heart goes out with the Broncos.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yes.
And tomorrow, how you send tomorrow? Obviously the Warriors against the Storm?
I think a Storm are just too good.
Yeah, right.
Storm, just way too good.
And you don't subscribe to the idea that the week off doesn't help both the teams at this stage of the year very much?
No, I don't think it does.
But nonetheless,
I think they're professional footballers and they should just get on with it.
Yeah, well spotted. Well spotted.
Well spotted, Marty. Yeah.
Now, you normally drive this route that you're on, trapped on here between Mascot and Ryde every day?
I do, yes.
Yeah, and today's what, as bad as ever?
It's Friday afternoon madness.
Mm-hmm.
Normal Friday afternoon, yeah.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Now, Lynn, were you old enough to remember the Manly 1973 team, Marty, or not?
I'm afraid not. I was born in 88, so...
Oh, fair enough.
Well, you're going to struggle there. Well, well, they were very unlikable, Marty.
Now, can't you think of another team, Roy, that you didn't like from Manly?
No, I mean, they're head and shoulders above.
Are they?
Yeah.
How about those lineups that had Terry Hill in them?
Yeah, well, bad too, weren't they? Well, that just tells you how horrible the 73 lot were.
Fair enough. Now, Marty, let Roy set out the question. Have a swing at it.
Now, Marty, what did Stomper do to fool the opposition?
He strapped his good knee rather than strapping his injured knee.
Excellent answer, Marty. Do you play sport yourself at all?
Yeah, I play union myself.
Right. Do you think that could work? Are you thinking, well, maybe if I'm injured, say, somewhere in, let's say it was an elbow, you'd strap the left one, which was the good one, and leave the right one dangle? Do you think it could work?
I've been known to do it myself, yeah.
Right. You've done this yourself, have you, Marty?
Yes, I have.
And did it work? Did they target the one, the good one?
Not really. They just targeted me altogether.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. And how outraged were you by the Wallaby performance the other night?
Oh, it was shocking.
Thanks.
Shocking. Who do you blame? Do you blame Robbie Deans?
No, I blame... Yeah, just the team in general.
The team in general, fair enough.
Yeah. Because they're hopeless jokes? Is that what you're thinking, Marty?
Because they lost. Hopeless jokes, it doesn't go far enough.
Do you think the Wallabies are the bunnies of the World Cup?
The bunnies?
The bunnies.
I don't think... I wouldn't go that far.
No. Fair enough. Marty, thanks very much.
Do you think... Is Australia going to play Japan? I mean, are we going to get an easy win at all, Marty?
Well, USA tonight. We're meant to flog them.
We're meant to flog them, sure.
Yeah.
But they might come up with some cunning strategy like
not turning up.
Pretending they're injured.
Marty, have a safe trip home, and thanks very much for being part of the life on Triple M.
Frederick Benson captured the public imagination in 1865 when he trained 3 large brown snakes to take up residence in his underpants. The snakes lived happily with Benson until August of 1967 when the likeable butcher died of snakebite. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
This is the life, with familiar heads up front, holding a perfect flush, and home is just around the corner. It is the King and the Ace, Roy and HG. HG?
Yes, thanks, Jim. And, of course, obviously at a moment like this, a moment of crisis in rugby league, i.e. somebody facing blindness should they play, you have to turn to somebody who's never been there but has known the ins and outs of rugby league for many, many years, and I refer, of course, to the Fubster, the Fubby one, a.k.a. Mr. Shimmy Whoosh, a.k.a. Gaz, a.k.a. Mark Gasnier, or Mark Gasnier, to give him his correct name.
Sure.
He writes in his column, to be perfectly honest...
Beautiful start. To be perfectly honest.
I know.
What that suggests is someone's asked him a question. It's implied.
Or that he lies most of the time.
Yeah.
80% of me reporting on rugby league is a lie. Yeah. Anyway, to be perfectly honest, I don't know what I'd do if I was confronted with the decision Darren Lockyer have faced this week. But I do know this. If anyone could grin and bear the pain of playing Just 5 days after such major surgery on their cheekbone, it's the Broncos captain.
Isn't that big of Gaz to say that?
It's not me.
Yeah.
It's not Del Saylor.
No.
Who must have had a similar injury, though.
Del?
You know, remember he retired, and then he got bored with his life and decided to make a comeback.
Yeah.
And it was a Wollongong, you know, the thing that's falling down at the moment.
Wynn Stadium.
Wynn Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
It was there, and he came back and he got the ball. The first tackle he might have made, and somebody got him round the head, clean round the head, and busted his socket, and he had to have the titanium rods put in. And his face was not an attractive sight, but pure rugby league. So that's the only person I can think of recently who's had the plates put in.
Well, John Sattler famously played a grand final with a broken jaw.
Broken jaw.
I mean, the jaw was hanging right off, actually. I mean, it was busted both sides. You know, he had no control. It was just beautiful rugby league.
Yeah, well, he took the ball up and ducked.
He did.
He says, Gaz, that's the dare I say fellow, that's the fubster. He says a few years ago, Dragons Sean Timmins.
Oh, Sean Timmins, yeah.
Yeah, suffered a similar injury, and he was back in just over a week. We were hardly surprised.
Yeah, but they don't build them like Timmins anymore, do they?
It's unfair.
It's cruel,
Lucky with Timmins.
Timmins.
I mean, Timmins was built out of pure kryptonite.
He was, wasn't he?
If that's useful in this matter.
I mean, they threw away the mould once
they did.
Timmins came out.
And the medal.
Yeah. What's happened to Sean Timmins? You know, I haven't thought of Sean Timmins for...
Oh, no.
Well, I never thought about him at all. And he was a player either, now I think about it.
They called him the Pillow for many years.
Yes.
We hardly was surprised because we knew how tough he is, but it was a superhuman effort nonetheless. Then he describes as Lockie training on. Anyway, when a player has plates placed in the facial area, he can get headaches after running around.
Is that right? Is that right?
Tell me something I don't know.
Gee. Well, there's a lesson there. People might be driving home today thinking, oh.
Might get the plates in.
Gee, I'm getting some plates in. I better not run around.
Not running around. You know, headaches. It then becomes a matter of how you feel inside. You can't make a decision like that without being confident. You can get through collision and 80 minutes of rugby league.
Yeah.
In the end, the risk involved may be far too much to handle. Now, of course, he also has more at stake for him, like permanent damage to the eye and cheek area. And then he goes on to develops the thesis. Can the Broncos win without him? Yes, they can. I know Wayne Bennett said they can win the comp without Lockie. And while that problem is probably true, sometimes you can get through one game without a player of his status because of the emotion.
Of course.
Lockie has already said that if they win, there'll be no chance he'll miss the grand final. Tell me that statement alone won't be enough to lift them.
Yeah.
Even if he's not there.
Yeah. Ooh, dead right. I mean, he's right on the money there, isn't he, Gaz?
And, of course, Gaz...
I didn't know Gaz knew so much about surgery and...
the ache in the head.
Yeah.
Running around.
I mean, that's real insight, isn't it?
It is. He must have talked to... I would say he's talked to Dell.
Oh, he might have spoken to a surgeon.
Oh, they're the same team.
Yeah, right.
Gaz might have been overseas for...
Yeah, I think Gaz was in France when this happened to Dell. But they might have tic-tacked on the phone or something.
Now, here it is, the final button. It's official. I played my last game of professional footy. On Monday, the Dragons team manager Craig Young, formerly Constable Fat Albert Craig Young, Peter Doust asked me what I would do if selected in the Australian squad for the Four Nations tour. I know I was no guarantee anyway, but I'm not available for selection. My loyalties lie at home with my family. I've enjoyed my time. Gee, it's very brief, isn't it?
Isn't it, ever?
No mention of, some of the great players he's played with. I suppose that'd be coming out in a book.
Yes.
The Shimmy That Whooshed.
Yeah, Shimmy Whoosh, or Fub. I mean, there's no shortage of names you can call this book.
My name was Fubby.
Yeah, what's he going to do with himself, though, HG? Any idea? Is he...
No, he's got no idea. I just hope he doesn't go to coaching. I think there's a comeback being written into this story. I think we haven't seen the best of him or the last of him.
Wow.
I know it's a big call.
Yeah.
I think he'll get tired of sitting at home watching other players enjoy the limelight in the big red V. And let's face it, they're not going to be at the top forever.
Yeah.
So if they should, say, fall from grace over the next 18 months, I can hear a...
That's right.
Knock on the...
Well, I tell you what wears you down. I mean, the neighbours. He'll have neighbours, and they'll poke their heads over the fence and say, "Hey, Gaz, what are you doing?"
On Friday, the 9th of November, 1804, Governor King announced that all eucalyptus trees should be set on fire. The rebuilding of the colony began on December the 8th. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
And so I think we should tidy up just those other reasons to hate Manly tonight.
Yes, please.
Well, there was I think we might have mentioned...
if they get knocked out, we're going to hold that hate for another few months before we can start hating them again.
I know. It's going to be a long
stretch. And there's a hole in your life and you've got no one to hate.
Yeah. It's true. That's true. It's very hard to substitute Manly.
Yeah, I know. You can't.
Fair enough. They're unique. They rate the one of the few clubs to win premierships in the 70s, 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And they did it in 72 by pinching champion prop John O'Neill.
They did.
And Ray Brannigan.
Yeah.
Ray Brannigan from Souths.
Yep.
Then there was the Poms, who Malcolm Reilly, Kevin Ward.
Yeah.
They said the three world-class Poms in 76, this is going back a bit, Steve Norton.
Yes.
Gary Stevens.
Yep.
And Phil Lowe.
That's right.
And then, of course, you can hate him for the bozo factor.
That's right. Remember Lowe went on, I think, to coach New Zealand.
That's right. Didn't he have a stint at Manly for a while as well?
Yeah, he did.
I never realised he was a player.
Yeah.
Good player?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a good player. Pom.
Yeah. And a Manly player.
Yeah.
And Bozo, of course, remember calling him Bozo because he's a clown. And then there's the enemies within. The feuds, of course, Paul Vaughton, Bozo, Peter Peters and the current board, Max Delmelge and the Penn family. That's just for starters. Yeah. Obviously, there's lots...
I don't give a bugger about their feuds.
No.
That's not why I hate them. They can feud all they like. It means nothing to me.
No. Fair enough.
That's not why we hate them.
No, we hate them
because they're Manly.
On this day in 1804, Governor King announced to the colony that Lord Mortlock of Diss would be arriving on board the 96th Fleet to deliver a series of lectures as to why the platypus does not exist. King was reported to have been subjected to loud, derisive jeers. 84 free settlers were flogged. This is the life. This is Sydney. This is Triple M.
Look, it is good news and bad news, really, out of Randwick. I know we've been following this story concerning the grandstand.
Yes. Has that been resolved?
Well, look, what the Telegraph is suggesting is you don't forget your sunblock if you're going out on Epsom Super Saturday.
Good
because
point.
The whole... Isn't it weird how grandstands are in real trouble right across Australia? That one at WIN Stadium, which is getting blown over as we speak.
Yes.
And now the Randwick one, completely different reasons. Obviously, the WIN got into the one at WIN Stadium, and this one's...
A lot of our grandstand infrastructure is getting a reasonable age now, actually.
It is. And do you think it's not tough enough now, if that's the right word, that it needs to be strengthened and reinforced to cope with the changes in, dare I say, the environment it's built in?
Yes. Maybe we should... set up a committee to look at every grandstand in Australia just to see if it complies and give it a rating.
What a brilliant idea. Safety rating.
Yes.
And
a life expectancy. You should be able to say, well, yes, this grandstand is going to be secure for the next 10 years.
Or without any work. Or, say, Amy Stadium in Melbourne might get 50 years.
Yes,
depending on what they...
If it's well-maintained.
Well-maintained, yes. Yeah. And would this be a federal government thing, or would this be an independent authority?
Well, I think local councils are going to have to.
Local council.
You'd imagine.
So, let me try and get this right. If there was a grandstand, say, at, I'm trying to think, Henson Park, say, for those who know that part of Sydney, or Erskineville Oval, which has got a beautiful grandstand, beautiful oval, Erskineville Oval.
Or I suppose Marrickville Council would look after that, wouldn't they?
Or South Sydney.
Or South Sydney Council.
Anyway, so they
would have to appoint an inspector dedicated to just looking at grandstands in that jurisdiction. It'd be a special uniform.
With a sort of, maybe a movie camera, or, one of those, small video cameras.
Yes, maybe.
Might have a memory stick in it as opposed to video itself, high tech.
Yes.
And they'd go round and have a look at it and record things. And
they would. And there'd be a tick box sort of...
Form.
Yes. Structure. Poor, good.
Yeah, fair.
Fair.
Probably rated out of 1 to 10.
Yeah.
Because poor, good, fair. Leaves a lot of gaps.
I know.
Now... Well, I think that's all good.
Yeah.
And would it be a real, how do I put this?
Vote winner?
Well, vote winner. I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking more from the point of view of if you and I didn't have a job, could we ticket ourselves? Obviously I'd ticket you and you'd ticket me.
Yeah, well, I would, obviously. But I think
as inspector.
No, you'd need to be a structural engineer, though, wouldn't you?
Right. Oh, okay. And this isn't a degree we could do it online at an Iowa university.
We probably could, yeah.
$5.
Yeah. And there'd be some councils you could bluff.
Yeah,
You
and then
go, g'day, I'm Roy. Yeah, I'm ticketed. Where's the bloody stand? Give me a look at it.
and then you go around to the club, say the Randwick Racing Authority, and say, you know, your grandstand here, it's
about to fall down.
About to fall down.
Yeah, I'm putting a D notice on this.
Yeah, but for 100,000, could stay up for the racing carnival.
There you got it.
And now, the memory of Peter Brock presents another Triple M Hot Lap handout.
Thank God.
What are we flagging away in this high-octane half-hour, HG?
Well, remember, it's a T-shirt, and it's incredibly rare. I think it's so rare that we've given away 400 on this show. It's a Dr. Dan T-shirt. It's really the spiritual, if I can use that word, the spiritual emblem of Triple M. It's the flying wings. Yeah. And Dr. Dan, of course, created the sound, or should I say, / realised the sound of Dr. Dan. And it doesn't stop there because we're throwing in Pearl Jam, PJ20. This is the Pearl Jam 20. It's the soundtrack from the film by Cameron Crowe and includes 2 CDs. It's a pack, 2 CDs of rare and unreleased tracks.
Wow.
And because it's written in such an odd scrawl on the back of the CD, I don't dare open it, but I can't read the tracks, so you're on your own there. And also, well, because summer's coming, grab a coldie. This is a tribute to beer coasters.
Yeah. God, that's a book that's been waiting to be written, isn't it?
It is. It has. You know, we've got 18 pop-out beer coasters. Gives you an idea.
Pop out.
Yeah, you can flick them out.
It's hard to visualise a beer coaster in a 2-dimensionality, isn't it, HG? Yeah. You've got to really see them in 3D. With
the beer on top.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, like, so here, if I pop this one out, I feel like a Tooheys or two. Incredible. Look at that. That's just great, isn't it?
Isn't that fantastic? I know. What a beautiful design.
And what would be great is to play a game. What beer coaster have I got?
Yeah.
Pop them all out.
Great
then have a Hannon's Lager. I can't say I've ever had a Hannon's.
Nor have I. Nor have I seen the famous Hannon's coaster.
Oh, there you go. There's have a Hannon's.
Oh, wow. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
You know, we could have a competition in schools, couldn't we? Design a coaster. We get kids to design a coaster.
And send them in to us here at Triple M. What a great idea. Do we have for the Roy?
Oh, okay.
The Roy Lager.
Yeah.
Send it into Triple M, and we might be able to find the 420th Dr. Dan T-shirt to give away.
Yeah, right. But that'd be good, wouldn't it? It'd give kids something to do during the holidays. What did you do the holidays? Oh, sir, miss.
I designed a beer coaster for the Roy. The Roy Lager. Or the Life Bitter.
Yeah. Don't feel you've got to put anything on it. Just design the coaster so that it works, you know, that you can sit a beer on it that doesn't fall over.
Oh, it's on that band out, sorry. Oh, we're into it already, are we?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, great. Oh, we're just rambling around.
Now, you need a question.
Yeah, sorry. Hang on, completely thrown. Tweet, we're back on. Time off. Injury over.
Okay, the question is, why does everyone in the world hate Manly?
Who are we talking to?
Yes, we're joined by Mark from Ashbury. How are you there, Mark?
Yeah, very well. How are you?
Yes, very well indeed. Now, Mark, how do you see the night unfolding for you? When will you be home? And when do you expect to sit down in front of the game?
All right, well, I just walked in.
Yes.
Good.
I'm going to put my steak and potatoes on.
Beautiful.
I've got the beer already cooled off.
Beautiful. Have you got a coaster to sit that beer on?
Yes, I was very interested in that competition you're running.
Yeah.
You think you'll be entering it?
I'll get my daughter to
design one.
On that.
Yeah, right. Now, that coaster you've got, is it flat enough? Does the beer sit on there? I mean, that's the trick with a coaster, to get them flat.
Exactly right. Well, it's got to be the right thickness, I believe.
Yeah,
I think it's got to be more than 3 millimetres or something or other.
Wow, I didn't realise there were rules. Architectural, the government had worked out a rule for thickness.
Well, work cover, OH&S.
Work cover, OH&S.
Yeah, right.
Duty
so
of
you're saying it's a minimum of 3 mils. I would have thought about 10 mils.
Well, but then it starts becoming unstable. So you have to watch that. I mean, if you want to be cavalier about it, I suppose go 10 mil, like your big thongs.
Can I ask what's the paper though? The paper, or whatever you call it, the cardboard, has to be a very absorbent cardboard.
Yes, it does.
That's correct.
You ever thought of using cork, Mark? Like cork tiles?
Yeah, and you can coat it with some sort of copper, with some,
Oh, yes,
I'm very fond of the Harbour Bridge sort of design on top of it.
Ah, I've seen that.
Yes, I have seen that too.
I always, people forget the copper art. Yeah. I don't know if Australia invented copper art.
I think we did.
This is something that we can hold our heads up.
What, a copper art bloody beer coaster, actually, you're suggesting?
Yeah, with an image of the Harbour Bridge or something, famous.
I tell you what, something you've got to knock on the head. The designer's going to have to look at this, Mark. I don't know if it's affected you, but I hate it when you pick up your beer and the coaster comes up with it.
I know.
Well, that's wrong.
That's wrong. I know. And that's where your cardboard coaster lets you down. Because you're always going to get a bit of moisture there and it's going to bloody stick to the bottom of your beer.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, that breaches all the regulations of the design.
Very good. That entry would lose.
You're dead right.
And if you do want to get involved in the beer coaster competition, all you have to do is send your beer coaster design to us, or your actual coaster, with featuring on one side the Roy beer and on the other side the Life Bitter.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's great. That's for your daughter. Yeah. Now, how are you seeing the match, though, when you've obviously got all this done, your beer coaster's in place and your beer's going to be on it in a minute. Then you look at the television and what do you see? You see Broncos and Manly running out, and take us through it from there.
Well, look, what can I say?
Yeah.
I mean, Broncos, are we flogging a dead horse? They're probably thinking to themselves, are we flogging a dead horse, fellas, here?
Yes.
Or are we on a winner? That's what they're saying to themselves.
No, that's right.
Manly's saying we have to win it because everyone hates us.
Yes.
Yes. So we have to,
Yeah. Do you share the hatred of Manly that most others share, Mark?
Well, look, it's not a personal thing.
No.
I think people don't hate them personally.
No.
I think it's just because they're Manly.
Yeah, well.
You've summed it up completely.
Well, I should get to the question because you sort of answered it in a way, Mark. But anyway, now, why does everyone in the world hate Manly?
And I was going to say, fellas, you could be petty and pick a myriad of answers, pluck them out of the air, as you would often say in the show.
Yeah.
But when you boil it down, really, it's as simple as because they're Manly.
You brought a tear to my eye, Mark. Obviously, I've thought about this for years, but I've never heard it put so elegantly. Boiling it down, I love that idea. Manly. Look, Mark, you've got obviously the Dr. Dan T-shirt, you've got the book about the coasters, and you've got Pearl Jam 20. Enjoy the match tonight, enjoy the weekend, and thanks very much for being part of the Life on Triple M.
Penrith was the first city to allow the flying of kites on Sundays. This is the Life. This is Sydney on Triple M.
And just a quick note to say that I'll be back at least tomorrow morning for the Dead Set Legends with Rabs, of course. We'll be dissecting all the matches. I think Matty Burke's coming in and we'll be talking rugby union referees and how much hide they do really have and why they want to be in the shop front of everything.
Yeah, will Matty Burke open up about whether Ireland, played doggo?
Oh, I'm sure he will. Matty Burke is a very skilled commentator on rugby union, and he'll know. He'll have a pipeline into the dressing room, and it'll be leaking like a sieve if I can join those.
This is the Irish dressing room?
Yeah, the Irish dressing room. Right, okay. And I think, it should be interesting to see what happens tonight in the rugby league and the rugby union, of course. So there's plenty to talk about.
Well, rugby
tomorrow.
league will be the winner this weekend, no matter what happens.
I know, rugby league. Hasn't had a great season.
It's been a wonderful season.
And I just hope we get an incident or two so the kids can come along and look at their favourite players in a new light.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Who did what? What did he do? Well, he did this. Well, yeah.
Can we go and have a look at him?
Anyway, it's been another great show, and obviously the full team has been in action today. Anna on the phones, and tremendous rapport. Her rapport with the people of Sydney. That's what I like.
That's what it is. Especially in that first hour.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
That's where she comes into her own.
Yeah, she's got a sort of way of talking to the people of Sydney that I think's unique.
It is. And it makes them just want to phone up and talk to her.
And the thing is that she can dish out great information about the beer coaster competition.
Yes.
Without appearing to...
be smart about it.
Thanks, mate. I was going to treat him like
big notice. She doesn't big note herself.
No big note. No need. No need. Just quality information. And, of course, Garfield here, who's hated today because it's got hot.
Too hot?
Yeah, I know, Garfield. He wilts.
I know.
He's like...
He was in the fridge doing his work. All the food was out on the floor.
Melting,
and he was in the fridge.
Trying to keep cool. And when the tracks are on, he still ducks into the fridge to sit in there for a while.
Yep.
And often the track comes to an end and I realise I shut the door on himself again. He can't get it open.
Can't get out.
And Skip.
Yeah.
Skip's been on the sick list.
I know.
And it's, he needs to look after himself a little bit better.
Well, he does. And really, there's nothing pretty about gastric, is there?
No, thanks, Roy. On that cheerful note, another wonderful week of the life. And we'll be back with more of the same with a gastric skip as well next week. So join us then. Bye now.
There it is, lifers. Home again in paradise.
Get back, girl, on the love train.
Switch off the motor. Don't leave any valuables in the car. And keep the dial glued to Triple M.